on 105.3 The Fan.
This team doesn't know how to lose.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First drops back, has time, loads up, throws. A.J. Brown, the defense. It's intercepted. Does he keep his feet in? He does! Seahawks ball. The interception made by Love. This guy's going nuts for the Seahawks defense, making big plays.
And what a way to start off the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and Bobby Choppy out for the week here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I seriously couldn't go to sleep last night. I'm going to run out of fumes today before Jerry at 8 o'clock as my mind was racing with all the scenarios and all the celebration as the Philadelphia Eagles lose their third straight game in spectacular fashion. Bobby Belt, were you walking on clouds last night?
I was. Apology accepted, Sean. I accept your apology for doubting me when I said Philadelphia was a mid-football team, because this is a team that honestly should have lost at this point 5, 6 in a row. They've already lost 3. Should have lost with their lucky-ass team to Buffalo, Kansas City, and Dallas the other times. This is not a team that's going anywhere in the playoffs. And I understand Dallas has their own issues right now. We're not going to focus on those things. One of the things I learned in therapy yesterday was it's better not to focus on your own issues. It's better to externalize it onto other people and find out what other people do wrong and then really focus on that.
Your therapist told you to ignore your own stuff and pick apart others?
I mean, she didn't really say that, but that is how I chose to approach it. But I think that there was something in there about that. But that's what I'm trying to do today with the Philadelphia Eagles. This is a mid-football, I don't want to say bad football team, but this is a very average football team right now.
The plays that happened last night were fantastic. 2 interceptions. DK woke up. They went right at Bradbury in the secondary, and Rockwall's very own with a star tattooed right on his arm. Jackson Smith-Njigba catches. Aikman did a great job of describing it. He catches one half of the football, and that interception to end it was gorgeous. I'm like, oh my gosh, okay, referees are calling it live in person. It's good, but it felt like now some of the sideline was celebrating, but you had Drew Lock with another isolated shot, and it's like, we know this is coming down to a replay. What is this replay going to show? And Joe Buck didn't want to believe it. Joe Buck did not want to believe that first foot, even after they showed it, he missed it in the replay, that first toe got down. The 2 feet in, good. Jackson Smith-Njigba catching one half of the football, and then Jalen Hurts throwing up another one that started a lot of this, that first interception. Jalen Hurts is out there just heaving the ball up.
Yeah.
He really is. There's no direction or guidance or purpose in the passing game. I was getting ready to get my Jake Elliott voodoo doll out to start stabbing it because on that last drive, Bobby, Joe said 12 or 13 yards. We remember what that fool did in the rain just a few weeks ago. And I'm like, they're going to get 12, 13 yards after the Jalen Hurts run. They'll just run Jalen Hurts again, or they'll go to Goddard, or they'll go to AJ. They'll do something here. We're going to be tied. We're going to go to overtime. And Jalen heaves it up. He instead just throws it up again unnecessarily for the gorgeous interception.
YOLO balls it into double coverage. And honestly, both those interceptions, he was
with
kind of
timeouts. I know Pete Carroll didn't have any timeouts. Those dumbasses on the other side burning them away. But Philly had timeouts.
They had 2 left. And honestly, when they got it, when Jalen Hurts scrambled up to, it was the Philly 45. It was like, all right, yeah, what do you need? You just need quick throw over the middle. You've got the timeouts. You can stop the clock, line it up. Jake Elliott will bang it through from 60 yards, and here we go. We've got overtime again. And then at that point, who knows what's going to happen. But really impressive drive by Drew Lock at the end of the game. I don't know what Jalen Hurts was doing on those 2 interceptions that he threw where he's just throwing it up and praying. Second half of the game yesterday, he goes 8 of 14 for 64 yards, 2 interceptions. Just awful. And I'd like to call out the fact that it was 3 weeks ago, Peyton Russell, that you were trying to tell me, yeah, Jalen Hurts is the MVP. 5 touchdowns against Buffalo.
Well, you said Dak was.
5 touchdowns against Buffalo. 5 touchdowns against Buffalo.
What's Vegas say now?
Dude, MVPs are dropping like eagles. They're dropping like flies. Dak, bing, you're out. Jalen Hurts, bang, bang, you're gone too. Tyreek Hill, you're hurt. Bing, ding, 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 ding. See you later. As Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey, they're going to end up like the freaking Rangers in the MVP race with two of the top three, with Brock Purdy right now obviously leading the way.
Yeah, and in that analogy, I would say Dak is Shohei. And so ultimately he wins, but it's nice that the two teammates, Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy, that they get to get the consolation prize. Honestly,
my apologies to Drew Lock.
Oh, yeah.
As last night, Pepe tweeted, now they have a chance. And I said, nope, because their quarterback is still Drew Lock. As we're all sitting there saying what could have been if Geno actually played. Drew Lock finds out when he arrives to the stadium that he's playing. And it's like, man, Geno, he could have shredded them like they shredded us right here against the Cowboys. And then Drew Lock as Troy Aikman, he didn't predict it, but he kind of laid it out there. This would be the drive of his life. This is the drive of his life. He gave a phenomenal post-game interview as well. I know I was riding the high of filthy losing, but I was like falling in love with this guy in the post-game interview. 10 plays, 92 yards in a $124. They got a Bradbury call. They attack Bradbury nonstop, allowing receivers to get behind him. This is the filthy secondary that you were talking about.
Boy, Drew Lock on 3rd and 10 yesterday. This is from Mike Sando. Drew Lock on 3rd and 10 against the Eagles was 4 for 4 for 88 yards, a touchdown, and a perfect passer rating.
Woo!
That secondary is bad. That defense is bad. Putting Matt Patricia in there, taking Sean Desai out, that's not going to change anything. That defense, I know there's so many questions about Dallas's run defense right now and how that's going to sustain into the playoffs. And believe me, that's something that's going to burn them. Right now, Dallas is not a team that looks like they're gonna come out of the NFC because of some of their deficiencies. But I'll tell you this, I would rather have what Dallas is dealing with right now in their run defense than Philly's secondary.
Tolo D, one of our top ones, sending me this on Philly's defense since week 8. Points allowed, 31st in the NFL. They're allowing 28.6. Total yards per game allowed, last, 409. Passing yards per game allowed, 31st. They're allowing 283 a game. Opponents' third down percentage, the Eagles are last. And opponents' red zone percentage, they're 30th. That's since week 8. Teams are 72% when converting in the red zone against the EIGLOUS.
Let's go, Birds! ELGS, Eagles!
Now, we start spying as Pepe has fired up the recording system for what's going to happen there. Last week was very, very good. The great Angelo Cataldi, Nostradamus, using that schnoz to look like a genius. We'll bring you that at 6 o'clock. But we also have to go through scenarios. I found it. I know that the media and the talking heads and the experts are having a hard time with this because I was waiting for your John Machota. I was waiting for your Bobby Belt. I was waiting for your Todd Archer. I was waiting for everyone to immediately reset the scenarios for the Dallas Cowboys to win the NFC East. And I'm like, why is this taking so long? Because my initial understanding, and Kevin Hagelin changed my mind yesterday when he's talking about strength of schedule and all that. So we've gone from if the Eagles win out and the Cowboys win out, Eagles still win the NFC East. Mm-hmm. If Tommy DeVito beats the Eagles once and the Cowboys win out, the Cowboys will win. Well, Michael Gelkin put it in a nice, neat Christmas package. If the Eagles win out and the Cowboys win out, both teams finish 13-4. They remain deadlocked after the first 4 tiebreakers. Head-to-head, division record, common game record, and conference record. Eagles would then likely own the tiebreaker for strength of victory, although it's not mathematically impossible today for the Cowboys to overtake them there. Realistically, the Cowboys must overcome a tougher rest of the season schedule to make up a game in the final 3 weeks to win the division. So there you go.
Now I'm interested. I don't know because I think record and common opponent. I know what Michael had there. I'm gonna have to look at it because I think it's just it would stand now that they're tied in common opponent. But I think the whole idea is if they win out, it's obviously Philly beats Arizona. You lost Arizona. That's where they get the benefit, and that's where they end up surpassing it.
Like from this point on, if the Eagles and Cowboys win out, the Eagles win the NFC East.
Yes. That's as simple as it gets. Now, if you start factoring in they both get one more loss, that's where it really becomes complicated, because then it's like, okay, well, if they finish, both 2-1 over the next 3 weeks, it matters who you lose to, which game it is, and how that then impacts the common opponents and the strength of victory and everything else.
They're starting to turn on each other in filthy. We'll bring you that audio at 6 o'clock. Michael Lombardi, former NFL GM, on who's winning the East at 7:20. We'll play the Spy on Eagle audio at 8, and Jerry Jones live at 8:30. The Magic did not carry over last night to the Mavericks, but it did for the Stars. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and Bobby. Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us. Let's party all morning long, especially after what happened yesterday here on The Fan.
Coming up the next G-Bag.
tapped it right over to Peyton Watson. A bucket here, you call a timeout. Watson kick out three, Reggie. Yeah! The Nuggets lead at 120-91.
I was a little bit bored with the Eagles-Seahawks first half, and I was like, take me home, Mavericks. While Philadelphia possibly pulls away, let me just go ahead and watch the Joker versus Luka, and Denver pulled away. In Denver, 130-104. The defending champs get it done. When I did switch over, Luka was just bombing away from three. I'm like, it's just too easy. It is just too easy for him. He ends up with 38, 11, and 8. He hit 6 threes, but do not look at the rest of the box score because it's ugly. It is pretty freaking hideous. Grant Williams scored, I'll just give you the numbers. 7, this is the rest of the starting 5 points scored. 7, 6, 8, 11 from Exum. Exum was the only other Maverick in double figures. Oh, what about the bench? Surely someone must have picked it up. 2, 5, 2, 2, 8, 0, 6, 9 from Jaden Hardy. The Dallas Mavericks shoot 44%. Denver shoots 56%. They shot 54% from 3, and they get the 26-point victory.
Yeah, man, it's
Joker scored 8 points. It's like a Josh Allen outcome. The Joker scores 8 points, 9 assists. He doesn't reach double figures in any category, and you still got whooped.
Yeah, this was one where it's a good reminder, again, of just how lucky you are that Dwight Powell is not your starting center anymore. Because now Derek Lively, you got a quick reminder of it because Derek Lively had that ankle sprain and he missed the game last night.
And Kyrie's still out.
Man, it's wild to me just how quickly a guy that we talked about as being pretty raw and we didn't know how much of an impact he was going to make as a rookie, Derek Lively, just how important it is when he's out of there. Because, I mean, Denver was able to get whatever they wanted in the paint last night again. And not that it's always been consistent, even with Derek Lively in there. There are still times where the Mavericks struggle to defend the paint. But, man, if you give up 53% three-point shooting and 60 points in the paint, you're probably going to lose a lot of games by 26 points, especially to a team like Denver. And so, man, hurry back Kyrie, hurry back Derek Lively because this team needs them.
Mavs didn't get it done, but the team on the ice did.
Duchesne in tight, stick handles. They score! On the back door, Thomas Harley.
Old doucher, as Mike Bassett calls him.
Was that didn't sound like Kraken TV?
That was off of their broadcast.
Oh, I was like, that sounded like our guys.
No.
I thought.
No, that was the Kraken, baby. Release the Kraken.
Kraken TV, Matt Duchesne scores twice and assisted on Thomas Harley's goal. And the Dallas Stars beat the Kraken 4-3 to improve to 3-0-1 in their past 4 games. They sent it to overtime with 22 seconds left, the Kraken did.
Stanley Cup, here we come. One thing we've established is we're going to take down the Kraken. Now, obviously, Seattle's not been as good this year as they were last year when you met up with them in the playoffs, but you can take that victory wherever you can, especially when Doucher gets those couple goals.
Hockey hamster. How did everyone divide the time last night? Monday Night Football, Mavericks, Stars. You just go straight football in the middle of your police call?
Yeah, I was going to say probably like 70% football, 20% I would say was Mavs, and then 10% peeking through the blinds at the Flower Mound Police Department coming through our apartment complex. So that was last night. I was just in the shower, and as I came out, Kristen was just like, "The cops are on their way." I was like, "Why? What's going on?" And she's like, "I don't know. There was some lady like screaming here in the breezeway, and some guy losing his mind." So there was some sort of domestic disturbance that occurred there, and when I looked out the window, I was like, "Oh, there's 5 cop cars out here and an ambulance." So
was it like with the apartment right next to yours?
Yeah, it was like literally the unit next door to us. Like you could hear it in the. I was not out of the shower when it happened, but Kristen like heard it from the back of the apartment.
Did they arrest somebody?
Yep.
Oh my.
Bad boys.
And now he will be holding that over. If I know Bobby, he'll be holding that over his wife's head by saying, "You made us move down the hall in the same apartment complex next to cops over here."
Literally had 0 arrests in the other unit over 6 years. We're 1 month in and we already have 1. We're averaging an arrest per month at this new unit.
Did the police come quickly?
Oh yeah, they were there really fast. I mean, it was a minute or so.
Whoa.
So from her call, somebody else must have called before them because
I could have gotten that type of response and get that in my neighborhood. They're like, yawn, bullets, yeah, whatever. Call us when someone gets hit by one. I'm like, oh, what about my house or like a window? Or they're like, I said someone.
Yeah.
I said only when someone gets hit. I'm like, okay, cool. Well, Flower Mound, bam, there they go.
They were on top of it, man. They
East Dallas are like, unless it's a triple homicide, no, do not.
Yeah,
They're working 9 to 5 in Dallas. If it's outside the hours,
No, East Dallas has got a warrant. It's got a warrant something.
Kristen lived in.
Got to have a warrant.
Kristen lived in East Dallas when we were dating, and my car got hit in front of her place one time, and like somebody literally drunk driver hit into it, sent the car into the neighbor's yard and into a tree, and they sped off, and we called the cops, and it was this hit and run, and we were waiting around for like 3 hours for the cops to show up with this car sitting in somebody's front yard. And I remember I kept calling and was like, hey, where are you guys or whatever, and they weren't on their way. And I remember I called them, and I started just cussing them out, and Kristen she goes, great, now you're going to jail. I'm like, you can't go to jail for cussing out police dispatch.
You guys always have something going on.
I know. I
really
have a
do.
buddy. I've always had a buddy who for years he's like, I don't watch reality TV. I just ask what's going on in your life.
Yeah.
And like I find that you're starting to discover that. You love the tea during the breaks of just in general whatever's going on in my world.
Amanda's in the other room, and I'm on the couch watching the game, and I'm just sending a screenshot of my text with Bobby to her, and she said, it's always a bad day for the Belts. Bad Day Belts is their new name.
That's a great VH1 show, The Bad Day Belts. But it wasn't a bad day.
Oh, is that a reference?
No, it should be. I'm saying it should be a VH1 show. It should be a nice reality show. Although, see, I don't think it's a bad day. Like, I didn't have a bad day. It was something that happened around me. I think I'm just bad luck. I think that's what I think our presence just brings bad luck for other people.
Yeah, my mom would be like, oh, there's always some type of drama around you. You love drama. I said, no, I don't like drama. I like other people's drama. Sneezy.
Do it. You like other people's drama. You're down with OPD.
Yeah. But some would say that, it's the cosmic forces that you're drawing. You're drawing that negative energy.
I don't know. Do you think I draw negative energy?
No, I think you like to hype up some situations to screw around with people and have fun with it.
I will do that.
Joke about it.
I sent you a video last night, though. You could hear there was.
Your wife is a can of gasoline, and you always have a blowtorch.
Mm-hmm.
So you are like literally a gaslighter. She could get worked up over the smallest little thing. So you just like to ignite it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yesterday was legitimate.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody went to jail.
Yeah.
I'm more worried for after when this individual gets out of jail. Next to y'all, I'm more worried about that than what you dealt with last night.
I mean, there were several calls placed in the area. That was one where, I mean, there's a lot of people to blame if that's the case.
No, I'm just saying, like, yeah, but like, just
I don't think the guy lives there. I think it was like a boyfriend or something like that.
Okay. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. We have Rangers broadcast news, not the Bally deal, but someone is leaving. Someone who calls Ranger games is leaving. We'll bring you that. There's talk about a Mike McCarthy extension. Y'all pumping the hard brakes on that, but we got to get back to filthy. After what happened with Monday Night Football, they were starting to turn on each other last week, and Jalen Hurts added to it last night after the epic Seahawks win. The Cowboys are still alive. Let's celebrate it next.
There's no reason to search. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Block from the shotgun. JSN is wide to the far side. Drew looks, throws that way. Got JSN. He reaches up, makes the catch. Touchdown! Seahawks! Holy catfish! What a throw by Drew Lock! What an over-the-shoulder catch! And with 28 seconds left, the Seahawks lead 19-17.
What did he say? Holy catfish?
Yeah. I'm trying to look up. I want to know if that's the actual fish that they throw there in that farmer's market. You know, the Seattle.
Holy catfish!
I haven't heard that one before. You know the fish that they always sling and catch?
Oh, like the bread at Peyton's house on Thanksgiving or whatever?
But you do know what I'm referring to.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Oh, my God. Peyton, do you know what I'm talking about in Seattle at the fish market?
I'm sorry, you said the fish and what? Sorry, I was looking for the drop and I didn't hear what you
Who's
said.
running the fan cam back there?
This is Ryan back here.
Welcome back, Ryan.
Ryan or Chris? Ryan, you were missed. I missed you bad, and I let Carter know about it. That diva Mel Crapper Jr. back there preparing for his KMC segment did not have the photos up, was not quick on the draw, didn't have the audio, didn't have the video. I was like, get Ryan back in here. Do either of you guys know what I'm talking about when they throw the fish in Seattle and people can go and catch it? Chris, head nod, yes or no? Be honest. His name's Chris, right?
Yes.
He's not.
It's Jeff.
Yeah. No, Jeff is like waving a wand somewhere. Oh my God, you guys are the dumbest
I have
group.
no idea what the hell you're talking about.
You go
slinging the catfish?
You go to Seattle.
Uh-huh.
You go to like the farmer's market, and the tourist thing to do, they throw a fish across the table over the counter, and everyone like tries to catch it.
Now I know I haven't heard of it because that's really stupid. And I don't. Why would that be a thing?
I'm in shock. I'm in total shock. I can't believe it. But I don't know that was a catfish.
Pike Place and it's salmon.
It's probably salmon.
That's what somebody's saying on the fan text.
Yes.
So Pike Place.
You've seen it, Bobby.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
In every single Seahawks game in the history of civilization, except for I think last night, they show that, like for the Cowboys play, we got to see
the bump shot.
Yeah, we got to see the live animal, the steers walking the streets in Fort Worth. That's Seattle's thing with the fish being thrown.
Well, now that we know it's a salmon, now that we know that it's salmon, why did he say holy catfish?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. But Rockwall's very own Jackson Smith and Jigba. Next time with Los Hombres and you guys are talking about a guy's trip, be like, let's go to Seattle and catch the salmon. And let's see how many people know. They'll all know what you're talking about.
I don't know. Seattle's more of a couple's town. I don't think we can
I thought
take
Seattle
that
was
as
coffee,
pros.
though. Don't they have like Starbucks there? Like
yeah, they have coffee,
Okay,
but God, jeez Louise.
Yeah, and,
where's
New
Choppy?
York City.
Where's Choppy? Thank you, Nick Hillman and Kevin. That's a Salmon Pikes Peak Fish Market. Rockwall's very own with the game-winning touchdown catch as the Seattle Catfish shock the Eagles, and the Cowboys are back alive. What a way to go to sleep. What did y'all do? Where were you, in the living room? What did you do when Njigba caught it, or you had to wait for the interception heave at the end? When did you believe it was over? Did you think that the Eagles still had a chance, especially after Hurts had that long run? They needed about 12 or 13 more yards to get in Jake Elliott field goal range. What did you honestly think? Everyone on the chartwright.com text line.
When the replay confirmed the interception, that's when I thought it was finally over.
All right, because you thought they were going to luck out again?
Yep. That's exactly what I thought was going to happen. But that's exactly what it is, luck. Because
catch.
it's not that stunning. Like, Philadelphia is not that good of a football team this year. That's what it's good. Or I should say this. They're still good offensively. They're banged up. Look, you love that note. 17 turnovers for Jalen Hurts this season, tied for the most in the NFL. That's a perfect note. I hope Dan Orlovsky just rips him to shreds today, since that's what they want to do with Dak all offseason. But, man, the offense for them is still efficient. They still have their physicality and the tush push and everything else. That defense is awful. It's a bad defense all the way around. And I would rather play the Philadelphia Eagles any day of the week over San Francisco, Buffalo, Baltimore, Miami. There's probably 10 teams I would feel would have a better shot of beating Dallas today than Philly.
Well, I don't know where to start. I have a fish juice shower of audio to go through, whether it's Jalen Hurts,
Fish juice shower.
Darius Slay. It's a Pike Pike Market reference. It wasn't that great.
Could be a reference to something else.
But how about Angelo Cataldi, the one who used to give us the best spy audio, and Peyton is spying on W.I. Filthy in Pennsylvania. Angelo went on a podcast last week and forecasted the following.
These are the views of Nostradamus, all right? The man with the schnoz. All right, anyway, here we go. The Eagles will lose to Seattle, all right? They will lose. I think so, too. Even if Drew Lock is the quarterback, they will still lose. In that environment, they are so lost, they will lose next Monday night. Then they will win the next 3 against awful opponents, the Giants, Arizona, the Giants. The excitement in Philadelphia will build back up, but they will not get the first seed. They will then go and they will lose the first playoff game. The Eagles this year are not going anywhere.
Woo!
They'll make the playoffs because they were one and done. I guarantee it, Danny. It's over. This team stinks defensively. They stink.
Angelo Cataldi on Jacob Sports.
Nailed it, Nostradamus. You got it. And by the way, this is if Dallas manages to get Philadelphia in the playoffs, like if that's who they get as their draw, then I know I think you need to give Angelo a call and have Angelo come on to preview it that week. Him and Eskin both. I think that would be.
I think they hate each other.
I think that'd be not at the same time, but I think we should just have them separately. I think that'd be enjoyable because, man, there's a lot of problems here in Dallas with the run defense right now. We have questions about how they play on the road, specifically how they play on the road against, good football teams. I would not trade Dallas's problems right now for Philadelphia's problems. Philadelphia is they are in a bad spot. This is 6 weeks in a row they've been outplayed. 6 weeks. That's a long time for a team that claims they're a contender.
Jalen Hurts.
Hurts.
Last 3 games, 638 passing yards, 0 passing touchdowns. In 3 games, 2 interceptions, 71 passer rating, and the big quote and word that is going to be all over First Fake and all the shows today is the word commitment. Because Jalen Hurts said last night he doesn't think the team is committed right now. You have a 10-3 football team heading into last night that quietly tries to throw their defensive coordinator under the bus, putting him upstairs, and then you have Matt Patricia calling the plays. You have Darius Slay sounding like he wished he was a Dallas Cowboy, and now you have Jalen Hurts bringing up the word commitment. We have not had any of that type of drama around here with basically the same record, a worse record, and we haven't had these types of things seep out. Jalen Hurts said it last night, and Seth Joyner, who is either loved or hated. There's no in between. He's the former linebacker, and he does like their Barry Church analysis on the TV post-game show. He was not holding back on this Eagles offense yesterday.
All season long, this football team has been trying to tell us who they were. But because they were winning so much, they were lucking into some of these wins. We just chose to ignore it, And, I think now that all of Philadelphia can see, who they really are. They're not the team that we thought they were on so many levels. And I'm not going to go so far as to say, I'm not going to put it all on the players because I witnessed too much stuff in the game that tells me, listen, there's no creativity offensively. When you should be running on the edges, they're running right up the middle. Guys are getting beat in the middle. When you should be running outside, when you should be running inside, you're running outside. The pass plays look like they have no continuity to them. It's Jalen Hurts looks lost. He doesn't go through a progression. It's like I'm throwing the ball to A.J. Brown, or I'm throwing the ball over here, or I'm throwing the ball over here, and he locks onto that guy, and he does not come off.
Only the Los Angeles Chargers, who just gave up 63 points the other day, only the Los Angeles Chargers over the last month have a worse point differential than the Philadelphia Eagles.
Wow.
They are just the fact is that they are. This is who we had talked about earlier. Or They are the Minnesota Vikings of last year. That's who they are. They were winning these close games, and it wasn't going to be sustainable. They were going to start running out of their luck, and teams who are lucky generally start to run out of that luck in December and January. That's not a coincidence. When things tighten up, that's where the luck starts to run out. I think outside of maybe Minnesota, which just doesn't have a quarterback right now, there's nobody else currently in the NFC playoffs that I would rather play more than Philly.
Outside of Minnesota,
who just doesn't have a quarterback.
There is not another team you would rather play more than Philly.
Would rather play Philly over San Francisco, Detroit, Tampa. I'd rather play Philly right now over Tampa. Baker Mayfield and the way that they can attack things, the Mike Evans, Chris Godwin connection. I'd rather play Philly than Tampa right now.
Two different points of speculation out there. Jalen Hurts is not right. As last night he was battling the illness. Oh, God, Lisa Salters with the Jordan game comparisons beforehand in the pre. So Jalen Hurts is not right that we're going to hear about some type of surgery or something after the season ends. And Dave Hellman was speculating about, we talked a lot here about Mike McCarthy's ego. He's speculating over Nick Sirianni's ego, that there's so much talk about Shane Steichen and the amazing job he's doing in Indianapolis. And remember, Steichen was the offensive coordinator for Filthy last year. And Dave's like, that's the only explanation for the way Philly plays offense. Instead of using this offensive line to run the football down your throat, that Nick Sirianni's ego wants to throw it and do these different things with the Eagles offense versus just outright ground and pound you into submission. But last night, they had rushing attempts. If you look at the box score, it does not appear like they abandoned and went away from the running game. But you're like, okay, they have this offensive line. DeAndre Swift is a nice back. Well, why don't they just run all over you versus letting Jalen Hurts try to throw this thing around from the pocket, which is still not a strength.
I mean, they're fifth in the NFL in rushing attempts. They're 21st in passing attempts. Like, I don't feel like, I mean, has that been when
you agree Hellman's an idiot?
I'm just saying that Dave definitely, I mean, he went to California and he lost his mind. But I don't see it as something where that team, it doesn't feel like Sirianni abandons the run at all. In fact, I wish they'd abandon it more. I wish they'd let Jalen Hurts throw it more. They pretty consistently rely on moving the ball with the running game.
Listen to former Eagle linebacker Seth Joyner talking about, this is going to make you feel good. It's going to make you feel good as a Cowboys fan losing out on Darius.
Shaq Leonard is nothing more than a Band-Aid, if at best. He's an old Band-Aid, okay? He's not a fix. He is not a fix. He is no better than what we had. So all that excitement about, we got Shaq Leonard. Shaq Leonard has nothing. I'm watching a guy play. He has no speed. He has no power, no explosiveness. He has nothing, okay? And when you can't stop the run, you can't stop anything else. And when you're afraid to bring pressure, okay, because you're so afraid that you're going to give up so much on the back end, you're playing to die, okay? I mean, you let this guy walk the ball down the field. You're playing not to lose. And anytime you're playing not to lose out of a position of fear, guess what? 9 times out of 10, you usually lose.
Going at Shaq Leonard, tearing him apart. Darius, I'm sorry. I'm not referring him to Shaq after he chose the Eagles over us.
So now that we've seen this for a few weeks now, as bad as things are in our own house, would you agree that Philadelphia is just not the team that they were portrayed to be for the first 10, 12 weeks of the season?
God, is this what you want?
I'm just asking.
Is this what you want? This is the third time you're attempting to try to pat your own self on the back.
No. This is not about patting me on the back. This is just about accepting the reality of what this football team is.
All right, so in being, the ultimate objective person that I am, my biggest...
As you subtly give me the subtle finger there.
No, I'm scratching my nose. I'm not giving you the middle finger. If I want to give you the finger, I'd go like this.
Oh, thank you.
There's no subtlety. Will that get us in trouble?
I don't know.
So now I'm changing my mind back on Jalen Hurts, the passer. That was what I was trying to figure out. I'm like, can this guy now? Did he make that leap to drop back and pick you apart? Last night, early on, it was nothing but like screens. Like they're throwing easily dissected screens to Dallas Goedert that Seattle was right there for. Yeah, the throw, it's like a screen pass and out to A.J. Brown. I got to look at Devontae Smith's numbers. It feels like Devontae Smith has falling off the face of the earth or a deep heave. So now I'm going back to question Jalen Hurts, the passer, this Eagles defense. Obviously, there's no way to defend it with all these different names that they have. So Eagles defense has been exposed. You get props and credit for that. And Jalen Hurts now the pocket passer. I'm back to having questions. You get credit and props for that.
Is he the question that we may need to start kicking around on Hurts is like, was last year just 2019 Lamar Jackson? Regardless of what you think of Lamar Jackson's peak has definitely been his second year. That's where he was at his very best as a passer, and people feel like he's never gotten back to that level. Is that going to be Hurts? Was Hurts a guy who the league adjusted to and adjusted to the looks they give, and he's not going to be able to have the same success as a passer moving forward?
We go inside the star. That's dose one of the audio. We got even more coming up. 6:40. Michael Lombardi at 7:20. Peyton is spying on Filthy at 8 o'clock. We'll play that. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. But we found out that Mike McCarthy went off on a Cowboys coach on the sideline. What's going on with Zach Martin and a scary situation with Jaron Kearse and a Cowboy fan that went over the line. Inside the Star next.
Take your turn it on. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go.
Are still alive? Bobby, summarize how, like Kevin Hagelin would, how this can play out down the stretch.
So, basically what this is that if you win out and Philly wins out, Philly's winning the division in all likelihood. You do need the Giants or the Cardinals to do you a solid, and you need to take care of your own business. I don't think it's even worth it to dive into, okay, well, if you beat Miami or if you lose to Miami but win the others, or lose to Detroit and win the others, and this is a scenario, because the reality is Dallas just needs to win out. That's what Dallas needs to do. Dallas lost a golden opportunity now that we see Seattle beating Philadelphia with a backup quarterback doing what they did. It makes that loss to Buffalo all the more painful, where it's like, man, if you would have just shown up and played your game, then you would have been in a prime position to win the division. Now you're banking on some help. But ultimately, it just comes down to you need another loss from Philadelphia, and you need to handle business.
And if I am Vegas and I'm setting the odds, let's just be real about it. This is not the show or station to come to if you want to be a homer. I think a lot of the people learned that yesterday when I had to backhand them on social media. Yes, with my little hands. The Eagles should still be the favorite. I would still pick the Eagles to win the NFC East.
Sure.
Because of the schedule is night and day in the comparison. Right now, today, I'm picking the Cowboys to lose to the Dolphins. That right there would probably end it. Unless you believe that Tommy Cutlets has some type of New York magic after the diva wants to rip off local bakeries and pizzerias in the metropolitan area with his $20,000 appearance fee. We saw them score 6 points against the Saints. You don't feel good about the Miami matchup. The Detroit Lions may be the most physical of the three teams in this stretch. Buffalo, Miami, Lions. I'm going to not pick the Cowboys to win both of those games, and I would have to lean. Yes, do I think the Giants can do something and scare Philly? Yes, but common sense would have to tell you that the Eagles are going to win those games. Vegas is still going to have Philly as the favorite, as they should.
You know what's interesting
The
is
Eagles will win the NFC East, is what I'm trying to say.
I think that's the likely scenario. I think even, obviously it was before last night, before the Seattle game, but Philadelphia, I think, was 83% chance to win the division, according to ESPN yesterday. And I mean, that's
before or after?
Before the game. And so now that Seattle's won, I don't know where it would be, but it's still the likelihood, even as bad as Philly's playing is, Philly's going to be a probably healthy favorite in each of these last three games. Dallas is an underdog to Miami.
The Giants spread is already out. Guess what it is? Pepe, you're the fill-in expert gambler with Choppy gone.
It's in Philadelphia. I'm gonna go 10.
Good job. 10.5.
Okay.
10.5.
Giants to cover. They don't win games, but they've won like one game by double digits this year. That's not their MO.
I know, but you always, and it drives me freaking crazy, and I don't want to fight with you.
Ooh, I do.
You always leave out who they've played. You just act like it's the same teams on everybody's schedule. They're about to reap the rewards of playing tougher teams because their final three games are a joke. So when you barely beat Buffalo or you barely beat Kansas City or whatever these games are, I don't even remember the schedule. I just remember it was a gauntlet. You have to factor that in and include it. There's a reason that Nostradamus, Angelo Cataldi, said they will lose to Seattle and they will win out. The city will then have their belief only to be crushed in the first round of the postseason. But they are what we're talking about here, Bobby, is the opposite of playing a tough schedule because they have a cakewalk at the end.
Okay, but you also got to remember, that's true. But also you have to look at, you beat the Patriots by 5. You beat the Commanders by 3 and 7. You lose by 6 to the Jets. They have not beat down teams, even the bad ones. They play close games against everybody. That's just what they do.
Okay.
So I think I just think 10.5 points is a giant spread for a bad defense and for a quarterback that doesn't look like he knows how to throw right now.
Who would you pick to win the division?
Philly.
Okay. Pepe, anything different?
Yeah, I'll still go with Philly. I mean, it's all in their hands right now.
I'll say this. If Philly had to play Dallas's stretch of games right now, And not that Dallas had to play Philly, but if they had to play the same stretch of games, I think Dallas comes out of that with a better record than Philly does right now.
I think that's fair. Let's go inside the Star. Mike McCarthy, when asked about the play of the Cowboys' defensive line in Buffalo, quote, "We're not passing out any game balls." Dan Quinn said that they were disappointed with the tackling and their ball hawking. Those two areas are their secret sauce, and the defense lacked both. Has nothing to do with home versus away or turf versus grass. I think that was the biggest impact of the game for us. So Dan Quinn and McCarthy talking about the D-line and the tackling.
Yeah, and some of the over pursuit and some of the aggressiveness that they play with. It's interesting. We've sat here and talked about the physicality. We recorded yesterday. Brian and I did Love of the Star. And Brian felt like after watching the tape, he's like, I actually don't think they got as out physical as it looked.
Ooh.
He's like, I think they blocked everything up. He said, I think they had some really good scheme design in their blocking and everything else. He's like, I think that was a bigger problem than anything else. He also said that he thinks the offense. This was an interesting analogy I thought that he gave. He's a big racing fan, Brian is. He said that he thinks McCarthy went in there with a rain-soaked game plan, and it wasn't the monsoon they thought it would be for the first two quarters. And so he said it's similar to if you prepare for a race and you're prepared and you put, rain tires on, basically, you're not going to go anywhere on the track. And so he said that he thinks that they just basically prepared for one setting and a belief of how the game and the conditions were going to be, and that their offense wasn't prepared going into it.
Well, that makes me feel worse. You don't have the other game plan that you've had all season long and lighting people up when you're like, let me look at the sky here. It's not raining. It's not 35-mile-per-hour winds. Let's not stick with the Bill Parcells grinded-out game plan.
He also said he thought the safeties for Buffalo were a big key in this one because they did play the cover 2 shell, so everything else was covered up pretty well underneath, and it's just the safeties weren't biting on things. Like he said, specifically, we've seen safeties a lot this year bite on the Brandon Cooks vertical route, and they leave things open for the dig to CeeDee Lamb. He said Poyer wasn't biting on any of it, and that he just stayed, disciplined the whole time, which that was one of the things that...
Is he the one with the hot wife?
Who? Jordan Poyer? The one who wants to be, like his wife wanted to be a cowboy last year? Yeah.
Rachel Bush.
Mm-hmm. And Poyer did that's that ayahuasca, man. That's a point for Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers got him on that ayahuasca to make him quit drinking, and he gave up alcohol, and now he's just feeling the game on another level.
I mean, he is a high IQ.
Rachel Bush.
I mean,
I'll take a little sip.
Yeah, bet you will, Peyton. It's one of those things where when those safeties are Poyer's not the player he once was. He's lost a step. He's not as physical. He is still incredibly sharp. He was one of the things that we had, had in the game notes leading up to the game was like, the safeties are not going to make mistakes. They're not going to make the same plays they once did, but they're not going to gift you anything because they're really disciplined and really smart. And that's what ultimately, when they went into that cover 2, kind of protected them, was that really high IQ play from guys like Jordan Poyer.
So not some new schematic wrinkle.
No, Brian, and I haven't gotten a chance to watch the tape on it yet, but Brian had said that it was basically the guys covering underneath did a good job of filling the space, and then the safeties were just disciplined and didn't have any busts. And that was what it came down to.
Wow. Brian brought us Love of the Star. Fantastic and different, unique insight. Asked about Mozzie Smith. Dan Quinn said he played strong and square inside. Tank and Donovan Wilson, bright spots with their usual physicality. Nose tackle Carl Davis stepped in well in his team debut. The defense had 12 missed tackles. 12.
Boy, I mean, that right there just sounds like everybody was really good, though. So how did they give up 179 rushing yards to James Cook if everybody was square and played great and stepped in where they needed to?
Dan Quinn
Dan Quinn's usually pretty direct with his criticism. He'll say, he'll usually say, like, hey,
everything that comes out of Dan Quinn's mouth to me just feels nice and
he'll say
so
it
likable.
He'll say it in a nice way, but he will say, typically his line is, one of his buzzwords is, Mike McCarthy has it's just like anything and stuff like that. Dan Quinn's is not up to our standard. That's the way he levels harsh criticism. So he'll say, yeah, look, for instance, if Deron Bland got beat, he'll go, yeah, Deron knows, like, we didn't play up to our standard in coverage, but that didn't even say play up to our standard for a lot of those guys. It sounded like everybody was an all-pro.
Well, yeah. and Micah Parsons has been called out a little bit by the fan base for not playing the run. Marcus Spears, Tolo, living in the Metroplex on ESPN last night, did something I haven't heard anyone else do with a microphone when it comes to Micah.
I'm going to tell you this. I love Micah Parsons. One of my favorite players. I love him as a dude. Somebody got to coach him how to defend the run when he's on the edge. And I know nobody want to say it because we talk about how great he rushes the passer. Nobody can defy that. But if I'm going to talk about other players that have parts of their game where I see as a weakness, if he's going to play the edge in Dallas, he has to learn how to set the edge. He got to learn how to stop putting his shoulders in the offensive lineman and use his hands and be effective in that regard. And when they don't block him, he has to be able to understand how to affect plays in that regard. So a lot of this about Dallas, to your point, RC, is mentality and how we play. The most devastating thing was that for me. Physicality, and more importantly, they didn't even look like they knew how to fit the run. Yeah. More than anything. And that's something we'll get into the end.
Which that's consistently been their issue this year. Like when they have problems in the run game, a lot of times it is their run fits are bad. They're stepping up into the wrong gap. They're reading things incorrectly. That happens to them and has happened to them going back all the way to the Rob Marinelli and Chris Richard days, and then through Mike Nolan, and then through Dan Quinn, honestly. Dan Quinn's done a great job in a number of respects for this defense. He's fixed a ton of their problems. The one area where this team, regardless of it seems like the personnel they have here or whatever else they do, that defense, their run fits are just not very good.
What happened between Bones Fossil and Mike McCarthy? We all saw a conversation taking place on the sidelines. Clarence Hill reports that Bones got chewed out by McCarthy for the blocked punt call that involved Sam Williams. It was a one-man block call. The Cowboys had a return on. Fossil didn't let McCarthy know he was making the call. He was told it was not his decision to make. So that's Mike McCarthy and Bones going at it a little bit, according to Chill.
Bones getting the treatment of a reporter in a post-game press conference from McCarthy. Jeez, listen to that.
This would seem though that Mike McCarthy's right.
But why is that even a thing? Like why are we week 15 having confusion about who's got the authority to make calls? Or why does Bones...
Yeah, because there shouldn't be any confusion. The head coach has the authority.
I know, and Bones has been here for 4 years, coaching with Mike McCarthy. You're telling me 4 years into this, 15 weeks into this specific season, you guys are still confused about who's able to make those calls and who should make those calls and how that communication goes? Why is that still an issue?
Right? What are you hearing about Zach Martin?
So here's the thing. You got to be very careful with this because there have been a couple different times this year where they say, Tyron's on track to play, and then Tyron doesn't play.
Because they're sounding optimistic.
Malik Hooker was on track to play, and then he didn't play this past weekend. They sound like they are optimistic that Zach Martin will be able to go. I think having trouble coming back into the game and having a giant ice pack basically taped around your quad, it's tough for me to see him coming back just 7 days later.
Look how quick this kid is on the fan cam.
I know.
He didn't know I was going to talk about Zach Martin.
Take notes, Carter Freeman.
Nobody knows what I'm going in with the segment. Ryan is back on the attack, live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Man, if he spent as much time on the fan cam as he does his fantasy team, we'd have those things from Carter.
That's right.
No, but they talked about yesterday. Mike McCarthy said he's got a shot to play. That's one of his standard lines. He's definitely got a shot to be available for us. Steven yesterday talked to KNC, said that it was looking a little more optimistic than they initially thought. So that's the line there. I would be surprised, though, if he plays this weekend. That's just where it stands right now on Tuesday.
We have more audio of the Eagles melting down and turning on each other. And Bobby Belt's very first therapy session. How scary did that get? Next on Sean and RJ. But...
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Hurts drops back, has time, loads up, throws. A.J. Brown, the defense. It's intercepted. Does he keep his feet in? He does! Seahawks ball. The interception made by Love. This guy's going nuts for the Seahawks defense, making big plays.
I've been texting Howard Eskin since last night. That little freaking Burger King clown wanted to trash talk me yesterday at 2:20 p.m. How about them Cowboys? 4 o'clock, I wrote back. Hopefully you get yours tonight and lose to Cutlets. 10:30 last night. Ha, 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 ha. Ha, 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 ha. Suck it, fool. And then he didn't respond. He was too busy trying to cover up for Jalen Hurts in the locker room. After Jalen Hurts questioned the commitment of the Eagles, Howard's like, whoa. I think that might be overboard. So obviously he's on the team payroll, compromising his journalistic morals and integrity that he's supposed to keep and hold, working in that city for so long. And then this morning at 5:58, I said, good morning. That was a lame attempt to try to cover up for Hurts. You all are falling apart. And I know his old ass is up because that's what old people do.
Yeah.
And it's an hour difference. So it's 7:42 there. And now the Burger King has gone into hiding.
This team doesn't know how to lose.
Wolf. And Peyton has been spying on Filthy, and we have our first freak out as what, Pepe? What do they just call for?
The callers in Philadelphia want Marcus Mariota over Hurts. They want Hurts out. 3 straight losses, get him out. Not on my team.
Does David Carr look
Yeah, vindicated.
does he look that ignorant and clueless now?
I mean, I think Marcus Mariota could have thrown a touchdown pass in the last 3 weeks.
Man, that's what David Carr suggested because Hurts isn't right. And look, this is going to be a fascinating dissection of Jalen Hurts as well. Is he off or has he come back down to earth from last season? Has the league figured something out or is he injured? Which one is it? Because he just heaving balls up. Like, there was no reason to throw that last interception last night.
Yeah.
Unless you are absolutely certain the safety's not coming over to make that play. You were 12 or 13 yards from freaking Jake Elliott being a hero again to send that game into overtime.
Does he risk it now? Now he is. There's no questioning. I don't believe there's never been any questioning about Jalen Hurts' leadership skills. Like he's considered.
Well, I have some questions about it now. The man doesn't open his mouth. Like he doesn't
I mean,
talk. He's literally weekend at Bernie's playing quarterback for them. He goes. He's dead.
His lips don't move.
He's dead inside.
Yeah.
I'm like, does this guy get excited? Do I have any video from Alabama or in the past or Oklahoma of him getting hype?
But my question is there any, do you think there's any factor of, you remember we talked about how when the Colorado struggle started, when Dion started throwing the offensive line under the bus and they were just kind of like, those guys probably had to feel like, okay, is this what we're going to do? Like, do you think there's any bit of, with Jalen Hurts playing the way he has over the last few weeks, that there's some guys on the roster going, so we're going to talk about commitment. We're not going to talk about you forcing 2 interceptions late. That's what we're going to point to.
Just stinking. We're just going to talk about the defense being terrible.
I love it. Toxic. Stir it up. Poison the well.
Yes.
I love dissension. I love the culture breakup. I'm so excited.
And then you had Darius Slay, big play, who you've always said is overrated. We've disagreed on that. You definitely were right about James Bradbury. My Lord, did he get picked on to lose that game. Darius Slay, after the Cowboys game, went viral for this.
My eyes from the field, them guys look like they was having fun, playing for each other. They was excited for each other. No fingers pointing, more of a team bonding. You know what I'm saying? They look like they were more like team oriented to me personally. Just like the fact that whatever happened, anything that went wrong, they countered it. Like when we scored a touchdown, came out, them guys came back out there and still, played. They ain't probably point fingers at Dak for fumbling the ball or whatever, all that kind of nonsense. They just seem like they're just like, hey, bro, next play ball. You know what I'm saying? We had that mentality for sure. We do. But at times, as you just look at the game, it just feel like a lot of guys feel sometimes defeated.
Wow. There's something here. There's something here in Filthy. Commitment. Darius Slay, y'all were 10-3.
Let's imagine just for a second that if we were to talk during this segment and Kristen were at home listening.
Your wife.
Yes, my wife. And I were to just start going, Sean, what I love about you and Amanda is it just seems like as a couple, you guys have fun. Like you guys love each other. And I really envy that. And it's something that I really admire is the fun and the love you share and the way that you're there for each other.
Yeah.
I'm in massive trouble when I get home.
Yes.
I cause a massive fight doing that.
Yes.
Darius Slay just did the equivalent of that for a football team.
Absolutely. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053. Michael Lombardi, one of my favorites, former NFL GM, on who's winning the East and what is wrong with Filthy. He'll join us at 7:20, but I'm not even looking forward to Jerry Jones more than this right now. This is the recap of Bobby Belt's first ever therapy session.
Yeah, I went to therapy yesterday for the first time, which I've never.
BetterHelp.com/Sean and RJ.
Yes, that's one avenue you can take. I've never been one who was gung ho about the idea of therapy. Not that I don't think it can't help. I absolutely think it can help. I know people who it's helped a great deal. I just have always felt like, knowing the way I cynically approach things, and I'm very hard headed. I'm almost defiant at times just to prove myself wrong. Or just to prove myself right. I'm very, very stubborn. And so I know that I would be pretty difficult for somebody. But after
what was the reason for going?
It's just been suggested a lot lately by a lot of people that are just like,
not me.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people who are like, you could probably stand to go. Whether it just be because, my mom died when I was 16, or just, the fact of like, we got 3 kids and the oldest one has had his trouble and the stresses of all that and everything else, that I was just told like, you could probably stand.
Do you feel like you've been acting differently or bizarre or outside the norms?
No, I think that what it is that Kristen would probably say at times, it's very interesting. I went into this therapy session and I had told the lady there.
And timing wise, because I had people text me personally, we're not going to get into it. It's your decision.
We should.
No, it's your business. Sunday, you just suffered a massive family loss as well. So It's like, I thought you were going to possibly cancel this session yesterday. Well, I was thinking about just co-hosting with Peyton and keeping you home and out of work. And then I was like, no, I don't want to lose this bonus. But
did you just see Peyton light up
No.
when you said co-host with Peyton?
No, I didn't.
Come on.
I didn't want to
Look at him. He wants family members of mine to die more frequently. Jeez, look at that.
Yeah. So you had a close family loss on Sunday, leading right into this.
Yeah, it was my mom's cousin who was basically, she was like my mom. Like, she kind of stepped in and was kind of like my mom when my mom passed. And so it was timing was probably good. But I walked in there and I told her, I was like, look, I'll be completely honest. I'm here to get people off my back. Like, I'm just here to, I don't know that this is a fit for me. And one of the things that was interesting about this dynamic was, and I didn't know this until I'd looked it up going into it, this is kind of an interview on both sides. When you step in there for the first time, like, she very easily could have said, I could have said, yeah, I really want to see you. And she could have said, yeah, I don't think I'm a fit. I don't think I want to take you on as a patient. Like, it is something where she's kind of interviewing you and seeing if it's a fit just as much as you're seeing if it's a fit for you.
Okay.
And so I had heard that, and by the end of the session, I was like, oh yeah. She was like, yeah, I think we I think we can start doing this. Blah, blah. And I was like, wow, I guess I just got approval. I didn't realize I was being interviewed here. But no, I'd stepped in and I told her, like, hey, this is what it was. And I said, my wife is one who thinks that this would probably be pretty beneficial, pretty helpful. I don't know what it is though. She's like, all right, well, instead of just asking you what your goals are for this, she's like, I guess I'm just gonna ask you this. Since you are saying that you're here just to get people off your back, if your wife was sitting here right now, what would she tell me you need therapy for?
Great question.
Try to get into her shoes and tell me what you need it for. I was like, I don't know. She would probably say that my issue is that I have pretty consistently a fairly negative commentary that kind of runs in my head. I'm the one who definitely does see, and you guys have seen this behind the scenes, I do trend towards this is probably going a negative direction.
Right.
If there's 2 negative options, it's going this way.
Right.
I'm the one who, if I place a phone call and Kristen doesn't answer the phone, my default, if I'm not around her, is she might have been in a car accident and she's dead right now.
Right.
Like, that's kind of where my mind jumps.
Pretty extreme.
Yeah, it's extreme, it's aggressive, but I immediately jump into a panic. I know I've mentioned this on the air before. When the kids were babies, like, I would wake up in the middle of the night and just think they weren't breathing. Like, even though they were.
Yeah.
And so once a week, probably for the first year, each of the girls were alive, Kristen was woken up to me telling her, Laura's not breathing.
Wow.
And Kristen wakes up and thinks it's real for a second and doesn't realize I'm half awake and anxious and panicking. And so we talked a little bit, and she had told me, she was like, yeah, I think that, if you're willing to let your guard down, I think this could be good for you, because it can't be your friends are telling you. It can't be that your wife is telling you.
You gotta want to do it.
Yeah, she's like, you have to want to do it. She's like, because otherwise you'd just be sitting here wasting your money and rolling your eyes, and it's a waste of time for you, and I don't want to do that.
Right.
I was like, okay, but I said, let my guard down. I feel like I've let my guard down here, and I feel like I'm pretty open. And that's when she hit me with something that I was like, interesting. And Kristen thought was an accurate assessment. She said, yeah, I think that you present like you're an open book. She's like, I think you're strategically vulnerable, is the word she used.
Let me write that down.
Yeah, strategically vulnerable.
Strategically vulnerable.
I was like, okay, what does that mean? And she's like, I think you're vulnerable to a point, and it gives off the illusion that you're really open, so that the things you conceal, people don't even think to ask you about things you might be concealing, because they think you're such an open book.
That's me. I feel like you tricked me.
That's what she apparently says.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I said the other day, I'm like, you're diarrhea of the mouth.
I think that's
everything.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
The one area where it'll probably happen is like, I have no problem talking about anything. If something's upsetting to me, I might just then go, well, I'm not going to share my thoughts on it.
Right.
I will talk about the issue just soberly, but I won't want to then go into like, all right, well, this is upsetting to me. I don't want to talk about how much like I'm bugged by it. So
right.
we'll internalize and move on, which probably is not healthy. And she indicated me. So she did say, let's get you a second session. She's like, we're not going to make any commitments long term, because we got to see if this is something that you're comfortable with, or that it's a fit for you. But we'll get a second session on the book. So I do have a second one.
Did you leave it feeling like you got something out of it?
Yeah, I felt like, honestly, when I walked out of it in self-reflection, I was like, I got to not sit there and try and play psychological chess the whole time.
Yeah.
Which is what I was doing. Not on purpose, but it was naturally just kind of what I did tell her. It was interesting. She's like taking notes on a notepad, but she's not writing all the time.
Right.
So like at one point I was like, yeah, I do try to, I'm actively almost at all times trying to read whoever I'm talking to.
Right.
And what I don't have a read on, I fill in with my assumptions, which probably isn't healthy. And as I'm saying this, she starts writing it down. And I was like, you haven't written anything down for 15 minutes. Why is this getting a note? And what does it say?
What are you writing over there?
I know.
What are you writing?
She and like, I mean, it was just, she scribbled some notes down occasionally, but it did have the couch. It had the cliche couch.
Oh.
But she was very relaxed. She sat down, she like threw on a cardigan and like had like a blanket over there.
Well, she had a nose ring. What do you expect?
I mean, she was very comfortable, and it was good. I think that it was good.
Well, good job, Bob. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Part 2 of the Roberto therapy at 8:20.
We did have a breakthrough, yeah.
We did have a breakthrough. Jerry Jones right after that. All right, it's Sean and Bobby Choppy out for the week. The Rangers lose another starting pitcher. You got Mavs stars, and this former Cowboy has been thrown out of the NFL for the rest of the year. That's next on The Fan.
DFW's number. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jokic's going to back down Jones Jr. They come on the double. Wide open is Murray. And he lets it fly.
Luka got zero help last night on Denver radio as the champs put away the Mavericks 130-104. No one else in the starting lineup scored more than 11 points. Grant Williams was 7. Derrick Jones Jr. was 6. Derek Lively was out. Exum was the only other one in double figures as the Mavs barely get over 100. Joker's line for the night, very Josh Allen-esque. You still lose when the other team's superstar has 8, 9, and 7. Jamal Murray had 22, and Aaron Gordon, who's been a phenomenal pickup for them, had 21. The bench went off. They had 4 guys in double figures, while the Dallas Mavericks had 2 for the night. 4 bench guys in double figures. The Mavericks starters had 2 for the evening.
Yeah, that was a brutal performance. It can't just be the Luka and everybody show, but it's going to be the Luka and everybody show whenever you've got Derek Lively out and Kyrie Irving out and you're facing those sort of things. I will say that, it's you don't know what you got until it's gone type of point. It's a great reminder of how thankful we should be for Derek Lively having to watch Dwight Powell play 23 minutes again.
I do want to throw out a positive because I'm always searching for superlatives and compliments and praise to throw on Luka, and we're running out of it at this point because he's so freaking good this young. I think Markieff Morris the other day, man, he did a beautiful job of giving us something new.
I played with some great players, but when I tell you the game is just so easy to him, like I've never seen nobody like damn near walk through the game. He plays the same way in practice. It's a skill. Yeah, man, I don't see why he's not number 1 in the running for MVP. I don't get it because he's doing it. He's carrying our team, scoring, rebound, assists on a nightly basis.
And last night, one of their bench players, I think it was Zeke actually, he had a putback dunk and he looked at Luka, I thought he stared him down a little bit. Luka came back down, was like, okay, bam, bomb away from 3, bam. I'm going to shimmy shake you. Go into the lane. Luka ended up giving him a high five, but I was like, you just got him going. And then he came back down and bam, again from deep. Luka hit 6 threes, but in scoring 38 points, 11 rebounds, 8 assists, but obviously it was not enough, but it is. It's too easy. It's so easy for him, but the Mavs lose. They'll get the Clippers tomorrow night. At least you got more good news besides Philly losing from your hockey team.
Duchesne in tight, stick handles. They score! On the back door, Thomas Harley.
The Kraken score with just 22 seconds left, hit the post in overtime before Thomas Harley, and you heard it right there on Kraken TV. Thomas Harley wins it for the Stars on a tap-in pass from Matt Duchesne. Duchesne's playing lights out. Gavin Spittle has been telling us about this. 7 points in the last 4 games. Stars are back at it on Thursday against a very good Vancouver team at the AAC. And by the way, post-game Spits and Suds is up on Odyssey or wherever your podcasts are found. Stars win 4-3 in OT.
It's nice to see the doucher coming up big, Matt Duchesne, with his 2 goals and his 1 assist. I love that nickname that Mike Bassick bestowed upon him. It's one of my favorites.
The doucher?
Yeah, the doucher. It's just like calling anybody else, whatever it'll be. Kinsler was Kins. We called Michael Young MY, whatever else.
Wow, really original.
Matt Duchesne is the doucher.
Stephen Jones yesterday was on the KMC Masterpiece, and he was asked, do you think that the Cowboys can actually beat an elite team on the road?
Absolutely. No question. I mean, we got the right guys. We got the right players. We got the right coaching staff. I just think it's one of those things. You look at each game. Obviously, the San Francisco game and this game last night were tough ones for us. But, I thought we played really good football against the Eagles and had not gave us every opportunity to win it against a really good football team. And, we didn't make the plays at the end of the game, but we certainly had a chance to win the game, and we didn't do it. And I just think this team is like I said, it's real easy to pile on, and I totally understand it. I know our fans are disappointed, and I certainly understand the criticism, but we just have to go to work.
Oh, God. One time, I get the psychological public play. I know the tweets are going to come in. What do you want him to say? What do you want to say? I wish one time they could answer back and be like, it's a fair question. Like, I don't know. Like, our guys have to go out and prove it. I think sometimes fans think that the Joneses give the locker room a false sense of bravado because there's never like a call out. The only call out of the year that ever takes place is Jerry at the end of the season with KMC. This is unacceptable. The heads are going to roll. We're going to assess how many people we have on this staff around here. People better get on the same page. That's the only time. And you don't have to do that in this interview. But, dude, the Eagles just showed last night they're not elite. Well, we've known that they weren't elite for a couple of weeks. And Jerry will probably do the same thing at 8:30 this morning.
Yeah, I mean, they
will totally dismiss the toughness / soft questions.
They don't owe us anything in a sense of like giving us that side of them. But man, just for once, I do wish, like you say, that they would give us the authentic look at what they were saying in those Monday meetings. Because I promise they were not sitting down in those Monday morning meetings with the coaching staff and saying like, well, look, we played Philly tough. I mean, I know San Francisco was a difficult game, but we can absolutely beat some of these good teams on there. That's not how they're talking in those meetings. And again, I understand they don't owe us that. It'd be nice to see some of that.
But coaches have done that to their teams through the press before. Push the psychological buttons. Phil Jackson was obviously famous for it. You know, people get messages across through the press a lot of times. A lot of times it's bad. It's a negative one that they're trying to work psychologically, but it doesn't happen.
Yeah,
it does not happen with this team.
Yeah, and not
it may not be a bad thing. I wish it would be a little more real.
Yeah, I mean, look, Dak will occasionally do it. He'll occasionally push that button. Mike McCarthy has not been one to do that throughout his coaching history generally, is that he is a player's coach, and he's more the, I'm here to take all that. Whatever blame there needs to be in the public, I'll take it, which is a good philosophy to have. There are a lot of players who appreciate that. A coach who stands up there and says, whatever it is, it's on me. I will take the blame. I'll shield you from it. That's on me. But I would like to hear just a little bit of the direct, honesty about how they feel about their toughness or how they played, because it's not as the public line says it is.
Former Cowboys safety DeMonte KZ suspended the rest of the season for the Colts Steelers hit on Michael Pittman. The one where Pittman was like laying out. He was parallel to the ground, and KZ comes up, and I'll leave the floor open to you all. Because Tom Brady, Tom is going on this. He's taking up this cause of insulting all the offensive players in the NFL. He's like, no, quarterbacks, you need to be better. These defensive players get screwed. When Tom was like regarded and pointed at as one of the biggest crybabies, there's a Tom Brady rule in place for the low hit on the quarterback, but Brady was taken up for KZ. What did y'all think about the hit? What he could have done, whether this is fair. Now, why is he being thrown out for the rest of the season? Because DeMonte has 5 other incidents on his resume. He's previously been fined 5 times for various unnecessary roughness violations for a total of $60K.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very dangerous hit. And especially with him laying out, he lowers the shoulder. It's not a hit. Like, there's no justification for it. Like, sometimes you see these hits to the head or whatever else, and it's like, well, what do you want him to do? He can't pull up. He can't do. Like, he lowered and hit a guy who was diving. It was a completely dangerous hit, so I understand.
But did he hit him square on the head?
Yeah. I mean, if you watch him, like you can see here, he leads with the shoulder, and the guy's diving. Like, I mean, he could have broken a neck doing that.
Yeah,
that's you can't do it. And so, I will say this, though.
But what I was trying to say is, like, he hit him with his shoulder pad.
He did, but
he wasn't helmet to helmet.
Yeah, the problem is that he lunged. He dove. It was the leaving the feet that he had done. I'll say this. DeMonte KZ, having been here in the locker room, and I know that he's developed a certain reputation with some folks because of the way that he plays. He had a DUI, whatever else. I will say that there's a lot of people who will go to bat for DeMonte KZ in terms of the person that he is and the type of leader that he is. And the guy that was in that Cowboys locker room that we got to know was not a player that I wouldn't think of him as a bad person. So I think this is bad play. I think it's a little reckless.
Yeah.
I don't think it's reflective of he's an awful I don't think he's Dylan Brooks or anything.
What type of mission is Tom Brady on? What is going on here?
Preparing for his Fox commentary career.
Yeah, is that still happening?
I mean, I would assume so. But that's what it certainly feels like. It just feels like he's trying to get used to getting his quotes out.
Tom said, no one likes seeing players get hurt, but hard hits happen. QBs should not be throwing the ball in areas where they are exposing their own teammates to these types of hits. Coaches need to coach better. QBs need to read coverages and throw the ball to the right places. Defenders should aim for the right hitting areas. To put the blame on the defensive player all the time is just flat out wrong. Need better quarterback play. It's not okay, quarterbacks, to get your wide receivers hit because of your bad decisions. Whoa.
So this is
Tom
ultimately
Brady flaming his side of the ball.
All right, that's what it is. It's okay. I
His
understand.
position.
I really understand it now. All right, this is just him trying to flex on how much better he is than every other quarterback. That's what that is. That he's trying to be like, he's trying to turn every single thing into, ultimately this comes down to poor quarterback play since I left the league.
Right.
I was there. I would never have done this because I was an expert at the position.
Martin Perez has left the Rangers. He's going on over. Perez to Pittsburgh.
To the Pittsburgh Pirates. And, man, this is now Martin Perez, Will Smith, Austin Hedges, Chris Stratton, technically Max Scherzer that you've also lost because of the injury. And what have you done? You've added a pitcher who will not be ready for the start of the season because of Tommy John. And you've added another one, a reliever who is a 37-year-old Tommy John alum in Kirby Yates. So this has been a great offseason. Rangers lost another pitcher yesterday, too, in C.J. Nitkowski. They lost that one. This has been a pretty brutal offseason so far for the Rangers. There's no sugarcoating it. This has just been generally a stream of negativity.
That's right. C.J. Nitkowski takes the analyst job with the Atlanta Braves. CJ was living in Georgia anyway. I believe it was the only job that he would have left for. So now, how much more Mikey Bassick will we get in the Rangers TV booth? People were like, Jared Sandler. They already have a play-by-play guy in Raymond. So Jared's not going to take CJ's spot. So now we will see who they get to replace. Mikey B in the analyst box. More for Bally or whoever else. CJ Nitkowski is gone.
Yeah, Bally or, Capital One Sports Network, whatever bank ends up owning them probably. So,
what did you think of CJ?
I loved CJ. I thought CJ was really good. And this is not any sort of professional criticism, so don't mix this up. But the fact that he was set up to basically be gone 40 games a year or whatever it was, though, that I want a play-by-play team who's there the whole year. I don't want somebody missing a quarter of the season or whatever else it is. So it's awesome that he's getting this opportunity. Happy for him. Gonna miss him on the call. But I do want somebody in there who I want the same booth in there generally 162 games a year.
And, of course, we are your home of the Rangers in case you're new to the show and new to the station. Who's going to win the NFC East? What's wrong? Who's got the bigger problems? The Cowboys or Filthy? And is his boy Bill Belichick officially getting kicked out of Foxborough? One of my favorites, Brian Broaddus' best man, former NFL GM Michael Lombardi, next. But at My Computer Career in Dallas, they help Tolos begin a better life by teaching skills that lead to a new, rewarding.
105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
Hurts drops back, has time, loads up, throws. A.J. Brown, the defense. It's intercepted. Does he keep his feet in? He does! Seahawks ball! The interception made by Love. This guy's going nuts for the Seahawks defense, making big plays.
And the Metroplex gets to go to bed happy. Good morning, DFW. Sean and Bobby on the home of America's team as the Seahawks do us a favor last night. Give the Eagles their third loss in a row, 2017 Seattle. And let's talk about it with one of my favorites. He's got the GM Shuffle podcast that I listen to every Tuesday and Thursday. He's got all the books out, Football Done Right, host of the Lombardi Line on VSiN. He is the three-time Super Bowl winner, Michael Lombardi, on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Good morning, Michael. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you. Good. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
What is wrong with the Philadelphia Eagles?
Well, look, the Eagles have been flirting with this dangerous time. I think every game that you watch, when you win a game, you have to break the game down into three categories. You win the game because you dominated your opponent. Now, the scoreboard is insignificant here. But dominating wins means you were always in control of the game and the other team was never going to win. And then there's the second way of a game to evaluate a game. That's called a dictating win. That's when you're in control of the game. You've made some mistakes, but the other team really can't make plays when they need to make plays. And then the third kind of win is the dangerous win, where you have played poorly for most of the game and have been able to find a way to win in the last 5 or 7 minutes, or the other team has just lost it. And the Eagles have been living on this dangerous win track. They have not had a dominating win since week 3 of the season when they played Tampa in Tampa. They've had a lot of these games have been right in between that dictating and dangerous level.
Yeah.
And eventually it catches up to you. They've scored 49 points in the last 3 weeks. Their offense isn't the same. They can't make explosive plays in their passing game. And I think there's a combination of that. And then they don't play from in front any longer. Look, last year they scored 206 points in the second quarter alone. They got the lead. They had an average of a 10-point lead at halftime in every single game. This year they're playing from behind. So when you look at their team, there's been holes in their team since week 4, really since the New England game. They just haven't been able to get it together. Now they win, and people say, well, they'll win the win. Well, if you really understand football, not all wins look the same.
Is Jalen Hurts hurt, regressing? What are you seeing in his play as of late? He hasn't thrown a touchdown pass in 3 weeks.
Well, here's the reality. Okay, I think Jalen Hurts is a great player. And what I think Philadelphia did is they took a kid in the second round who got benched because he didn't throw the ball effectively in Alabama. And what the Eagles have done with this kid who's got incredible character, he's got incredible work habits, is they decided to build an offense around him that suits his skill set, which is a play-action pass offense. And it's allow him to cut the defense in half, throw the ball down the field, and use his legs. I call it the six-back offense. And that had proven to be effective. Now, what's happened is they don't play from in front, and so you can't really use play action to really cause problems for people. And now you've got to be in a drop-back pass game, which is something that they're not very good at doing. And I don't say this in knocking Hurts. This is just so many teams in the league. San Francisco, for example, Kyle Shanahan, as good as a coach as he is, if he's trailing by 7 points going into the fourth quarter, he's 0-38 in that game. He's not won one of those games because his offense is all predicated on play-action pass, and he plays from in front. And so when it becomes a drop-back pass game for Kyle, that's not where he wants to live. That's not where his offense is most successful. But when he can dictate, when he can dominate the game with his run game and play-action pass and gets the lead early, they're good. And I think that's where we're seeing Hurts have a problem because, A, their line isn't playing as well as it did last year. They're not as good running the football as they did last year. They don't play from in front, and now they have to use more drop-back passes. Look, they scored with 4 minutes to go in the third quarter to go up 17-10. They didn't score another point. They did the same thing against Dallas, only Dallas stubbed their toe in the red zone. They had a first and 5 at the 6 and couldn't get it in the end zone. I mean, that was a dangerous win for Philly, but it was a win, and I think you can't overlook those things.
We're talking with Michael Lombardi, host of the GM Shuffle podcast. Michael, one of the big talking points here in Dallas this week is about this just puzzling disparity in terms of the way Dallas is playing at home versus on the road. Their point differential at home is plus 171. They're minus 4 on the road, and nobody on the team really seems to have any answers about it when they ask. Have you ever seen a team that had this much trouble being as consistent as home as they are on the road?
I think a lot of their problems is, and I think this is why McCarthy was so upset with John Fossil. I mean, this whole team is very similar to what the Eagles did last year. They have to play from in front. And when they go on the road and they don't play from in front on the road, they don't win. I mean, that's the key. They want to play from in front because as for all the conversation about their defense, right, their defense is helped by the fact that their defense, if you just break their team down in terms of how many plays they've played, right, how many plays do you play? Their defense has played 834 plays this year. Their offense has played 930. That's 96 more plays their offense has played. That's that's almost 2 games, okay? What time of possession teaches us is one simple fact. The less defense you play, the better defense you play. That's really what it means. If you can get off the field and you only play 28 minutes of defense, you've got a really good chance. If you play 35 like they did the other night, they're not going to be as effective. So what happens is when you get behind in a game and you can't control the game because you can't stop the run game, now all of a sudden you look like you can't win on the road. I think it's a little bit overblown. They could have easily won the Eagle game. They just don't, Steele doesn't block Hassan Reddick over there on the right side. They give up that sack. It's brutal, right? So there's a lot of – it's just not – we can't play good on the road. Analyze why you lose. And I think ultimately when they don't play from in front, on the road particularly, it becomes a real issue for them. And it exposes their defense, and it makes their defense have to play more plays. And that's not what they want to do.
You were basically the only one. I played it here on the show because I was questioning them as well. But you were pointing out some of the cracks defensively a few weeks ago. What did you see, and what can they possibly fix?
Well, they're built, look, everybody thinks the West Coast offense is about smash 7 curl, 20 bingo cross. The West Coast offense is a principle of we are going to throw the ball to get the lead, and we're going to rush the passer in the second half to extend the lead. And so we don't want to really play toe-to-toe with you in the middle of the field. We've got to score, and our offense has got to carry us. And there's all sorts of problems within the Dallas defense when you look at it in terms of can they stack up, can they play with physicality. If they're rushing the passer, great, that they're good. Right? If they're going to drop that, they're going to take chances. They're going to have a lot of blitz calls. They're going to be able to. But if they got to play it straight and Dan Quinn's play sheet is reduced, all of a sudden his inability to play against the run shows up. His inability to really get control of the game shows up. And so there lies the problem. When they play against a really good offensive line that can block them, they're not as dominant. Now, I thought they would play Buffalo a lot better. Now, I understand they had a bunch of guys that had the flu, and I get that, and that happens. You throw that game out the window because, they did not play to the level that I've seen them play before. But they are a team that they play battleship football on defense, which means they take chances, which means they go after it. And when you're playing from in front, that's great. When you're not, you fall short. Kansas City has been like this for a long time. This is the Steve Spagnuolo principle of defense. We're going to take chances. We're going to make plays. We're going to create negative plays. But when their offense doesn't get the lead, all of a sudden their defense gets exposed. And I think that's what's been happening.
Michael Lombardi, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill, a hotline, former NFL GM here on Sean and Bobby. So we have Jerry coming up in exactly an hour, and we're trying to figure out how to ask him whether it's fair to label this team as soft or not tough enough or not physical enough, because it appears, Michael, like this run defense is their ultimate kryptonite, and it's not going to get fixed when you face San Francisco, and now you got Miami and Detroit around the corner.
Yeah, I don't think they're a soft team at all. I think Jacksonville's a soft team. I don't think this is a soft team at all. I think they have toughness. I think they have mental and physical toughness, Dallas. I just think, to me, they're a situational team. They need to play from in front. They need to play with the lead. They need to be able to extend the lead. They need to have those third down conversions. They can't try to block the punt and give Buffalo the ball back. Everything's about that first quarter. Look, great teams are always in a mad dash in the first quarter to get the lead. That's what great teams do, and that's why the Cowboys have been so fortunate this year. They've scored over 100 points in the first quarter. You know, they scored 153 in the second quarter. So they're able to get the lead. That, to me, is not soft. That's situational. And I think that's the answer. Now, look, they got to get better in the run game. I think they do miss the power back, right? We know that Pollard's not the same player he once was last year, whether it's the injury, whether it's being the lead bell cow.
Yeah.
You know, what everybody misses on Pollard is they're talking about the run, where Pollard really has been disappointing this year in terms of his production has been in the passing game. I mean, last year he averaged 9.5 yards a catch. This year he's down to 5.3. That's a killer. When you have a back that averages over 9 yards a catch, that's like utopia. But at 5.3, why are we throwing him the ball 51 times? I mean, what are we getting out of that? We're not getting enough big plays. So that's really been the biggest concern. And I think that lends itself to not having that other guy to free Pollard up.
How did you just send out 3 tweets in the last minute while speaking with us?
I think I have that thing called Hyper-Ferry or whatever it is. I put it in there. I have no idea. I have no idea how to work social media. I swear to God, I have no idea. I just have, I know that if I, like my daily coach stuff, I put that in there and it goes out and I don't have to think about it. Because basically my whole life is trying to not think. That's what I try to do the whole time.
Michael, when you're talking here about it's so important for Dallas to get ahead, be out in front, play from in front, somebody was just asking us on our listener text line here, should it be a standard practice for the Cowboys then when they win the toss, especially on the road, they need to take the ball? Because McCarthy generally defers.
Well, I think you have to defer because you want to win the middle 8, right? And I think if you can win the middle 8, you can get control. I mean, they could have got back in that game because they had the ball to start the third quarter. And they could have made that 21-10 game. And they didn't. They just couldn't get their offense on track. And I've got to watch the tape today. I haven't studied the tape to see really what McDermott was doing. I thought for sure that they would move the ball more effectively against them. I actually thought that they would block better. I think one of the other things that we haven't really hit on, it's a concern, is Dallas's offensive line on the road. I think, look, here's a theory that I've always had in league. Bad lines don't travel. Okay, and why is that? Well, the number one thing the offense has in their favor is the snap count. So if we all know it's on 1 and everybody and the defense doesn't know that, we get an advantage. But on the road, that advantage is gone because of the crowd noise, especially at a place like Buffalo. So their offensive line, I thought they played really good at home against Philly, but they didn't play very good against Philly in Philly. And they didn't play very good against the Buffalo team, which really is no excuse. So to me, if you're McCarthy, that's got to be the mandate. We got to get this line to play better on the road. The offensive line's got to play at a higher level on the road, and we've got to figure out how we can make that happen.
To me, Michael, this is just Godfather Part 2, where you're going to go to Tampa, you'll win first round, and then you'll get waxed by San Francisco again. Ruin the ending of that for me. Tell me why, if there's a San Fran rematch, we know they match up well and play Philly well. Why should we have any type of hope that wouldn't be a similar outcome this year?
Well, I think you played them once, so you know the speed of their offense. One of the things I think that Philly had an advantage last year was you play Philly and you didn't realize how fast they were or how to handle their packages. And once you played them the second time, you got a better handle on it. I think I've lost two critical games in my life. We lost to Baltimore in a conference championship game, and we couldn't really recognize how fast Baltimore's defense was just on the tape. We knew they were fast, right? But you don't really feel it until you play them. And then we played Tampa in a playoff in the Super Bowl, and we really didn't feel the speed on the tape. There's throws we thought we could make, but the speed was better than we think. I think that goes to San Francisco. When you play them at least once, you get a better sense of it. So you're going to have to play a perfect game to beat them. You're going to have to control the ball for 35 minutes. You're going to have to make them play from behind. You're going to have the lead going in the fourth quarter. But look, one thing about the NFL, it's a single elimination tournament. It's not the NBA where you got to win 4 games. So a bad team, a team not as good, can beat a team that's better, because just on that one given day, if you happen to control the game and play it the right way, you have a chance to win. Look, you're already giving them the 5th seed. I don't know if they'll be the 5th seed. I mean, look, they can beat Miami. I mean, I know Tyreek Hill comes back, but if they can pressure Tua and force it, the challenge is going to be can they function well against Vic Fangio's defense? They're going to have to block the front. Chubb's playing much better for them. Van Ginkel's a good player. Their 2 tackles are really good in Miami. They can put pressure on you. So this is going to be a challenge for them to play well on the road. But they can beat Miami. And if they beat Miami, then they've got Detroit. I mean, it's going to be hard. But look, there's nothing says it's easy in life. I don't think being the 4th, 5th seed is the worst thing either. You get to play Tampa, and then life goes on from there.
Michael Lombardi, former NFL GM here on the home of the Cowboys. I'm going to lob up this softball to you now and ask how you think the Kellen Moore to Mike McCarthy play caller transition has gone and turned out.
Well, I mean, I predicted it, so I don't want to pat myself on the back. I got short arms. I mean, like I said to you this, I tried to calm you guys down, but you called me up when it happened. You guys were hysterical. I thought I was going to have to call Dr. Melfi from Sopranos to comfort you guys. I mean, geez, everybody was in a panic. Oh my God, we lost Kellen Moore. Oh my God. Look, Kellen Moore, I don't mean to pick on Kellen Moore, but there's a difference between a game call, a game, somebody who understands how to win the game, and somebody who just calls plays. There's a complete difference. See, here's the reality of the National Football League, and I don't think people truly understand this, and we're getting into this season. There are people that are paid. There's only one person on the entire staff that's paid to win. That's the head coach. You can be Kellen Moore and gain all the yards. You can be Kellen Moore and get first downs. You can be Kellen Moore and become a darling of the media because you gain yards and you score points. But if you don't win games, it doesn't bother you. You'll still get a head coaching interview. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Those jobs are predicated on performance, not on wins. And so when you have that situation, all of a sudden it translates into affecting the team's outcome. And I think that becomes very dangerous. I think when people act as independent contractors within the staff, it becomes very dangerous. John Fossil blitzing, rushing the quarterback on the punt without having permission from McCarthy to do that. That's a dangerous thing. That's a dangerous thing because what you're not playing what it does is, I don't think John Fossil meant it to be dangerous. It means you're just not playing complimentary football. And one of my criticisms of Kellen Moore has always been he knows nothing about how to play complimentary football. He just calls plays. That's why I nicknamed him Joystick, because he's in his basement in Des Moines calling plays.
I'm gonna throw out. This may be more dangerous than asking Jerry if they're soft. I'm gonna throw out a theory that the Kellen Moore defenders and the Mike McCarthy haters have put out there, and don't curse, please. The theory is McCarthy tried to go strictly West Coast early on, nothing downfield. The Cowboys, the intended air yards and everything were short and not explosive. After they got their ass kicked by San Fran, McCarthy decided to go back to some of what they were doing. What do you say to that theory that Mike's initial changes early on weren't working, so he scrapped his new plan?
I think it's very similar. That theory is similar to the Warren Commission. I think that kind of is pretty much similar. You can manufacture any story you want, like that bullet that went right, went left, went this way, went that way, turned around, ended up on a stretcher. Oh, no, it didn't. I mean, you can do anything you want with it. I mean, seriously, you can manufacture any story. The United States government taught us that on November 22nd, 1963. They can do anything they want. They can make it happen, right? So why not? Why not make that story up? It's perfectly logical. I love listening to the analytical community break down schemes. I love that when they start talking about what an idiot Coach Belichick is for what he's doing in a game, and they have no idea. They have no idea about coverages. Just let me be very clear of that. Everything's man or zone. Like, they have no idea. So, let them have their moment, and if they want to justify Kellen Moore, that's fine. That's good, but that's that basically is volume 9 of the commission.
Last one is Bill Belichick coaching another team next year.
I think that's all up to Robert Kraft. I mean, is there a better coach in the league than him? I mean, he's having a bad year, but if you watch their games, I mean, they're in games. The Dallas game they weren't in. But, last week against Kansas City, it's a 27-17 game. Actually, it's a 17-10. It's a 14-10 game, and Zappe throws one of the worst interceptions you're going to see, which is along the lines. They don't have a quarterback. The quarterback is a deodorant for everything that's wrong with your team. Like, if you took Josh Allen off of Buffalo, right? You took him off and you put him on New England. What do you think what would that look like?
Yeah.
Josh Allen makes everything go in Buffalo. Now, he only threw for 90 yards last week, but Dan Quinn was sitting there worried about him in the run game. He was worried about him in the passing game. So this is a quarterback league. When you don't have them, it's hard to overcome. It's the same thing with Tomlin. People giving Tomlin crap about he's not a good – he don't have a quarterback. He's doing the best he can without it. It's a hard league. It's a hard league to win games. People think in the National Football League it's easy to win. I hear these people talk all the time, it's easy to win. That's why Marty Schottenheimer's not in the Hall of Fame. He's got 200 wins and everybody dismisses it as, oh, shit. Marty couldn't win a big game. Wait a minute, hold on. Marty's one of 8 human beings that have 200 wins in the regular season. One of 8 human beings out of 530, okay? And yet he's not able to get in the Hall of Fame? Come on.
But as a GM, that was your specialty area. Is it fair to say that would you tell Bill maybe you shouldn't have the GM or personnel control? That was the biggest problem with the way this ended. In the next stop.
Well, I think to me, look, tell me what personnel guy you think's got enough guts to walk in the room and tell Bill what to do.
Jerry.
Let me ask you that, okay? Let me ask you that. Like, you better know the game. You better understand players. You better understand plays. You better understand schemes. You better understand every aspect of the game. Now, he'll listen if you know that. If you understand that and you can have that conversation with him, you can. But most personnel guys I know, it's always, well, the player needs more development. He just needs more development. That's all he needs. That's just always the case. When in reality, it's way more than that. So, yeah, look, I think if you're good at your job, and Bill will listen to you. Bill's one of the best listeners of all time. It's never about control for Bill. It's about the culture for Bill. That's what it's really about. And he'll admit the mistakes he makes all the time. So, whatever it is. But I think, to me, if you're going to run the organization the right way, you're going to have to let him have the control over how the team is built. And team building is an art. We see that all over the league. The Atlanta Falcons keep getting A's in drafts because they keep drafting skill players. They can't win a game.
Would Bill ever work with or for Jerry?
I couldn't answer that. I'm sure they would get along. I think one thing Bill knows is like the rules of engagement. Once you know what the rules of engagement are in any organization, it's your job to figure out how to win. It's like there's no utopia in the National Football League. That's long gone. The days of the owners buying the teams and then just not caring for 5 years is gone. So every situation is unique. Every situation has its ups. Every situation has its downs. You just have to figure out what's the best one. I mean, look, when Andy Reid had the bad season in Philly, he won 4 games, he got fired, right? He basically just said to anybody who wants to talk to me, I want complete control of the team. I'm going to hire a general manager, going to let him run the personnel department, do all that. But I'm going to run the team, and I'm going to have the team work through me. And Clark Hunt was smart enough to do that and allow him to do it. I think there'll be another team that does the same thing for Belichick if Robert Kraft decides that's not the way to go.
I love listening to you so much, man. Thank you for the time. We hope to do it again. Appreciate it, Mike.
Anytime, guys. Anytime.
Michael Lombardi, former NFL general manager, VSiN, 3 Super Bowl rings, of course, the Raiders, the Niners, and the Patriots. And he's got the book, Football Done Right, here on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. I know Choppy was listening at like 7 o'clock. I'm sure he turned it off when Lombardi came on.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see where you fall on that. I love the guy. I love him. Love him so much.
I like Lombardi. I do. And I think that he's very smart. I think that oftentimes a lot of what he accuses people of being too hard-headed or not, like there is a little bit of...
Oh, he's an old school curmudgeon.
There's complete certainty in everything that he says, which he then turns around and criticizes other people for. And it's like there's no room for error.
Did you have a big takeaway out of any of that? Whether the way the Cowboys play, defensively, future matchups, Philadelphia, Cowboys versus San Fran, McCarthy, Kellen. I mean, there was a lot in there.
It makes me wonder if Brian and Lombardi talked yesterday, because Brian was saying during the podcast all day yesterday, he's like, Dallas has got to play in front. He's like, if Dallas doesn't play in front, they're screwed. He's like, that's a different game if Dallas gets up on Buffalo.
I wrote that down. Michael Lombardi said the Cowboys are not soft. They're situational. That was really interesting. I hate that, though, because it's like, okay, if you don't get up on these good teams, you're done. But he might be right. He also said offensive lines don't travel on the road, or bad lines don't travel.
Which makes sense also a lot of the times, too, because of...
Well, but we always say the run game travels. That's an old football mantra.
But offensive line in general with... Because, again, that was one of the things that Brian's theory of why they're not as good at home versus on the road. He thinks that one of the ideas he's come up with recently is I don't know, he's like the cadence and the snap timing and the rhythm and everything is just more difficult to do on the road. That here we go stuff and the way that Dak gets the offense into it, it's just harder for everybody to be on point with their communication with the noise on the road.
Pepe has been spying on Filthy at 8 o'clock. Now, last week you were right in your forecast that it was good. What about this one? How you feeling?
To top it, I'm not sure, but I think they've gone a different direction. It's not just so blaming the head coach, Nick Sirianni. They're taking shots at the quarterback now. And they might have even mentioned
the running back.
The old C word in Philly.
Oh.
Carson.
Now, look, you should have just left that as the tease. That was an excellent tease. That's why I tried to
too much.
I tried to cut you off. Don't tell us what the C word is. Just say the C word. Okay. And it's like, oh my gosh, what's the C word? We listen at 8 o'clock and you give it away. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. This is Ask Reddit. It's where we take some of the most viral questions from the 45 million user forum that they've kicked around this week, and we kick them around here in the studio and with you on the Truckwreck.com fan text and on the Twitch and on the YouTube. First question here, Sean. This is tailor-made for you. What's something pretty much everyone thinks, but nobody dares say it?
Ooh. What is something that everyone thinks, but they don't dare say? I don't know. I used to think like politics, but I think people say
Politics.
People say it a lot. What is a popular answer that Reddit gave?
Well, here's what 214. That person was a POS. Why is everyone saying nice things about them? Because they're dead now. That's true. The never speak ill of the dead. There is a little bit of a thought of like, why are you revising?
There's a little in the moment decency that should take place, I think. You know what I mean? Like, let's give it a day.
817, I hope no one notices that I have no idea what I'm doing. That's one that everybody thinks. Nobody says out loud.
This person stinks. If someone smells a bad breath, that was a good one.
Excellent. Here's my 2023 recap. People are so fake. And that's been part of like my second half of the year resolution. Like, I'm just calling all of it out. I don't care whether it's family. I don't care whether it's friends. I don't care whether it's you guys. People are so fake and phony and fraudulent, and nobody says it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm getting too old and achy. I'm not putting on no act anymore. I'm calling people on all their stuff. And my wife, I'll go home. She's like, man, you're just. I really am thanking Bassick for it. Like, KMC is so dominant in their ratings with getting 10s and 11s, and I'm like, what are they doing? Because Mike will go on these tirades and tangents and insult and I'm like, you know what? Sharif, just cut it loose. Just Zach Wilson, cut it loose, baby. And let it fly. And we're 2-13. No, I'm kidding. We're doing very, very well. Not KMC and G-Bag dominance, but I'm calling everyone on their fakeness, and I'm not holding back. And if you want to give it back, I don't care whether it's a listener, a hater, a family member. People are fake.
Man, there is the most common answer we're seeing on the fan text right now is your baby's ugly. That you will not tell somebody that their baby's ugly even when they are.
True.
That one's
That's
not
also
happening.
Decency, you shouldn't say.
214.
Although I would like to believe my daughter, I tell my wife, and I'm very like my father, I got a superficial aspect from him. I'm like, God, I hope she's good looking. I'd rather her be good looking and have 9 fingers and 9 toes than the reverse of what everyone says. Gosh. I'm kidding around. I'm just joking around. You know how everyone says, as long as you get 10 and 10, I don't care. I'm like, nah, I think I'd rather like an attractive child that you'd be missing one of them.
Here we go.
I'm kidding around.
No. Oh,
grandparents listening, both in-laws and mine. I'm relaxed.
214, what everyone thinks but doesn't actually say, that your wife's ass actually does look big in those pants.
Ooh. Okay.
That's
and you should not say those things, in my opinion.
No, these are not things you should say. It's just the fact of that they're thought of and they think. Peyton, you're a big movie buff. We talk about it all the time.
So many movies.
Who is an actor or an actress that it ensures you will not be watching that movie if you see they're in the cast?
I've said this one before, and I got absolutely torched on the fan text, but I've never been a fan of Ryan Reynolds. I've never liked how he just is acting.
Love his movies.
I never got the humor.
I'm kind of with you a little bit.
Like Deadpool, I was not a huge fan of. Six Underground wasn't. Green Lantern.
Free Guy?
Never saw it.
Free Guy was so good.
Yeah, so I never got the. I mean, The Proposal was, I guess, all right for whenever I watched that long ago. But yeah, Ryan Reynolds was one that came to my mind.
Sandra Bullock. When I see Sandra Bullock in something, I have zero interest in watching it.
I was going to say Keanu Reeves, and to me, I think
they were in a movie together, The Lake House.
They're the brother-sister of this topic.
So
they're like brother-sister actors in my mind.
Once upon a time, I would have said Keanu Reeves, but The Matrix is great, the original Matrix, and I do watch all the John Wick movies.
Okay, I've never seen it.
They're really good,
So-
but Sandra Bullock is just, she sucks.
No, she did a great job. The Michael Orr movie was really good.
Run the damn ball, or whatever.
That was really good. You didn't like Blindside?
No, I didn't, especially because it was all fake in the end. It was all fake and phony, and they were just taking advantage of him.
Are you like dead inside like RJ with the sappy football movie? Like, did you like Remember the Titans?
Oh, I love Remember the Titans.
Okay, good. So I'm going to answer this just based on like this genre of stuff. Like my answer for this is like Tom Cruise. Just because now, except
469 Tom Cruise, unless it's Top Gun.
Unless it's Top Gun.
You and 469.
My wife was like, I want to go see Top Gun, and it came back on TV the other day, and I was like, man, this was really, really good. But normally, like, I've never seen the Mission Impossibles. I don't care to see them. I think I may have seen the first one, but that type of genre, like, I'm not gonna watch Vin Diesel act.
361 nailed it. Amy Schumer. Man, Amy Schumer
is she in a movie?
Yeah, she's acted in several movies. She can be a beatdown. Got a couple other names here. 214 Paul Walker, 214 Brie Larson, 214 Nick Cage, 214 says Kristen Wiig and Maya Rudolph. I like both of them. I think they're funny.
Oh, the Bridesmaids is a classic.
Oh yeah, that's an
all-time classic.
That movie's hilarious. 214 Jada Pinkett, 469 Bobby. You always have terrible takes. Agreed. I know it. 469 Nick Cage, except for Snake Eyes. Next question here. We're doing Ask Reddit on Sean and RJ. 877-881-1053. Sean, what is something you can't believe modern technology still hasn't fixed? I have always had the perfect stock answer for this.
Go ahead.
The fact that like we can put a man on the moon in the 60s and everything else.
Allegedly.
The fact that we put a man on the moon in the 60s, and yet I still can't get a vending machine to take a crinkled dollar. Like if it's not just completely crystal. That is maddening to me.
First down markers. I'll make it sports.
Oh, yeah.
First down markers, and stop showing me any other goal line angle if it's not straight down the line. I don't understand. The other night, they were showing a touchdown the other day, and it was like on the angle. I said, where is the down the line end zone cam? And put a chip in the freaking football. Put a chip in the ball and stop at the chains. It's ridiculous. It's so stupid.
You want the robo-umps too?
Tennis has been so far ahead of this with their technology on the ball being in or out. So I'll make it a sports answer.
Peyton?
Mine's easy. It's with money. Banks. They take your money out just like that, but you want money back in your account? 3 to 4 business days. Just give me the money. Just give me the money. Same thing with like, refunds and all that. It's like, just give me the money back. You have the money, just give it to me. But you can take money out just like that.
Ryan's nodding his head there in the back. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. It's a packed Tolo Tuesday edition. Glad you're joining us. This is the Expressway, commercial free, and that was Ask Reddit. But you asked Peyton to spy on Filthy after last night. The audio gold. Next.
Mike McCarthy. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Block from the shotgun. JSN is wide to the far side. Drew looks, throws that way. Got JSN. He reaches up, makes the catch. Touchdown! Seahawks! Holy catfish! What a throw by Drew Lock! What an over-the-shoulder catch! And with 28 seconds left, the Seahawks lead 19-17.
Yes. Yes.
Broadadelphia.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair for the rest of the week here on DFW Sports Station and the home of Jerry Jones at 8:30 this morning. But as soon as Seattle won in amazing, spectacular fashion last night, you know what the Tolos called for. They asked Pepe to spy on Filthy Radio.
Oh, man. Again, 3 straight weeks of spying. The first week was bad. I mean, Philly Radio was just terrible. They weren't good there.
I mean, you were terrible.
Well, no, I don't blame myself. But last week, it was really good. You know, the YouTube page blew up, you know, so hopefully we can top it this week. This stuff was, you know, the callers were good, but they're all depressed and sad. And they're not just going after Nick Sirianni, the head coach in Philly. They're going after the quarterback, Jalen Hurts. We start with 94 WIP. 3 clips here, 2 from WIP and 1 from your friends at the Fanatic, 97.5, the Fanatic in Philly. This is Jeff. He's worried about the losing streak continuing. And, yeah, he's given up already.
This is the text message I sent my friend third quarter. The Eagles just aren't that good. Win or lose tonight, they're just not that good. Wow. Jeff in Phoenixville kicks us off this morning. Good morning, Jeff.
Oh, guys, good morning. Good morning, Rhea. This is an absolute freaking... You can hear my voice. I fell asleep at 2 o'clock because I was so frustrated. I was so wired. And I set my alarm so I could call you guys because... I will tell you right now, they're losing out. This team is abysmal, okay? They can't stop anything. I texted my buddy at 11:01, said, we're going to lose this game after that horrendous running around in the backfield for 30 yards that Jalen did. You know, they can't stop anything, so we're going to get lit up by Tommy Cutlets or Marinara Mahomes. We're going to lose to Gann is going to come in here, and he's going to light us up because they scored 30 points against the 49ers almost. This defense can't stop. Bradbury's cooked. 4 sides of cooked. You know, nothing's going to change in here unless, you know, we lose out. Then things can finally change because I'm telling you, this has the wording of 94 with.
Dude, Jeff, I thought about 94. For those that don't know, the Eagles started 7-2 and lost 7 straight.
I love it. I think we're 1 for 1. That was pretty good.
That was very good.
Yes, the tears of unfathomable sadness. I love it.
Wow, what great host insight as everyone has been pointing out the Eagles' struggles and that they would possibly lose this Seattle game. You know what? Third quarter, I sent this text, 17-10. They're just not that good.
I had the timestamp, 11:01. You can check the receipts. I knew they would lose. They're going to lose out to Marinara Mahomes.
Who's Marinara Mahomes? Is that Kyler?
It makes me laugh.
It's got to be Kyler.
It's got to be
Marinara. I've never heard that before.
Marinara Mahomes. That was good.
Okay, so one more clip here from 94 WIP. This is Ron. Now, Ron bleeds green and white, or whatever their colors are in Philly. He's all
7 in a row. They're going to lose 7 in a row, like 94.
Should lose 11 in a row.
Like the 94 team.
But Ron is going after the quarterback. He's upset about it, and he says, guys, it's time we start the backup, Marcus Mariota.
Let's get to Ron in Pottstown. Ron, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, I'm doing the best I can today. I as you guys know, the only thing I have in my life right now is Philadelphia sports, and I just feel so beat up. You know, listen to Jalen post game. I don't know if we've been better off maybe starting Mariota.
No, you don't do that. You don't start Mariota.
I don't know, Joe.
No, you don't. You don't even consider that. You don't. This is her. This is her.
It's about next season now, like more than anything.
This is Hurts' show to finish. And,
what?
I don't even consider Mariota.
The QB controversy is starting.
That was the host that said
Hang
that.
it up. We got to look towards next year. Look, I mean, I'm glad that they're finally saying what I've said for 12 weeks, which is this team is fraudulent and they suck.
Oh my gosh, it's about next year now. Anyway, they were serious. Right? I love these accents. Gosh, just go look at the Wawa and the Hoagie.
Marcus Mariota.
All I have is Philly sports.
My gosh, they are ready to. They're ready to pack it up. At least we're sitting here holding out the hope that some miracle can happen for San Fran to get taken out. You know, some miracle can happen here down the stretch where the Cowboys win the NFC East, even though we all agree that Philadelphia is still the favorite. They are saying curtain closed.
Marinara Mahomes is another nickname for Tommy DeVito, apparently. That's what some of the meatballs are calling him. He's like the marinara version of Mahomes because he's Italian. That's what the fan text tells us.
Okay, so that was WIP. Now we shift to the Fanatic, 97.5 The Fanatic in Philly. But different callers, but same subject here. They're going after the quarterback, Jalen Hurts. But
Same
now,
vermin.
Running back.
Exactly. But now they're mentioning a former Philadelphia Eagle quarterback, Carson Wentz, and comparing Carson to Jalen Hurts this season.
John joins us on The Fanatic. John, your thoughts on the debacle in Seattle?
Got it. You know, Nick Sirianni is basically just a fan with a headset on the sideline as far as I'm concerned. But the thing I wanted to bring up, and you know, the Eagles aren't the only team that are kind of getting suckered into this. We've got to stop doing this. You have one great season, and we give you a monster contract as a quarterback. I mean, we did it with Wentz, and you know, I'm not saying Hurts is a Wentz, but I feel like you've seen this story before, and here we go again, where suddenly it's a guy who can't see the field. It's a guy who doesn't seem to have the same attack ability that he had last year. There's something off, and it really concerns me.
They tried to say he was the MVP of the league 3 weeks ago.
He was,
Peyton tried to say that 3 weeks ago.
Vegas said he was, but now he's not.
Oh, yeah. That doesn't mean he wasn't 3 or 4
He wasn't.
He's
He's been this guy all year. He's not been good. This is the same player we've seen all year.
He hasn't thrown touchdown passes in the last 3 weeks. He did before that.
So the stats don't represent, but the way he's playing is exactly the same.
Oh, man. Dominique Tolo just put out like a 10-point presentation to Shady McCoy and Manny Acho as Shady was like lighting Dak MVP ballots on fire. And
the only thing I have in my life right now is Philadelphia sports.
Here's what Tolo Dominic tweeted. QB hasn't thrown a touchdown in December. Offense hasn't scored 20 points in December. Quarterback is leading the league in turnovers. DC's situation is now a mess. Fans calling for an OC change. Starting DBs are highly paid toast. Linebackers have been a year-long concern. Front four isn't 22 dominant. Lost to 2 losing teams with backup quarterbacks. Point differential and those close wins is making Philly look like one of those questionable 10-win playoff teams that usually get bounced. Wow. Well done, Dominic.
This is wild, by the way. ESPN's talking about, they showed the Jason Kelce false start last year. This has to be a record. Did you know that a center, Jason Kelce, has 5 false starts this year?
So he's moving the ball up?
He's like sitting there like
no, he's taking it like this, and then he's moving it up. And a lot of people are saying all centers do that. I'd have to go back and look at that.
I want to know where
What advantage does that give you when the ball eventually has to get back to Hurts?
I don't know what it is. Now it's something that like when
he's definitely like taking it, but they're not marking it.
I'm trying to remember who talked about it. Somebody said there was a player recently who talked about this. Who, when Kelce did it, they were like, I'm glad they're starting to throw it on him because he does this all the time.
Yeah.
And so there are players around the league who say this is BS and that Kelce's done it for a while. You remember wasn't that what LP Ladasura got hit with when he was snapping in the Washington game where they got moved back 5 yards and then missed the kick? Was they said that LP had like shifted the ball or whatever?
And you see that freaking meatball Big Dom up there eating in the suite, chilling up there after he walked Jalen Hurts in. They kept and there was another security guard bump yesterday with A.J. Brown. Did you see the bump? Anyone?
I don't think I did.
Yeah, A.J. on the sideline. Just type in A.J. Brown in Twitter, and there was like a little shoulder move from that sideline person, and A.J. went back at him in his face.
A.J. Brown got a bump?
You were probably outside dealing with the,
Yeah, I was dealing with somebody getting a different bump.
You were dealing with the Flower Mound Police. Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30. I got to call out a guy who's been getting a pass. He might be the worst person in the NBA. And a former NFL player suggests a black versus white Pro Bowl. Next on The Fan.
We will
Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Jerry Jones is coming up live at 8:30. I'm Sean Trafe alongside our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Choppy's out for the rest of the week. I will ask you a question that would make Kevin Hagelin disintegrate in front of my very eyes. Would you like to start with basketball abortion or the racist Pro Bowl?
Pass.
Throw it to me.
That's never an acceptable answer.
Peyton, no, you should ask Peyton. This is a great question for Peyton to pick the topic, I think.
Okay, you can pick it. Don't say anything else after, because this is a fire opportunity for you. Like a termination if you add your commentary.
Hey, Chris is back there training right now. He's going to be ready to step right in. We can literally remove him. Okay. It's going to be like Tim Collins at Super Bowl standing behind Peyton. We'll just move him behind.
Which one do you want, Pepe?
I want to talk about football. Let's go with the Pro Bowl.
Okay. Rashard Mendenhall, former Pittsburgh Steeler, had this random crazy tweet yesterday. Keep this music up because I don't want this used against me. Turn it up a little bit more. I know how you producers are. Your magical editing. Rashard Mendenhall. I'm sick of average white guys commenting on football. Y'all not even good at football. Can we please replace the Pro Bowl with an all-black versus all-white bowl so these cats can stop trying to teach me who's good at football? I'm better than your GOAT. People then responded to Mendenhall for his Super Bowl loss against Mike McCarthy and the Packers here in Arlington back in 2011. You fumbled this post like a Super Bowl carry. Didn't you blow a Super Bowl? Keep fumbling, Rashard. And then the other portion of the internet took to their creative juices and decided to put together the racist Pro Bowl based upon Rashard Mendenhall's comments. All black team versus an all white team. PFT from Barstool said the Bosas would need to get home in 2 seconds or less, or else we're getting 70 hung on us with the DB situation we got. Sounds about white.
Can we put Jason Sehorn on the team at corner?
Okay, so Jason Sehorn was trending all day long. Did you see it?
No. That's just the only guy I can think of.
PFT said might have to do an entire roster breakdown, but early line is AB minus 13.5. You know what AB is?
Yeah.
Don't get uncomfortable. You love making everyone else uncomfortable. Don't get all uncomfortable. Am I the only one who can make you really uncomfortable, like on the radio?
I mean, with certain topics, I say pass. Now, here's the thing. I think you can discount anything Rashard Mendenhall says when you just go back into one of his most famous quotes of all time. What kind of person celebrates death? It's amazing how people can hate a man they never even heard speak. That was a quote from Rashard Mendenhall. Sounds very open-minded and level and like, hey, let's get rid of some of the hate in this world. How can you hate somebody you've never even heard speak? Do you know who he was saying that about? That was Osama bin Laden.
No.
Yes, he was saying that about bin Laden after bin Laden was killed in that raid, is that he got crushed on Twitter 12 years ago by saying, we've only heard one side. Y'all haven't even ever heard this man speak, and you're celebrating his death.
Wow. Who's his favorite coach? Sean McDermott? The internet. This is crazy. Fun fact. I guess this could be true. Jason Sehorn is the last white corner to start in the NFL. Peyton Russell, first off, tell me what team Jason Sehorn played for, Mr. Sports Guy.
That would be the Carolina Panthers.
No.
Oh.
Incorrect. New York Giants.
Angie Harmon.
Give me the year where the last white corner started in the NFL, Peyton.
2003.
2002. Good guess.
Oh.
Close to 21 full years since. Is this true?
Yeah, we're very close.
21 years since there's been a white corner starting?
We are very close in Denver. Riley Moss, the corner from Iowa, third-round pick.
Iowa.
Played in 11 games this year.
Of course.
Very close to getting a start. You would have to throw Riley Moss on this team, and they would get torched. So.
Okay. So that's Mendenhall. Anything else you'd like to add on? Elaborate?
No.
Okay. All right. Let me do something that I don't know whether it's going to be unpopular, but I just don't see. It's definitely not common. I think the biggest piece of crap in the NBA might be Anthony Edwards. But he plays in Minnesota and nobody cares. Anthony Edwards yesterday, oh my gosh.
He's the guy from the Adam Sandler movie. That's who he actually is.
Yeah.
We're learning that that's not a character he played.
You're right. One of the young stars, maybe the face of the Timberwolves, had this trending yesterday. Show me the vid. Not show me the VIN. I'd like you all to come back to advertise, please. Show me the vid. Show me the video. Because one of the girls that Anthony Edwards supposedly got pregnant, he has two girls pregnant at the same time, put him on blast and showed the text messages where Anthony Edwards was telling her, get an abortion, just take the pills. Here's the exact back and forth.
He's a gross human.
She showed him the pregnancy test. She said, I still have an appointment on the 27th. He said, hell no. And he can't spell worth a crap. It's bad. Hell no. Can't do this.
To the no.
She said, so now what? What a great response. He said, get a abortion, LOL. She said, honestly, I had an abortion with my son around 2 years ago. I regret it every day. Anthony said, man, you can't force a kid into the world. Getting all perspective now. You don't know what it is yet. She said, that's not the point. I said I had an abortion 2 years ago, and I regret it. This is Instagram star Paige Jorday. And then there was a $100,000 transfer shown where Anthony's saying, here, like, take this, go away. Get up out of here, basically. Well, instead of saying I got hacked, instead of saying she lying, Anthony Edwards, he basically owned that he said all of it. I made comments in the heat of a moment that are not me and that are not aligned with what I believe and who I want to be as a man. All women should be supported and empowered to make their own decisions. He clearly didn't write this with the way he spelled and the way he texts. All women should be supported and empowered to make their own decisions about their bodies and what is best for them. I'm handling my personal matters privately and will not be commenting on them any further at this time. And why do I say Anthony Edwards is an undercover piece of crap? Because he got caught. He didn't get caught. He did it. He pulled out his cell phone one day, was driving up and down the road, and made homophobic slur comments saying, look at these QANs, man. Look at the world and what it's come to. And then he had to go ahead and apologize and take that back. So Anthony Edwards is the most non-talked about piece of crap in the NBA, and I just wanted to say it.
He's an awful human. There's no other way around it based on everything we hear about this guy at this point. He's an awful human, and it doesn't matter because he plays in Minnesota. I guess that's why he doesn't get talked about the same way. John Morant plays in Memphis, but I guess you got to be a little more out front or have a longer history before people start really talking about it. But that's. I have nothing else to add, Sean, other than he's an awful human.
You try to drag this out for the commercial before Jerry.
He's an awful human. Do you want to ask Jerry about this? Like, Jerry, what do you think about Anthony Edwards and his comments here?
No, I'm more worried about asking Jerry if they're soft than I would be about asking about Anthony Edwards' abortion.
Do you have the Corey Majors drop ready for the interview, Peyton?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, questioning their toughness, talking about them getting bullied.
Are you embarrassed?
Pushed around. No backbone. Are the Dallas Cowboys soft? Jerry Jones' first comments since the Buffalo beatdown, live on Sean and Bobby next.
Coming up today on the KNC Masterpiece, we recap the Mavs, recap the Stars. Plus, Greg Olson said that the Cowboys' blowout loss to the Bills doesn't make them any less of a contender. Do you believe that? Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive. They are going to hook you up with that brand new Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, or Jeep at PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. They are having the Wrap Up the Year sales event happening all month long.
It is now time for the Jerry Jones Show every Tuesday at this time, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. I'm Sean Sharif alongside our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with Choppy out for the week. And let's bring in his first comments since the Buffalo beatdown, Hall of Fame owner and general manager, Jerry Jones on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Jerry. How are you, sir?
On Bobby, good morning.
Jerry, your thoughts on the Bills game, if you could, please.
Well, we didn't finish, and period. And that's not in the nature of the overall game, but we have markers that we adapt to individual plays, individual players, as a team, as a unit, and the underlying thing you saw was you just didn't finish it. And you didn't finish your, on an individual basis, you didn't go through the play, finish the series, finish the game. That was caused by untimely penalties, untimely mistakes, just a lot of those kinds of things that can keep you from moving the chains. And that was consistent throughout the game. And when that happens to you, you are going to lay an egg, and we did.
Jerry, what was your assessment of the run defense and why their running back was able to have the day that he did?
Well, again, tackling. We just had missed tackles, and we had missed tackles by our best. The coach said nobody got a game ball. We did have two or three players really that were, I thought, played well and to better than well, but still, we didn't tackle. And fundamentally, I know this is just simply old hat, but boy, when you got them in your sights, you got to bring them to the ground, and when they bounce off of you or are able to get around you, then that sounds elementary, but that's a fact. We didn't tackle. We didn't have much chance to play pass defense because they didn't have to. They just ran the ball. And the good news that I would say is that this is correctable from week to week. You can emphasize fundamentals because you've been practicing them the entire year since training camp, for that matter, back in the spring to some degree. And these are the kinds of things that, and we have the talent that you can be better from one week to the next. The finishing, the physical tackling, the basically adjusting so that you don't have as much, the other team have as much success running outside. Those are things that can be adjusted from week to week. And that's what I look at, and that's what I'm encouraging about. We can specifically address what beat us in Buffalo for next Sunday.
Jerry Jones here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, I'm glad that you feel like it can be fixed. That sounds encouraging because the media commentary, including from us, the book on the Cowboys is they can be bullied or that you can run down their throats. We saw it against San Fran and Arizona in this game. Do you think that that is a fair criticism, and why should we be encouraged it can be changed when those teams have shown that to be a formula?
We all want to hang certain identifying traits to any game or to any team. But when you use those specifics, say bullied, go down to the man and see if you think Parsons gets bullied all the time, or a majority of his plays are bullied. Go down through your men and look at them. And they have played, you've seen it, when they weren't bullied. And they have played games, and they've played against some good teams, Philadelphia being one of them. And so I would say this, that throughout our certainly we're talking about some defense right now, they've played a lot of plays out there this year, played a lot of games when they weren't bullied.
Yeah.
So I would get down, my assessment would go beyond the score. The score is obvious. We didn't show up in a manner of speaking. But we did show up. We just let up in critical areas that will potentially attribute to what I'm talking about. Mistakes, untimely penalties, keep drives alive, turn the ball over, attempt block punt, turn the ball over, give them the equivalent of a turnover. All of those kinds of things, and I don't need to reiterate them for the audience, but what I will time and time again tell you, I have seen the individual players. I've seen what we're going to do against Miami. I've seen us do it a lot more in a way that will help us beat Miami than I've seen us not do it like we did against Buffalo by the very same players all year.
I'm talking with Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. Jerry, you mentioned the penalties there, and we heard some players talk about that too after the game, and we've heard that in a couple different instances. Do you think at times the players are too wrapped up in the officiating? Are they almost, do you think, distracted by it?
Not at all. Not at all. I think you're frustrated and disappointed when they get a penalty and they don't think they deserve a penalty. But everybody probably playing out there in the NFL has had that happen to them. And so the point is that our group know the answer to penalties is to don't give them a chance to make the call. And the officials I'm talking about, that's the answer. Don't get yourself in that spot. If that thing pops outside and it was an interior run, watch out. If you got your hands on the outside of the block, if you're a blocker and it's a defensive guy, you're likely, when that ball bounces outside, you're likely to get a holding penalty. So think it through. But again, I want to emphasize, I've seen the very players that are going to line up against Miami do what I'm talking about doing positively and do it well. And do it well. When you, with a combination of players, don't do it well, you can have happen to you. What happens? Now, we all know that we like to tee off, and we like to tee off when we think we can afford to, when it's not too big a risk. Well, when they've got you down, when they're running, you're playing from behind, many, many things that you can't tee off. That takes some of the best thing we do. I saw where Quinn said our best thing is our nuances of our tackling. That's the best thing we do, and when we don't do the best thing we do, then we've got a chance of negative things happening. And again, this isn't a coaches meeting that I'm having with all of our fans this morning, but I am saying very emphatically, we can correct what we did in Buffalo. We have done it, and we've done it against as good a players as we're going to be playing Sunday. And we can reverse this thing from what we had in Buffalo.
Jerry Jones here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, what did the Bills do defensively that you guys took note of to limit Dak in the offense?
They basically got outside of, defensively.
Yes, sir.
You said defensively. I'm sorry. I got that. They were able to play us in the secondary, similar to the way Arizona played us. And they kept us underneath them all night long. We had that one attempt, call play before the game that we tried deep and overthrew him. But other than that, they kept behind us or kept us out in front of them, made us throw short, and then did some things that similar to what Arizona did and kept us from really doing what we had intended to do in the game.
Jerry, since Buffalo and Arizona both had success doing that, is it y'all's expectation that, hey, teams are probably going to play us a similar way the rest of the way?
Well, always. You know exactly. As a matter of fact, you do things out of tendency sometimes, call plays out of tendency, so that the other team will practice on it, so that they don't spend their time practicing on the things you're going to do. That's intentionally done. That's why you do some of that stuff earlier in the season so that they have to get ready for it. You may not be planning on using it, but that's absolutely. They have everything you've done in all your games. They have it available to them. The opposing team this week, Miami does, have every play we've run this year. And you can expect them to, the things that were successful against us, you can expect them to track. If they have personnel to, if they think they've got personnel to do what was successful against us with another team.
Jerry, you guys, we've talked
game, what it's about.
You've talked about it. We've all discussed this. Is just how good you guys are at home. Plus 171 point differential. That's one of the highest in NFL history. It's the highest in the history of the franchise. But at the same time, you've got this negative point differential on the road, and there seems to be a lot of just loss for words for guys in the locker room when you ask, "Hey, what is the issue with going on the road?" Why do you think there is such a disparity between how you guys play at home and on the road?
Well, I would say the other night, weather. For instance, one's wet and one's dry. And you say, well, the other team has to play in the wet too. Yeah, they do. But I'm just giving you a difference. We have perfect conditions to play in at home. We've got the elements a lot of times on the road. And we'll play Washington in the outside at a tough time of the year for Washington. So I'd say weather. I'd say that anybody, when they walk out there, Michael Irvin used to tell me, man, when I'm running down the field, I can hear almost individuals yelling at me from the stands. Our players are not oblivious to the stands and to the support in the stands. They're not oblivious when you shut them up on the road, when you're winning, taking it to them, and they're not oblivious when they're at a fever pitch. So I'd say atmosphere Seattle is well known, and I think a lot of Seattle's success can be attributed to that great crowd that they have and the ability to get that noise out at the level they get it out. I know technically they cause you a cadence problem in Seattle. So I'd say definitely you can give some credence to on the road. We used to have an 18-inch drop-off in our old stadium, Texas Stadium, and the end zone in the corner of the end zones would be 18 inches lower than the center of the field. And so our teams could get used to, and the quarterbacks could get used to throwing and catching the ball, whereas a team that didn't play on it every day had a little harder adjustment to make. Those nuances all go with home field advantage. So I think when you look at a technical edge, I think a home game is a technical edge.
What did you think of that Seattle ending last night on Monday Night Football?
It was marvelous. I watched every bit of it. I was thought I was about to doze, and then when they made those two exciting plays at the end, I couldn't sleep till 4 this morning because of the impact that it can have on our year and our season.
Yes, absolutely. And now Jerry Jones here on The Fan. When you guys get ready for this stretch against these really good teams and the playoffs, everyone says the same thing. Oh, well, let's see what happens against the over 500 teams. Let's see what happens with the Cowboys and a real test. And Buffalo showed you what happens. What do you say to that overall narrative against the Cowboys, against under 500 versus over 500?
Well, I think we've got to use that as a challenge. And we've got to say, look, we've been to the playoffs. We've been to the playoffs the last 3 years. We've got to get better and go deep in the playoffs like all the way. And so you use that just like you do anything in your life. And I don't know of any of us that don't sit down on a specific part of our lives and evaluate it and say, how can I approach this better? How can I do it better? I don't like the way that it's taking me too long to get to work. I'm going to try a different route. If you don't like where you are, you got to change. And we need to, obviously, we need to not only get in the playoffs, we need to win games in the playoffs. And I'm not being trite here. That should be a burning desire and is a burning desire in this team and in our franchise.
Jerry, did the bug or flu, whatever was going around through the locker room, play any impact on Sunday?
I don't think so. I think a player has the ability with those types of symptoms and those types of things, sick stomach, those kind of things, weakness. I think you can get the adrenaline flowing. You can get the proper treatment as long as anything is not potentially injurious on a longer term or a permanent basis. But I think you can get and play above the kind of symptoms that go with flu. I've seen it happen too many times. You can do that. You can't work past a bad knee or an ankle or a shoulder. Those are more hard to overcome. But the kind of things that involve flu setbacks, you can take something, you can do some things to give you strength, you can do IVs, you can do a lot of things. And I can't tell you the people that I've seen play that looked like they couldn't get out of bed and thought they couldn't get out of bed, and they go out and tear it up.
Jerry, did you expect more out of Mozzie Smith as a first-round pick, or has he met your expectations?
But we all want more with your first-round pick, or for that matter, if you can get it out of any pick commensurate where you take them. But Mozzie has shown us everything that caused us to take him. He's an extraordinary athlete. He's got quickness along with Larry Allen's superhuman strength. He's got all those kinds of things. But does he need to continue his development? Tom Landry used to say, don't ever total pass judgment on a defensive lineman until his third year. They have to have that kind of, according to their backgrounds, but they have to have that kind of patience. Now, we've seen some of them, the kid up at Philadelphia, the number one pick, and first-round pick they had.
Carter.
He's having an outstanding year, got an interception against us. And so my point is that different strokes for different folks. But Mozzie went in there, and he got some good snaps the other night. But nobody played well enough to say he had a good game. I think that back Lawrence had a good game. Marcus Lawrence had a good game. And and I've got two or three others that I could mention. But the point is, we're going to need Mozzie, and we obviously need him in the middle there to help along with the guys that are playing with him. We're going to need a boy because they're flat going to come to the run game against us in the future.
Jerry, with the way your defense is built, some people have said the Cowboys don't have a toughness issue. They are built with speed, getting after the pass rusher. You guys put together the roster, obviously, with Steven and Will. Is that accurate, where maybe in today's pass-heavy NFL, you guys aren't a run-heavy stopping defense?
Do you remember why we drafted Mozzie?
Good point, yes.
So we knew exactly your question last spring.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to, because of the way we get after them, the way we try to have our backers, for instance, cover the tight ends and be in coverage as well as be pass rushers, as well as be able to step up there and take them on when they're running at you. But we also know that we've got to ask a lot of those interior guys. That's why we drafted Mozzie, and that's the challenge. Everything in football is, if you're going to take something inordinately, you got to give up a little something someplace else. Everything. And that's what you're seeing. And so where you've had to get a little light, and I mean that figuratively, but it could apply to the actual weight of players, size of players. But where we have added some speed, where we've added some quickness or push or pass rush threat, we've usually, to get that, we need to make up for it with some bulk other places as one thing you're trying to do, as just an example.
Jerry, do you expect to have Zach Martin available this Sunday against Miami?
I don't know. I don't know. He's trying to. They didn't rule him out. I've seen. I know what a quad bruise is, and we'll see how he gets his strength there. Bruise does two things. It's not only painful to work with, but it also can take the strength out of that area too, and so we've got to get that back.
Jerry Jones here on 105.3 The Fan.
Jerry, there was a report this week from Ian Rappaport over at NFL Network that Mike McCarthy could be in line for an extension this offseason. Is that anything you're looking at heading into the spring?
Well, he's been to coached three playoff teams in a row. I think he's done an outstanding job. I think the fact that he's your offensive coordinator as well as your head coach puts him in as high or higher stead than when he was the walk-around coach. All of those things are positive. I frankly said to the staff yesterday, you got us in this spot to be as disappointed as we are about the Buffalo deal and our loss there. It's your fault because y'all have done such a great job this year getting our team to where we, our fans, everybody, have the expectations that we have. You've pushed us up here to where we get out here and play great this next 3 weeks, and we could absolutely have something great happen for us. Now, y'all caused us to be disappointed here on Monday by not living to that standard up there. But hats off to you. In other words, I didn't spend my day in there looking grumpy or looking however you might look, even though we were all disappointed. The best part of our team this year has been the coaching staff.
Jerry, thank you for the fantastic answers. As always, we appreciate the time, and let's go get one back in Miami.
You bet, guys. Thank you.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Let's react to all of that and part 2 of Bobby's therapy session with a big-time belt breakthrough. Next in the final hour of the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif.
That was Arsenio Hall. That was not a fist pump from you.
Me? Okay.
That was who.
Okay, good. Glad you remember Arsenio. Sean Sharif, our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. Do not do that tomahawk chop. Peyton Russell.
What about this fist pump?
That looks like you're throwing darts.
Yep. That's what I'm doing.
All right, that's enough. We're going to cancel the fist pump. Choppy would actually...
You can't cancel the fist. We got to keep that in here.
Choppy would get... He'd be furious if we canceled it while he was out.
We should tell him that. We should say Bobby did something. Spittle said it's canceled.
Yeah, we should tell Gavin.
Yeah. No, if he did something... No, if we just said we made the decision, he'd be furious. If we said Bobby did something, he wouldn't fight it. He wouldn't get mad. But if we said something happened.
We're just like, look, we think a lot of people just think it's kind of corny, so we've canceled it.
Yeah, they think that we're praising Tommy DeVito.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Oh, like we got a lot of feedback. We weren't doing the fist bump while you're out, Chop, and we got a lot of people saying, like, it's been so nice not having the fist bump, and we just decided we're not going to do it anymore, Chop.
As he's listening right now. So we wasted 3 minutes of discussion. All right. Reaction to Jerry Jones, who just joined us as he does every Tuesday at 8:30. He hops on with KMC every Friday at 10:30. This one I wrote down in no particular order. Scratching. People said we should have asked Jerry if he won the lotto as he's scratching off his pen sheet. I've been hearing it with Babe Laufenberg's interview as well, that Babe is scratching.
It's like...
the first eyebrow-raising moment was Jerry saying, we just didn't finish. We just didn't finish against Buffalo. You never started.
Got to finish.
You never started. He talked about weather. He talked about all these things being correctable. He talked about the Bills secondary and defense copying what the Arizona Cardinals did. And then when I thought he was about to threaten the coaching staff and say something really serious with, I told them this is your fault. I told them what happened in Buffalo is on your hands. And I'm like, oh my gosh, here we go, an ultimatum. Then he yanks the rug and says, and it's your fault because you've made us believe.
You've done such a good job. You've set expectations so high that the fall was so great. And I believe you can get us to that mountaintop again.
I hope Ryan didn't have the fan cam on me because I looked at Bobby and I rolled my eyes like, dang it! There was our threat. There was our headline.
I really wish
there was our fear that he was going to put into the team. And no, I'm only disappointed in you, son, because you've been such a perfect child.
Yeah, as soon as he hit the it's because you've made us believe. I was really hoping Peyton would like start hitting Amazing Grace or something and just like bringing the music up as Jerry went on this. I believe in this coaching staff. Boy, it did sound like right there with that answer though. He didn't say anything definitively, but he didn't say no. That sounds to me like they are going to try and work on something with McCarthy. That's the impression I was left with. I'm not putting words in his mouth. He did not say that's what they were working on, but he didn't say no. And he kind of said, well, I mean, 3 straight playoff appearances. He's now more directly intertwined with what we do because he's the offensive coordinator. So that sounded like a yes without saying yes.
What else did you take? What else are the media talking about?
There seemed to be a little bit of, I don't want to say,
come on, throw him under the bus.
There's a little covering fire, I think, for Mozzie right now. Mozzie's not playing as well as he needs to. I think he's had some decent progression early in the season where it's like, okay, you're making incremental steps, you're playing better. Lately, it's kind of stalled out. It's become stagnant. I don't think he played particularly well in this game. And he was slow off the ball once again. I think he genuinely sounds unsure about Zach Martin. I mean, Steven and Mike McCarthy sounded more like, yeah, there's a real shot. Yeah. Jerry was like, yeah, I don't know. And that to me sounds more like, yeah, it's probably a yeah, I don't know. Again, I would be, at least for right now, things can change throughout the week. We may hear great progress. For right now, I feel like you're probably going to be without Zach Martin in this game against Miami. But the good news is TJ Bass was not bad. TJ Bass stepped in and he was not bad for you. And if he gets a whole week of practice to work with the group, that's an encouraging thing.
So to me, the big sports topic off of that is Jerry saying these things are correctable. So I wrote down what I think we all believe are the Cowboy problems. And I want you all to tell me whether you believe at this point in time in the season that they are correctable at 877-881-1053. The problems with the run defense and the impression that we all leave some of these games with, that they get beaten up, bullied. Is that correctable?
No, it's not.
I agree.
Because, I mean, it hasn't been corrected in 5 years. It's not going to come together in 3 weeks. It's not. And I think it's just, in a lot of ways, it's the personnel you have. It's you have smaller linebackers who can get blocked up easier. You have guys who have poor run instincts in a lot of instances. That's not going to get any better. It's not going to be as bad as it was against Buffalo, right? Like, it's not like every week you're going to be a threat to give up 260 yards.
Maybe this week.
Maybe this week specifically. Maybe if you run into San Francisco again. But it's it's not as bad as it was in 2020 when like Cleveland's running for 250 on you and Baltimore's running for 300. It's not going to be that where it's every week you feel like 200 yards is what's coming, but it's also not going to be good. They're just not a good run defense.
I agree. Penalties,
like, it was surprising we talked about it. They only had 5. I guess it's the timing of the penalties. It sounded like Jerry felt like, yeah, it's correctable, but Jerry did make it sound like, look.
but everyone told me it doesn't matter that it's 5 because 3 of them led to 21 points. Which, you are right, but you didn't get screwed because the Cowboys actually they were guilty of committing the infractions, maybe with the exception of J-Ron Curse. But I am not going to believe that this team is going to be the smarter team in a playoff game in big time moments or throughout. That's not going to get corrected.
We've had zero evidence of it during the last several years. They like I've said consistently for the last couple months, in big games, big close games, they lose on details almost every time. Almost every time.
Yes. Anything else?
No, I think that in general, I think that he sounds
home road with the weather stuff.
That was a little odd. Just because, I mean, the talk coming out of there from a lot of people was that the first half, the weather wasn't bad at all. I guess it sounds like Jerry is less concerned than we all are that this is a harbinger of anything.
I don't know that he's less concerned or that he's just saying that publicly.
I don't think he believes this is indicative of catastrophic issues that need to be repaired. I think the way it sounds to me was he thought it was a bad day at the office.
Here's what I think Jerry Jones believes. And unfortunately, it's going to sound very similar to RJ Choppy. This will be the only time I ever compare Jerry to RJ. Jerry Jones looks around the National Football League, and he is right in this. Him and RJ are right. And they look at how tough it is to win 11 or 12 games, right? Every team doesn't blow out the scrubs of the world. The Cowboys this season have taken care of business more than other very good teams against the number of scrubs that they play. Jerry puts tremendous value in that. He sees a team, he sees Atlanta slip up. This is my theory. I'm not reporting anything. He sees Atlanta slip up against Carolina. He sees the Chiefs lose a game. He sees the Eagles lose last night, and he goes, we suffer that fate a lot less than others and the rate of those upsets throughout the league. And that alone is good enough to justify a contract extension for the head coach. And that alone is enough to feel really, really good about our football team. That is the way I think Jerry views things. Very similar to RJ, where he thinks one game deciding Mike McCarthy's fate in the playoffs is unfair and maybe even a little bit lazy when you have 17 games to go off of every year, where Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys put up a really nice record. I think Jerry views it in a regular season scope, even though you wouldn't believe the check I'd write. You'd be embarrassed. All I want, my last wish, is the Super Bowl, blah, blah, blah. I think that's the way he views the overall season success. That's my theory.
So I don't think that that's wrong, that that's probably how he views it. And I know that's how Choppy views it. What I would say is, all right, well, let's take a look at, it's not one game. One game is you losing in 21 to the 49ers. That's one game. A sample size, like a pattern, is you go on the road against Kansas City in 21 and you can't beat them and they out-physical you. You go, you're at home against San Francisco in the playoffs in 21. They beat you. You go to Green Bay in 22. You make stupid mistakes on the road in a big environment, a big comeback game for Mike McCarthy. You guys lose on details in a game that was supposed to mean a lot. You go on the road to San Francisco, get manhandled at the end of 22. You go on the road against San Francisco this year, get absolutely mollywopped. You go on the road to Buffalo. Like, this is not, it's like what we were telling Leon yesterday. Leon, this is not one game. This is a pattern. Now, maybe spread out a little bit, but every time they're given a big opportunity to respond, every single time in the last few years, they drop the ball. Yep. And so that is a pattern, and I think you are making an informed decision based off more than just an emotional one game.
Bobby Belt making us all proud yesterday, going to his first therapy session. And the term what I wrote down, strategically vulnerable, is what you came out of it with.
That was kind of the overriding message, where she said, I'm strategically vulnerable. And I was like, what does that mean? Because I was trying to argue that, I think I have my walls down. I think I open up a lot. She's like, I think from talking to you here that you open up in parts. You pick your spots where you want to open up so that you give off the impression that you're this open book, and it allows you to conceal things without people wondering if there's something else there.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, that's interesting. I don't know that I agree, but it's interesting. It's at least an interesting perspective. But what I was really happy with
was your wife happy with what you told her happened?
Yeah, I think she's happy that she's one of the ones who wanted me to go. And so I think that she was happy with that. And, one of the things that I've been trying to do is I'm trying to work through a lot of just different things in my life. And sometimes at therapy, it's, from what I've heard, and I think from what I experienced yesterday, it's you have a light shined on something that you didn't even know was an issue, like an emotional blind spot of sorts. And I was going through my little portal on the website, and there they have like your chart notes and stuff like that. I didn't realize she recorded the whole session, and she actually, I was able to clip out a really emotional breakthrough that I had, Sean, at the end of the session, where we really, like the power of it really shined a light on, wow, I didn't even know this was something that was weighing on me. And I think she deserves a lot of credit for helping with that.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, that is why I'm intimidated by Dan Orlovsky.
We've made a lot of progress today, but I think we both know where a lot of your issues come from.
We do?
Bobby, you have carried Sean and RJ for well over a year now with your superior football intellect. That has to take its toll.
That's the problem? I mean, my mom died. You don't think it's that, like the whole trauma of mom dying when I was a kid?
Okay, that was 17 years ago. You really need to let that go. You're starting to sound pretty soft. Sean and RJ didn't believe in Brock Purdy. That was you, Bobby.
Come on, Doc. That doesn't mean anything. I got lucky.
Was it lucky when you said you had a first-round grade on Dak Prescott?
Hey, come on, Doc. Those are my friends, all right? They do good work, too. Sean and RJ try really, really hard.
Trying isn't enough, Bobby.
I don't want to talk about this anymore.
You can't run away from this.
I said I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, okay. We won't talk about how you know the NFL better than Sean and RJ. Fine. Would you rather talk about how you told them Texas would beat Alabama? You what, Bobby? You what?
I'm so ashamed.
It's okay.
Oh, God, why do I have to be so damn smart?
This is what healing sounds like.
So it was really powerful. It was a really emotional, raw moment.
Let's make fun of the Eagles with Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Next on The Fan. Why do I have to read a commercial after that? Oh, you know what? I'm glad to do it because it is DFW Security. DFWsecurity.com allows you to keep an eye on deliveries, kids, employees, or pets with a jolly good deal on cameras, security, smart home, and more.
Contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333, or just go to truckwreck.com.
Block from the shotgun. JSN is wide to the far side. Drew looks, throws that way. Got JSN. He reaches up, makes the catch. Touchdown! Seahawks! Holy catfish! What a throw by Drew Lock! What an over-the-shoulder catch! And with 28 seconds left, the Seahawks lead 19-17.
Seahawks radio with the call. Jalen Hurts saying afterwards, I don't think we're committed enough. Darius Slay was jealous of how the Cowboys got along compared to the Eagles. They made a defensive coordinator play caller change with Matt Patricia. A lot of chaos in Filthy, and it culminated last night. Seahawks, Catfish, Salmon win 20-17. Jerry Jones told us an hour ago it was marvelous. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. What did you think of last night?
It was sensational. Oh, my goodness. That was such a fun watch. Sat there and watched every single minute of that game, and I kept thinking to myself, after the initial touchdown from Hurts on that QB keeper to the left, I'm like, okay, let's see how the Seahawks respond. And then at one point in the game, you noticed that the Eagles were not putting up points, right? They kind of kept stalling out.
Yeah.
So then I said to myself, well, this starts to favor the home team, especially when the home team is a Seattle team with 12th man behind them and everything to play for as far as trying to get back into the playoff picture. But then it all came down to Drew Lock. Could Drew Lock on a primetime stage against a primetime opponent deliver? And the fashion in which he did, oh my God, it's just wonderful. I can't stop smiling. I went to bed late because I was just riding high off of that particular loss, how that happened. So Drew Lock was magnificent. And then to see Jalen Hurts try to make the same throw deep right to try to win that game, and it's intercepted. Well, looks like Drew Lock's better than Jalen Hurts. Am I right?
Marcus Mariota. That's what David Carr called for.
There you go.
What are you seeing from Hurts in this Eagles offense compared to last year or even earlier in the season?
Teams are doing exactly what, and this is why I said going into the Eagles versus Cowboys rematch in Week 14, I said I don't know why everybody is so surprised and up in arms at what Nick Bosa said, because what Nick Bosa said is 100% accurate. If you keep Jalen Hurts in the pocket as much as possible and you force him to go through his reads and his progressions, he's going to struggle. As long as you have the personnel on the back end, as far as coverage is concerned, to make him pay for that. And it happened against the 49ers. It happened against the Cowboys. And then now it's basically happened against the Seahawks. He was outproduced by Drew Lock. He's now not, Jalen Hurts has not thrown a single touchdown. Only one touchdown over his last 12 quarters of play, and that was when they were down 35-13 against the Niners, so it didn't even matter.
Wow.
2 interceptions in that same stretch, obviously both of them last night, one of them with the game on the line. He is I don't know what this talk is about. The Eagles aren't committed. I mean, he said the Eagles aren't committed. I think they're committed to losing right now, and I can't get enough of that. So, I mean, keep him in the pocket, and if he happens to rattle off a 20-yard run, 15-yard run, as long as the game is close, it's not, that big of a deal. I mean, the Seahawks were willing to give him some runs, but they didn't want him to get downfield, and he couldn't. And A.J. Brown was clamped. Devontae Smith clamped. So when you have that receiving core and you can't get them the ball, you're basically dead in the water.
Patrick Walker on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline from the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Give me the percentage pie, the pie percentage points that the Eagles lose one of these final 3, 2 against DeVito, 1 against Arizona.
75%.
That they lose one of the 3?
Yes.
Ooh. Give it to me.
And here's why I say that. And this was before last night. So this is not attached solely to what I saw last night as far as the Eagles secondary. When the news of Darius Slay getting his knee scoped and he'll miss multiple games, that's a big one. The fact that they moved over to Matt Patricia, who's, by the way, he's an offensive coordinator. I don't know if anybody remembers that. That's indicator number 2, that secondary and that defense is in dire straits. So then you add what you saw last night, with what Drew Lock was able to do with the game on the line, and you add what the Eagles went up against with the Cowboys and that offense, and now you're talking about a Giants offense that's not a juggernaut. It's not an offensive juggernaut, but neither was Drew Lock, right? So Drew Lock's not an offensive, he's not a Hall of Famer, nor will Tommy Cutlets be. However, Tommy Cutlets, outside of he struggled a little bit last week, he battled through a concussion. Well, he was cleared, he came back. But, I mean, for the most part, 3 wins going into that game last week. Giants are starting to believe in themselves, and they're going against the secondary, who, in my opinion, is just the worst secondary in the league right now, in the Philadelphia Eagles, especially with Slay out. That's putting a lot of stress on James Bradberry, who's just been a Lunchable all year long for wide receivers. You saw what DK Metcalf was able to do on that game-winning drive, and then JSN on that same drive. Teams are just going to keep targeting him. So if I'm Brian Daboll, I get 2 opportunities to take James Bradberry to the woodshed, and I do it. That's going to give them a chance to at least split. And if you have trouble stopping Drew Lock, good luck chasing that guy Kyler Murray all over the field.
Pat, I like to look at the problems of others as a way of ignoring my own issues. So it's something I'm working on in therapy right now. That's why we open with the Eagles. But of course, Dallas did have a pretty unfortunate game against Buffalo on Sunday. Yeah. When you look at that game, what do you mark off as that was a bad day at the office versus this is cause for genuine concern and needs to be repaired in the next 3 weeks?
Bad day at the office in regards to penalties. And, speaking with Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons after the game, and I asked them before the game as well to the same point, what's the differentiator between what the Cowboys are doing at home and what they're doing on the road? And before and after, they're saying, well, you can't really put a finger on it, but they have to figure it out. Well, I think that these are tangible items. Perfect example being, and we could talk about quality of officiating or lack thereof all the live long day, but the fact is 3 personal fouls spotted the Bills 18 of their first 21 points. It helped put you in a 21-3 hole, and then the weather started to move in, and we're not blaming the weather here because the first half was pretty good, but once the weather started to move in and you had to pass your way out of that hole in a hostile territory, the game was pretty much a wrap from there because even McDermott and Josh Allen, they didn't even want to throw the ball. That's why he finished with under 100 yards and only 1 touchdown, only passed 15 times because he didn't care and he didn't have to. So the Cowboys, what Dak said is 100% accurate. The Cowboys got beat by the formula, which was the Bills wanted to get up big early, force the Cowboys to throw themselves out of it on the road in the rain, and they just simply couldn't do it, which then allowed the Bills, who were up big, to run the ball at will time and again, time of possession, almost 10 minutes in the Bills' favor, and just hammer at an increasingly tired defense. And then the big plays on the ground started to happen more and more. And then James Cook, I mean, I've never seen him play like that. Even in his days in Athens with my dogs, I've never seen James Cook play like that. Even when the play was dead on arrival for him, his vision was superb. He'd just get back and leak out the backside and turn it into like a 10-yard game. So I don't know. It's just a bad day at the office, and maybe just stop playing Georgia running backs.
What happened between McCarthy and Bones on the sideline?
Well, my understanding is that McCarthy didn't give the green light for that attempted block by Sam Williams, and that's more or less what happened. And, of course, it's one of those things where, kind of like a basketball analogy, where you shoot the shot and everybody's like, that's a terrible shot. Good shot. That's if it goes in. If it doesn't go in, you're still like, why the hell did you shoot that? So Sam Williams, to his credit, he had an opportunity to make that block, which would have been his second big play in a row. The first one would have been previously on that third down where he pressured Josh Allen out of the pocket and made it an incomplete pass. But technique comes into play in moments like that, and he just didn't have perfect technique. So, you run into the kicker. What did I talk about earlier? Penalties. You run into the kicker. You give them a new set of downs. They march down the field. They get more points off of it. Mike McCarthy was furious with Bones Fossil because of that. Based on where they were on the field as well, I mean, Fossil went boom or bust, and it just was a bust that time.
So if Sam Williams makes contact with the football, Mike McCarthy's fine.
Basically. I 100% believe that. I believe it's one of those things where Fossil took his shot, and McCarthy's like, don't shoot that.
Yeah.
But then if it goes in all net, if it's a punt block and then turns into 6 points, then McCarthy's high-fiving Bone is like, I knew you had it in you.
Yeah. And it really was the right call.
Yeah, but then it went horribly the wrong way. So McCarthy is like, who told you to do that?
Yeah.
So it's one of those things. So, I mean, in that situation, I didn't have a problem with the call. I just had a problem with how Williams handled the play once he teleported into the backfield. I think maybe he even surprised himself and got back there too quick. And then he was like, holy crap, what do I do? And, he made the mistake.
We're talking with Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com. Pat, so yesterday, Mike McCarthy, Stephen Jones, they both were striking what felt like an optimistic tone on Zach Martin and his injury status. Jerry this morning with us sounded like he was a little more unsure than them. Where do you think the situation stands currently with Zach Martin's availability for this weekend?
Well, Bob, I'll put it two ways. One, McCarthy was optimistic, like you said. Zach himself was optimistic. He said in the locker room after the game, he said, quote, I feel good about chances versus the Dolphins. And then yesterday, McCarthy doubled down on the optimism there. And, I mean, we all know between Jim Mara and Britt Brown, some arguably the best trainers in the industry. But that being said, I'm scarred from, Tyler Smith missing a couple games when we didn't think that he would. Tyron Smith missing, more time than we thought he would before they put him on this new regimen. And then you look at the loss in Arizona, you were out 3 guys. And then, of course, Tyron was active for that game, but then ultimately ruled out of that game. So when it comes to the Cowboys offensive line, I am hereby taking a wait-and-see approach, right? I believe in these trainers 100%, but we really need to see how that quad contusion reacts to treatment this week before I can give any odds on Zach Martin taking the field. They are optimistic. Zach is, Mike is, Jerry looks like he's kind of playing the line. But from a me standpoint, from a Patrick standpoint, PTSD. So let's just see and hope.
You take anything interesting from Jerry an hour ago?
When you guys asked Jerry about where do you think the Bills defense kind of won the battle against the Cowboys, he made a great point, but my mind went right to the trenches. I don't think that the Cowboys got bullied as much as I think they got finessed. When you look at the Bills, they only blitzed 6 times, and yet they constantly got pressure against the Cowboys, even before Zach Martin went out of the game, but most certainly after he went out of the game. That tells me that the Cowboys were losing their matchups up front. Some of that was bullying, some of that was technique. There was kind of a mentality there that the Cowboys were losing. Don't really know what was going on with that. But when you look at James Cook, he didn't look like Marshawn Lynch out there. He wasn't running through an MFer's face, right? He looked like Gale Sayers and Walter Payton. Like, he was shifty. He was quick. He was burning the edges more than he was taking it up the A and B gap. So I think it was more of a finesse situation. The Cowboys got beat by the formula, which is finesse, and they got beat by James Cook, who is basically just making them chase him all over the field. When you miss 12 tackles against the team, to me, that doesn't tell me that you got bullied. It tells me you got finessed, and that's what happened in Buffalo.
Great stuff as always. Thank you, Patrick. Have a good one.
You too, fella. Talk to you soon.
Patrick Walker, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. The only one who can figure it all out. He educated us yesterday. Kevin Hagelin explains how the Cowboys can still win the NFC East. Part of KNC Crosstalk after this. And this.
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Props to whoever's doing the promos around here lately. Very, very nice job.
You're welcome.
Did you do that?
No, I didn't.
You can't even do a college intro.
I was like, did you hear that imaging? That was most certainly not Peyton.
No, Carter, record something.
It's time for a crib session, baby. Where he says it like Moira
He's
Rose.
listening right now on his way to work.
Why are you so afraid of Carter? Yesterday and today,
Peyton,
you got your nuts in your stomach right now. Your voice just
Carter.
You're like, don't talk. Don't. He's gonna get upset. He's gonna get upset.
Carter, you should kick Peyton's ass when you get in here.
Like,
Because if he throws stuff, I get hit first.
Is it like a redhead rage thing? Like, is it what's going on? Because yesterday you were like getting uncomfortable a little bit, like when Bobby and I today were talking about the racist Pro Bowl or Anthony Edwards' abortion.
I was uncomfortable with those.
Glorious,
That was in the same segment, wasn't it? Just for me?
I was thinking about you.
Yeah, he was about to start talking about the anthem, everything. It was about to get really uncomfortable.
I agreed. Kevin would just disintegrate right in front of you.
Pass out and be like, I can't do it.
See, but I told Bassett this the other day. I didn't think Kevin. I didn't think Kevin would shy away from topics. Are you guys making smart business decisions with your 10 and 11 shares?
I think you just figured it out. I think you just figured it out.
Our ratings are fantastic, Sean. Thank you for pointing that out.
Their
station is doing badass right now.
They're
That's
Dion.
awesome.
They'll take away one half the field, but they're not tackling. They're not doing any of that.
That's right. That's right.
So props to the promos. Did you say that was Broadus' song?
Yeah, Big X the Plug. That's the one that he drunkenly danced to at the Rangers parade.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, right out of the gate, the tiebreakers. And we figure it all out. So we got to figure out, what does strength of victory actually mean?
Oh my God, I worked so hard on that.
How we figure it all out. And then at 10:40, Corey asks all the football questions.
What's the first one?
Whew. You'll have to wait and find out.
Oh man, what a tease.
In-show prep, love it.
Hey, give away all the secrets here to how you make a glorious show.
You're like our NBC playoff positioning guy, the guy they throw up there.
Yeah. The guy that was he on CNN or Fox during the elections?
Oh yeah,
and now
you're a Tim Russert or a John King.
And TV
All right,
and
yeah.
sports TV said, "No, let's get this guy."
Except there's viable options that people like.
Were you guys?
See, there you go. That was just for you.
There you go. Yeah. No, when I read the Anthony Edwards story, I thought of you because I'm like, I can see Kevin putting this guy on blast for being if someone's gonna identify someone for being a bad human being, it would be you. And that's why I went in on Anthony Edwards.
I was a little surprised to see how much money he sent over. If like
$100K?
$100,000 if she also doesn't want the baby. But I just thought it was weird. And he's like, yeah, don't leave me alone after this. I'm like, that's not really how that works at all.
Well, he's got another one knocked up. There's 2 pregnant.
Oh, dear.
Yes. And I just didn't want him to completely get away with it because he's freezing in Minnesota because he had the homophobic thing earlier. And it's like, okay, this guy.
He put LOL, though, so he's good.
Oh,
if you end things with LOL, it takes away the harshness of it.
Softens the blow there.
You guys are familiar with Don't Say Anything and Peyton, Don't Say Anything. Oh. You guys familiar with what they do? You know how when they show Cowboy games or Mavs, they show, Fort Worth and the cattle up and down the streets.
Yeah.
What do they do for Seattle sporting events? In that same
They show the fish market.
Weed.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bobby, so there was a catfish call earlier in one of these play-by-play from last night.
They said holy catfish
They
or
said
something.
holy catfish, and I was like, oh, maybe they're referring to throwing the fish in the market.
Yeah.
Bobby and Peyton have no idea what we're talking about.
So I don't feel like
been to
how's
Seattle?
How's
maybe
that
I'm
possible?
wrong. Is
Been to
catfish?
Vancouver.
I've never been to Seattle, but they show it every time.
I haven't been to Seattle since Chop was established.
Okay.
Peggy.
Chop?
Sorry, move on.
Like RJ?
Yeah, that's it.
Or Chop-ta?
Yeah, that's it.
So-
Anyway, fish market. I've never heard of this thing.
I watch.
You have seen them throw the fish.
They
in.
throw the fish to each other.
Why am
Oh,
I? Look,
man.
I'm not. No.
I don't know why they throw fish. It does. I have no clue why.
Look.
What's the purpose?
Think about this. I have been at Cowboys games nonstop for the last 7 years. I'm not watching the TV broadcasts of those ones. And if I've got free time to watch a game, I'm generally not going I really want to watch the Seahawks. So I'm not going to see their stupid bump shots.
Well, before we actually made you relevant and hired you at the station,
Oh my gosh,
I'm sure
that's
you
so
were
rude.
seeing Seahawk games. What other cities are as identifiable as that fish thing with Seattle that you can think of? When they go to, we're live in blah, 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 city, state. What are the other things? We got cattle. We got horses here. We have.
Does that ever bother you?
Yes.
Me too.
Yeah. Because I thought when I moved here, like a horse was going to pick me up from the airport.
Is that really what you thought?
And like,
I feel
truck me on over to the radio
I
station.
feel like whenever there's
I had to buy a hat like RJ just did.
I feel like whenever there's a baseball game or a football game in Chicago, they got to get the bump shot of like here's the
bean.
close up of me making the Chicago dog with the little pickle in it, and like they got to show somebody like
Cheese
creating
steak, Liberty Bell.
Sure.
They do that.
There's somebody punching a horse.
That's right. The Falls Buffalo.
Yes.
That's always
Niagara
there.
Falls, you got to see that.
Yeah.
The stuff on the sidewalks of San Francisco.
Times Square. Do they usually do Times Square with Giants games or Jets games, or do they stay away from
They
that?
light up the Empire State Building, maybe.
Yes.
Ranger colors.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So when did you believe last night that this was actually happening? Don't tell me that you had all this great faith in Drew Lock with a minute 24 left to go 90 yards.
I did say last week that I thought Seattle was going to win.
Yeah.
So I that is on record on air, so twice at least. But I also thought that was more about Philly not being up to it. Yesterday during crosstalk with Broadus, he was like, Seattle can't finish games.
Yep.
They can make games competitive, but they don't know how to close them out. And I was like, oh, man, as the minutes were winding down, I was like, this is what Broadus is talking about. But I think it was, once it was all over with, I kind of had that sigh of relief. But I've been saying this for a minute now. I want to watch Philadelphia crumble from within. And that's what it appears to be happening. A.J. Brown doesn't like Hurts right now, and Hurts doesn't like A.J. Brown. And I don't think the sick thing was real. I think it was made up BS.
Whoa!
To create some interest in the game.
You think he ate a bad pizza like Michael Jordan?
It was a whole week. It was a whole week of him talking about how sick he was and how he wasn't feeling good. He wasn't with the team. He had to zoom in.
Did you guys see the Drew Lock clip of him post game where he was looking around to shake his hand? And I guess the cameras caught him going, I guess he's sick. And then walked off.
Oh, Locke said
Drew
that?
Lock was looking for Jalen Hurts. Anyway, I guess he's sick.
Wait, you think that
think they're falling apart inside.
But the Hurts A.J. Brown thing, you think was his buy-in comment or continuity? Where are you?
Yeah.
Where are you getting A.J. Hurts? Did they go at it last night?
There was there not a conversation about A.J. Brown going to the coach and saying, hey, look, man, the fumbles are a problem for us. And then Jalen Hurts is out there doing fumble drills.
Yeah, what was up with that?
No, okay.
Those drills.
It was that fake.
So that was it was reported, but it was by some Twitter reporter that I don't think is actually associated with anybody, so it could be totally made.
All right, I'll take it. I'm fine with it.
I'll take it too.
I think their head coach, and you used the word meatball this morning, referring to Dom, and my son thought that was hilarious because he'd never heard a human being called a meatball before, so it was great for him. Yeah. But that's what I think is going on. I think there's some internal turmoil regarding the way they play. Their coach had them at too high of a standard, too high of intensity all season long, and you just can't keep that up all season long.
What is your confidence level?
Well, I just want to tell you, not until the sideline catch. It wasn't until the sideline catch that I thought Seattle could actually win this game.
Man, that was a good one.
That was my answer.
No, you're too busy probably checking in with your therapist on your phone right now.
Oh, that is important.
Dear therapist, Sean is mean.
Who's this? I hope you get invited to his therapy session sometime, and you're like, so you're the famous Sean.
I could have saved him the money. I fix everyone's problems.
Is that right?
Yeah. What did you say you were going to save my $50? You had the key for me.
Some real.
Take your 50.
Yeah, you said here you can save $50 going to therapy.
Yeah.
What is it? What was my issue? Sean last week he goes, here, I'll save you your money. Your mom died.
No. I was like, I was going back to the whole what happened with your mother. You know, it all traces back and all that stuff. So yeah, you could give me $50 for that.
That was on the air. I'm not sharing an off-air joke.
I do remember that moment.
But I like that type of stuff. I like, I'm fascinated to be inside Basic's therapy sessions.
Oh my God!
And to hear what he's going for and the growth, and he was dropping terms on us and everything. I think it's good. I love the psychology of that stuff.
Working with Mike as long as you have. how much of Mike's session is I don't know what I did, and he's being honest that he doesn't know because he doesn't pay attention.
Yes.
Okay.
And as long as he's being honest, then he can get some good feedback. He might not love it,
Right, yeah.
but he can get some good feedback.
But I do think that the reality is I didn't realize it because I wasn't thinking about anybody else's feelings in the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's where Bassick, like, where people will be like, man, I don't like that you did that. And he's like, I don't have a clue what you're talking about. And that's where it is with him.
She told me I was very self-aware. I just didn't seem to know what to do with the information when I had that awareness.
Well, that's actually good. That's good information.
That sounds good.
Yeah,
Are you guys worried about losing Mike to Bally with CJ Nikowski leaving for the Braves?
I don't want to
You
lose
want
him.
it?
I don't want to lose him. No, listen. All right, let's be very clear about this.
Please do.
Shots fired!
Because a couple weeks ago, before we went to Jared Sandler's thing, I told Mike in our meeting, look, if you see me talking to John Blake, it's because I'm pushing for you to be a color analyst for the Rangers next year. And then he was like, hey, why would you say that? Do you know something I don't know? And I was like, I don't know anything. I think you're good. I think you're really good at this. And I think you would love to do it. I think it would be a great opportunity for you. Though I think you would still be connected to us, and that would be a benefit to us. I think he'd call us and do like a weekly with us or whatever. So I was like, man, I know that you love baseball, and this would be a great opportunity. And he's talked about this. He's like, look, if the Nationals came to me and said, hey, we want to do this and this and this, I would have to consider it. So now I don't know if I was supposed to say that on here.
Oh my gosh,
but that being
don't say.
said, I know that he would be good at it. And so that's why I want it, because I think it would be a positive for him. Could we take a hit from it? Absolutely, man. But it would be something positive for that guy.
Bassick in the TV booth
Is very different than he is in the radio.
Yeah, so like, how do you think that would balance out? If it would balance out at all. Like, you're live, right? When you're doing pregame and post, and this is really having a real conversation without Mike here. But when you're doing pre and post, right, you have less time to be as raw and reactionary.
Sure.
And if you're in a game reacting to a play and explaining it, blah, 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 you're going to get, in my opinion, more real Mike. Now, I'm someone who believes that Bally is so soft and so terrible and so generic and so vanilla and vague. That would be awesome if you got radio Mike. But I'm just wondering how long radio Mike could last if he was in that TV broadcast booth with the reaction.
So
Does that make sense?
When I was doing play-by-play and color stuff before we started here, one of the notes was there's always a positive in the play. So even if you look at it and you're like, that guy, my guy didn't do something right, the guy on the other side did something right. So talk about that instead. And so he might be coached to, hey, look, man, we're not going to be that way about it. But I think he'll be on. I think he's going to talk baseball. And I think that's the raw part that you're going to get the most out of him is the real baseball aspect.
Now Amazon's going to be fine with it.
We're awarding him.
Amazon's going to be fine.
We're awarding him games, and that's premature. We don't know who they're going to get.
Yeah, that's true.
To fill the spot, but I always get these Josh Lewin messages. I wasn't here for Lewin. I worked radio with him, but
I loved Lewin doing the Rangers calls.
Do you remember what him and Elfenbein wanted to call their show?
Yes.
They got rejected?
Yes.
What is that, Kevin?
Ooh. I regretted that sentence since
Ooh.
I started it.
I think I can figure it out.
Do you know?
I'm not going to say it on the air, but I think I can figure it out.
Okay.
Corporate rejected it. People seem to like it.
I heard someone.
Oh, maybe you know a different version of this story than I do.
Yeah, I heard it was someone on the show that maybe rejected.
But I do
probably figure that out.
I think what we need to do as a station.
It was not Kyle.
I think what we need to do as a station, though, is we need to support and we need to write letters to our legislators to get Mike in. Get him a few games, maybe just get him.
Oh, he'll get some games.
Yeah, let's get him like 10 games next year.
Is there anything else you think we should write legislators about?
Yeah,
sports gambling,
weed.
Oh,
if you had Ted Cruz on again, would you ask him about Bassick in the booth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Randomly throw that out.
But he's an Astros guy, so.
I thought you were going to say something else. We're back tomorrow.
He's a Cancun guy.
KFC. Bobby, you should have stopped talking 3 minutes ago.
We're so close, man.
KMC is next on 105. K and C.
Thank you.
from our fan studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3
We are live on radio.
Good Lord, Corey. I feel like you knew we were live on the air as well, right? Golly.
Dude, I just want to tell you this, man. Thanks to the Tolos out there and the Twolos out there. Y'all have made this, we were a silly weekend show for many years.
True.
And when we were a night show, people were like, I don't know if they could survive in the daytime. I don't know if they could really talk sports and do what they do. And this show somehow, some way, has managed to be the number one show, the number one sports talk show in the middays in DFW, a top 5 market in the country. And I'm going to say the credit goes to all the Tolos. Like, we show up, right? Like, we show up, but they show up harder. And thank you very much for that.
I appreciate that. Thanks for letting us stay employed. That's what I know people think I'm kidding about it just because that's the natural tone of my voice. But I do really appreciate it. You've got me, Kevin Hagel, and Corey Majors. And we bring to you Mr. College graduate himself, Alec Medford. How's it going, man?
It's going great. I'm glad to be back with you guys. I swear, 4 days off feels like 4 weeks doing this job. Like, the board scares me again. So, yeah, bear with me.
Anxiety.
Yeah. It's been a minute.
Dude, what's great too is he graduates from college, and now Kevin's like, now you can talk more. You know, it's like, hey,
I'm qualified.
Yeah,
look at this.
You finally have a degree, so now you're allowed to do that.
Thank you.
I don't want that on me whatsoever. All right, let's go to cut number 6, if we can, please.
Block from the shotgun. JSN is wide to the far side. Drew looks, throws that way, got JSN, he reaches up, makes the catch, touchdown, Seahawks!
All right, the Seahawks are victorious in a game that it was okay, but the last couple of minutes were super, super fun.
Fun or stressful? Because I feel like Philly fans did not find it fun at all.
Sure.
And I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. And the stress for me on that side of things, Kevin, is I really need this to happen so that the Cowboys have these opportunities, right? Like, and so that what happened on Sunday still happened.
Yeah.
You still have to address those things. You can't let that go. But it lines up an easier path for the Cowboys, or keeps the path still open.
No, it absolutely lines up an easier path for the Cowboys because, and this is not the way you're going to want to say it, or people might want to hear it, you can absorb a loss potentially easier now. That's just common sense right there. But I decided to try to do the math last night, and I did the math so you don't have to.
Thank
right?
you.
You say thank you, but the final conclusion I came up with, inconclusive. Now, let me explain how we got there, because it took forever. But here's the most important thing that you need to know. The Eagles were 10-1 when Big Dom could roam free on the sidelines. They're now 0-3 when he can't be on the sidelines for the entirety of the game. And you'll remember that he's suspended from the sidelines for the rest of the regular season. So they are clearly spiraling. But let's go to it as it is right now. 2 clubs tied for the division lead. Right now, I understand that the Cowboys are technically in first place because they have a better division record. But let's say both of the teams win out. So they both end up being 13-4. Here's how it'll go. Head to head, it was a tie. Best won-loss percentage. This is the second tiebreaker in the division. Guess what? It'll be a tie. Best win percentage in common games. Guess what? It'll end up being a tie. Best win percentage within the conference. Guess what? It'll end up being a tie. Strength.
Is that 4 levels down now?
That is 4 levels down. So you get all the way down to the 5th level. Strength of victory in all games. So I tried to run this math last night. And the final tally that I came up to, and we talked with Broadus last week about this, but I was learning more and more about strength of victory, is it is where that team is at the time you beat them. So you can't just go down the schedule and be like, oh, Dallas and Philly play pretty much the exact same schedule, but the pivot game is like we played the Chargers versus they played the Chiefs. And that does factor heavily into it. However, It also takes into account where each team was when you play them. So what I can tell you is this. The most statistically likely outcome is that the Eagles would win on strength of victory. Barely. However, this is why you want to root for the Giants to lose all their games, for the Rams to lose all of their
So the Giants to lose all the games except against Philly.
The Eagles. So I guess just
It's a
one.
weird place to be. Yeah.
Two of their last 3
Okay,
games
gotcha.
are against Philly. And on the flip side, you would want Washington to win a couple of games before you finish up with them. You would want Detroit to win before you play Detroit. And so that can amp up your strength of victory. It is still possible for the Cowboys to overtake Philly on strength of victory, but then you would have to break down like all these games that are several weeks away from even happening.
Okay, why is this in place? This doesn't make any sense. Like they went college style on this almost.
Hey.
But even kind of tricked it out even more. Tricked it up even more.
Yes.
I think I said that wrong. My apologies.
It goes all the way down to 12.
Okay.
And 12 is a coin toss. So
this is the freaking NFL.
Okay.
There has to be a better way than a damn coin toss.
Look, fine. Strength of victory. People already think that's too complex. Here's what it is after that. Strength of schedule in all games. Best combined ranking among conference teams in points scored and points allowed in all games. Good news. You're going to win that. Best combined ranking among all teams in points scored and points allowed. Good news. You're going to win that one. Best net points in common games. You're going to win that. Best net points in all games. You're going to win that. Best net touchdowns in all games. And if you're still tied after all of that, they're like, hell, I ran out of things. Flip a coin.
Okay.
They should do a kicking competition. I'd feel good about that.
What about a play-in game?
Man, do you want to play an extra game? It's tough because if you win,
You might get a bye week.
but you probably still won't because of San Francisco. You'll just get home field. If I was the Cowboys, I would probably go ahead and play that. But why not aggregate score in the 2 matchups against the Eagles? Look, there are a lot of things that I wish it were. I think it should be aggregate score in those 2 games. Because guess what? You would win. However, that is not what it is. It's not. I'm just telling you the tiebreaker procedure.
All right, so basically everything you told me here, and everything's week to week. You still have to beat Miami at this point. You have to go prove that you can beat Miami and stay healthy, somewhat, and hope that your right tackle can grow up still more throughout the season and be a dominant right tackle. I look at Terrence Steele right now, Kevin, as the Rangers bullpen. Where like all season long you're like, what's going on, man? And then maybe in the playoffs he finds it. I don't know.
Right.
But what you're basically saying is I see 2 different options here. You need to win enough games to not even have to worry about it, and the Eagles lose enough to not have to worry about it, or chaos. And Kevin, I don't know if you know about this, but I say this every year when it comes to the football playoff in college. I want chaos. And just because I'm a Cowboys fan doesn't mean that I don't want chaos in the situation that the Cowboys are in. So I'm voting for chaos still. I want all that stuff that you just broke down. I want you to have to break it down for the next 3.5 weeks and just sit there going, I don't know, but we'll find out.
Great.
And we got to wait. And every week is just more chaos and more chaos. That's what I'm hoping for. Although I know a lot of Cowboys fans out there, they want the easy path. And they want Philly just to disappear, which I still think that it's falling apart internally. So I'm okay with that.
Look, I agree with that part. I do want the easy path. Here's the crazy thing. If I told you, do you want the Cowboys to lose this weekend? Your answer would obviously be no. However, if I told you, would you take a Cowboys loss this weekend if it also meant the Eagles lost? Yes, because then you win the tiebreak because you're going to win on the division record. By the way, somebody just texted in and said, but don't we have more conference wins than the Eagles? Right now, yes, but keep in mind they play 3 more conference games the rest of the way. You only play 2. It'll end up,
got the Dolphins here.
It'll end up a tie. If you win out, it will all end up a tie, and you're likely, though not guaranteed, to lose strength of victory. Now,
what about the fact that Philly's stupid? What about that? Does that count?
That's probably why they're going to lose their last 3.
All right, I'll take it.
So that is very fair. Now, from the 4-3-2, going to San Francisco in the second round isn't a given. I agree with that no matter what. And then somebody else said this. How does winning the division help? You still have to play the 49ers at their place. Season ends there either way. You don't know that. Do I think that's probably what would happen? Sure.
Yeah, a lot of people are just giving up. And I know, Kevin, I don't know if you wanted to move this around. I know you wanted to discuss the why are they so bad at home idea.
Yes.
And I know there's more conversation about that, but look, man, they could be bad all season long on the road and really good at home. And then in the playoffs, everything could change. And you're like, how did that happen? I don't know. I have no clue.
Yep.
But I can't just go, well, it's over. Playoffs. I mean, even if we get in the playoffs and we don't have a home game, we should just pack it up and not even play. Like, that's how I feel a lot of people are about this.
Yes, and I agree. And plus, this, I don't know if this will sound like loser talk or if people will be with me on this. If you win the division, you're most likely going to get the number 2 seed. Now, there is a scenario in which you lost to Detroit and Philadelphia just lost all their games and somehow you won the division anyway, but overwhelmingly likely, if you win the division, you're going to be the number 2 seed in the playoffs. What does that mean? That guarantees if you keep winning at home, which you have, you would be in the NFC Championship game. Look, I get it. You don't start a season going, hey, I hope we can make it to the conference finals and woohoo, we'll just leave it right there. However, it has been 28 years. If you tell me right now you can get to the game for the Super Bowl, I accept. Would I think that we'd be the favorites against the 49ers? Hell no. Do I think we would win that game? My prediction is we would not win that game. However, you would be, that's true. You would be in the game to go to the Super Bowl. I accept. And the other thing I'll tell you about Philly losing last night is it gives you hope to avoid San Francisco for as long as possible, which is what we've talked about all along. If the Cowboys get the number 5 seed, it's likely that Detroit and Philly are 2 and 3. I'm not sure how that order would play out. But if one of those teams loses, then you still don't have to face San Francisco. And I'll tell you this right now. I know the Buffalo game was a catastrophe. I believe the Cowboys are better than every team in the NFC with the exception of San Francisco. So if you have to go on the road against Philly, if you have to go on the road against Detroit, I think they would win those games. However, if they're at home, I feel significantly more confident that they would win. So a lot of good stuff from last night.
I did want to try and take a look at the worst road records because somebody asked Kevin how many teams have 4 losses on the road this year.
Oh, I don't know.
And almost okay. The Ravens, Niners, Jacksonville, Colts, Chiefs, Lions, Vikings, Eagles. Dolphins, Buccaneers, Steelers, Bengals, all don't. So about half the teams don't have 4 losses on the roads, and about half the teams do have four or more losses on the road. The Ravens are 6-1, the Niners are 6-2. Like, they are good on the road. So I understand. I feel like even if you did host the Niners, you would still have a struggle on your hands. Just the way that they're playing. They're playing exceptional. But the whole point is, at this moment, right where you are as a Cowboys team, you really do have to do specific things. That is win football games and not try to rely on somebody else. And somebody did say, hey, Arizona, don't lose to Arizona and don't lose to Buffalo. Like, you can't change that at this point.
Agreed.
Like, now the direction is, and I do this a lot, Kevin. Where are we? Where are we going? And that's what the next thing is. You have to look forward from here on. But you got to clean up the things that you did poorly against those 2 teams. And what it is those 2 teams did very specific things to keep you from doing what you were best at. What's plan B whenever you're not at your best? That's what the Cowboys have to come up with, is whenever they take away what we do well and whenever they won't let us do certain things, how are we going to combat that instead of saying, well, we're going to lose this one today 30-10? That can't be the solution.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of that. So there's all the updates. Win, and I can't win all your games, and I can't guarantee you'll get the number 2 seed. But
what if you lose all your games?
I can guarantee you will. Well, actually, I can guarantee.
Wouldn't the Lions maybe?
I guess I can't guarantee it because
you need to go look at that tiebreaker.
The Lions could lose there too, and hell, I don't know. Don't do that. Lose your next 3 games, and I guarantee you I will not be optimistic going into the playoffs.
Gotcha.
How about that?
That
Is
works.
That a fair guarantee?
I like that. Yeah.
with a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you so much for everyone that's getting involved. I hope that sheds some light, and I realize the end result was inconclusive, but I hope that helped people out to know where we're at in the playoff standings. Right now, or I guess coming up next, let's talk Mavs and Nuggets, and how are we feeling about Luka's supporting cast? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
They are three lifelong DFW guys.
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Any movement on one side or the other. Jokic's going to back down Jones Jr. They come on the double. Wide open is Murray. And he lets it fly.
Hey, guess what? The Mavericks game did not go well last night against the defending NBA champions.
Why do you say that?
Because they lost by 26 points.
Well, I mean, whenever they have a good championship roster and you have Luka, you're going to lose by 26 points.
Jokic scored 8 points in that game.
That's called a championship roster, Kevin.
And you lost by 26 points. Now, could you also make the counter argument that they were unstoppable from three? Yes, you could make that argument, but you just brought it up. You got Luka. Now, look.
Is he good?
Yeah.
Have we decided? Is Luka good?
Might have to hit the breaking news sounder. Luka is very good.
Ooh.
Dare I even say excellent.
I like the way you did that.
But that was going to be my question right here. Because I know you were missing, obviously, two key pieces last night in terms of Lively and Kyrie. We've got to update about that in just a second. But Luka has 38 points, 11 rebounds, and 8 assists. Jokic scores 8 points, and you lose by 26 points.
Mm-hmm.
That is staggering to me. I know Denver's good.
Well, and again, I go back to their roster's deep.
Agreed.
When you can have Reggie Jackson doing Reggie Jackson things, and he loves doing Reggie Jackson things against the Mavericks. He's like, oh my, I don't know what it is about the jersey that makes him go, I'm never missing tonight.
Yeah.
But it happens. And so that's one element. But your inability to score elsewhere with this team is terrifying. And if you're not going to defend, if you're not going to play defense enough to keep a team under 130, which it looks like the NBA doesn't want anybody to do that anyway.
Fair.
If you're not going to play enough defense, then it doesn't matter, like on these types of nights, whether or not you can score if the other team can play defense.
Now,
and you only have your one guy.
Yeah, exactly. Because Kyrie and Lively were both out. Like I said, we'll get to that, the rest of that in just 1 second. I will tell you this. For Luka, when you said, is he good? The NBA has said, yes, he is good. Last week, the team went 3-1. He had 36.8 points per game, 8 rebounds per game, 11.5 assists per game. That led him to be the Western Conference Player of the Week. The concerning part, though, is while Kyrie was not in a boot last night, Derek Lively was. I realize that sometimes that's just what you do, even with a sprained ankle, because that's what the Mavericks said. They said it's just a sprained ankle for Derek Lively after the x-rays coming out of Portland. And so they were negative. But you are still without your second primary scorer and your primary interior defender, if not your primary rebounder, although I know Luka can take up the role of primary rebounder as well.
We were listening to
we
were listening to a Colby Calais song earlier about Christmas in the Sand, which we may revisit later in the week. And I left my volume on, and so had an ad pop up. Kevin, I have a couple of questions that I want to ask here.
Are any of them about Christmas in the Sand?
No, not about Christmas in the Sand. One is about Derek Lively.
Okay.
Do we need to be concerned about his health forever? Is it going to be like where he gets these little things all the time? Where, and I say little, but that's a big thing when you're walking around in a boot.
This is going to sound really weird, and maybe
Or is he just young and he'll grow up and get calloused?
The ankle doesn't bother me as much as if it was like a back issue or something at this point, which some people might think is preposterous because you could sprain your ankle just like that, especially when you're playing basketball. The ankle doesn't bother me as much for now.
Okay, all right.
But you're right. If it were to continue to come up, I'm like, well, holy crap. Look how different this team is with and without Derek Lively in terms of interior defense, in terms of rebounding.
All right.
It's a lot.
That was thing number one I wanted to ask about. Thing number two, are we concerned about our offseason edition of Grant Williams still? Like, I know we've been kind of hinting at this and going forward with it.
Right.
Are we looking at this going, he's not the right thing?
Okay, I'm not going to say he's not the right thing. What I'm going to tell you is he shifted back more to the player that he was in Boston is what I'm going to say. Yeah, I feel okay with that description. What did I talk about a lot at the beginning of the season with Grant Williams? Holy cow, Grant Williams is giving you 12 to 14 points a game. If that ends up being the way this all plays out, that's going to be a freaking revelation. Well, guess what? That's probably not the way it's going to turn out.
He gave you half that last night.
And the good news is he is still the Minnesota game a few games back notwithstanding. He is still shooting well for the season from 3, which is good. However, this month has not been a captivating month whatsoever for Grant Williams. But I maintain you signed him for defense, not because of offensive purposes. And he still has some struggles on defense. That is true.
There are a number of guys that are on this team for their defense, and they're not good defensively. So that's where my big concern also is you're missing a lot of things. There are still a lot of things that you put together, you're better. But man, dude, when you see Denver play against this team, you see the difference. You see the separation.
Sure.
You see why they're a championship team. And again, you didn't even have their best player going off.
Right.
Aaron Gordon was ripping you up last night because nobody had the size to be able to compete with Aaron Gordon. Or whenever he was going to get a lob from Jamal Murray, it just worked because he can bounce. So that's the separation for me has always been the Mavericks are good, but whenever it comes to the top 3 teams in each conference, I don't think they're that good.
And that's one of the issues is, let's say you just you didn't check out the game. You're just looking at the box score, right? What is one of the arguments, not you, people in general, what's one of the arguments people are going to make is, well, they were hot from 3. What are you supposed to do? Okay, well, take a look closer as why they were hot for 3. Is it because it was just one of those nights, or it was because you consistently gave them open looks that are problematic? Because if it's the latter, then it damn sure is your fault. If it's the former, look, you're going to run into a game. I did not think this was a game where it was only Denver being on fire. I thought they got several easy 3 looks that they converted.
Oh, no, that's for sure. Whenever you're giving them the, hey, I'm just putting my hand up 3-pointer,
sure,
that's not playing good defense. That's not playing tight defense. I mean, you saw what Buffalo just did to the Cowboys. They were plastered to those guys, all right? They were all over them. And
if we played that kind of defense, maybe
when the Mavericks play defense, it's like, hey, we're ready to get the ball back. Hey, we don't care how. We just want to get the ball back so we can go try and score.
But the issue that you run into there is Maxi Kleber and Derek Lively, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Maxi Kleber's, he's not out there. That's one of your big-time defenders. Especially if you're talking about size, Derek Lively not being out there either.
And Derek Lively's giving you both sides now. He's giving you a lob option. He's giving you once I get the rebound, I can go back up with it. And like Mike's been saying a lot of is he makes rebounding difficult. He allows the Mavericks offense or defense to get back and get set. He allows the Mavericks defense they even have the ability to move in transition when he gets a defensive rebound and can push it up the court to Luka or whoever as they get going.
And somebody brought this up, but who would have thought we'd be getting more from Jones Jr. than Grant Williams, really, offensively at least, but both have been good defensively. Look, there are several positives on this team. I don't want to say, hey, obviously you weren't going to win without Kyrie and without Derek Lively. I probably would have guessed that, and I think the odds makers would have too. But Derek Jones Jr. been better than anybody could have fathomed, I imagine.
There was a moment last night where he got a steal and just took it straight to the basket, and he had a defender in front of him, but his speed and ability to get to it, I was like, man, we need more of that. But then he gives you 6 points, and that's all you're really asking, I guess. But I would love 11.
I remain steadfast that Dante Exum has been a revelation on this team. But the fact of the matter is, maybe you just take 2 back. You need a combination of the return of Kyrie, Lively, and Kleber. The good news is it appears as though all of those will be sooner rather than later. But then again, I feel like maybe we felt that way about Kleba for a minute.
Yeah, and I will say too, like to have an off night shooting the way the Mavericks did in a lot of respects,
that hurt.
That's something that you don't anticipate, but whenever it happens, it puts glaring holes on everything else. When you have Derek Jones Jr. and Tim Hardaway Jr. going 2 for 9 plus 5. 2 for 14.
Good job.
That's not good. Like that's not good enough for them to be able to compete if they're gonna play the game they play.
And Tim Hardaway Jr. is another person that I think for most of the year he surpassed my expectations. Now, I think we put this off as long as conceivably possible. Unfortunately, especially since we're talking about basketball, did you see the stuff with Anthony Edwards?
I heard about it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's weird. It's really weird to me that he's like, this dude doesn't have. I don't think he has everything in line. His moral intentions, I don't think are completely in line.
So, and look, I'm not trying to get into the politics of all of it, so we can skip that part.
But it's going to happen.
Probably. You're probably right about that. Anthony Edwards was tagged in a post via leaked text messages. Here are some of the text messages where Anthony Edwards, the star for the Minnesota Timberwolves, who is looking like he continues to ascend,
budding star still right now, because I feel like he still hasn't gotten, because he plays in Minnesota, he doesn't get that connotation yet.
I do wonder if, he has
all the ability. Like the dude has all the ability to be a superstar, and he's finally growing into it.
I wonder if the fact that they've kind of taken over the West, at least almost a third of the way through the season, changes that. But budding star, that's fair as well. The allegation is that he got a gal pregnant. Look, it happens to the best of us. But the problem is some of the text messages. Well, some people think it's a problem. I'll let you decide for yourself. Quote, hell nah, can't do this. And then here's another one. Quote, get an abortion, LOL, end quote. Look, I know a lot of times you put a LOL to soften a text and make people maybe think that you're kidding, but I don't know if that works specifically in this instance. And then there was also a post that included a photo of a wire transfer of $100,000 with text messages saying, I will send your money to help you out. And then the last one, quote, you got the money, what's the holdup? That one in particular, I'm sure is going to be problematic. He's like, I gave you the money, so go get the damn abortion already. That's just
it's bad look, man.
That's all
it's
kinds
terrible
of problematic. And Anthony Edwards put out the statement. I made comments in the heat of the moment that are not me and are not aligned with what I believe and who I want to be as a man. All women should be supported and empowered to make their own decisions about their bodies and what is best for them. Good work by the PR team on that line. I am handling my personal matters privately and will not be commenting on them any further at this time. Hey, I get it. That's not going to stop the questions, though.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm curious, and this might be for another day. How often do you believe somebody when they make like an inflammatory statement? They're like, that's not me. Because we do all get worked up in the heat of the moment. Absolutely, we do.
Yeah.
This is a tough one.
The rest of the conversation, Kevin, aside from the LOL part, like that part, beyond that, you can tell there's more emphasis on no. I don't want this to happen. And the question is, well, then why'd you go further with it if you didn't want it to happen?
Right.
We all understand that.
Sure.
Like you just said.
Yeah.
But as you're seeing it, he's like, yeah, it's like, hey, I just want to move on from this and not have to deal with the ramifications of it. And I don't know exactly what that reason is. Is it because he doesn't want to raise a kid? Is it because
I have no idea.
So I don't know that part of it either, but just trying to pay $100,000 and move on from the kid sounds like a pretty crappy way to be.
And I'm really going to be curious the outcome in terms of if she does end up having this baby, like how is that support level going to go? Is he going to continue to get questions about it? Is everybody just going to be like, all right, I read the statement, let's move on? That feels unlikely for our media culture, but yeah, so that's the story about Anthony Edwards. It is,
He can keep saying the line, right? Like, as if they're asking questions, he can keep going, I'm not answering that question.
Yeah, Josh Giddey's gotten away with that.
You have to stay pretty firm in that and just keep going.
I think you're right.
Unlike Jerry, who when you ask him a question, a lot of times he'll be like, I can't answer that. But if I was to answer it, here's how I would.
That's why you always ask the question. No comment. But if I did comment.
Yeah, but if I did.
We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Corey asks all the football questions.
The Bills, are they for real? Next.
Well, I started using it about 4.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where Corey is opening. We just got a Christmas card and a present.
She's
That's
an Eagles
nice.
fan.
Oh, no.
And a Rangers fan. So
Oh, well, I like
there's a couple
the
things I got
Rangers
to
part
deal
of
with
that.
here, Kevin. So, but thank you so much, Anita. You're the best.
Now it's time for Corey to ask all the football questions.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Hit the music, Alec. Do we have music for this?
I don't know. This is
We
the
don't,
first
but I
time
can
we've
find
ever
some.
done this segment.
This is
Maybe
the first time we've
maybe
ever
the
done this
second or
segment?
third.
Oh, man. All right.
Better make it good.
Well, Kevin,
Oh, no.
we got that thing during the break.
Hold on. No, wait. Hold on. Start this over. Now it's time for Corey to ask all the football questions.
Are the Bills for real? Because the Bills just destroyed you.
Right.
And they're
They
on a
did.
nice little win streak right now. And they're looking, despite, and I've said this all season long, despite Josh Allen's turnovers.
Except against us.
That dude has 37 touchdowns, 26 in the air, and 11 on the ground.
Wow.
And he only had 94 yards against us in the rain. But the dude scores points. And I know a lot of people flip out about his turnovers and everything. But the fact is, he's the leading scorer in the NFL when it comes to quarterbacks. So, fantasy owners are not going to complain about that.
Sure.
And that's where a lot of griping starts. But the team's not going to complain about it whenever he's in the end zone. So he became the first player to have 10 games with at least one touchdown pass and run in a single season.
Yep.
Kyler Murray previously shared that. But here it is, Josh Allen doing that. So are they for real, or have things just fallen their way?
No. You know what's weird? I think they are for real, and things have not fallen their way. Because right now they're not in the playoffs, which is crazy to me. There's no way anybody can convince me that the Bills are not one of the best 14 teams in the NFL. There is no chance in hell If you were in the NFC, you'd be sitting in the playoffs just fine. But as of now, they're outside the playoffs. I think they will make the playoffs. I think they are for real.
James Cook, on the other hand,
He's
has had
definitely for real.
a run of fantastic games. And what he did against the Cowboys, like that was just one of those moments where it was the perfect pairing, where they knew exactly what they could do to beat the Cowboys. The Cowboys did not adjust.
Am I allowed to ask a counter question in your segment?
Well, that's what they ran against the Cowboys a lot, was their counter play, and that seemed to work.
If James Cook got to run against the Cowboys all 17 games of the season, do you think he would break the all-time single-season rushing record?
1,000%. They couldn't stop it in one game. Like, they had the whole game to figure it out and stop it, and they were like, nah. And then, Kevin, he came out of the game early. He left in like the third quarter. He was like, all right, I guess I'm done. I've done my stuff for the day. So yeah, I think he'd run for 3,000 yards if he ran against the Cowboys every game.
Gosh.
I mean,
Okay.
179 yards times 17.
I'm glad we're not doing that.
We'll do math next time. So you say they are for real, but they're
Yes.
not.
No,
because they're not in the playoffs.
They are for real. They've just unlucky with the conference they sit in right now. Plus, they better be for real, or else that really kills my hopes for the Cowboys.
That's a good point. Kevin, question number 2. Will there be 8 coaches without jobs at the end of this year? Right now, Antonio Pierce has filled in as the Las Vegas coach. And didn't they lose 3-0 in one game? But they've also
And
been
they
all
scored
right.
60 points and got somebody else fired.
Yeah. And was it Chris Tabor of the Carolina Panthers? He just had a huge win over the Falcons at home.
I already
in front
count
of a
those as-
massive 5,200 person
Hold
crowd.
on, but don't you already count like the Chargers and the Panthers as fired? Does that count to your
No,
tally?
I'm adding more to it.
Oh.
Like, will there be 8?
8 more?
Or have we already get eliminated to like 5 and now we're done?
Yeah, I don't think you can get to 8 if you're not counting. And I think Mike Tomlin's going to stay. I don't understand.
What's the average every year?
I think it's like 5 or 6, right?
5 or 6 every year are out.
They call it Black Monday.
Do you think Robert Saleh is out at the end of the year?
I don't, because it felt like their entire strategy was we got Aaron
Rodgers. But he's like number 3 on the CBS Sports hot list.
Who's won it? Ron Rivera's got to be 1, right?
Ron Rivera's 2.
Who's number 1?
Who do you think?
If it's Tomlin, I think that's dumb.
No, it's not.
Okay. Bill Belichick.
Bill Belichick
That
is number
is-
1
Look,
with his 3-11
I
record.
hear it. I understand. Everybody thinks it's as simple as that. I don't know if I think it's going to be as simple as that. For
All right,
the
then
Patriots.
it's Belichick, Rivera, Saleh,
Okay.
Eberflus with the Bears,
I don't know about that.
and Carter's most hated coach in all of football, Arthur Smith, is number 5.
Okay, that actually, I would bump Arthur Smith up. I know the Bears. I'm not saying like the Bears are still going to finish their miracle run to the playoffs, but I think they've picked it up a little bit.
I think you have an interesting point on Arthur Smith. If you're a quarterback, you feel like it's death going to the Falcons because if I lose a game, I'm probably going to get. I can't trust the coach.
What? Just because they made another change?
They made another quarterback change. They're going to Taylor Heineke. And like, I just feel like I can't trust that coach.
Sure.
I'm supposed to be tied to you in some way, and you gave up on Mariota. You've given up on Desmond Ridder, and now you're. I would not trust it.
Would your counter argument, if you're him, be, hey, but all the quarterbacks they gave up on are no good?
Yeah,
Okay,
probably
'cause,
so. If
like,
I'm
if
I'm
Mariota
Arthur
would have
Smith.
gone on and just
But
really,
Kevin,
okay,
as Carter pointed out to me yesterday, Desmond Ridder was his choice. That was the one. That was the quarterback he chose.
true.
So
Good point.
shouldn't he sync with the quarterback if that's the case?
fair enough.
And I wonder if Arthur Blank's just like, I don't know, man. We gave up on Dan Quinn, and then he goes off to the Cowboys to be a great defensive coordinator, and now we're going to give up on this guy. And
Bijan Robinson has a fumble, and they're going to give up on him for a game.
you don't want to be in that situation where you're constantly churning your coaching staff. Like I know that there are going to be coaches that leave. I get that part, but you want some continuity within that building because it helps. There's a flow that everybody understands. And if you're just constantly doing that, then it's not going to work out for you, man.
Yeah, I think he's out. I think Eberflus has got a shot.
The New Orleans Saints. Are they for real? After seeing Jameis Winston walk in with an empty suitcase to show everybody on his team, there's nothing that separates us between greatness and us.
What?
That's it. He had an empty suitcase and said that. I think the Saints can make some noise. They're going up against the Rams, and they're going to LA. I think this is going to be a really fun matchup for getting into that spot. They might even be able to win the division now.
I will tell you this. Props to Jameis Winston for being able to think on his feet like that. He clearly forgot to pack. Maybe thought he was just getting stronger. When he lifted up his suitcase, he's like, man, I'm in bulking up. And then he's like, oh, crap, I didn't pack my suitcase at all. And he's like, hey, look, there is nothing between us. You see these tags? That's what we need to do. We need to be tagging other people on the field. And I'm like, good job, buddy. The Rams, by the way, have won 4 or 5. And they played a very competitive game, obviously, against the Ravens. They had in hand until the crazy punt return in overtime. So I say no to the Saints.
All right.
That's probably too aggressive.
That was very aggressive, but I'm okay with it, man. That's what we're asking for. What's that?
Kevin apologized. I told him it's okay.
Look at that. See forgiveness in Alec.
Thank you.
Unlike
it's not
you.
even Friday.
I know. I tried to run him off the rest of the week.
Raheem Mostert has 19 career touchdowns over his previous 8 seasons. And right now, he has reached the end zone 20 times. In the final 3 games of the year, can he get 11 more touchdowns and tie LaDainian Tomlinson's 31 in 2006?
No! Because you see the biggest issue with that, right?
What?
A lot of those would probably have to come this weekend against the Cowboys.
Hold on. Are you looking at the Dolphins' schedule right now?
No. Oh, no. I'm just saying. You said in the next 3 games. Well, guess what? If you need to get 11 touchdowns over 3 games, a big chunk of them are going to have to come this weekend.
All right. That's what you say. That's what you say. All right. What if he only scores 2? What if he only scores 2 against the Cowboys? And then he only needs to get 9 more against the Ravens and Bills.
I do not think that's going to happen.
He can't do it against the Bills?
I don't think somebody is going to score 9 touchdowns in 2 games. Well,
Next question.
I guess it's possible, but no.
Do you hate the Tennessee Titans?
No. Look, the Tennessee Titans. Okay. Here's how I'll describe it. Let's say.
They're still a boring football
this is gonna
team.
Get me in trouble. Let's say you were engaged to marry somebody, right? And then, like, a few months before the marriage, they decided they wanted to go bang somebody else, right?
I don't know if you can say
And so then you probably hate that person in the aftermath. And you probably hate them for a little while. But then they become the Tennessee Titans. You don't think about them.
Yeah.
You don't think about them at all. And when they pop up, you're like, oh, yeah, I forgot about you.
Glad that we moved on.
Yeah. And then, like, let's say one of the Tennessee Titans players was like your son. Well, then you'd probably have to think about them a little bit more, but still you would try to limit that.
Gotcha. Okay.
This is it's a hypothetical.
You're talking about the Texans.
Hypothetical situation.
Right. Not about your life.
No. I just told you it's hypothetical.
Last question. This actually is going to take too long to answer. But
Okay.
Here we go.
Do you want to pick it up later then?
Is Brock Purdy right? Does CMC deserve the MVP?
Okay. I promise we will pick that question up at some point, maybe tomorrow. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we continue to bare our souls to you. But also, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How's it going?
It's going good. I'm going to offer you this option.
I got a splinter in my hand.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. What are you doing?
I'm
Woodwork?
There's not even wood in this studio, so I don't know how it happened. I got it out. We're good, guys.
I give you the option because I can somehow manipulate sports outcomes. And both the Cowboys.
I thought you were going to say you could manipulate me.
I'm still working on that.
We'll
Nick.
see.
And both the Cowboys and the Eagles lose this weekend. You accept that deal, right?
If they both lose?
They both lose.
Well, so where are you going with it?
Because then we would have the tiebreaker to win the division, Mick, and all things would be good in the world.
I see what you're saying, because you're assuming the Cowboys are winning out.
That's right.
Or at least winning their last division game.
Fair enough. Yes. So
because the way I looked at it, if they kind of both win out, this thing's going to go down to the fifth tie-breaking scenario.
And I do believe, though it is not locked in yet, I was doing that math last night. I think you're barely going to lose, but there's still an opportunity for that to shift. But I think you will barely lose in strength of victory.
Yes. Strength of victory. I figured out right now the Cowboys have only beaten 3 teams, 500 or more.
Yeah.
And Philadelphia has beaten 8 teams, 500 or more.
But when Tommy DeVito comes crashing down on the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, if that happens, then it won't go that far.
That's true. But also, like, in all seriousness, and I know we need to get to the Cowboys because they had plenty of their own struggles on Sunday.
Right.
This is an Eagles team that looks like they're reeling.
You know what? I don't know that they can win quality games on the road.
Yes. That sounds familiar.
But no one's pointed that out, right?
That's true. That is very
They've lost
true.
3 of their 4 losses have been on the road.
Oh.
How about that? And they have lost 3 in a row.
Yep.
Cowboys have won 5 of the last 6.
Yep.
So, very interesting. Yeah. And they lost at home. The Cowboys haven't.
That's true. So if I put forth this hypothesis, the Cowboys win this weekend, they win the division. Do you think that is accurate?
I think, well, Philadelphia, the percentages are they're gonna win 3, don't you think?
I guess.
Or do you think the Giants will beat them?
I think with the way they're playing right now, they're primed to lose one more. And like, this is clearly the Cowboys' most difficult game because the Dolphins are a good team and you've struggled on the road, with all due respect to Detroit. So I am looking at this game. I know that's not what the Cowboys are doing, but I'm looking at this game thinking, if you win, I think we're going to take it.
Well, the chances are better, right?
For
Although
sure.
you got to play Detroit the next week.
For sure.
So, yeah, that strength of victory, well, even if they beat Miami and Detroit, it's not going to get there. So you don't want to get that far down the road.
Yes. No, I agree with all of that.
So common opponents could end up being a push if they both win out.
Yes.
And
correct.
so will the NFC record.
Yep.
That's amazing. You would get to the 5th.
Well, I pointed out to Corey that if you got all the way down to the 12th, it would be a coin toss.
There's a 12th, Mickey.
There is.
And this is the NFL, and they're like, I guess we just go with a coin flip.
That's a good research for you. See if it ever came down to the coin flip.
Have we ever had a coin? I feel like there was a coin flip with the Baltimore years ago.
Something happened. Yeah, you're right.
I'm going to look real quick.
You have to look that one up.
A
coin flip.
We will. Yeah, that is super weird to me. We will investigate that. In the meantime, yesterday Dan Quinn said, and I think we would all agree with this, is the biggest impact on the game for the Cowboys was tackling and ball hawking. They're usually good at both.
They were good at neither on
Well,
Sunday.
they had one ball hawked, just didn't count.
That's true. That is true.
Well, but if you think about some of the losses they've had, it was like that was the reason. Tackling. Can that happen like 3 times in a season? That you just didn't tackle well?
It can. I mean, I think it absolutely can.
Like they don't
happen.
know how to tackle on the road.
Yeah.
Something with the field they're playing on.
Or maybe it's just they
Didn't
are
get a good night's sleep.
Yeah, maybe or they just felt, you know what, I'm not feeling it today, and the whole team feels that way.
Yeah, I just think.
I just don't think it can happen that often.
I thought Buffalo. I mean, they did miss some tackles, but I thought Buffalo's plan was really good, and it was very similar to what Arizona did.
Absolutely,
tack the edges, run.
Yeah,
and don't take many chances throwing the ball downfield, and that kind of been the recipe here. If we look at the San Francisco loss, they just got beat, right? San Francisco was better.
Yes.
In that game. The Philadelphia game, they were close, inches away, but the other 2 losses, I think the reason it had come out of here anyway was tackling. Well, okay, but I thought those 2 game plans were very similar, and I thought it exposed what could be the Cowboys' deficiency on defense.
Yeah, and Mickey, on the other side of it, both teams kept the Cowboys from making some significant big plays downfield. And when the Cowboys are at their best, they are forcing their opponents to chase them, right? They're
Right.
up there. They're saying, hey, we're making big plays. Y'all are going to have to keep up with this today. And teams panic, go to, hey, we got to throw the ball. And that plays into what the Cowboys do well, and that's pass
and
rush.
that's why my contention that you've got to get a lead to help this defense. And when you defer the coin toss, and Mike explained it on, I guess, Monday about he was more worried about the wind than getting the ball first. That's why he deferred. But to me, I want this team to have the ball.
I think you're right. You can look at some of the parallels. You brought up San Francisco, where they got smacked around, first scoreless first quarter since San Francisco. And then when they did get the ball, when they were in a hole, they punted 5 times, which is tied for, again, you guessed it, San Francisco.
Yeah, and what is that? 4 more punts than they had in the past 2 games?
Yeah.
Anger was pretty good, by the way, if we could find some sunshine, right?
True.
That dude did punt the hell out of the ball.
And think about the conditions he was punting in. Wet ball. It's raining on some of those. So, yeah, he did a really nice job. But again, offensively, we've sort of, looked all at the defense on why, giving up 31 points. But offensively, I thought Buffalo just kind of dominated them up front. I mean, they ran the ball some, right? But 89 yards, 25 of those yards were on that last trash time scoring drive.
Right.
So what is that, 64? Yeah. You're not going to win many games 64 yards rushing. I don't care how many kind of good runs you had, but it wasn't enough. And I thought that, and I'm sure, all the haters out there, well, see, there's Dak, right? Well, he didn't have the time of day in the pocket. Maybe the second play of the game, right, when he had time to throw it deep. But other than that, there was a lot of pressure on him. And it might not have all ended in sacks, but they were nipping at his feet the whole game. And quarterbacks don't like that. So there was a reason. And if you go back and look, he didn't have a lot of open wide receivers either. And when he tried to fit in some of those passes, they were kind of almost, some of them 50-50 balls, and that's why they were getting broken up, because guys didn't have separation.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up, Mickey, because that's where one of the things I didn't go real hard on was I felt like McCarthy probably could have seen and known and said, okay, I see that they are not letting us do this stuff deep. Let's change the game plan up a little bit. And I felt like there wasn't an adjustment to that at any point. But even still, whenever there were shorter throws, they were contested like crazy from the secondaries.
And that's what happens when you don't threaten teams with your running game. Then all of a sudden they don't have to come to the line of scrimmage, right? All of a sudden they can back off and play in their little comfy zone. And Buffalo, I think we forgot. I know what their record was coming into the game, but 2 of their losses were in overtime. And I think it was 3 more by 5 points or less. So they had some pretty close calls. And they've got something going now, these last few games, the way they've played. So they had won 2 of the last 3. Now they won 3 of the last 4. And suddenly a team that a lot of people thought was going to the Super Bowl right before the season started, they may go into Miami for the final game of the season for the NFC East division title.
Right.
Very easily. So, and they're probably cheering for the Cowboys pretty hard this week.
Oh, I have no doubt about
right?
that. Yeah.
Yeah, probably so.
After you cause problems, now it's like, oh, but we like that team. They're pretty good, So, yeah, it's just another lesson that this league is week to week. And I know after every game, everybody wants to come to conclusion that this is what's going to happen going forward, and it just doesn't happen that way. Now we got to see if the Cowboys can prevent losing back-to-back games, right? What are they at, like 15 in a row, winning after a loss?
Oh,
it was like 10 or 11 when they started the season.
Yeah.
And so
you don't count last year losing. Oh well, I guess they won in Tampa. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, I'm talking in the season, not carrying over, right? So yeah, now they've won a game after 3 of the losses this year, and now the pressure's on to do it 4 times.
Yeah, that's where the pressure is right now.
Yeah, I mean, look. Go ahead.
How's Zach Martin? Or have you seen him?
Fixed?
Is he
You
fixed
know
yet?
what? I don't know if he's fixed, but I think it's something he can play through. I was told after the game that when I said, so out for a while, and I kind of got a smirk like, I don't think so.
Okay.
So, and then Mike said it yesterday, and I think Schottenheimer said it. So we'll see where it goes. And, it might be one of those things where, you don't need to practice this week. Just be ready to play on Sunday.
The other
that would be good enough, right?
Yeah, for sure.
The other question that keeps popping up on our fan text, Mickey, is Ndamukong Suh. Will he save the Cowboys' run defense?
Well, not if they're running on the edges.
It's a valid point.
Right? I mean, when you play him, that was always the deal. It's like, okay, let's make him go laterally and tire him out. And he hadn't played all year?
Yeah, not played all year.
Yeah. How's that working for all these guys that got traded that weren't playing or picked up that hadn't played all year?
Ooh, I don't know. What is
It's not going super great.
Is it going poorly, Kevin?
Yeah, it's not going super
man.
great.
Or, last night, did Shaq Leonard light up the defense?
Yeah, you didn't see all those plays he made?
I heard his name once, but I didn't watch.
Was it on a bad play?
Yeah.
No, I think he might have made it. I was going to print out the play-by-play, and I didn't do it.
Oh, he had 4 tackles last night, 3 assisted, 1 solo.
Well,
That's it.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, not a bad night.
Didn't do much against the Cowboys.
2 tackles in that game.
Yeah.
Did McCarthy say if everything's cool between him and Fossil after he had to yell at him for what happened on that punt block attempt?
Yeah, and did Fossil yell at him at any play calls he made?
Oh my God!
Whoa!
Oh, jeez! That's good.
I would like you to ask that if
I'm
you
impressed.
media session. If that happens, I would
Coach,
like,
why didn't you take the ball?
I would very much like that to come up in one of these press conferences, Mickey.
I thought Fossil did a good job of explaining it, though, right? He didn't
I
back
agree.
off. He said, after what happened, we had 3 seconds or a short period of time to, come in with the play. And that's something we had discussed beforehand. It wasn't like he, looked into his hat and said, oh, let me pick this out. Right.
Right.
I mean, that was part of the potential game plan when he did it. And heck, it worked. It worked. It's like you call a play and the guy drops it and it's like, well, that was a bad play call. Well, no, it worked. The guy dropped the ball. Well, I mean, you've got a very inexperienced guy playing special teams and probably has not been in that situation too many times. And it worked. He just didn't, as Fossil pointed out, he went high instead of low, where the ball's coming from, not where it's going, because it's probably going to go over your head. I still can't believe he missed the ball.
Some technique practice, but I think that can be worked out.
And I mean, it's kind of hard to practice that, though, isn't it?
Dive lower. I think you can figure it out.
I mean,
Dive
you
lower.
can practice the technique, right? You can have a ball coming out and like a cushion on the ground, and then you dive and try to nail it. But then you put your punter in jeopardy, right? To practice it, because you really can't use the jugs machine to do that, can you?
We're gonna have to hire a fake punter for that, so we can practice it, so they can get hurt, not Anger.
Yeah, or like they do in hockey with an emergency goaltender.
Yes,
emergency punter to practice with.
Yes,
man,
because Anger cannot get hurt. We can't have that dude was bombing.
Very topical and a great transition into our next segment. Thank you very much.
What is it?
Good
I
sir.
have to listen.
Yeah, it's coming up next.
Okay.
Mickey.
It's hockey.
Stars, Kraken, and should Dallas be worried about Otter? We'll talk about that next, thanks to the transition machine that is Mickey Spagnola on 105.3 The Fan.
It's happened. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Duchesne in tight, stick handles. They score! On the back door, Thomas Hurley.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Dallas Stars are victorious over the Kraken. And I have another question for you guys. We're going to get into hockey talk. I tried to walk Alec through this, and it seemed like he didn't want to stop listening to me talk forever. Would you want further detail about strength of schedule?
Oh, my God. Strength of victory.
Strength of victory. I'm sorry, you're right.
Because there's a
Strength of
difference
victory.
between strength of schedule and strength of victory.
You're right. Strength of victory.
Is strength of schedule on...
Strength of schedule is the next
What's
tie
the
break.
difference between them? What is the difference between strength of victory and strength of schedule?
Because you didn't necessarily win over all your uncommon opponents, so that could tip it one way or another.
Okay.
At some point, do you want to hear that?
No, I want... Go ahead and explain it.
Okay.
I'm just trying to tell everybody out there that's rolling their eyes about the strength of victory stuff. If you just win out and the Eagles lose out, then you don't have to worry about it at all.
That is a very astute point, and I agree with that. In the meantime, here's what I've come up with.
All right, I'm proud of you.
It's essentially strength of victory, if that's what it goes to. Because Mickey was bringing up, you're not going to win that. Probably not. However, not guaranteed. It goes like this, okay? Is the total number of wins for all the teams the Eagles would have beaten thus far is 82.
Okay.
Yeah, assuming they win out. This is all going off the assumption that they win out. Okay.
That's their grade? That's their...
No, 82 total numbers of wins.
They have 82 wins?
No! This is going to be tough.
There's only 17 games this year.
If the Eagles went out,
yeah,
they would have victories over teams who would have a combined 82 wins.
Gotcha. So all the other teams wins.
Correct.
Gotcha.
If the Cowboys went out,
Uh-huh.
shut up, they would have victories over teams who had a combined 77 wins.
That's not enough. Sounds like it's too low.
Okay, it's too low for now. Here's what you need to happen in the final 3 weeks of the season. You need those uncommon opponents of yours to win and of theirs to lose. You need the Lions, Panthers, and Chargers to go on a run outside of when you play the Lions.
Yeah.
And you need the Vikings, the Bucks, and the Chiefs to hit the skids. You need to overcome that 5-victory deficit. So become Panthers, Chargers, and Lions fans in the meantime.
All right.
And then root against the Vikings, the Bucks, and the Chiefs.
Okay.
If you can overcome that gap, then you can win. So like I said, unlikely, but it could happen.
You need Washington to win. You need...
No.
No.
Well, I mean...
Except for the last game.
Washington is not in the mix here. Okay? It is the Vikings,
All right.
the Bucks, and the Chiefs.
We don't play the Vikings, Bucks.
I know, but you need them to lose because we're on the 5th tiebreaker, Corey. I know it's ridiculous, but we went all the way through it. Hey, are you the same? Yep. Division? Yep. Conference? Yep. Common games? Yep. So this is where we are. And I know I got one of those out of order. This is where we are. So you need to root for the Vikings, Bucks, and Chiefs to lose, and the Lions, Panthers, and Chargers to win, and you got a shot to take this down.
What about the Cowboys? What are you rooting for them? They could win or lose. If they lose all the rest of their games and the Eagles lose all the rest of their games, then what?
Then we're in. We win.
Really?
Yep. Because the Eagles have 2 more division games. And so we would win by strength of divisional record. Are these questions I want to read, or are they going to infuriate me?
Lions play the Vikings twice from the 9-4-0. So
check it out. You need the Lions to win those games.
All right. So the Lions, hold on. Okay. Yeah. So the Lions We need to win except for against the Cowboys.
I will put out a handy-dandy chart or something, because right now, it's just the scribblings of a crazy person.
From the 940.
I've got the right camera. There we go.
But Danny DeVito is going to beat the Eagles at least once, if not twice, so
Okay.
why does it matter?
I probably agree with that. Tommy DeVito, forget about it.
So and this is a wild question from the 682. So if they were 2-6 when you played them, it doesn't matter if they finish 9-8.
It's where they finish by all relevant information that I can pick up. Is the NFL's lazy about this? They don't look. Hey, I'm doing the work because they don't want to. They don't want to have to go and look and be like, hey, what the hell is the Jets record then? I don't know. Was it 1-0? That's 1,000. They're undefeated. What a great win by the Cowboys. They don't do it like that. They just take everybody's record at the end and be like, put it in the same category.
All right. So for the rest of this, what if the Lions end up tying with the Cowboys? They head-to-head, that was all that matters?
If the Lions end up tying with the Cowboys, you're going to get a definitive result one way or another, because you're probably not going to have the same record as the Eagles.
Okay.
And then if the Eagles tie,
But
I
to
might
have
just leave.
to have second place in the conference is what I'm kind of looking at. I know you're trying to win a division.
Yeah.
Is that a different set of algorithms here?
I'm gonna have to go back
or
to the. I'm gonna have to
theorems?
go back to the drawing board.
Okay, don't worry about it right now. All we're worried about is the Eagles.
Please, God,
don't worry about the rest of it.
Please, God, don't tie the Lions, or else we are screwed.
Oh no, that's not good. You saying that doesn't make me feel any better.
But yeah, these are some of the games that you want to look at. If you want to add,
sounds confusing.
You know what? And it is. And somebody brought up an astute point. If you want to go even further, you also want the Bills to lose and the Seahawks to win. If you're going off of common opponents that you did beat or they did beat versus you. I know it's a lot, but here's what it comes down to. I'm hoping this works.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions, the Panthers, the Chargers, Seahawks, root for those teams.
All right.
The Vikings, Bucks, Chiefs, and Bills, root against those teams.
Sounds easy, man. Can you make that chart for me and just print it out and laminate it?
I will work on that. And can the Cowboys still have a first-round bye? Yes, it is conceivably possible. However, that is expecting a lot from the San Francisco 49ers.
Niners need to lose 2.
Yes.
And the Cowboys need to win out.
Yes.
At this point.
Yes.
Like everything will change next week.
Yes. And if
all of this could change next week, and the Niners need to lose 2, guess what their next 3 opponents are? The Ravens, which they could lose that one. The Commanders and the Rams. So those games right there could factor in. I think Rams can give them a tough time in San Francisco, but the Ravens have to go give them a tough time in San Francisco as well. From the 817, how does bowl season impact the tiebreakers? If Texas wins, the Cowboys are in, correct?
I can't.
I'm told.
From the 817, did I say that? Why is Kevin calling everyone's points stupid? I don't think I said that, did I? Did I say
You said astute.
Oh, no, that's a good thing. No, that's absolutely a good thing. Now, at this point, you might be wondering, why did you play a Stars highlight to come back to this? And that's a fair point. It really is.
Because he wanted to come back with a Niners highlight, and I said no.
Corey
That's why.
vetoed it. No, I actually did want to talk about the Stars and their 4-3 overtime win over the Kraken last night. Now, we can talk about that game specifically, or we can dive further into Jake Ottinger. Where would you like to start?
Let's go ahead and start with Jake Ottinger, because I'm very concerned about him.
All right, so Jake Ottinger left the game against Ottawa, which you also won. Good job. But he gave up goals on the first 2 shots, and then he exited with a lower body injury.
Okay.
All right, so he didn't travel with the team, and my concern is he didn't actually injure himself. He just got to the tipping point of a pre-existing injury when he left.
Okay, and that pre-existing injury, how much of that was causing the very poor outings you were getting leading up to that?
And I think you have to say, I hope quite a bit, right? And by the way, Jake Ottinger had an amazing quote. If you go back just a few weeks, like What a self-aware quote this is right now about that loss to Vegas. You remember the home game where they got hammered by Vegas? This is like 6-1. And he said, you can't hide out there at all. When you're struggling, you can't go hide in a cubicle. There's 18,000 people watching.
Yes.
And I appreciated that. But take a look at his numbers. And this is why I think a lot of people have felt like there's something still bothering him, that he was like, I can power through. But something happened in the tipping point against the Senators that he's like, I can't power through anymore. His save percentage, .904. His goals against average, 2.85. Both of those would be the worst of his career. Corey, there are not 35 teams in the NHL. However, Jake Ottinger's save percentage is 37th in the league, and his goals against is 35th in the league.
Okay, yeah.
So he's worse than some, like, either split goalies or secondary goalies so far. He's had a rough go.
Would you chalk it up to that then? Because that's what I'll have to leave it at, other than there came a point where the players on the team didn't trust him anymore. The coach didn't trust him, and he lost faith in himself.
So that's why I want to go with the injury, because
that's what I got to feel.
To your point,
Yeah.
What's on the other side? Well, what's on the other side is he hasn't been playing well, and now he's hurt.
Yeah.
And that's a scary place to be.
Yeah, and like when it comes with the yips, Jared Saltalamacchia had the yips, right, back in the day, and you're just like, well, we have to give up on Player. And even though we know the Player has so many good opportunities and talents and skills that he can use, we just have to move on because we have a season we have to worry about. We have other things that we're looking forward to here. So that's where kind of I am with Ottinger, is this team has an opportunity to have another great season and be in position to go a very long way. Can Ottinger, if it's just mental, can he find that again by the playoff time? There's plenty of season for that. But if it's physical, that's a completely different thing.
You know what? And what is interesting about that, when you said playoff time, the good news in the meantime is picking up 2 points left and right has gotten the Stars back to the top of the Central Division. Now, I know at no point were they like falling way out of the mix, but you do hold an advantage over Colorado and Winnipeg. I know they have the same number of points as Colorado, but you have a game in hand on them. And you're a point up against Winnipeg. And it looks like Nashville wants to hang around in this race. But you are still staying at the top of the Central for now, which would obviously be important for the playoff positioning that you were just referencing.
Let's do it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll definitely drop the math way down from here. Does that sound good?
For me.
Okay, good. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the latest info on NFL MVP. Plus, could you outrace a hawk? We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this club.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Hurts drops back, has time, loads up, throws. A.J. Brown, the defense. It's intercepted. Does he keep his feet in? He does! Seahawks ball. The interception made by Love. This guy's going nuts for the Seahawks defense, making big plays.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, which moves the Dallas Cowboys back into first place in the NFC East for now. I already explained strength of victory, and hopefully you've all survived and you're on the other side of it and still listening to us. So right now, let's have a little bit more fun as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start, Corey, with what you've been waiting for. Chaos.
Are we doing more trying to figure out the playoff scenarios?
No. This is Eagles chaos.
All right. Okay,
Not
gotcha.
No, I promise. We'll be done with that.
Gotcha.
Jalen Hurts channeled his inner Stephen Jones and said, I've been talking about execution all year. Being on the same page. Everybody being on the same page. I don't think we're all committed enough. Got to turn it around. There's more to it, but it's a pretty big statement right there. I don't think we're all committed enough right now with only 3 games left in the regular season.
You have to question who he's calling out. Like, who's he saying is not committed? Is it his receivers, offensive line, his defense? They've dealt with some injuries. There's some problems there. Their defense just changed defensive play callers out of nowhere. So there was a lot going on there. They've had some moments where things went very easy for them because they were Philadelphia and they were the reigning Super Bowl losers. They had a couple of moments where they said, you know what, we win these games because, you know what, we played as hard as we had to, and y'all played as hard as you could, and we don't really have to fix anything. And now they have some adversity and they have to learn how to fix it. And I think that's where they stand, trying to figure out what the bigger problems are and how much harder they have to work. But I think they got complacent and they got a little lackluster in their preparation. And that's where I don't know if you build that habit over a season, if you can just correct it. And so they're stuck with that at the moment.
Yeah, that's an interesting.
And he didn't look good last night either. Even if he was sick, I know the buildup was, oh my gosh, he's sick. He's going to have a flu game. And then he didn't. But he didn't look good either, so I don't know if he's calling himself out in that conversation as well.
Yeah, and Jalen Hurts set the franchise record for most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback, and he tied Cam Newton for the most rushing touchdowns in a season with 14. He is also the first ever quarterback in NFL history with consecutive seasons of double-digit rushing touchdowns. And he's done it 3 straight years. And you pointed out, that's all fine and well. They lost.
Yeah. Like, listen, you can run the ball and be great in that spot. But you also have to deliver the big time throws when it matters the most. And there have been moments this season where that's been missing too. You have a lot of fear in the weapons that they have. And it feels like everything should just flow for them. But it hasn't flowed the way that they expected to. I'll say I do feel like the injury, the knee injury he's dealing with, there are some moments where I'm like, oh, he's not doing some things. He's protecting. You watch him, he looks like he's protecting some stuff.
Right.
But it's, the quarterback position, it's you got to be able to do all of those things together.
Who has been one of our favorite people to talk about on this show in maybe the last week or two? That's a football player. In your division.
You guys have loved talking about Tommy DeVito.
It's Tommy DeVito. All right, here's the deal. We've got our first whiff of Tommy DeVito controversy. And I'm going to go ahead and blame this on his agent, because surely Tommy DeVito is a man of the people.
You've seen his agent, right?
Man, his agent is straight up out of Central Casting.
He's my hero.
It feels like he's doing a bit, right? But he's not.
No, it's a lifestyle, Kevin.
I know, and that's probably rude to say it feels like he's doing a bit. I apologize for that. I'm telling you, I swear, you're not going to believe me. I'm not making this up.
So there's a local pizzeria.
Why are you saying it like this?
Caniglio's Old Fashioned. It's in Jersey. That's a fact, by the way. My accent might not be a fact.
The pizzeria is
called Caniglio's Old Fashioned in New Jersey. Tommy DeVito will now not be at Caniglio's today as originally planned. Here's the deal. And this is where I'm going to blame his agent, because Tommy DeVito's a man of the people.
He is embroiled in a pizzeria feud.
The appearance fee was going to be $10,000.
A lot.
First of all, I was shocked to learn that. But the agent now said $20,000. And this is the quote. This is always a good go-to because everybody loves the small business people. Quote, we're a small family-run business and decided $20,000 was a bit steep for 2 hours. Now, that's tough to reconcile with. We could totally do $10,000 for 2 hours. But I do see their point. You can't make an agreement and then just double the price. Not cool.
I agree with that part. I also agree that once they saw that doubling, they were like, I don't even know if we can sell enough pizzas in those 2 hours to make up that $20,000.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, that's why would his agent do that? Why would his agent set a price and then raise the price to a price that you couldn't pay and you would have to lose your kneecaps for? Like, that doesn't make any sense if you don't pay it. That's
we're just talking.
That is weird. I guess
Whoa.
They recognize Tommy DeVito's future in football might be short-lived.
You shut your mouth. You need him to help us these last
It
3
might be
weeks.
short-lived. I get it. You're hoping it. I have other thoughts, Kevin. I have other places I'm putting my faith in. But yeah, like so I think they're seeing they got to get that money grab while they can, because this might not last forever for him. He's going to be replaced by Daniel Jones next year.
Oh. And from the 302, yes, I can confirm you're not blocked.
What is Pizzagate? Oh my God, dude. What is that?
Don't. Just look it up on your own time. Leave it there. Please, God, don't bring that to the air. All right. No, stop it. Okay, Alec, I'm going to go to you with.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. That was fun.
Turn off
That was a long time ago.
Fun?
That was a long time
Is that
ago,
what we
dude.
would say? RG3 beat a Hawk in a 40-yard dash. Now, I understand your question might be, but why? Don't know. It happened. Do you think you can outrun a Hawk in a 40-yard dash?
Yeah, I could. I could clear a Hawk. Yeah.
So confident.
Absolutely.
You do realize the red-tailed hawk flies 120 miles an hour.
I'll go 121 course.
But there's no way
I'm proud of you,
that's
man.
the Hawk that RG3 was racing, right?
No, he raced an auger buzzard, which there is not enough sufficient data.
You just made that up.
Nope, I looked it up. There's not enough sufficient data to show how fast they can fly, but there is sufficient data to show how cute they are. That's what we found out. Well, I guess if they tracked that, then they know that it's slower than RG3. But what I think is really funny here is instead of going and getting a red-tailed hawk to race, because that would be difficult, right? Because they fly 120 miles an hour. He said, find the slowest damn hawk you can find, and I'm going to go out here and race this one.
Here's what happened. That Hawk would have won the race if the Hawk's trainer stood somewhere else. Because you'll see, you probably have better things to do with your time. But that's why I'm here. Is RG3 closed out and won this race because the trainer for the Hawk, or its handler, if you will, was right at the finish line. So the Hawk, it's a Hawk. It doesn't know it's in a race.
Of course it doesn't.
It curved off at the end and slowed down so it could gracefully land on its trainer's arm. You put that trainer further down the field, that Hawk's going to keep on hustling.
From the 817, Hawks have tiny legs. They're not fast runners. From the 469, do you know how slow birds walk?
He got to fly. So
That's even wilder. He didn't even have to.
I probably should have.
He didn't even have to deal with ground
against
friction.
regulation.
Yeah, there's no ground friction. He's just floating through the sky.
That's a good point. Poor journalism on my part. I didn't tell you at the beginning the Hawk flew during the race. It did not run. Because then I'm definitely taking RG3. That Hawk had to just run. little talons are going to get stuck in the turf.
I think it is pretty cool. And RG3, didn't he do it in like dress shoes too?
He did.
So
and
that,
a button-up shirt and everything.
that is pretty fun.
So look, we need a rematch.
No, we
Hawk
don't.
With its handler down the field and RG3 allowed to wear more comfortable athletic wear.
Can we get a faster Hawk instead of the auger buzzard?
We need this rematch.
That didn't even sound like a Hawk. A buzzard sound.
It's not real.
Yeah. Buzzards they just flap around every once in a while and then eat stuff off that you ran over.
And apparently lose races. All right, let's go from that to the latest MVP odds. As you can probably guess, Brock Purdy to win MVP. Lamar Jackson is now firmly second. And in most places, Dak Prescott remains third. There is a sports book or two where you can find him even up with Josh Allen. But for the most part, Josh Allen is fourth. And then there's a pretty good drop off until you get to Christian McCaffrey at fifth.
Really?
Yep.
And like for everything that's being said about Christian McCaffrey, they're like, we couldn't do without him.
Yeah.
That's fascinating that the voters are like, yeah, it doesn't matter what he's doing.
There was a streak that came to an end for Brock Purdy. He had 7 straight games in which he had completed at least 70% of his passes. Tell me if you think this is a weird category. So he joined Drew Brees and Sam Bradford as the only players who'd ever done that. The record is held by Joe Montana at 8. So it's Joe Montana, Drew Brees, Sam Bradford, and now Brock Purdy.
I don't know what to say there. Sam Bradford was a miserable NFL quarterback.
He was.
It had ostrich.
And then finally, in case you're so inclined, in 2024, Tom Brady will star in the greatest roast of all time on Netflix. So if you like the comedy,
They're going to roast him?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
What are you making that face
What?
for?
Just like if you brought a date and be like, oh, I heard she's pregnant, Tom. Oh, sit back down. Don't leave. I'm kidding. I don't know. That doesn't feel like that's too much.
Because he spends time with the kid, Kevin. He doesn't have to spend time with the woman.
That's fair.
I mean, like
Obviously, I agree with that. We're the KNC Masterpiece. You got me there. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, would Metroplex folks be happy if the Rangers moved to Amazon? Because it might happen. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Would Rangers fans be excited if the team moved its broadcast to Amazon, because it might happen?
Okay, I think you're going to see a resounding yes on the fan text. This is where we do.
Bally.
What's that?
Because everybody hates Bally.
Yeah. Well, and I don't want to talk ill of Bally for the trash they put us through. All right. I don't want to blame them completely for effing over all the fans out there all season while everybody just wanted to watch some baseball and basketball and hockey. I don't want to do that.
Okay.
But I will. But yeah, I think you're going to get a resounding yes from all the Tolos out there, because they want that opportunity to see their team. Now, I am kind of curious if it will be as easy as you just have to have Amazon Prime and you don't have to have a package to go along with it. We're just going to provide it the same way we do the NFL stuff. Or because I do see what they're doing with the NFL. They're like, we're going to sell ads, and that's where we're making our money. We're not concerned about you having to pay a premium for an extra app or anything like that. We're just going to sell our ads, and because we know the NFL is a cash cow, we are going to make our money back. But I do feel like with MLB and these other sports, it might be a little more difficult than that. But as of right now, I feel like the Amazon project has been very good, and I've enjoyed it.
So you bring up a great question, because I'm not sure which way that would go either, but Amazon is in talks with Diamond Sports to basically bail them out, right? Because Diamond Sports is in a lot of trouble right now. We've talked about the bankruptcy hearings that they've gone through, where the NBA and the NHL were essentially like, yeah, we'll take a discounted deal, whereas Major League Baseball is fighting against it. And the idea was going to be that Diamond Sports would be out of the game for good after this year. Well, now, under this potential deal, Amazon is looking to acquire multi-year streaming rights to Major League Baseball, NBA, and NHL games carried on cable channels operated by Diamond. So I'm assuming this would not be an exclusive thing, and Diamond would continue to carry the games, like Bally would continue to carry the games. However, if you don't have Bally, or you want to get rid of Bally, then you could just go at it through Amazon.
Okay.
And I feel like on the surface, like you said, people would be really stoked about that, right?
Yes. So here's one of the problems I have still. When Bally / Fox Sports and all that got into this, they recognized that a regional sports network was problematic. There were people that were like, you should not do this.
Yes.
Yet they said, screw it, we're doing it anyway. And then when they got into the deal, there became other avenues that they're like, crap, we want control of that too. And if we don't have control of it, it's going to be not as cost efficient for us. We're getting screwed. And then the teams were like, we're not doing that. MLB was like, no, we're not sharing that with you. And so they were like, all right, well, we're screwing everything up here. Why would Amazon want in on a product that looks like it would be failing?
Good question. Because Amazon believes they can actually navigate the future of television and streaming. Well, that's one of the issues is
because they already have all your information, so they know everything about you.
Actually,
that's a fact.
Is Diamond Sports Group fundamentally misjudged the future of TV and streaming? I don't know. It was like 12 years ago when they signed a lot of these deals. And they're like, hey, we think it's going to go in this direction, but it did not go in that direction. And guess what? That's going to end up sending them to bankruptcy. But Amazon, they're like, yeah, well, we're a streaming service, so we know this is the future direction of everything.
Okay.
Plus, Amazon, I'm not saying Amazon's going to go away, but I think Amazon, in addition to crushing all small businesses and potentially next big box stores, they want to crush all other streaming services. Now, I will agree that Amazon Prime as a streaming service is weak compared to the rest. But if you also knew Amazon was your one-stop shop for all things, let's just say Mavs, Stars, and Rangers in this instance for people in this Metroplex, I feel like you would like Amazon Prime pretty darn well. And a lot of people already have it. I'm not saying everybody does, but a lot of people probably already have it for shopping reasons.
Yeah, somebody just said, I remember when all you could buy on Amazon was books. Give me the Rangers. And that's
Fair.
true. Like, we probably got Amazon early on for our Kindles. And then now here we are, like, we're just making sure all of our Christmas deliveries are done by Christmas, right? Like, I ordered 6 things last night, Kevin. Christmas is Sunday, and it said it will be there by Christmas. I'm like, sweet, I'm winning right now. My kids are going to love me. But I think, so they think they're too big to fail, which might be true. They might make too much money to fail at this. But Kevin, right now, for Amazon Prime, it costs whatever for a year. I think it was $100 a year. And that brought about the
now $139.
My Wife is Stupid line, which we got rid of, Alec, and we'll never play again.
So see if you can find that again.
Nope, let's not. And then and so that's my concern and curiosity is, all right, now that they've done that, who has to pay the bill on that? We do.
Of course.
So it's going to go up to $150 and then $160.
Of course.
And then $200 just to have free packages.
Hey, spoiler alert, everybody out there. I know you've tried to be surprised as it's been happening right in front of you. Try to be surprised again when it happens down the road. This is going to be the exact same thing as cable. What do people bitch about now? I wish there was one streaming service where I could get all the things. We had that. It was called cable. And people didn't like it because it got too expensive and technology moved forward. So everyone broke apart. And guess what? I'm going to cut the cord. This is going to be great. And now people are getting to the point where, oh, these packages combined are just so expensive. I can't believe it. Can you not? Did you really think you were going to get around from the conglomerate media corporations finding a way to get all of your money?
Yeah. Just think.
Just try to act surprised when it happens.
Whenever they legalize it, Big Weed's going to come after you too. All right. Next question.
My wife is stupid.
Why would you do this to me, Alec?
Oh, that is not a question.
I thought we were friends.
I thought you said that. That
was a question. All right. Now, next question.
Okay.
Please don't do that to me.
Sounds like he has the leverage.
I know this isn't really helping my marriage out right now.
I'm Thanos.
All right. So, will this new Amazon deal allow us to sign Shohei Ohtani?
I don't know if you heard this, Corey. It's like really big news.
Did Shohei Ohtani sign his contract too soon, and the Rangers could have offered $800 million had they known that the rights to this would be to Amazon?
I do not believe that would be the case. However, if they knew that he was going to defer 97% of his salary, maybe that could have worked.
Ray Davis sitting there going,
I don't know.
Government, why didn't we know? No, that is serious. Like, will the Rangers? I think the Rangers fans are like, yes, I will be happy to have Amazon and watch some Rangers baseball if that's the case. Otherwise, they'll use whatever service they already currently have and stick with that. But more importantly, next phase is, does it help the Rangers? Because it sounds like their excuse is, the TV money's gone, so we can't spend anymore. Sorry, guys. I hope you enjoyed the World Series.
Okay. Well, look, I'm not going to argue.
Or maybe they're making a trade. We'll see.
I'm not going to argue that that's going to be the default. I hope you enjoyed the World Series. But there are a lot of other people that are asking questions about this kind of in that same vein. And some people are saying, well, there are a lot of Major League Baseball fans are older and don't use that kind of technology. I assume that's why it wouldn't be an exclusive deal for Amazon. They would take the streaming rights to all these properties, but you could still watch them via Bally. I'm making that assumption for now. And so people could still keep their dish or signal or whatever if they wanted to continue to go down that route. And then this would bring about, you would hope, some financial stability. There's good and bad that comes with that, right? Like,
depending on the length of contract and all sorts of things.
And the amount of money that you're going to get it depends on what kind of person you are, right? Like the Rangers were getting $110 million per year on their current deal. After this year, that's gone. And you don't know exactly what the number is going to be. Some people would see that as an opportunity. You think it's going to get more. Other people would say, do this Amazon deal so I know the price I'm locked in at for the next 5 years, because then at least I know what my budget is. Like your budget might go down to $95 million, but at least you know what it is for more than just a year.
Yeah, no, I understand that. By the way, somebody said that was a lie. My packages wouldn't be there by Christmas.
No.
All of my orders from last night say that they are arriving tonight by 10 p.m. And I trust that.
Okay.
Because they've only let me down like 6 times whenever they say it'll be there by 10. But it's usually there the next day.
That feels like a lot.
Hey, 6. It's always busy times around my house, man.
Okay. And this makes sense to me in terms of an inclusive package, just because of how much more traffic you would theoretically drive to shop. But you know what? You joked about, well, not joked, about Amazon having all of your information. I'm willing to wager that they have processed all the numbers for shopping numbers during Thursday Night Football to determine how much more money they're making off of just those impressions. You know what I'm saying? And if it's enough, then maybe it would be included. If not, they might spin out another sports package. I don't know.
Dude, what Amazon is doing is putting on a clinic of location. Because if you were to start a brewery in a place where there's no foot traffic, then it's going to be hard to convince people to constantly just stop into your place.
Sure.
If you're going to start a little coffee shop somewhere and it's just in the middle of nowhere, you better have the best damn coffee in the world, or nobody's going to be coming by, and that one customer that lives next door isn't going to be able to keep your business going. So what Amazon's doing here, Kevin, and I know there are a lot of students of this right now, is they're saying we're the location. You are going to come to us, and like you just said, while you're here, go ahead and shop for this.
Yep.
Hey, we're giving you the ads. All you have to do is click on this QR code, and you can be buying this product right now. Thank you for being here to watch the NFL game. We just convinced you to buy this toaster. You know, like that's exactly what they're able to do because they created the location and there's no actual brick or like ground that they had to stand on.
If you're looking for something to make this even simpler, the potential is there once again for the Rangers, Stars, and Mavericks to be more readily available to people in the upcoming season that didn't want to do that before. You know, and like it might be the same price as the Bally's app. Well, a lot of people didn't end up liking the Bally app for a variety of reasons. Well, hopefully you would avoid a lot of those infrastructure problems with Amazon. But you might get the Rangers on Amazon as soon as this season. And Bally might hang on as a company, or Diamond Sports Group, might hang on as a company, which is crazy. I would not have anticipated that even a couple of weeks ago. By the way,
somebody did ask if Mike will have to deliver Amazon packages.
Yes.
In this instance?
Yes. If he wants to broadcast the game, that's a deal. It's kind of like how Shohei had in his contract that he would donate I don't know if you ever saw this. He would donate a certain amount of his contract every single year, not to exceed 1%, to Los Angeles Dodgers approved charities.
Oh.
So this is the same thing. Mike would have to work at least 3 days on the truck, but then he could be the Rangers broadcaster.
You imagine Odyssey saying, hey, here, by the way, you need to donate this much back to us and our companies and the charities we support.
Yeah, I remember that from a few years ago. Now, a couple more things. Martin Perez, that's your own fault. Martin Perez signed a 1-year deal with the Pittsburgh Pirates worth potentially as much as $8 million.
Wow.
So good for him. I'm fine avoiding that price point. And then, did you see what the Eric Nadel handwritten notes sold for?
$300,000.
Okay. You're going to be really disappointed.
$300 million.
Okay. You're going in the wrong direction.
$6,500.
$13,000.
Wow.
$500. And it has the handwritten note of everything exactly how it played out. And it's like, it's exactly how he said it. It's over. It's over.
He said the first line, and if you look on that sheet of the handwritten note, the first line was, "You're not dreaming." And then everything else fell into place around it. The story of it is so amazing. And as Rangers fans who've been through what we went through in 10 and 11, like what happened this year, that's why we are where we are right now.
And I just wanted to
gushing.
I wanted to throw out some more love for Eric Nadel. Is that money didn't go to him? Is all of that money is going toward the Suicide and Crisis Center of North Texas. So Eric Nadel continuing to do really great things. We've talked with him a lot about NAMI and the stuff they've done with Grant Halliburton in terms of addressing mental health issues. So props to him for that.
Yeah, congratulations.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Greg Olsen said that the Cowboys' blowout loss to the Bills doesn't make them any less of a contender. Do you believe that? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes!
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by QCkinetics.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to the bigger topic in just a second, and that is Greg Olsen said the Cowboys' blowout loss to the Bills doesn't make them any less of a contender. Do you believe that? But real quick, Corey has other football news for us.
According to Ian Rappaport, Aaron Rodgers says on the Pat McAfee show that if he were 100%, he'd be pushing to come back, but he's not there. Quote, being medically cleared as 100% healed is not realistic at 14 weeks. So he put all that hope in the Jets, and now that they're out of the playoffs, he said, why even hope anymore?
I get that out of the playoffs, but the way he just said that is not medically possible. So we just wasted our time with all this discussion to stroke his ego?
He's not 100% there.
Okay.
According to doctors. And I don't know what number he's at. Like, he didn't say, well, I'm 75%. And I really thought I was 90, but the doctors are saying I'm not. Doctors are saying I have to actually be able to move this way and that way. So, yeah, I do think there was a lot of trying to keep the interest in the Jets a little bit longer. I really do think there was a little bit of that. But, yeah, I think now that everything's said and done with, his ego is done.
All right, there you go.
And he's using that as an
Hand off Cook on the right side. Look at him. 10, 5, stroll in. That was just way too easy. That was like practice against air. 24 on the touchdown run for James Cook.
I made it 31-3 in a Cowboys eventual 31-10 loss to the Bills during the broadcast. And I understood the broader point that he was discussing because Greg Olsen was talking about a reactionary sports culture that we live in, or maybe just a reactionary culture in general. But he said the Cowboys' loss to the Bills doesn't make them any less of a contender. Do you believe that? I'm going to start with you. I'm going to open it up to the Twolos, the YouTubers. You can hit us up on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053.
How many contenders are there? Because if you're trying to tell me that a 10-4 team is not a contender, then I disagree with you. Now,
so you felt as confident as you did last week?
You lose a game, you go into the next one. Ooh. And anything can happen in the next one. I didn't think they'd lose to Arizona, but here we are. So, like, you couldn't have predicted that they would lose to Arizona. How many people did? So I can't predict that they are going to be worse. Now, can I say, well, now it's time for all the other teams to look at what the formula was? Yes, that's a reality. And this team and the coaching staff have to be able to adjust and make different plans for if somebody is going to attack them this way. Not every team in the NFL during the regular season can attack the Cowboys this way. Not every team can drop in their secondary and keep the Cowboys flustered by saying we're gonna protect underneath and drop two safeties. And as Broadus pointed out, drop 5, 7 sometimes. So not every team can do that. Not every team can run the ball as effectively. And running backs don't matter in the NFL until you can't stop the run and you built your entire defense to stop the pass. So that's when the Cowboys are now screwed here and they have to get better at that somehow. And that's on not just the coaches, but the GM and personnel decision makers to say, do we still need to add something to this late in the season, or are we good enough? Now, you're also suggesting that because they lose on the road, that they always have lost on the road, but they have won 3 games on the road this year. So can they win on the road? Yes. Are they less likely to win on the road? Yes. Unless they beat a team on the road here and then they're 4-4 on the road, and then you just have to coin flip it. So I don't think I think the playoffs are separate entities than the regular season a lot of times.
You can't argue that they can beat a good team on the road, I guess, right now.
You don't have any proof
that they can beat a good team?
You don't have any proof that they can?
That is correct. And I have plenty of proof that they cannot.
Okay.
And that's the part that I think makes them less of a contender right now.
That they have not.
Sure. And they've had multiple chances.
Have not, yes.
And failed twice miserably.
and then once they could have won.
Yeah.
That might have changed my perspective.
And that could change in the playoffs. Like maybe there's something that happens in the game that it's close and they win the game, and then that changes. So yeah, at this point, I still think they're as much of a contender because they got to get through the regular season before they even get to the playoffs.
Okay, that is interesting. That is not what I expected you to say. I think they're definitely less of a contender right now because otherwise they would have the number 2 seed and have full control of it if they hadn't have lost. So that's the most basic part of it. I don't know if anybody anticipated that the Eagles would lose last night, although maybe a lot of people anticipated that would happen. And it's not to say that they're not contenders, because I still think there are contenders. I think they're less of a contender today than they were going into Sunday's game because they were on a roll. They were on a winning streak, and then they got punched in the face on the road again, just like they have every time they played a good team on the road.
I would also contend, Kevin, see how you use that? That the more that they won, the less likely they become contenders, because at some point, somebody's going to get you, right? Somebody's going to get you at some point.
Hold on. So if they would have won their last 4 games and gone into the playoffs as a 9-game winning streak, you'd have been like, they're in trouble.
It'd be amazing, but they're due, right? Isn't that the whole line of like,
oh my gosh.
Isn't Brandon Aubrey due at some point?
No.
To miss one?
No, I think he's going to make it every time because
Forever?
he's made it every single time. Look, I hear what you're saying. Probably not forever, but in my mind, it will be forever. Hold on, let me ask you this then. Does the inverse logic at play with Miami? Because they got smacked around on the road, does that mean they're due for a big-time road win?
Sure, yeah.
I don't know if you totally believe that right
yeah,
there.
man. I think you do.
I hope that you are correct. And from the 940, they're a contender to get to the NFC Championship game. But nobody's beating San Francisco right now. All right, a couple things. You brought this up earlier. I thought it was a really good point. So you're just going to quit? You're not going to stop playing. But here's the other part of it.
Everybody acts like San Francisco already won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, which is foolishness. Because first of all, you never know what the hell will happen on literally any given Sunday.
Would I put my money on San Francisco? Absolutely.
Yes. I
would probably hedge my bet in some way, but I would probably put my money on them.
And that's why you want to put as much space between you and San Francisco as possible. So I know it's less than that, but you're about a week away from the Dolphins, 2 weeks away from the Lions, 3 weeks away from the Commanders, 4 weeks away from the wild card round, 5 weeks away from the divisional round, 6 weeks away from the conference championship. You have an opportunity to put 6 weeks of space between you and the San Francisco 49ers. Who the hell knows what's going to happen in the next 6 weeks? Maybe this is another galvanizing point for the Cowboys like it was after the 49ers game. Or if you want to say the Cardinals game, although I know they got smacked around by the 49ers after that. Maybe this is another point where they all come together and they start playing better football and they go on a roll into San Francisco. Maybe Brock Purdy starts showing more of his inconsistency that he has at times during the regular season. There's a lot of stuff that could happen.
And I agree I said this yesterday, it's the Rangers' fault on this, that they looked so miserable at the end of the season and then ran through everybody on the road in the world to the World Series and won it all and then win it on the road in the World. They're the ones that are giving me like hope that something can happen, that a belief can happen.
Right.
And also like I have a very difficult time looking at the Arizona game and the Buffalo game specifically. Those are the ones specifically that show out to me that I'm like, because I understand San Francisco. I understand Philadelphia. You still had some small details that you just screwed yourself over on. But the Arizona and Buffalo game, those were two very specific ways to beat the Cowboys. And then the Cowboys looked like they didn't show up. They looked like they had no interest in being on the field in either one of those games, maybe except for Dak. Like Dak's been in that mindset all season. I was looking at this team going, where are you? And Jerry, when he hops on this morning, is talking about finishing. He was talking about we didn't finish at anything. And why is that? Why were they not motivated? Just because they're a good football team. So shouldn't they be motivated to be a better football team? Yet they showed up that way. That's where I have some discrepancies, and I know what their talent is capable of at home. Why is it so different on the road? That makes no sense to me what the difference is. And Jerry was like, he was trying to explain that one of the things could be the crowd. Like, I get it. Like, your home crowd is a very good factor for you. There's something else. There's some reason you just didn't show up.
This is true. This is not exactly the outcome I'm looking for from the 4-6-9. If the Cowboys just lose in the first round, they don't have to worry about playing the 49ers at all. True. That is not what I'm shooting for whatsoever. But then from the 7-0-3, to your earlier point, everyone acted like, I mean, Bassick was in this group. He knows it, is that Atlanta had already won the World Series. And look what happened. Like, he said that time and again. Atlanta is going to win the World Series, or he's going to be in the World Series. But that's not what happened. And that's why I go back to time and again. Keep as much space between you and San Francisco as possible, because I think that's the worst. Well, that's any big shock. That's clearly the worst matchup for the Cowboys. There is no other team that they would match up with that I don't think that they would win in the NFC.
I'd rather try and beat them early and then not worry about them for the rest of the playoffs. Because how much would it stink, Kevin, to get to the NFC Championship game and now you're going to lose because you're facing the best team? And if you just beat the team earlier, then you could just move on from it. That's what I really want. Just like whenever the Rangers were supposed to play the Yankees or the Rays back in the day, I was like, bring on the Yankees. Let's get that off our back.
Well,
move on from it.
Look, and we've discussed
But I'm also too positive, so positive that I'm a homer. So like the positivity being an optimist makes you a homer. What a dumbass thing to say. All right. Anyway, you can be an optimist in your life. You really can. Sure. You can go out there and say there are some positive things that could happen that I can't predict. Even if things have gone wrong, they can go well today. And that's just my lifestyle. Sorry if you're not that kind of person.
That's not directed at me.
That's directed at all the people saying homer, which I think is the stupidest thing to say because you've run out of things to say. You have no argument for positivity. You're just a negative person and you're having a garbage day. That's on you, not me.
Okay. Fair enough. By the way, some people have said that it's scripted and they already know what's going to happen.
Kay Adams started that, didn't she?
Okay. I know they're just having some fun, and I appreciate that. If it was scripted, we would win for sure. I actually, that's my opinion. I don't think you agree with that because you want to keep the chase going, right? Was it as exciting to watch Cubs baseball once they won the World Series? Maybe not, because you took that edge off. It did get you a monster rating, but how many ratings did the Cubs pop along the way just hoping that this was the year? So maybe you're right. Maybe the script is, but you need to give us some progression, right? If you're really going to script it up, put the Dallas Cowboys in the NFC Championship game. Break that run of 28 years and then pull the rug out from under them and be like, ha, you thought you were going to make it. But then think about what's going to happen all next year. Hey, now the Cowboys have made it to the NFC Championship game. Surely the Super Bowl is next. And the other people could still hate on it and be like, we haven't won a Super Bowl since 95. And you can keep all that going. So if it is scripted, you need to progress. I can't be going through lost the end of season 1, season 2, all right? I need some progression. We need to get to the NFC Championship game, or else we're not scripting this correctly.
Wow.
If you believe in that.
Just the NFC Championship game, though? Because I feel like once I get to the NFC Championship game, then that's not good enough.
No, you're right. But you got that taste. You're shipping the Cowboys with the Super Bowl trophy.
This team's getting old, Kevin.
No, you're right.
This team's starting to get old. I don't know how many more shots I have.
A time.
I don't know how many more shots they have at this.
One problem, we're about to give Dak the most expensive contract ever. We're going to be great.
Because he's getting younger. That's why.
Exactly. It's all going to be great. Is you're shipping the Cowboys and the Vince Lombardi trophy. I can't just give it all away to you, but I showed you that spark. I showed you Jim and Pam at the casino night. I showed you Daphne when she overheard that Niles was in love with her. I can't just give it all to you, so that's what you get for now.
Those are written, scripted shows. Oh, but the script. I see where you're going with this.
You've seen some of this officiating.
Because this is not,
NFL.
It's real life, dude. It's real life. Things can go bad and things can go good.
Yeah. If it was scripted, I think that the K would have the Cowboys winning all the time to drive people insane. And they have the biggest fan and hater base combined. But in the meantime, you get another shot. I know you said they're due. I choose to believe you. You get another shot at a quality road team. And if you win this game against the Dolphins, that will help assuage some of my fears. Because as I look at it right now, and I know we'll dive into this more tomorrow, is you had a shot against the Eagles on the road. You lost. Had a shot against the 49ers on the road. You lost. Had a shot against the Bills on the road. You lost. If they lose to the Dolphins as well, that's going to terrify me because it's most likely going to put you in the number 5 spot, which will put you on the road probably for the entirety of the playoffs.
But wouldn't you just think that was what was going to happen anyway, that they would lose on the road?
I know, and that's why I don't want it to happen. Because then our season will be over, Corey. I need us to win against Miami and keep my hopes and dreams alive.
We can't. So let's just not even play the game.
I didn't say that.
And wait till the playoff failure and just wait till Ranger season.
That is
just get me to Ranger season. That's always been the MO around here. Is the Cowboys, all they got to do is get me to Ranger season.
See, you've upset him, fan texters. That's on you. I think they can win against Miami, and if that's the case, that changes all the outlook. But then again, you and I have different philosophies about the playoffs. I want to play the Falcons, the Bucks, and the Vikings somehow.
You want to play the easiest route possible.
Yeah, I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody, all right? I'm not trying to say I'm going to take out the Lions, the Eagles, and the 49ers. No, I want some weird fluky thing in which somehow the Texans make it to the Super Bowl. I want to take out Tampa, Atlanta, Minnesota, and Houston on the way to winning the Super Bowl.
I do want to figure out why Mike McCarthy's teams seem to struggle with uncommon opponents. That seems to be a trend that I would like to know a little more about, because when it comes to AFC teams, I feel like those are the letdown games, and he keeps saying uncommon opponents. And I don't understand what the struggle is there. And how could you fix that? Because I would like to see that fixed. Those are some of the things. I don't know if it's because we don't have a connection with them. We don't know them well enough. We don't know how to scout them. I don't know what that is, but that's what I want to beat an uncommon opponent. Because guess what? In the Super Bowl, you're probably going to play an uncommon opponent.
Right.
All right. Like if you get to that point, you still have to beat a team that you probably play to get there. But I want to know why you can't beat uncommon opponents. Because if you could do that, you'd probably be in a better situation than you are right now.
Agreed. And also, did you think after this last game that Jonathan Hankins is actually the MVP of the NFL?
Well, hey, did you just see that Justin Houston was released?
I did. Let the rumor mill begin. Because, by the way, the 266 yards they gave up on the ground for the Cowboys, that was the most they've given up in a game in 11 years.
So I will add,
that's a lot.
If Jonathan Hankins was there, how much does that help the edge? Like, how much does that help the guys like like Micah and like DeMarcus Lawrence, the guys that are on the edge that are supposed to be sealing it off, the Damone Clarks? If he's there, is he the one stuffing the run in the middle, and that was the only factor that was missing, and he was able to get there before they got to the edge? If that's the case, then we need him back now. That dude, let's go ahead, put him in the booth with all the oxygen. What's that called? The hyperbaric chamber. Let's get him in a hyperbaric chamber. Let's have whatever miracle worker that was with Aaron Rodgers, get that miracle worker down here because we need him bad.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, you want to lighten it up a little bit? Have a little fun?
Yes.
Okay, good. What is the best thing that you have ever found? 877-881-1053. Hit us up on the YouTube and the Twitch as well. Here's one of the reasons that this comes up. Obviously, this is an incredible find. I'm not saying that your find has to live up to this. Somebody they discovered it in a closet, a California man, when he was cleaning out his late father's home. So, first of all, very sad. Along the way, he found more than 600 rare vintage baseball cards, including Babe Ruth, Ty Cobb, pretty much every player from the 1919 Black Sox team.
What?
Yeah. At least 2 Ty Cobbs, at least 4 Babe Ruth cards. So I'm not saying what you found has to equal this, but that's pretty freaking awesome. I know it doesn't make up for your dad passing or anything like that, but a nice little memory to see what your dad loved along the way, and then potentially, if
millions of dollars.
Yeah, get a boatload of cash.
Yeah. And you're like, Dad didn't leave anything to me in the will. He had spent everything, yet here I have these millions of dollars in cards.
Side question.
What?
Alec, I want you to answer this as well. If you had a loved one who passed away, would you prefer more direct will, or would you prefer some sort of quest that they send you on to get your inheritance?
Oh, man. I'm here for chaos and I'm here for fun.
Me
so,
too!
yeah, go ahead and just leave me like a message in a bottle and it says, okay, your first challenge awaits. I'm ready for it.
Me too.
Have you read? You didn't read it probably because you're not a reader.
Fair.
But Ready Player One.
I only saw the movie.
The movie was a blast. I will tell you this, as somebody who read it to see it, it was as close as I've ever seen a movie to the book. There were a couple scenes that I thought that they got rid of, but it was very good. The whole idea of everybody is on a quest to go get my money was fantastic. So yes, please give me some sort of like life lesson along the way. I need something that's going to be bigger than earthly things, so I can be like, wow, you were really thinking of me before you passed away. I asked my kid last night, I was like, hey, what's more important, deep, meaningful gifts or Amazon gift cards? And I know Kevin's like, look, I just need a monetary value on how much you care about me.
Fact!
My son said deep, meaningful gifts because I want you to put some thought. And Kevin, I still have never looked up how much that old 97's, old 97's autograph poster was that you got for me. Never looked up the value on it. All I know is that it's hanging up in my kids' room because Adrian won't let me hang it up in our bedroom above the bed like I want to.
That's probably fair.
And it meant something because you took something that meant something to me, and that's all that mattered.
Okay.
So that's what I want, a deep, meaningful quest.
I'm going to questionception you right now because I know we're like 3 questions deep in this segment. Are you ever concerned that your kids want you to keep things for the wrong reason? Because there's been a couple of cards I've asked Brandon about selling, and he's like, no, I think you should hold on to it. Is that
for when he assassinates you?
Or just he knows it's inevitable, cats in the cradle and all that,
You're
I won't live forever.
And he thinks he can get before Noah?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, he definitely has dibs over Noah right now. That only feels
Do you
fair.
have a spreadsheet of the stuff that Noah gets versus Brandon? Like anything you acquire now can be Noah. Everything you acquired before the life of Noah can be Brandon's. Yeah, 18 years of stuff with that kid.
Man, I'm going to have to think this over, Corey. You just gave me a whole new thing to consider. From the 214, the $20 of dollar coins I found in my ashtray. This is the best thing I've ever found. This one, I said ash. You guys are jerks.
I like what I heard better.
877-881-1053 and on the Twitch, please let us know, did Kevin say ashtray?
Okay. This one, I hope is true because I used to love watching this show. The best thing I ever found, I went on the Maury Povich show and found out I was not the father. Yeah. Now what? I am going to choose with a very large, very different audience. I choose to believe that is true. From the 817, holy cow. I found an autographed photo framed with the certificate of authenticity of Arnold Palmer and Jack Nicklaus at a garage sale for $10. What? $10? Holy cow.
Not allowed on the Twitch stream, but I still think it's funny because I can see it. That's the widest question ever. A quest?
That's fair. And you know what? That is actually really fair because I'm going to harken back to Jesse Holly.
Harken.
This is a thing that he told me when he was filling in with me. This is like years ago. And I asked him, I made an Indiana Jones reference and he looked at me and he goes, you know damn well I've never seen Indiana Jones. And I said, what? How did I know that? That's a very popular movie. And he said, this is his words, not mine. He goes, black person ever seen an Indiana Jones movie? And I was like, what? And by the way, people at the time, very split on that. But now I think about it, is it because of the quest? He's like, I'll go see it at the museum. I'm not going to go through all of that, get my friends killed, have all kinds of like terrible incidents. I didn't realize that questing was a white people thing. I apologize.
I also think what's amazing about a quest, Kevin, is the friends you make along the way. You know, like you'll meet people that you never knew could affect you in your life.
I also hate every single person
I
on the band.
I found recently. I don't think I've stumbled upon anything. Like I have a Michael Jordan card that I'm like really excited about. Mike's like, it's $2, buddy. And I haven't actually brought it to him. I just took a picture. Anyway, I haven't stumbled upon anything like super valuable. But I did. This is gonna sound so dumb.
Not dumber than what I said.
My grandparents, they just recently moved in with my mom, and I found a little note that said from my grandma that said, "Listen to Corey and Kevin and Colby and DJ on 105.3 The Fan," and that was her note to herself. And she's still with us. But it was her reminder. She put put it on the radio in her kitchen so that she would turn it on every time we were supposed to be on. And so, Kevin, we did not have this. I then found a tape recording of the first show we did. So we have our first ever interview with Roger Staubach. And so we've never been able to find that because our producer at the time, Waddle, forgot to get it for us. Because that's Waddle. But Kevin, as they were selling their house, I also stumbled upon a spool of string. I will never run out of string because for some reason, my grandpa bought the largest spool of string in the history of the planet. And now I will have string until my kids pass away. I think we will have string. So I think it's an amazing find.
Okay. No, look. I'm not here to judge what people do or do not think is their best find. Alec, do you need some more time or do you have a greatest thing you've ever found?
I do have something. I think for me, I'm going to go the sentimental side with Corey. He was actually here a couple months ago. I was just cleaning up, doing some spring cleaning earlier in the year. And I was digging through some boxes that I never opened when we moved. And I was able to find the movie tickets, the old stubs from the last movie I saw with my mom. And so that was pretty cool to put up there. I think it was Guardians of the Galaxy, the first one. So I was able to kind of put those up in a cool spot. And I found the other day the first show sheet that I ever put together.
I found ours a long time ago in the garage too. Yes.
And this is from when I was 16 doing high school streaming radio out there in Mansfield. I found that it was the worst show ever, but I had to hang that one up on the wall. It was great.
That all makes sense to me, and then you guys are gonna now crush me for having a non-sentimental thing. I found $100 bill on the ground twice.
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Once has
the same $100 bill.
No, this is
that would be even cooler. That's like a quest,
And then all of a sudden you hear the Forrest Gump music, and I have to watch it float over the ears. I got time for that. I guess that would be kind of like a quest. I found $100 on the ground once at the Blockbuster I ran. And I used it to buy stuff for the employees because maybe they didn't all make the most money, just like now. So, Alec, I promise if I find $100...
You mean coworkers?
No, I was a store manager. They were my employees. What?
God.
Is that... Okay, fine.
We're all in this together, Kevin.
Yeah. My coworkers, including the one that I had to fire for stealing.
Oh, man!
Tried to break into the Blockbuster
like an employee.
To steal. Yeah. And then I found $100 in a parking lot going to the Dallas Card Show once. And I was like, I will buy $100 worth of cards at least.
Oh, that's a dope find right there.
And don't go to the Dallas Card Show hoping to find money. I will say there are shocking amounts of cash. At that place.
I'll go non-sentimental real quick then. I found $300 in a wallet at the wave pool at Wet n Wild whenever I was 8 years old.
See, that makes sense.
It was down by the little wave maker. You know? I was swimming too close and I was being told to get away, but I was like, there's something close there. Something that looks like a wallet.
Did your parents try to interfere and make you turn it in?
Why wouldn't you tell your parents about that?
I mean, I did. I remember specifically one time I found money on the ground at I don't know, some store. And my mom's like, you need to turn it into the lost and found. And they said, like, if nobody claims it in my mind, it was 6 years. It was probably like 3 days. Then you get the money. And I was like, gosh, Mom, I thought we were on the same team.
There are times, Kevin, where I think if I found a big bag of money just laying on the road, I probably wouldn't even pick it up. I would probably look inside and go, I don't want to deal with the mess that comes along with this, because I feel like, A, somebody's going to hunt me down and I'm going to be unsuspectingly asleep one night and not have my security ready. Or somebody really needed that and they were just testing me. And now here I am tested and I failed. So I'm just going to leave it there for the next person to deal. I don't even want to deal with it.
Okay, the last thing you said threw a wrinkle into what I was going to say, because you might be right. Putting that last part aside for just a second, I think you're making a mistake. You take a little bit of the money. I've thought about this a whole lot. If you've gone back and watched A Simple Plan or any number of movies, if you find a briefcase, or in this case, trash bag of money, don't take the whole thing, because you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Those people will hunt you down.
They're looking for it. Yeah. They're going to find trails of you.
See if you can eyeball it, get a rough estimation of how much money you think is in there, and take a little bit of it. I'm not saying that the people who lost that briefcase or trash bag of money aren't going to be upset, but if they found their trash bag of money and it had $740 of the $750,000, I think they're going to move on. If you find that briefcase and it has 3.9 of the $4 million in there, I think they're going to say, that's the cost of doing business, and move on. Meanwhile, you've got your stack of cash that hopefully nobody's coming to look at you for, because they got most of their money back.
Yeah, see, that's not going to work that way, though.
Fair enough.
I take a little bit of money and then I'm hunted.
From the 214, this one is just downright wholesome. And by the way, congratulations. I'm not kidding. This is always great. From the 214, sobriety. Shout out to Gridiron Gravy when it used to be at 8 p.m. back in 2018.
Wow, knowing that is impressive.
When we were running the night show, decided to get sober during that segment, LOL. I hope that's a good thing. You know what? If we led you to sobriety one way or another, that's fine. I accept. And congratulations to you. So now we're going on 5 years, almost 6.
From the 214, after 2 years of trying, I found out last Wednesday my wife and I are finally pregnant. Tolo, let's go. Actually, they said let's freaking go.
That is outstanding. We might have considered using another F word there. That is outstanding. Congratulations to you. I know probably a lot of people listening right now have experienced that.
See, from this 561, TikTok, someone is sitting by waiting to plaster your face all over the web for taking that money. That's the fear.
So you think Mr. Beast is doing something and you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
They're going to, look at this guy. Look at that radio host that just took all that money. Ha, 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 ha.
But
that was from a children's charity.
Okay, hold on.
Why is it sitting there?
Hold on. Why is it in a garbage bag on the side of the road? I don't know if you gave all those details, but in my mind, that's what I've envisioned. It's on the side of a road. And what have you done wrong? You didn't take it from some lady. Like, you didn't steal her purse. There's just money sitting there. Why can you not have it?
You know what, Kevin? Because that's not God's plan.
You know what?
Shout out Drake.
That's tough to argue. That is tough to argue. You know what? We might have to do another segment because there are so many people saying what they lost. So we said, what have you found? But now
what have you lost?
Like, hold on, let me tell you about what I lost.
It was my Hulk Hogan and Iron Sheik, the little rubber toys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I lost those at a playground, and some of my mask toys.
Don't ever go look up what those are now. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Jerry Jones was on with Sean and RJ this morning. We'll get to some of the things he said. Plus, this Rangers pitcher is now gone. Next on The Fan.
Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to give a quick shout out to Jamie Benn. He's now second all-time in Stars franchise points. He edged ahead of Neil Broughton last night in the Stars victory. Now only trails Mike Modano. However, he has 868 points. Mike Modano has 1,359. So still a ways to go, but Jamie Benn, second now in franchise point history. Now, it's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
We are moving on from Martin Perez. So he's no longer with us. Kevin said he already said that story, so to shut up and move on to Cowboys.
No, that is too harsh. What did you think about him getting up to $8 million? I
don't care.
That is, okay.
He's not a Ranger anymore. Okay. And he almost lost. He lost his cool in the playoffs, bro. When he lost it. Was that the World Series or was that Houston? I can't remember which one it was, but I remember him losing his cool, and I was like, dude, you can't do that, man.
Got to calm down.
You can't be mad about balls and strikes like that. And I will say this: he was always pleasant to talk to. He was always pleasant to be around. I know he was unhappy with the way things went, with Bochy saying essentially moving him to the bullpen,
sure,
and him not being a starter because he thought, hey, I'm connected to this franchise. But that is the business of baseball. Next up, Jerry Jones. Cut number 5. What did the Bills do defensively to limit Dak?
They were able to play us in the secondary, similar to the way Arizona played us, and they kept us underneath them all night long. We had that one attempt, call play before the game that we tried deep and overthrew him. But other than that, they kept behind us or kept us out in front of them, made us throw short, and then did some things that similar to what Arizona did, and kept us from really doing what we had intended to do in the game.
All right, so that's the line right there that when it comes to the intended to do in the game part. We went into this game plan thinking we're going to take advantage of this.
Right.
They then took away that opportunity to take advantage of it. And Kevin, I might be wrong. I might be right. Maybe the Brandon Cooks thing did turn them into, hey, we will not let that happen anymore. But that's Jerry saying, yeah, they took this away. So my question still becomes, when that happens, what do you do? How do you alter your plan from what you intended to do to what you have to do whenever it's time?
Is your first thought to shorten up the routes, because that seems to be where they were getting jammed up quite a bit?
Shorten the routes, maybe use the middle of the field. That could be a very important part of it too. There are some plays where there were things that were not even looked at. So I think that's one of the things, but having plan B in place. We talk about self-scouting a lot, knowing what you're not good at or what you don't do best.
Yeah.
And can you be efficient in doing that well enough to keep the ball in your hands and take advantage of those opportunities? That's what I'm hoping that they learned from this. I'm hoping the coaching staff says, you know what, there were some things that we probably could have done better here, and here. And we'll develop plans for that in the future. Now, if they're like, hey, look, there's not another team we're going to play the rest of the way that can do what Buffalo did to us, and they believe that, all right, hats off to you. I just don't think that's a reality. And run the ball. Dak could scramble for a couple of plays. There are lots of other things that I think they could have done better in this game, and I think the fact is they lost in a very bad way. So go back and fix those. Whenever we didn't have a good show, Kevin, we said, all right, we'll come back the next day and we'll have a better show tomorrow.
Like that one in spring training that I was really mad about.
I don't remember that one.
Well, Mike goes, hey, good news is we don't have to do this every day. And then we were all like, oh, wait.
We got to do it tomorrow.
We had a much better show.
You know what? That is something that our boss man, Gavin Spittle, told me once. He was like, the great thing is, just like baseball, we get to come back and take some swings tomorrow. So go get your break and come back after it. Or just pack it up and don't try to get to the Super Bowl this year.
Oh, we're not going to do that, Corey. I saw those texters.
A bunch of loser mentality.
We're not going to do that.
Just pack it up. Can't beat the Niners anyway. I don't even try. Scared. You're all scared. If you're scared by a dog,
What does that mean?
dog will protect you. Do you think the dog won't protect you? A dog loves you. It will fight for your life. You scared by a dog.
Cowboys or the dog? I'm not quite sure I'm following the analogy.
No, the Cowboys fans that are scared of the Niners
Okay.
and everybody else.
Okay.
Like the Washington Commanders.
Oh my gosh.
Get a dog.
Are people afraid of them?
I don't know. Sam Howell. Interesting story on Sam Howell later in the show. Cut 9. What do you think of the narrative the Cowboys not being able to play well against teams over 500?
Well, I think we've got to use that as a challenge. And we've got to say, look, we've been to the playoffs. We've been to the playoffs the last 3 years. We've got to get better and go deep in the playoffs like all the way. And so you use that just like you do anything in your life. And I don't know of any of us that don't sit down on a specific part of our lives and evaluate it and say, how can I approach this better? How can I do it better? I don't like the way that it's taking me too long to get to work. I'm going to try a different route. You got to, if you don't like where you are, you got to change. And we need to, obviously, we need to not only get in the playoffs, we need to win games in the playoffs. And I'm not being trite here. That should be a burning desire and is a burning desire in this team and in our franchise.
That I do think that Jerry has changed a lot over his career in a lot of different areas where he's like, I got to change something. Let's change coach.
Right.
Let's change team. Not teams because he's kept the star. The one thing I think people will always argue is that Jerry's never changed his desire for money, and that putting that first over everything. But he is right. Again, he is right about that. If you didn't like the taste in your mouth after that loss, what are you going to do about it? Are you just going to sit there and bleed? That's a Tombstone reference.
You
going to fight back or just stand there and bleed?
Wouldn't you have thought that after the San Francisco game or the Philly game? Like, I hear what he's saying.
After the San Francisco game, they were a lot better. Were they not? They changed things up.
I don't know. This is then like 2 games later, they lost to the Eagles.
Yeah, and then they beat the Eagles later down the road.
Okay, so now are you predicting another 5-game winning streak? Because I can get behind that.
No, that's not going to happen. They got to go to Miami. They can't beat teams on the road. How would I predict that? That would be stupid.
Hold on, I thought you said that meant they were due.
Miami or the Cowboys?
The Cowboys.
Probably makes sense, man. It probably does make sense. Just like Brandon Aubrey. At some point. How many opportunities did he get to kick field goals on Sunday?
1. He made it.
He did make it. If he'd have gotten 2 or 3, maybe that would have been a little riskier.
He still would have made it.
Cut 11. Did you expect more from Mozzie this year?
But we all want more with your first round pick, or for that matter, if you can get it out of any pick commensurate where you take them. But Mozzie has shown us everything that caused us to take him. He's an extraordinary athlete. He's got quickness along with Larry Allen's superhuman strength. He's got all those kinds of things. But does he need to continue his development? Tom Landry used to say, don't ever total pass judgment on a defensive lineman until his 3rd year. They have to have that kind of, according to their backgrounds, but they have to have that kind of patience. Now, we've seen some of them, the kid up at Philadelphia, the number 1 pick, and first round pick they had.
Carter.
He's having an outstanding year, got an interception against us. And so my point is that different strokes for different folks. But Mozzie went in there, and he got some good snaps the other night. but nobody played well enough to say had a good game. I take that back. Lawrence had a good game. Marcus Lawrence had a good game. And and I've got 2 or 3 others that I could mention. But the point is, we're going to need Mozzie, and we obviously need him in the middle there to help along with the guys that are playing with him. We're going to need a boy because they're flat going to come to the run game against us in the future.
Okay.
I can't crap all over this guy right now because I need him to show up for me down the road. That is exactly what I heard right there.
That's fine. Then give me the last part and give me the Tom Landry part.
Oh, somebody just said don't quote the guy you fired, Jerry. You can't quote Tom Landry if you fired the guy.
You know what?
You know what?
That's an interesting counterpoint I had not considered. The thing I didn't like about that answer is the beginning part. He's shown us everything. No, he has not.
He's shown some flashes.
That's different.
That's something I can agree with.
And I just, those 2 sentences don't work together for me. I agree. You're not going to give up because I continue to see people be like, oh, is Mozzie Smith the biggest bust? It's still his first year. I'm not going to say that. However, he has not shown what you would want him to show thus far, so he would be on the field more.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the part I don't like. I get what he's saying about, hey, we're going to need him. I get what he's saying about give it time, like Tom Landry said. I just didn't love the first part.
And then he was asked about an extension with Mike McCarthy, and he basically didn't answer it. So we're not even going to play that. He basically walked all around that one, just talking about how great this coaching staff is.
Is that
right
where
now.
he said the coaching staff is the best part of this team this year?
Yeah, the best part of the team this year.
Woo!
Kevin, but I did want to dive into this story for a second. An Ohio woman rang in her 105th birthday watching football and drinking Fireball. My question to you, because she's 105 damn years old.
That's too many.
That's too many?
Yeah.
Dude, there was a time when we only lived to like 22, all right? And now we're able
also
to...
900.
And now I don't know if that time was real. I think they did...
Oh, my God!
I think the calendar was broken. They didn't have the right calendar at the time. That's what I meant by that. I didn't mean that it didn't exist.
Mike is going to be so mad at you.
But my point is, Kevin, is we're now able to live to 100. All of us can do it, all right? But is everybody out there going to use Fireball to live to 105? Because, Kevin, you got to start, if that's what you want. And how long do y'all want to live?
Yeah, not to 105. I've talked about this with my wife a few times. Here's the problem, Corey, is my wife is watching True Blood right now. And it's unfortunate because a lot of the attractive vampire people, they got turned into attractive vampire people at just the perfect age.
Yeah.
If you told me I was going to live to be
26,
105,
yeah.
but I could be this age or like 10 years younger or whatever, great.
Yeah.
But once you roll past, like, I don't know, once I'm in my 80s, I'm all right.
Lower back, knee issues.
I mean, good for that person for living till 105. That's incredible. That's too long for me.
Yeah, she had her 3 favorite things at her birthday party. Fireball, cinnamon whiskey.
Ashtray.
Watching the Cincinnati Bengals. No, not an ashtray, Kevin. And firefighters.
Wait, what was that last part?
I don't know about this firefighters part. I need to read more into that.
Was there some sort of incident? Or is she
kinda...
just... You know what? That's another thing. I'm glad that you said that. If you live to be 105, I think people should have to go out of their way for your birthday. If she just said, I want the local fire department there, assuming there's no fires at the moment, I think you should be able to send some firefighters over there. They made it to 105. Help this lady out.
That is a long time to be alive.
That cake is a fire hazard, right? You got 105 candles on there? You better have those firefighters.
How many times do you think it took her to blow those candles out?
No chance in hell. I'll tell you this for a fact. No chance in hell that lady could have blown out that entire cake if it had 105 candles. 0%.
Do you think she just blowing out half of it and then blowing out the other half, or you think it took like 3 or 4 times?
If she took down like 17 of those candles, I'd be like, wow.
Uh-huh.
Good job.
Is it the fireball that you think is the reason?
Ooh, okay.
Because she's been...
Last theory. Here's what I think happened. They all go together, right? So the Bengals have been struggling this season. She chugs some of the fireball, spits it out at the candles, and it goes too far.
This needs to be the real whiskey version, not the ones you find at Tom Thumb.
And then you need the firefighters.
You know what, Kevin? I'm proud of you, man.
Thank you.
This is like when Willem Dafoe walks into the crime scene in the Boondock Saints, and he's going through the whole thing.
Yep.
And he tells that one guy, "You shut up over there. You're a dummy. Go get me some coffee. I've got this all figured out. Let me put my headphones on." And you're wearing headphones. This is amazing. I'm proud of you, Kevin.
For the KNC Masterpiece. You're welcome. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Any Given Sunday. Have you ever gone to a bowl game? Why the hell are there so many? Let's talk about it next right here in The Fan.
DefWSecurity.com.
Here we go, 4th down. Velkamp looking to the end zone. Caught, touchdown, K.D. Hutchinson.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Any Given Saturday. And to help us out with that, we bring in Carter Freeman.
Hello, hello.
Carter, thank you for joining us. How engaged were you with the famous Toastery Bowl?
I mean, how could I not be fully engaged with this thing? It's a bowl game on a Monday. It's the only game. It's at 1:30. It's just the weirdest, most inopportune time for all the Hilltopper fans of Western Kentucky and the Old Dominion fans to, watch their teams duke it out. And we were talking about this during the break. All the storylines that came from this game, this could only happen in a game that took place on a Monday like this.
Okay, and that's why I was curious how engaged you were, because of the awkward timing, but also ESPN wasn't engaged enough. Now, Western Kentucky came back from 28-0 down. They won 38-35 in overtime. However, facing 3rd down, Old Dominion that is, on the first possession of overtime, the network moved the game to ESPN2.
Right.
Because you had to start the 2-hour Sunday NFL countdown for Monday Night Football show.
Yeah. It would be kind of like moving a playoff baseball game.
Oh, dear God.
I'm just joking, Kevin. Yeah, man, that's what they had to do. But it's not like you missed anything important at the end of that game.
No,
there wasn't. One of the biggest comebacks in bowl history.
Name one reason that was the case.
Because it was the 4th most points the team had ever come
was
back.
It 20? Was it 20 points?
28.
Yeah. Yeah, that stinks.
And their quarterback was their 3rd stringer, Western Kentucky's. He's in the transfer portal. But he started this game. I saw that. He had attempted 6 passes in his career before this game, and he goes out there and throws for 380 yards, 5 touchdowns, and leads them to this wild, crazy win. I bet he's going to get plenty of offers now, or maybe he'll come back to Western Kentucky. I don't know.
That's what I hope happens. Now, I saw somebody text in, there's too many bowl games. So
nonsense.
I anticipated that. But just in case, Carter, I anticipated that and went back and looked it up. Corey, do you know why the Rose Bowl is called the granddaddy of them all?
Because it's the oldest one.
Correct. January 1st, 1902. The 11-0 Michigan Wolverines defeated Stanford 49-0. Now, you might think, I know the bowl games from there, but do you? Because I'm going to tell you some other bowl games along the way that did not make the cut.
The Sugar Bowl.
That's still around.
We got that one.
It's sponsorized, but it's
Cotton
still
Bowl.
around. Same
At
thing.
the Cotton Bowl.
Well, we don't do that
for
anymore.
a time.
It's now the AT&T Stadium Bowl. That's a matter of time. Get ready. Is the Fort Worth Classic had one bowl game in 1921. On the heels of that success, that
can't be a classic if it was one time. That makes zero sense.
I don't know. It's 100 years ago. That's pretty classic now.
Can it be a classic if it happened twice?
No. A classic has to be 50 years old. That's what I'm going to say.
The San Diego East-West Christmas Classic, that's too long. It appeared from 1921 to 1922, so all of 2 years. Continuing with this tradition of great things, the Los Angeles Christmas Festival Bowl game made one appearance in 1924, and then the Dixie Classic was the longest running of all, as it was played from 1922 to 1924. So that's 3 years. So it took a really long time to get other bowl games off the ground that had any level of sustainability.
The definition of classic is a work of enduring excellence or historically memorable. And one time is not a classic. I'm sorry, Kevin. Neither is 2 times.
Right now, we just remembered all 3 of them, and that's part of being a classic.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say they're all classic. I'm also fairly certain back in the 10s and 20s of the 1900s, the Rose Bowl didn't happen every year. So they just kind of had to make up these other random bowl games for kids to go play in, which that is a long-standing tradition. That's a classic tradition because 2 years ago, the NCAA made up the Frisco Football Classic because we had too many bowl-eligible teams and there weren't enough bowl games. So they made up one bowl game for them to play. Yeah. So it happened 1 year, and I'm sad I didn't go to it because it's never going to happen again.
Now, the most bet on bowls for this season, you could probably guess the first 2.
I'm going to give you a shot. Can you guess the first 2 bowl games that are the most bet?
The Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Yeah. Will they take a bite out of the Pop-Tart? That's the most bet on bet.
Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl.
No.
That's the grand uncle of them all. The Sun Bowl is just as old as some of these other classic bowl games, but it kind of gets pushed to the side.
I think it should be the nephew.
Is that why it stayed on
Grandnephew of
CBS
them
for
all.
so long? Because they're like, hey, we've had this bowl game since the beginning of time. We're going to keep it.
Washington, Texas.
That is number 2.
Alabama and Michigan.
That is
The
number
Rose Bowl.
1. Can you guess what number 3 was? You will not.
Oh, I like the challenge.
Has it already happened?
Ooh, I can't answer that question. Actually, yes, I will say yes, it has. Now I feel like you got a shot.
It already has happened.
Correct.
The Cricket Celebration Bowl.
The Myrtle Beach Bowl. The
first one?
That was the first one, yeah.
By which Ohio defeated Georgia Southern. And that answers a lot of that question. It was the first one. But just think about it. Playoff, Georgia Southern versus Ohio.
I can't believe it wasn't the Avocados from Mexico Cure Bowl.
God, that game was a mess.
It was wild, though.
13 fumbles, and that was still 4 off a bowl game record of fumbles.
Somebody fumbled 17 times in a game? Or teams?
That was Alabama Ole Miss in like the 1960s, so they ran the ball a lot more back then, but some of those records are so fun to see. Like the record is this, when these two, great teams of the time, or you're told they're great teams of the time, oh, they did this, crazy stuff back in the, the record for punts in a game is like 77.
What?
This is one of my favorite stats ever. Texas Tech, like the 1930s, played a school that doesn't field a football team anymore in Louisiana, and it was raining, soggy, so this is a time where they don't pass the ball very often.
True.
So their strategy was to punt the ball, hope the other team fumbles at their goal line so they can get the ball in. You know what the final score of that game was?
84-0.
0-0.
Oh my God.
77 punts, no points. And that's not college football. I don't know what
the
is.
other team would have. Now tonight is the Scooters Coffee Frisco Bowl.
I will be there.
All right.
What about Auburn, Maryland?
I already gave you the answer. No, to your other answers.
The Music City Bowl.
Are you excited about the Frisco Bowl, and how good is this UTSA team? They're favored by 10.5.
I've been rooting for them all year.
Have you?
Carter?
I was really interested to see
I
your thoughts on this.
I gave my feelings. I didn't want to get too bogged down in the realities.
UTSA, their quarterback, Frank Harris, he has been there, it seems like as long as UTSA's had a football program, which has been about 12 years. I think this is his 6th season, so this should be his last game with the Roadrunners. He has all the school records. He's been excellent his entire time there. It'll be a great send-off for him. I expect UTSA to win. They were in contention to win their conference this year. And Marshall they started out hot, but they fell off towards the end of the season. So I would expect UTSA to win. And it would be the first bowl win in program history for the Roadrunners.
Oh, yeah, because obviously this is still a relatively new program. Are you more excited about going to that game today or Saturday when there are 8 bowl games on the docket?
Like the Auburn, Maryland game in Nashville?
Is that day?
On December 30th? Or that's a different date,
the next
Kevin.
Saturday.
The next Saturday.
The bowl games this Saturday start at 11 a.m. and the last one starts at 9:30. This feels very reminiscent of the way it used to be on New Year's Day.
Yeah, Saturday's going to be fun, man. It's
beautiful.
I like that.
And I will be at the Armed Forces Bowl here in Fort Worth. That is 12-1 or 11-1 James Madison versus Air Force, a team that was good this year as well. So that should be a pretty fun matchup.
Is there any part of you that wants to see James Madison lose because they were whining about not getting in a bowl game?
No, because the NCAA is stupid and they have stupid reasons why they weren't in it until there weren't enough bowl eligible teams.
Fair enough. Now, let's take you to what they want me to call the FCS. Let's take you to Division II. Montana, that's right.
No, the FCS is D1. Division 2 is a separate thing.
No.
Oh my gosh. He and Reggie have had this argument before.
It's not an argument. Kevin's just wrong if he thinks it's something else.
No.
We had the Division II championship game here in McKinney on Saturday.
Because we tried to make it a bigger deal than... Never mind. I already had this argument. I know what they want me to call it. I refuse. All right, fine. I'll commit. Montana against North Dakota State. Here's Montana.
going for the 2-point conversion. If we can fire off that audio, it was spectacular.
Who do you trust if you're Brent Pease? Who do you dial up and say, hey, you're going to be the guy to get this 2-point conversion for us?
He may be wearing number 5. Left side of the formation, Junior Bergen. Bergen in motion. And it's going to be a pitch to Junior. He's going to attempt to throw face mask. Flag is out. Oh! Keelan White! Look what I found! Is it a ticket to Frisco? We'll find out.
Yes, it was, in fact, as that did end up being the difference. They won that game 31-29 to get their ticket to Frisco.
Yep, double overtime. Montana really wanted to lose that game. They were up the majority of it, but they're playing against North Dakota State, who's played in like 11 of the last 12 FCS national championship games, so they know a thing or two about winning. They tie it with about 20 seconds left. They score immediately in overtime. You're like, Montana, this might be it for them, but they find a way to score, and then that insane 2-point play. Please. The audio is amazing. Go watch it with the video because it is truly, he just loses it on air, as I think any sane human would. But
that play was incredible. They advance January 7th against South Dakota State at Toyota Stadium in Frisco for the championship.
And South Dakota State won.
Is that a real championship?
It is.
Yeah.
It's NCAA recognized.
Okay.
But South Dakota State won their other playoff game against UAlbany, like 59-0. So, Montana, you got your work cut out for you. I have faith, but it's going to be a battle.
Now, I wanted to see what you thought about the New Mexico State athletic director calling the New Mexico athletic director Chicken S for how they were treated before their bowl game.
I love Jerry Kill, the New Mexico State head coach. He's just gonna be so authentic with you, and he loves that job too. He wears the
coach, not 80,
the not a poncho, but he wears. Go look up pictures of him. I don't know what it's called. A shirt. That's not a shirt. It's like a
hoodie,
something or other, Hispanic heritage thing for New Mexico State. I just waltzed myself into this awful situation that I don't know how I can get out of. Anyway, Jerry Kill, he's great. Apparently, New Mexico State's quarterback, he urinated on the New Mexico practice facility when the two teams played earlier this season. So he alleges that New Mexico was shutting them out. They were going to have to practice at a high school stadium outside where it was snowing until the bowl director intervened. So I don't know. Jerry Kill doesn't seem like a guy who's really going to make stuff up. I feel like he's just going to be very authentic with you. So hey, pettiness comes when they play, and it comes in these rivalries when it's off the field too.
Corey, here's his direct quote talking about the New Mexico AD. When he doesn't let us practice in the indoor facility, when he doesn't want us to do this, do that, that's chicken S. I don't care. That's my opinion. I get in trouble. I don't give an S either. I can go down to Mexico tomorrow, drink margaritas, and let y'all enjoy your life because I'll be enjoying mine.
Yeah.
End quote. That is his actual quote.
I'll tell you this, Kevin. We used to have a photographer that would run around and call people at Chicken S back in the day, and he was never wrong.
Yeah, actually.
About the people he said that about.
I do kind of think you're right about that. All right, Carter, anything else in the college football world that we need to be made aware of?
Auburn, Maryland.
I ended the last time I was on with Maryland's quarterback opted out of that game, so it's going to be even more unwatchable than it probably was already going to be.
Yeah,
because they're Tua's brother, Taulia, is their quarterback. He's the Big Ten's all-time leading passer.
Wow.
In fact, but all this other quarterback movement, Ohio State's Kyle McCord is going to Syracuse. I think that's a great fit for him. Dante Moore, formerly of UCLA, is going to Oregon, where he originally committed last year. Oregon now has the best two quarterbacks in the Big Ten. They have Dylan Gabriel for this season, and they'll have Dante Moore for the next two after that, most likely. So, and USC lost former five-star Malachi Nelson to the transfer portal after one season. He only threw 3 passes. And they've lost a couple other 5-star defensive players too. Like,
I thought with the departure of Caleb, maybe he'd be like, let's see how the next round goes. But
yeah.
Is it a Serape? Is that what it is?
It is. I did find
Good
it.
job.
I looked it up.
And then, by the way,
somebody texted it
well after I fumbled over my own words with it.
Florida State's coach said he's still sad. And this is the most challenging couple of weeks of coaching I've ever had.
And he didn't even win AP Coach of the Year. Salt in the wound.
And neither did Jimbo Fisher.
Well, sure.
He used to coach at Florida
That
State.
makes sense to me.
And he left his Christmas tree out there and was like, I'm going to A&M.
Yes, he did.
Or
Yes.
maybe not win a championship.
Do all of that. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Thank you very much, Carter, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The holiday season is here, which means holiday deals for you with the Wrap Up the Year sales event all month long at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Get ahead of it now on the purchase of your brand new Chrysler Dodge Jeep or Ram with General Manager Mike Brown and his fantastic team. Located just minutes from the Metroplex, it's worth a short drive to Cleveland.
Is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Tremendous, Aggie. Thank you so much for asking. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Go Hawks!
Especially since we found the Cowboys' path to strength of victory in the tiebreaker. So
Yes.
Why'd you say
What
victory
is it, Hank?
twice? What is the actual victory?
All right.
Yes.
Is it? It's not because they've beaten Buffalo. They've beaten Kansas City.
Essentially, you are -5 right
Yeah.
now in the strength of victory category. The teams that the Eagles faced that you did not, or at least beat or face that you did not.
Kansas City.
The Vikings, Bucks, Chiefs, Bills, and Cardinals. So you need to root for all those teams to lose. Now, the teams that the Cowboys have played that the Eagles have not, or the Cowboys beat that the Eagles have not, assuming they beat Detroit in a couple weeks. The Lions, Panthers, Chargers, Seahawks, and Jets. Root for those teams to win. You're at a -5 right now. If you can overcome that deficit, you will win. Assuming you win out, of course. Because if you don't, well, then it's all dependent on what the Eagles do once again.
Do you think the league came up when they came up with these tiebreakers that they said, okay, the fifth one, let's just kind of have some fun here. Let's do strength to win.
We'll never get to that.
We'll never get to strength to win.
Because they had strength of schedule. They're like, let's put that behind this
Yeah.
one. Let's do strength of victory.
Yeah, this one makes it spicier.
I thought it was going to come down really to that Philadelphia had beaten Kansas City, and that was a better win than you beating the Chargers.
And that does give you an advantage, but there are also lots of other uncommonalities, either from teams you played or teams you beat. But you're at a -5 deficit right now, and that's what you have to make up. So when I say it's impossible to figure out right now, I don't know how these games are going to go. The Lions and Vikings are still going to play a couple times. If the Lions can win those, well, that's 2 in your category.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Just win out and have Tommy Cutlets beat the Eagles once.
Agreed.
And boom, you're ready to rock.
Is there any thought, okay, how good do you feel? I guess anybody at home you feel good about. How good do you feel about playing as the 2 seed against the Rams as the 7 now?
I think I feel pretty good. I think you're going to handily defeat anybody up until the NFC if you're in the 2 seed. And NFC Championship.
Because I was wondering, because if you play out of the 5, the Rams are the team that can do some damage for you because of the way they're playing. I mean, they went to Baltimore and should have had that game. They're playing really well.
Have.
So as the
Offensively, they're amazing.
As the 7th seed, they could very well go to Philadelphia and win a game.
Sure.
And they very well, as a 7th seed, could go to San Francisco because they play them twice a year. And that could be a path for you right there.
And in the meantime, you would play.
If you're the 5th seed.
If you're the 5th seed.
You get Tampa and Detroit likely.
Exactly. Unless you think Minnesota's going to get the job done or whatever. But you would go up against another team. That's one of the great things about Philly losing last night. I get it, winning the division, everything.
Yeah.
There is no chance in hell I'm going to pencil in Philadelphia Eagles playoff victories that would force you to go to San Francisco.
I'm kind of I feel like that there's a 6 or 7 seed that could go to Philadelphia if they had to and win a game.
The way they're playing right now?
The way they're playing now.
Yeah, a team like the Rams, for sure.
Absolutely. The Rams could do that.
And like you say, the Rams could be the team that could get you as the 5th seed, could get you that home playoff game in the NFC Championship game if you take care of all your games.
Man, that would be so wild if you ended up with a home NFC championship.
The Rams won the Super Bowl.
Rams.
The Rams did that to win a Super Bowl.
They did.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Now, we asked this question. This is off the sports path. Have you ever found something truly amazing? Because this one gentleman was going through his father's closet after, unfortunately, he passed away. He found 600 cards from the 1920-ish era. There's multiple Ty Cobbs, pretty much every player from the 1919 Black Sox, 4 Babe Ruth
Dad never
cards.
told him about that?
I'm trying to find out
Was Dad holding out for something else?
For himself.
That's his.
Dad
that's
packed
his
it up there and
whip.
forgot, probably.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. I mean, is he holding it for grandkids?
I'm not sure. I'm looking for the disconnect there, but this is clearly an amazing find. Is there ever something you have found, not to match up to that, but like...
Well, I mean, I thought it was pretty amazing when I found a whole bunch of great sports cards from my past that were worth a bunch of nothing.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty
Showing
amazing.
Mike, and Mike was like, yeah, $2.
He's like flipping through. Nothing.
I've had to
nothing.
crush-
When you first found them, that feeling was great.
Nothing.
so many dreams.
Do you get
of-
satisfaction out of that, Heggie?
No.
Just telling people that their cards are worth
It
nothing.
makes me sad because they're so excited. They're like, I got these old cards. How old? They're from like 30 years ago. I was like, oh no.
That's bad.
They're not.
30 years is not good. What if he
Yeah.
said like 60 years?
Oh, well, then we're in business. We had somebody at
Yeah.
Buffalo
We're in
Wild Wings.
business.
I don't know if you saw. I stayed and worked with them for about 30 or 40 minutes. They had a couple Mickey Mantle cards, and they're like actual vintage Mickey Mantles, not reprints or anything like that. I hate it. I think Mike enjoys it. And
Yeah, he does.
He definitely does.
Yeah.
So-
From my experience, at least.
Yeah. Okay.
That moment, though, that you're talking about when you find it and you're like, oh my gosh, it's kind of like buying a lottery ticket because you start making dreams about what you're going to do with the money that you win. And you're like, oh man, this is going to be so great.
The hope
is
right there.
Do I even cash it in? Do I want the lump sum? How do I do this?
Yeah, what's my strategy here?
Years ago, I found a Tom Brady rookie card in a common box because when he got drafted, who the hell's this kid? The kid who couldn't start consistently in Michigan? Common box. But it was just sitting there. It was awesome. And it was at the peak of all things cards during the pandemic. Sold for $1,200.
Damn.
So
You sold it?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Because he hates
dude.
Tom Brady. He's
I
like,
know.
get this out of
Well,
my
and I like
house.
money.
Yeah.
So that's just no brainer. But yeah, I couldn't believe it when my hands almost started to shake, and I thought, what the hell's this doing in the common box? And I remembered, okay, I probably stashed this like 20 years ago, and I was like, who the hell is this guy?
Do you know every card you currently own?
I do not. There's a lot in the common box, but that's why years ago when we moved into the new house, we had what we called the card pit. And when we still had an open room, me and my son went through every common box and like sifted through to find stuff he liked that he could keep or that might be valuable. I just don't remember all of them.
So you've separated all your quality cards from the
Yes.
common box.
And in case there's ever a fire in the house, once we get all the living people and photos and everything, my wife knows where to go to get the cards that we need to try to
Hold
get
on,
in the
what
house.
did you just say? Your wife knows where to go? You're
Or
sending
me.
your wife in there
I'm
to get the
assuming
cards?
I'm assuming
Honey,
I'm
put a
carrying
wet blanket around
the
you and try and go in and
humans
get the
out.
card. Card time.
If I have to carry the humans out,
It's a true test of your wife's love if she's willing to go back in there.
we took a
She's
marriage
standing
class.
out there coughing, just
it was
black
that part of the
lung
marriage
everywhere.
class.
All right,
Oh,
Heggie.
yeah.
And Kevin's just
Heggie.
standing over, kind of
Did you get it?
giving her the head nod.
get it?
Go back in.
Your cards or a pet?
I'd save the pet. I love that dog.
It was a smart decision on radio to say
If it's
that.
if it's a living thing,
Mhm.
I'm gonna save.
Your cards
I'm going to ask you that question off the air
or
in a
your
minute.
pet?
I'm picking Bella. I'm picking our dog.
Oh, Bella.
Sure.
Right now.
I swear I will pick Bella.
And then are you cussing at the dog as you're standing there watching stuff go?
If she ever has to have
that's true.
surgery or something else, like that's what those cards were for. Surgery
Oh, that's
money.
sacrifice for you.
Could have sold 2 of those Tom Brady's to pay for the surgery.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Heggie. Thank you so much for asking. We'll talk with Bobby Carell at DallasMavs.com at 4 o'clock. Recap what happened last night. Luka trying to have his flu game, just coming up short against a really good team in the defending champs. And then Lucius is back. So it's a Toxic Tuesday. We
Toxic
get LA Live
Tuesday.
at 5:40.
At 2:40, though, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to get my guys to try and fix a couple of things on this football team. We're going to do that at 2:40. So
All the
tune in for
fixing.
that.
Good. We need that.
Yeah.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say ashtray, Kevin.
Ashtray.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
I found in my ashtray.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, what a difference a day can make, huh? New hope. Thank you, Seattle, as
Thank
the
you.
Hawks knock off the Eagles. Monday Night Football. Rockwall's own Jackson Smith and Jigba, wide receiver 1, coming through, baby. He's coming through for you. And just like that, we got Cowboy Hope again. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, and the return on a Toxic Tuesday of Lucius Alexander. And he's cleaning. But we got Carter Freeman. I think we got Carter, not Ryan today, right? We got Carter for the full show.
Yeah, we got Carter for the full show.
Yeah, Carter's looking over. He's giving us the nod.
I see the red hair back there.
Yeah, Carter. Yeah, but what a game. I mean, for a while it looked a little bleak there. They were having issues with Drew Lock. Gino did not play. Drew Lock's doing his best. Then that final drive, DK Metcalf comes alive. And then a beautiful throw and catch from Lock to Jackson Smith and Jigba. Yeah, all kinds of turnover issues for the Eagles. They're self-imploding, as we talked about. And now you take care of business. You get a little bit of help. You're NFC's champs again.
Need Tommy Cutlets, huh?
Let's go.
Tommy Cutlets, one time.
I think Sammy Chicken Tenders might be able to pull this thing off. Don't the Commanders got to play the Eagles one more time, or is that not
Cardinals.
The Cardinals.
Oh, it's the Cardinals.
So maybe Kyler. Maybe you get a little Kyler Murray help. Allen, Texas.
He will channel something the same way Jackson Smith did last night.
Or he'll just look like ass.
Or he will look like ass. But I don't think
let's
anything
hope he doesn't look like ass.
Nothing can look like ass against this Eagles defense right now.
So
I mean,
bad.
even Drew Lock was looking like a beast at the end of that game. Shout out to Matt Patricia.
He's dialing it up, huh?
Dialing it up. 92 yards, 2 minutes, game on the line. Here's Drew
One
Lock.
timeout.
Yeah, one timeout. Oh, that's great. With Pete Carroll doing everything in his power to botch the clock in a way that has his team go home with an L, Drew Lock said, nah, we're good. We're going toe-to-toe with Patricia. We'll go 92 and a touchdown.
Let's do it.
Did Pete try and get his timeout back?
Was
he campaigning to try and
He
get
was
his
like, what do you
time?
mean? There's no takebacks?
Yeah.
There's no takebacks?
Referee's like, no, sir, get your old ass back.
Pete, you called the timeout, bro.
Yeah, you're not going to get it back, sir. Thank you very much.
Nope, sorry. Afterwards, Pete Carroll's like, man, gorgeous football. Just gorgeous, gorgeous. What a game. I mean, it was absolutely beautiful. We had players making plays all over the place. How about Love with that interception at the end? Just gorgeous. I think he used the word gorgeous about 7 different times in the first minute of his conversation.
Did you feel like that maybe Love's foot got hooked on the calf and didn't get down?
No, I think that it banged the teammate's leg. I think that helped him get that toe in. To me, it was pretty clear. He got both down.
I kind of felt like that it was close.
I thought it was extremely close.
Well,
It
you
was
were
like,
burying the Seahawks just by their body language pregame over here. You're like, they're screwed.
Oh, no, the Seahawks will try. They will give it up.
Gino's face, I mean, you could tell he probably wasn't playing. You were right about that.
Yeah, that was, but the body language was not good. I didn't feel like, but no, but the Seahawks will do crazy stuff like Pete Carroll. They'll try and lose the game.
Yeah.
Hey, good job though. Metcalf really didn't do anything all game though, right?
And he makes that one catch.
He makes a couple in the final drive. They finally get him the football a couple different times, but hey, the Eagles, man, that's one. I'm sure that on our sister station there on WIP, they're trying to fix the Eagles certain ways, like we're going to probably try and fix the Cowboys in some certain ways.
Yeah, but
240, I'm going to make you guys try and fix some things.
Okay. All right. That's good. I think the Eagles are just trying to go like, we don't need Hurts anymore. Let's go Mariota. And I think they're trying to get Frank Reich back because he was just fired in Carolina. They want to get him back because I believe he was the OC when they won the Super Bowl with Nick Foles all those years ago. So that's the Eagles fans' remedy to this situation to go on a Super Bowl run. It's the law office of Mariota and Reich.
That's a pretty good name for a law firm, though.
Mariota and Reich.
I'd probably give him a ring and touch base if I was in a pinch.
Can you guys help me out here?
Yeah. I know we've got attorneys on our station that do.
You guys definitely. I wouldn't trust you on a football field, but at a cubicle somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, well, shout out to the Seahawks for that victory over the Eagles. It's always fun watching the Eagles lose, and some, very pessimistic. 877-881-1053. I'm sure the Eagles losing is going to help the Cowboys' run defense. Yeah, I mean, I hear that, but I don't know that there's going to be a lot of teams that can run the football on the Cowboys quite like what the Bills did. But you're going to play two, and we've talked about this, that do run the football well.
Yep.
Do they go ahead and take a page out of what the Bills did and emulate that a little bit. We'll see. Bills certainly ran it right down the Cowboys' throats, but now they have new life. What did you guys think of the Mavs last night? Did you check out any of that?
I actually was Stars. I
was watching Stars too.
I went Stars.
Mavs, that third quarter got out of hand.
I was getting scoring updates, and I didn't feel like that it was my attention needed to be over there. I was trying to get the Stars home against the Kraken. So
and they did.
They did.
Yeah,
get
thanks
home.
for all your efforts last night.
Thank goodness.
You put the work in, you bring home a victory.
The overtime hero. Now they almost fumble farted that one out away as well.
It's amazing the number of penalties that were called in that third, and it just seemed like it was
had a chance. Luckily, their penalty kill was great. Their power play was terrible, but the penalty kill they were 4 for 4.
Yeah, they had not had that many opportunities and not scored a goal since the opening day, opening night of the season, but. They were able to survive. Wedgwood continues to play amazing hockey for the Stars. And so, it's just kind of keep rolling along and find out, what the situation is with Otter. I haven't heard any
week to week right now.
And always I hate the thing because I don't exactly know. They always say lower body and upper body, and I'm like,
you don't know what it is?
I have no idea what he's dealing with.
Go!
So I can't gauge. But, nice win for the Stars. Kraken's lost a lot more games this year. That was a playoff team last year. They're struggling a little bit, but I don't care. Just give me wins.
Absolutely.
Give me wins.
Matt Duchene was brilliant. 2 goals, his first multi-goal game as a Star. Also had the game-winning assist to Harley there in overtime.
Did you see Harley leaning on that stick?
Yeah.
Harley was leaning on that stick to the point like, okay, I am not going to let this puck get through. And Duchene, he put it right on that tape. What a pass.
And that little back and forth with him and Sagan earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that thing was absolutely
talented
gorgeous.
guy, man.
Really is. I mean, afterwards, Pete DeBoer was talking about, look, he could lead the league in goals right now.
Sure.
Potentially. So, I mean, he's playing some really, really good hockey. Mavs did fall, though, to the defending champs on the road. Luka's fighting illness. He's doing everything he can. Dante Exum, really the only help. I mean, now you're starting to see consistency here from Exum. We'll talk to Bobby Carella at 4 o'clock. What a revelation he's been. But Luka, another fantastic outing. Just didn't have any support.
What's the meme where the guy? Where's the meme from? Where the guy is the army's coming at him, and you see that one guy pulling his sword. It's from what movie?
Jon
is it?
Snow. It's Game of Thrones.
Is it Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
Where all of a sudden it's like the whole army's coming in, and I kind of feel like
band,
I feel like there's like a number 77 just pulling the sword.
It was. I mean, that's actually pretty good. Yeah.
I mean, that when I think, tell me what you think of the Mavs right now. I go, that's
the meme.
That's
I mean,
the meme.
they're shorthanded.
Yeah, with all these
beaten to
injuries,
hell.
for sure.
Yeah,
it's a nightmare. It's Luka, here's 38, and then everybody else like here's 6.
And Luka's playing 6.
7.
It's like, I got to go out there. I'm trying to carry this team and will them.
I mean, on a night where Jokic he's like, I guess I don't really need to do anything.
Heggy's right though. Heggy's right. Heggy said the concern. All of a sudden, Jokic had 8? You said.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden,
points.
and they still get beat by 20 something.
It's 77-70 with like 7 minutes to go in the third quarter, and then all of a sudden you blink and you're down 36. It was because
their run at the end of the third quarter.
Did you stay with that one last night?
No, not once we got into the fourth quarter. It was sayonara time.
Oh, then you went.
And it was just Monday Night Football.
Monday Night Football.
21-10 run.
Yeah,
that the Nuggets went on.
I just never ventured there. I saw the score and I never got to the point where I felt like they need my attention right now.
Yeah, no, it was. I mean, they are extremely shorthanded with no Lively as well. You're like, okay, what are we doing here?
I always like watching him play with like
can.
5 fouls the whole game. You know.
Yeah,
it's my favorite
it's a fun game. Like, will he get that number 6?
I'm like, how does this guy play such great defense with always having 5 fouls? He takes off his warm ups. He's already got 5 fouls in the game.
It's like rookie hazing. It's like rookie hazing from the referees. They're just like, this is a rookie. We're going to make sure he understands.
He still plays aggressively, though.
He does.
He sure does.
Can't help himself.
They miss him. They miss him big time, and the fast break points got out of hand. I mean, that's been something really the majority of the season.
Okay,
for the Mavericks.
I did click over that. Is like Denver doing a taunt with that altitude in the middle of the court. Was it 5,936?
Yes.
Are they taunting you every time you run up and down the court and your lungs are like burning?
Yeah.
That you look down and you see that number of 5,000, whatever.
Sickening.
It's a reminder that you're playing in the clouds.
It reminds you that, I can't breathe.
This is definitely not a home game for me.
Yeah. Every time I think it's a taunt. I thought at first it was kind of an area code thing, and I'm like, no, wait a minute.
It's just a
That's
flex.
An area code, yeah.
That's a damn altitude.
It's honestly unsportsmanlike conduct.
It is.
It's the number of a mile, right?
It is.
Yeah, it equals a mile.
It's like they are totally saying, hey, listen, by the way, it's going to get late in the game.
Brought us an area code.
I thought I did. I was looking down. I go, what area code's that? It's like the 4-digit area code. I thought, hey, is this like Metro? Is this Metro Denver?
What is going on here?
It's just these are city uniforms. What are we doing?
Oh man, they're the city connects.
All right, Lucius, you can stop with that.
That's weird.
Had to be.
Well,
Had
Eric's
to be.
having an issue over there. Sorry about that.
If I was
Did
there,
you do your Googles though in the moment? You was like, what does that actually mean?
I thought about it. I'm like, oh, that's a weird area code.
He's thinking it's area codes.
Well, all these other teams show their area codes on their uniforms, right?
How many times have you been to Denver?
A lot.
For the snow skiing. You were
A
telling
lot.
us that story the other day.
Yeah. I couldn't breathe a lot of the times. It was tough.
But nobody was better to ride the ski lift with than Brian Broaddus in his prime.
I'm telling you what, man, I could you want to ride the ski lift with me. You absolutely
He was in
would.
his bag, literally.
Literally in the back.
Doing his thing.
Yeah, you had all the goods.
I was.
He's got the blue dolphins. He's got the sandwiches.
I got the
He's
Coors.
got the yellow bellies.
I was
ready to rock.
I was the drugstore up there. My backpack.
Yeah, you could get a crossfade and a warm meal.
If you needed first aid, I was there to help.
Fantastic. Luka did win Western Conference Player of the Week, though, so congratulations to him.
And
10th
Jon
time
Snow,
in
right?
his career.
My guy Jon Snow.
He's out there. He's holding it
pulled
down.
the sword. He's
holding it down for the team.
Yeah.
Good to have you back, though. Lucius.
Yes, Lucius.
Yeah.
How was the weekend?
It was fantastic, bro. Wasn't long enough.
Was it all right? Let me. I'm asking a
Never
personal
is.
question here. Was it anniversary? Is that what I was? It some kind
It
of
was some of this, some of that.
Okay,
A little bit of this.
Little
Look
bit
at
of
this.
this,
Look
some of
at that.
Yeah, look at
Look at this.
You
Look
hit
at that.
Roof Daddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That went 5 times, as you know. That
It's your
did.
champ.
Yeah, I
Lucius.
wanted to hear it one more time, so I played it back there for myself.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you could probably play that every day, and we'd all be happy with it. All right, getting a lot of texts. We did have the Carolina Panthers release Justin Houston today.
Watched him.
I saw you. I saw you putting in the
You
work.
want to get into that
pre-show.
now, or you want to go for the 240?
If
to
you're
open that?
saving it for 240, we
No,
can.
I'll-
Otherwise, let's go ahead and get it. Let's deep dive into this.
I just want to know if he's better than Shaq Leonard. Watching Shaq Leonard put a smile on my face last night.
different player. Different to me when you start to talk about Leonard, he's more inside linebacker. Houston's an outside 3-4 linebacker.
He's rushing the passer.
He's rushing the passer. He's a stand-up 2-point stand-up linebacker that is going to rush. He doesn't have the juice that he once had. Matter of fact, the last game he played was Houston, and that was in Week 9. So he's been dealing with something down there in Carolina. We need to kind of figure that out. But he doesn't have the juice to rush the passer anymore. There was times when also our young quarterback for the Texans got outside the pocket. I know the kid can run a little bit. Houston just had no ability to go get him.
Chase.
Couldn't fetch him, and so you're starting to see him maybe slow down a little bit there.
I mean,
they ran the ball at him a couple of times, and he couldn't get off the block there. I understand he wants to go play for a contender. I don't think he helps you right now. If you want to say, hey, maybe you can get a guy as an edge, a rusher, that kind of thing, substitute, not
Passing
play,
downs only.
Yeah, that's where we're at right now with him.
So he's not coming in and helping you with the run game or anything like that.
No. They matter of fact, there was a couple of times I watched early in the season in the Atlanta game, and they were just taking the ball at him late in the year, taking the ball at him, and he just can't disengage like he once did.
Okay.
When
he's
he was
34 years old.
Yeah, when he was at Kansas City, he was a bee to deal
he
with.
sure
I'm honestly surprised that he's only 34. Like I was thinking, maybe
Like
is he
he's
37? Is
41.
he like wasn't he bookends with Tamba Hali in Kansas
2011.
City? I'm
2011 is when he came into the league.
I feel like I was watching him since 2005 for some reason.
Like
But
Derek Thomas.
yeah,
Him and Derek
yes,
Thomas were
dude.
playing.
But that makes sense. That makes sense. And the Cowboys have plenty of that.
Man,
Those style of
they're
players.
showing the area code uniforms
Not
right now
gonna need you.
for Denver.
Yeah, Jamal Murray was a beast last night.
But
He
no,
certainly was fantastic.
there's no help there. There's no help.
All right. So for those of you wondering about Justin Houston, probably a no-go there.
I would
for your
say
Dallas
for your
Cowboys.
Dallas Cowboys that'd be no. I'll ask Gang at 7, but these old scouts' eyes looked at him. I don't think that's a help for you right now.
Well, final shout out to the Stars. Jamie Benn taking sole possession of second place on the Stars all-time scoring list last night as he had an assist with Matt Duchene as he is now just behind Mike Modano, passing Neil Broughton for second all time on the franchise points list.
Both those jerseys are in the rafters, that number 7 and that number 9.
Yep, and I think you will get Jamie Benn's 14 up there as well whenever he decides to retire as a Dallas Star. So shout out to the Stars for the win, and then we'll talk and break down more Mavs.
Hey, you got 1 minute for me here?
Yeah, please give it to us.
Okay, we were having this discussion on the break today.
Yep.
Sports that you could, like, remember what Zach Martin did defending Dak, and it turns out to be a penalty?
Mm-hmm.
And I brought up hockey.
Yeah.
Like last night, they ran at your goalie, you know?
Yeah, they did on Wedgwood.
They ran on Wedgwood, and what happened? He got that guy got punished in the
Immediately,
corner.
right.
Immediately, all these green jerseys just attack him, and the only call in the game is you go for taking a run at the goalie. You know, do you think football should have a deal? We should be able to, if someone like messes over one of your guys, you should be able to take a run. You could defend them that way, because the Cowboys took a lot of grief in that Commanders game where they didn't defend Andy Dalton.
Yeah.
And, you know, here's Zach Martin saying, you're not going to take a run at my quarterback. In hockey,
and it was beautiful, too, by the way. That was very beautiful.
Yeah, in hockey,
you want to blindside my guy? Here's a blindside for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't even push him. He just put his stomach on him.
Just kind of bumped him out of the way. But I kind of applaud what hockey does, allow you to like defend your guys and not get penalized for it.
Yeah, I think there's obviously there's a line there that could get crossed to an extent, but like what Martin
you take your
did,
helmet off and hit somebody
like
with it?
where Martin's going up and doing what he did, that's pretty, like, this guy's not hurt, he's just being checked, like he didn't take it overboard. I would let that one, you know, in my perfect world league, that's just that's what you get for hitting my
you take a run
like
at my
that.
quarterback. I'm going to let as an official, I understand what you're trying to do here.
But all of a sudden, you're going to get Andre Johnson versus Cortland Finnegan, you know, time and time again. Which, as a fan, I'm totally fine with. I don't know if the league would love
League
that.
probably wouldn't like that too much. Thank you for that, Brian. We've got more Krusty's Corner coming up at 2:40. G-Bag of the day at 3:30, but let's do a little bit of NFL True or Fart False. That's next on the Fan.
Be a part of the show.
Rainy Tuesday here in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in. Lucius Alexander is back and better than ever. And he's got your G-Bag of the day coming up in 6 minutes. NFL True or Fart here momentarily. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333. Here's the bully.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
Thank you very much, Robert Flores. I'll give you a couple of statements.
What's the F in Flores stand for, sir?
Sounds for fart. False. Right there. All right, we'll start with you
Illegal
here.
motion.
Eric
Lucius
Chiafalo. Back it up.
It was a false start, but it was actually one that the refs were like, this is going to work better.
It was kind of like Lane Johnson with the early jump.
Play on.
Yeah.
Play on.
All right, after beating the Chiefs and manhandling our Dallas Cowboys, the Buffalo Bills are the most dangerous team in the American Football Conference.
See, like, well, what do we mean by dangerous?
Dangerous.
Danger. I mean, I
Don't
guess
ask questions. Give me your gut. True or fart?
That's true.
It's true.
It's true.
Dangerous.
Dangerous.
Like, are you more scared today facing the Bills than you are the Ravens? That's danger.
Yeah, that is extremely, extremely difficult, but I think I will lean yes to that. I think I will lean that Buffalo scares me more.
I don't want to play Baltimore. I wouldn't want to play
You still
Baltimore.
think Ravens are most dangerous?
The Ravens definitely have the defensive advantage there, but you've seen now McDermott knows how to pull it out of his rear end from time to time.
No, that's true there. I just think watching the Ravens and the Rams go at it that time. I mean, I respect the heck out of what the Rams are doing. I know I keep talking about them as a 7 seed being really dangerous.
You moved on from the Lions to the Rams.
But man, the Ravens, it seems like every week the Ravens are playing a playoff team and winning.
We're seeing this week.
Yeah. Oh, you see
49ers. This could be a Super Bowl preview. This could be juicy. Monday Night Football.
Back to back. I think Baltimore goes San Francisco and then Miami.
Yeah.
They get them at home. They get both of them at home, but that's an interesting back-to-back.
11-3 right on this team. I think Baltimore's played a schedule that I wouldn't want to go through.
I just think they're starting to, like, the injuries have started to pile up a little bit for Baltimore. I know Isaiah Likely stepped up pretty nicely at tight end in place of Mark Andrews, but that's still not quite the same. They just lose the running back, Mitchell, who was a really nice shot in the arm for that backfield. And then the offensive line, Ronnie Stanley, like the health of that is a little bit up in the air. I think Baltimore is extremely good, and their defense is awesome. But I don't know. What I saw from the Bills just freaked me out.
Anybody think Cincinnati could be dangerous?
Cincinnati is dangerous, but ultimately, and Jake Browning's a great story in a playoff game against some of these other teams. I don't think they'll be able to win.
They win without their players.
Yeah, and that's a credit to Zach Taylor.
I
mean, their coaching staff's really doing an excellent job being able to navigate that. All right, speaking of coaches, Brian, true or fart? Yesterday I was talking
Andy
Shane
Reid,
Steichen, coach of the year, should be in the consideration. How about Kevin Stefanski? He should be the front runner for coach of the year for the job he's doing there with the Browns.
I'll tell you what, man. I'm going to say. Are you saying consideration or the
he should be
front runner?
He should be the front runner right now.
In the AFC,
Browns are 9-5. Just in general, the entire National Football League.
Man, I had no hope for Houston. I ain't going to lie. I had no hope for Houston. I'm going to say fart on that.
Okay.
Because I think Houston's had some bad losses though. I mean, that loss at Carolina and they've had some bad losses. So I'm going to say fart. Yeah, I'm going to say fart because I think the Houston guys have done a better job.
I'm going to agree with you on that one. So I will fart on that as well. But I do think Kevin Stefanski is probably second in line. Like when you look at the odds right now, it's Man Campbell. It actually is Steichen tied at 2 with D'Amico Ryan. So I think that he got the Wolchuk bump over the weekend.
You're welcome, Shane. You can send me that check in the mail.
And then you have Mike McDaniel and Kyle Shanahan. I mean, you got to get through Harbaugh and Zach Taylor before arriving at Kevin Stefanski. And
I think Stefanski should be over some of these guys.
Yeah, I think he should be top 2 or 3. So I think that's a
but I
guess I'm farting on it because he shouldn't be the guy because D'Amico Ryans is.
So like I'll fart on it too, but I mean I blame myself as well. I had oversight on this. They're sitting at 9-5. They lose to Deshaun Watson. They're playing tremendous football right now. That defense has been brilliant. He's making Joe Flacco look like he was playing during that Super Bowl. I mean, the job he's done, he deserves a lot more praise than what he's getting.
Yeah.
Off the couch quarterbacks are winning games, but
it's crazy.
Their defense, I tell you what, Jim Schwartz has done a hell of a job with that defense, though.
Nobody thought the Browns.
No.
Nobody thought the Browns were going to have a happy ending to their season. And all of a sudden they might.
Not even Bob Kraft.
Yeah.
All right, back to you here, Eric. The Chiefs, and this will be the
Well
final
said.
one before we get into G-Bag of the Day. The Chiefs, true or fart, have finally found a wide receiver they can trust in SMU's own Rashee Rice.
Ooh, Rashee Rice. Yeah, one of my fantasy teams appreciates him. Yeah, Lucius is giving us the Rocky double
Pony
fist
up.
bump championship style there in the
Pony
pin
up.
cup.
Yeah.
I do like what I've seen from Rashee Rice. They're getting him involved. They're making him a focal point. He's coming through in a big way. He's got a couple of brain fart moments that, like, you're going, okay, is he dropping the ball? Is he fumbling the football? What is he doing here? But by and large, I do think he's the guy that, outside of Travis Kelce, you can't trust Tony. You can't trust Sky Moore.
No.
You can't trust Valdez Scantling. It's got to be Rashee Rice.
Rashee Rice.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's a true as well. That kid was born. I mean, when you watch him play at SMU,
The kid was born.
He was born to be a hockey
he was
player.
born to be a wide receiver. That kid can get it done. They got him a good one with him.
True on that. All right, let's turn things over to Lucius Alexander for our G-Bag of the Day.
You ready for that one?
Yeah, I was kind of ready. I like how y'all have like serious sports takes that start with, yeah, I'm going to fart on that because. So you're farting on it? Yeah, I'm farting on it. I just don't believe it.
That's a fart. That's a fart.
Sauce, baby. The secret sauce.
The beauty of the segment.
Serious sports takes. But I got to start with it off with I'm going to fart on it.
Let's go.
Fighting
Let's
over
go down.
Stefanski's in here.
Yeah. Let's go to our sister station, 105.3 The Fan, and all of a sudden they show like a highlight. Yeah, I'm gonna fart on that one, Eric.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, did you guys play Booger McFarland by chance? The benefit of playing in the rain?
Yes.
But not for G-Bag
Not
of
for
the Day.
G-Bag of the Day.
G-Bag of the
Not for
Day, though?
G-Bag of the Day.
This is the
All
first
right.
time nominee for G-Bag of the Day.
Oh, okay. We could play it that way. I'm cool with that. I'm fungible.
I like this.
Let me hit that button.
That's weed.
All right, here we go. Booger McFarland. The benefits of playing in the rain. Listen to this guy.
Okay, you go into halftime. Thank goodness you're away from the rain. You say no.
Oh, it's the worst thing. You're completely soaking wet. They don't have dry uniforms they're putting on. I mean, it's just cold in the locker room. They have the air conditioning on. You just get colder and you realize how wet you really are to get ready to go head right back out into it.
Well, no doubt. And here's the worst part about it, Kev, is that you got to go sit in the locker room for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And stay wet. And you're going to get cold. Now, there is one upside to this. As a defensive lineman, when you're soaking wet and it's raining, and you got to go to the bathroom,
I wasn't expecting
I'm saying seriously though. So listen, you have to find some good in this. So normally we have to go back in the locker room. But since everything is wet, we're just good to go. You just let it flow.
Just let it flow.
Just let flow. Let it go. You know what? I didn't even have that all lined up. I should have had that lined up.
Mm-hmm.
Let it flow.
Let it flow. Can't hold it in anymore.
I think it's a good take. I mean, I just think he's disrespecting every other position when he's just pigeonholing the D line as, rain game peers.
Y'all really wouldn't be on yourself like that, would you, though?
No.
Okay.
No.
I wouldn't either.
In the cold?
No, I wouldn't either, man.
I wouldn't either.
I just wouldn't do it.
Booger's equipment men must not have been very good, and equipment ladies must not have been very good, because I've been on teams where they change uniforms at halftime. If you play one of those games, you play like
get a fresh, new, clean uniform that lasts you about a good
especially the
5
centers,
minutes out there.
Well, the centers with the wet pants, nobody wants to deal with wet pants. And so that's.
And it gets all soggy back there like a little diaper.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
they change pants in half, the centers do.
All right, this is the most New York thing ever. Got a Bronx dispatcher cursing at a police officer on the radio. I guess he wanted that information fast and she wasn't moving fast enough.
Housing Post 153. Housing Post 153, just give me one, I'm signing in. You okay? You were. I just said to give me one, bro.
Yeah, no, hold on. This is everybody else's reactions to it. I'm sorry. Yeah. I should have told y'all that part. Everybody that can hear, and here's their reactions. That's what's more funnier.
Wow.
Yikes.
Cat 136, I was New York City Police Department radio station WIF 570 zone 11, coming to 4244 and housing 7.
Wow. a lot of clicking that mic, huh?
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about your boy Baker Mayfield? Sunday NFL Countdown. Or was that on ESPN?
Yes.
Rex Ryan and those guys?
Oh, no.
Baker Mayfield had a good game, didn't he, on Sunday?
He was
feeling good, bro.
Yeah, he was elite.
He was feeling good even before the game, cracking jokes like this at Rex Ryan.
And tell that team to jump on your back and you go get the darn thing done. We need you, Baker. We need that today. We need it.
We'll be juiced up today, Rex. It's not that cold, so there won't be that many cold toes out there. We'll be all right.
I love how widely known everybody now. It's like
everyone
you,
knows it.
you come out of the womb and you know Rex Ryan's a foot guy.
Yeah, his DM's going crazy, bro. All the girls send him photos. They know he got the fat cash. You got a pension and he's on TV. And you got the fetish. Look at these Jones right here. I just got him pedicured.
Might as well be a bullseye.
Here's my cash out.
Let's just pepper Ryan here.
And he's down with it. You know, man, he's a team player too. He's a team player.
That's why he's still married.
Yeah. I don't blame him.
He's the only husband who smiles every time his wife says, "Can I get another pedicure?"
Yeah.
Please, honey.
Can I go with you?
Yeah, please. They know him by name in that joint.
Yeah.
Here's Big Rexy. Cowboys Radio Network, Brad Shambade, Laufenberg here on the home of the Cowboys if you want to listen to the game on the radio, which I do. This is how I caught this. I love how my team home announcer is clearly going for the home team. Just clearly going for it. That's what I really love.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of that.
I am too.
Yeah, home and radio, I love it. Listen to this.
Empty gun for Josh Allen on 3rd down and 8. Snap is back. Little pressure. He runs out to his right. Oh, get him. Yeah. Sam Williams broke through and got him, and then Allen just was able to dump it off. Are they ruling a sack or an incompletion?
Should be incompletion. Yeah, he got it out.
Yeah.
But
Well, Sam Williams was sudden there, wasn't he?
He's running the spy there. So he was not rushing.
Yes, hold on.
Sam Williams is just going to mirror Josh Allen. And when Josh Allen breaks the pocket, then Sam Williams goes and gets him. And that's exactly what happened.
I think I heard myself cheering on that play.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go get him.
Oh, go get him.
Go, Sam, go.
Yeah.
Broke character for a quick second.
Yeah, I was pulling into the daiquiri spot when I heard that. I was like, let me see my notes.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Timestamp.
That's good.
Nice work, Brad Sham.
Yeah, shout out to Brad and Babe on that one. Last one. This is not really a nominee, but I just thought
It's going to win.
after all the traveling I was doing this weekend and seeing that some places have been under construction forever. It's just never going to change. My whole life, these places have been under construction. Well, man, Alonzo Bowden right here, comedian Alonzo Bowden, may have some remedies for it.
Another question about highway construction. Who puts out the cones? Because that's the only guy getting done. They'll have a sign, highway work for the next 5 miles. For 10 miles, there is a perfectly straight line of cones. They are equally spaced. It's like artwork. The cones there's 20 bulldozers over here not doing but the cones are right where it. Teach the cone guy to run a bulldozer. Let's build some around here.
That's good.
Amen.
Yeah.
Gosh, that is so true.
Yes,
That's
it
so
is.
true.
Oh, my gosh.
The
All right.
cone guy.
Fantastic. Time to vote. Broadus, you were writing them down. I forgot. So,
Is it Booger McFarland with his peeing on himself?
okay.
Bronx Dispatcher. Having none of that. Baker Mayfield, the cold toes. And is it Brad Sham with his homer call? Or Alonzo Bowden?
What's happening on the fan text, bro? What's happening?
I don't know. We got weird things happening.
People like urinated on themselves during football games, apparently.
Yeah.
People stand on that.
People
Okay.
people stand on that.
And then there's
Very
the
fetish.
People are getting peed about it. You know what I mean?
Mark Schlereth does it even when it's not raining.
Yeah, he just does it for fun.
and then Alonzo Bowden for the cone guy.
I'm going to go Brad Sham. What say you, Lucius?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, me too.
Wolchuk?
I'll go with the dispatch.
2-1.
Shoot.
Broadus?
I'm going to go with Brad Sham as well.
All right, by a score of 3-1, your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it is Brad Sham for the homer call of the day. Now, we get to Krusty's Corner on a TD Tuesday. Broadus, what you got in store for us?
Guys, you got to help me fix some problems with this Cowboys team. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we have
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America, racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Lucius Alexander back from vacation. We got LA Live coming up at 5:40, but right now it's time for Krusty's Corner. And here he is, King of the Krusties, fresh off making some delicious, absolutely divine sausage gravy with boudin. Boudin?
Yeah, I made, okay, what I did
like
was
meat pies.
I made kolaches.
I mean, it ended up being a meat pie.
Hit that boudin, baby.
That boudin.
Yeah,
that boudin
I'll
was
have to take you
good.
down to Louisiana, let you have. You've had some boudin. You never had boudin before.
No,
then.
that was the first time I've had boudin.
Yeah, I did. I said something I was going to do. I was going to figure out how to make sausage gravy. You laughing at boudin?
I'm laughing at myself now.
That's okay, man. You gave it a go.
I gave it a try.
We had boudin, and it was
Boudin.
fantastic.
Yeah, boudin was
Thank
so
you,
good.
Bryce, for the Cajun meal that you had provided us.
All the people who's now here from Louisiana, are all kind of.
I'm sorry.
Walchuk's favorite all-time magician is Boudini.
I did love a boudini. Guy was amazing.
He was fantastic.
He escaped everything,
dude.
right?
He was
Oh.
escaping his rear end off, man, time and time again.
Still
Boudini
don't know
was the
how he
man.
got out of that, man.
He was French. I think this could work.
It absolutely could work.
Thank you.
But yeah, that's I wanted to make kolaches, which is the Czech way of like you tell me my pay. I made it all by scratch too.
I can tell, man. That bread felt legit.
I'm having so
That
much
boudin
fun.
But they were the biggest kolaches I've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to make sure that I filled them up with
you filled them up.
You got to be able to.
You put so much gravy in those things.
Well, the gravy with the boudin and together, so I know it had to need like a vessel that could hold it, and so that's why I made them this big.
Very
as I
meaty
did.
gravy.
Yeah.
You picked the right vessel.
Thank
that
you.
bread was
Appreciate
special.
that.
Yep.
All right, I need you guys to help me fix some problems here with your football team. Right?
Okay.
There's 3 areas I've identified, and I want your opinion of how you would fix this, or is this a fix? Can you fix it? But I want your opinion about this.
Okay.
Zach.
Yep.
I want you to fix the penalties on this team.
Oh, crap.
How do you fix the penalties on this team?
You know what? This team has tried. I mean, I don't think there is fixing. We talked about this. I don't think there's fixing the penalties, sadly. I know this is, hey, how do we fix it? But the pre-snap stuff is, to me, it's discipline. It's the players. That stuff is correctable, right? There's no reason for you to be jumping off sides, the false starts. These type of pre-snap penalties this team gets way too often. And then also you could say the unsportsmanlike conduct, the roughing the passer type of stuff. I mean, I do think what DeMarcus Lawrence did, bit of a ticky-tack foul. The Jaron Curse one, I didn't necessarily agree with either.
Worse too,
the Curse
yeah.
one was way worse.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you want him to do? So some of these things I just don't think that this team's going to fix. It's a theme that's gone on for so long. McCarthy puts an emphasis on it. We hear the players talk about. They go back and review the film. They talk about ways that they can go ahead and correct this. Even Tyler Biadasz, I gave this example yesterday, telling Christy Scales in the Cowboys Hour last week. Yeah, the clipping call, bad call. But how do we make it so where the refs aren't even in that position to make that call? How can I be better? And they are working on it. But I don't think that this is getting fixed.
I don't either, and I really don't know, Broadus. I mean, around a Bill Parcells, around an Andy Reid, I mean, all these guys, did they have any special way of doing, approaching it in practice? Because I don't know. I mean, we might be overstating it. They were really costly penalties over the weekend, but they got, 5? It was 5 penalties. Wasn't like it was one of these where we've seen them go 13 penalties, 14. They were just really unfortunate ones for sure. And inexcusable and all those things, but
very impactful.
Impactful ones, but it wasn't like just a ref show all game long kind of deal. But I don't know. I mean, I'm
willing to give Mike credit for talking about it with his players. With the analytics and studying it and trying to, they have officials at practice, and do these officials call every single? They probably should. Mike should hey, are we off sides? Are we lined up? How are we this? How are we that? And I don't think there's a great answer here. And the reason I do ask is because I think you're going to have to live with this. The problem I have is the penalties that are on third down.
Mm-hmm.
I've never covered a team or worked for a team that has more penalties on third down that just impact the game. And we saw it with the tank. We've seen hands to the face before. We've seen defensive. We've seen holding, illegal contact. just those types of penalties that just allow the opponent to get back out on the field.
Yeah.
And I think Mike honestly is doing the best he can to try and talk about, hey, we can't do this. And when we have these officials, hey, they're going to call this. It's got to be on the players. It is going to have to be on the players to be very mindful of like, okay, I can't do that. I can't get this call. We just got to stop. And now here I am giving the opponent the ball back after that. I don't know. I hate to say this, but I think this is something you're going to have to live with. And I hate to say it even more that I hope it doesn't come down to it cost you a game in the playoffs because of it.
Yeah.
And because I don't have a great answer for it right now. I thought maybe you guys did.
817 says, can McCarthy fine players for penalties?
They've got to do. I mean,
that was something I thought of, but I don't think they do.
Honestly, they're trying.
You can do some kind of punishment though.
Yeah,
doesn't necessarily have to be financial.
Run
but
laps. Is that what you're talking about?
Something
physical
of that
punishment.
nature.
Yeah, monetary punishment's always good. Eric,
yes,
help me fix road games. Give me an answer for road games. How do I fix road games?
Well, I feel like offensively you have communication issues.
I think that's a big issue here.
Okay. Well, then there's got to be a way to try and simulate it at the Star every day in practice of what it's like offensively when you're not able to just do the here we go and dictate everything that you want to dictate.
I like what you're going at.
You got to start throwing those variables in a very, very heavy way into your practices.
Yeah.
And I'm sure to an extent they are, but how much can you turn that up a notch? Because it just seems like, hey, we're not going to be able to communicate as much. We're going to try to dumb things down. We're not going to be able to go in motion as much because we can't communicate and everything is just we can't. Let's just reduce it down.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's got to be a better answer to that.
Yeah. I told you. How about you there?
Yeah, because this is nothing new. This is the National Football League, right?
Yeah.
You go on the road. You need to be prepared, obviously.
There was a time when this team won 8 games. Well, they won 8. They were under the Jason Garrett administration. They were better on the road than they were at home.
So, the silent communication is something you can absolutely work on. And some of this, I mean, it's hard to use that as an excuse. Your game in Arizona is a pro-Cowboy crowd.
Sure.
The crowd noise ain't impacting you there in Arizona. You just played badly.
I just think overall communication's a problem. I mean, Dak, you mentioned Dak pounding his foot trying to get the ball. Now there's a panic situation. Now all of a sudden, oh, wait a minute. How about this? I mean, I haven't seen Smith give up a sack on a twist stunt in months. And they get on the road, and what happens? They try and man a stunt. And was there communication there? Are they not being able to communicate because of crowd noise? Are they not being able to communicate because they're deep into a count? There just seems like at home, it just goes so much smoother for them, both offensively and defensively. When they get on the road, it appears that the problems they deal with is the uncertainty of what we're doing. And I don't mean that in like not knowing their assignments. It's like, what was the call? Was there a check here? Why are we manning a stunt here when all game long we've been passing stunts? What do we not get the communication? There's something about them on the road that they do not communicate well enough. Whereas home, it is elite.
Yeah,
the way that they communicate.
That should be fixable.
That should
communication stuff.
All right, in the last couple of minutes here, Eric, run defense.
Well, I think you've got to be willing to adjust the way you do things. Like my biggest gripe from Sunday is all game you're letting them go heavy personnel on you, and you're just going back to the well of nickel and dime defense, small defenders. It's like, can you adjust some things? And you got like, hey, here's how we're going to stop the run with 2-3 techniques. It's like, here's Osa and here's Chauncey Golston, who was drafted as an edge guy. We tried to bulk him up a little bit so he could be a undersized under tackle. And now you have 2 under tackles for a good chunk of the game being your interior run defenders. You've got to be smarter than that and put bigger bodies on the field. And I know your team's not built that way, so you have to stretch a little bit to do it. But my gosh, like some of that stuff, you've got to be better. The other thing is just, your personnel is going to be problematic in certain opponents. And I don't know how much you can totally help that, but you can't just keep going, hey, this is what we do defensively with all these small guys, and they can run it 8 yards a clip on us all game because this is what we do.
And this week, maybe it's not as problematic because you're playing a team that's built on speed on offense in Miami, and they're not going to maul you like the Bills did because their offensive line's really banged up. So maybe your speed defensively ends up helping you a little bit, but the discipline aspect of this is going to matter because now you're going to play against some teams. We've seen this against San Francisco. We saw it in the past when the Rams did it and they beat you in the playoffs. The misdirection. Yeah. You got to trust your eyes, right? You can't get flowing and caught or hesitant, and then now you're playing basically you're stuck in the mud. You know, that's something where teams are going to try and take advantage of you in that regard. And Miami definitely is going to do it. So definitely tackling. But, I mean, the personnel issue, that's not going to get corrected. You get Hankins back. That'll help a little bit. Yeah. But securing the edge, you got to find a way to get off blocks.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you what's going to fix this run defense. Your offense continually scoring 40 points.
That'll help. Yeah.
I like that.
Because what happens, you're making everybody else one-dimensional.
Put pressure
Nobody ran the ball on you when you were scoring 40 points a game. Nobody ran the ball on you. When teams find a way to stop Dallas's offense, they're comfortable finding ways to run the football.
Keep scoring points.
That's what you got to do. Offense has got to be your best defense.
Amen.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
It's a good answer there, Ryan. All right, there it is. Trusty's Corner every day at 2:40. We'll have a look, of course, at the Dolphins coming up the next couple of days. Let's do some NFL news of the day. Eagles commitment issues. The tush-push ban did happen after all, and this guy isn't even the MVP of his own team. That's next.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who turn it on. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
About to hit you with some NFL news of the day, and then, of course, we'll do some hodgepodging coming up on the other side. Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, coming up to talk about the Mavs at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock, rolling into hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, the great Lucius Alexander has returned, and we got Carter Freeman with us as well, Gavin Dawson, the general, on assignment, family duty, until the new year. Hope everybody's having a glorious TD Toxic Tuesday here, and if it's your first time rocking with us in the nation, welcome. Turn it on, leave it on. That stands for TOLO. 877-881-1053. Always remember to text in, share your thoughts on the show as well. Fellas, it's official. It does appear that the dream return of Aaron Rodgers with the Jets being eliminated, not going to happen. Not going to happen. He was on doing his usual hit with Pat McAfee today. He says he's still not 100% fully medically cleared as of right now. Probably more realistic, it'll be another 3 to 4 weeks, which basically confirms his season is over. However, he did add that he does not think that next year will be his final year in the NFL. He said he wanted to play at least 2 full seasons with the Jets when he got traded. He's lost a year. So all of this, I think, very fluid. We'll see how next season goes for Aaron Rodgers, but that's good news if you're a Jets fan.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. I mean, they put everything into having him come in and try and get this program back on track. They've struggled over the years, trying to find the right quarterback. They make the deal. They get him away from the Packers. They line up some receivers to try and help. And then all the positivity just, week 1, here you go. Second, third play, boom. Your whole season basically, over. And, the plan was to play him and get Zach Wilson some experience, let him learn, let him kind of figure some things out.
Yep.
And unfortunately, they had to throw him back out there, and it didn't work out for him.
No, it certainly didn't. And speaking of Zach Wilson,
I mean, he got crushed. That was a bludgeoning, a Zach Wilson bludgeoning by the Dolphins defense. They were playing it with a little hate in their heart, I believe. And it makes sense why there was a point a couple of weeks ago where he was questioning whether or not he wanted to actually play. He was pressured on 12 of 16 dropbacks.
Well, okay, so what a difference this is. So he's questioning, do I want to play? And then his mom, Lisa, comes out on she does, an Instagram video, and she's talking about Zach Wilson, and you're right. I mean, he got beaten to a pulp. He ends up coming out of the game for a concussion. Apparently, he was already having concussion-like symptoms. Here's Zach Wilson's mom, Lisa, talking about that.
Yesterday was a little bit rough. Zach took some really, really big hits, and he fought through it and really tried to just stay out on the field. He didn't want to go off. He didn't want to stop playing. So he didn't really tell the sideline, the coaches, the trainers how he was really feeling, and he tried to just fight through it and keep going, and so he could be out there for his guys. And then finally, after one more blow to the head, he really started having problems with blurred vision and his depth perception, and he started really worrying that he was actually going to hurt his team if he stayed out there, because his vision was not right, and you can't play like that. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the prayers. We feel you, we see you, and we are so grateful.
Couple things here. Mom needs to stay out of this business.
Yeah, mom shouldn't be saying this stuff.
Mom shouldn't be saying this stuff. Second, what's going on the sidelines for the Jets?
Yeah.
How do they not? We have doctors, red hats on the sidelines that are watching the game.
We got red hats and blue tents. What are we doing here?
Red
we
hats,
have all of our
blue
bases
tents.
covered.
We've got an observation from above.
Yep.
If it appears that maybe we need to check players, referees are responsible for as well. If they see a player that looks like he might be in a little bit of some distress.
Absolutely.
I think the system's failing Zach. If in fact everything that his mom just said, and her coming out and saying all this stuff she doesn't need to be doing this.
Hey, watch your mouth, woman.
At least she's objective and not biased.
Yeah, but
it's a credible source.
You could say, hey, listen, it's been a rough year for Zach. We just thank everybody for the support and prayers and all that.
She is a credible source. But no, I'm with you. I mean, this really does not look good on the Jets. I can understand.
It doesn't look good on the NFL.
The player always is probably going. I mean, you know this, Brian, especially when concussions weren't taken as seriously.
Never.
When you were winning Super Bowls with the Packers.
Never.
Players were playing through this all the time. Now, this is a no-no.
No.
Teams are being investigated for their injury reports now.
Yeah.
You're not leaving a player out there with concussion-like symptoms.
I'm not going to sit here and act like
unless it's a big game.
I'm not going to sit there and say, "Oh, well, it was better back in the day when we played," because it wasn't. That wasn't a good way to play.
But we have gotten softer.
I don't know if it's soft. I think we've gotten smarter. I think you only have one life. I've had 3 teammates at LSU die. 2 of them because of this. I had a friend, Ted Thompson, general manager from the Packers I worked with. He and I started the exact same time in Green Bay, died because of this game. The blows that, he took along the way from covering kicks. I see guys, I try and talk to veteran players, old players, guys that are pillars of the National Football League that can't put 2 sentences together. That game wasn't
There was no need for him to be out there if he was already showing signs.
Yeah. If this is the case, and it happened the same thing with Tua. When Tua got hurt a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And then the system, they start saying, okay, we need to be better at this. But shame on the Jets, medical staff, shame on the NFL. In fact, if this kid was suffering this and had blurred vision and had to take himself out and nobody noticed it, you failed the kid there. I don't care how he plays, good or bad. You have system in place to help players not have to make decisions for themselves. His mom said, "Hey, he didn't want to come out of the game." That shouldn't be his decision. Someone should say, "Listen, your quarterback is not good right now."
Yeah, because a lot of the time the players are always going to want to play.
Yeah,
they need to be saved for themselves.
Yeah, I think that's unfortunate right there.
Yeah, and somebody just asked, when was the last time a quarterback missed a game for a concussion? You've had several this year. C.J. Stroud's just the latest. I believe Dorian Thompson-Robinson. That's why Joe Flacco was playing for the Browns.
Yeah.
So teams are not necessarily just playing their quarterbacks to play them.
If you go into the protocol, I'd like to know the number of guys that have played after going into the protocol, because I don't think there's many of them.
And we'll see about Trevor Lawrence this week.
Yeah,
because Trevor Lawrence is the latest that's now in the concussion protocol. He might not play for the Jags as well. Now, last night, Geno Smith didn't play. Drew Lock did, but Geno was out with a groin. He was still active, didn't end up playing. Amazing. Drew Lock leads that game-winning drive at the end to Jackson Smith and Jigbo, Rockwall's own. It was amazing. He says, "Jax, if you're one-on-one, I'm throwing you this pill." And boy, did he ever. And the Cowboys now certainly have their hopes back for an NFC East division title. Jalen Hurts, though, after the game, taking some shots at the team, questioning some commitment issues. Here's Jalen.
In those situations,
I've been talking about execution all year. Been on the same page. Everyone been on the same page, and we didn't execute. I don't think we're committed enough. Just got to turn it around. It's a challenge that we have to embrace. Just continue to see it through.
What do you mean by that, about being committed enough?
Commitment. I don't know that. I had a dictionary on me now. Excuse me. I don't know how else to say.
They have a commitment problem.
Well,
you've heard that before.
Yeah.
I think we all have at some point.
I think
it's not you, it's me.
I'll tell you what, there were some throws he could have made at the end of that game. He had some guys open. He chose. Now, I will say this, though, too. I think throwing the ball to Brown is always a good option there. That's a game changer. But he had Smith on a crossing route. You saw that at the end of that game.
He did.
He had it back in the, Swift in the flat. He could have checked it down. They didn't have a lot of time, but they catch that ball. They're in. The thing I was worried about was they were going to get past the Seahawk logo.
Yeah.
And they were going to try a field goal.
I'm with you.
Because
I was too.
I saw that guy kick a 61-yard field goal in the rain on a grass field against Buffalo. And I'm thinking, there's no way in hell that's one's getting home. And I was thinking, just please don't let him get past midfield. But that quarterback right there, he's not playing well at all. He's turning over the ball. He's making poor decisions. I mean, he had a chance to run for a first down, didn't get it. You know, he's tried. I mean, there's things that he's not doing very well right now. He kind of needs to look at himself too.
I just got a really interesting look there from our guy DJ Pridemore as he peeked into the prep room. He saw the container filled with the homemade pastries that are filled with
picked it up and walked off
the boudini and the gravy. And
Yeah.
he peeked, but he
Boudin.
didn't grab one. But he gave me this look like, I really want one of these.
I will eat your ass.
I need to tell him he could go have one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a couple in there.
DJ, if you can hear us right now,
You
go
can
try
one.
one of those.
Try one.
And then give us a food review.
You can do it, buddy. You can have one of those.
Broadus injected the gravy in there and everything.
Well, Jason Kelsey also got called for a false start in the red zone, big penalty. He moved the football prior to a tush push.
Been
Apparently
doing
he's
that for years.
Been warned about it. too.
He has been doing that for years.
Took full responsibility for it, and you're right. He said something I do quite often is you're trying to get a lean
every time,
and you know it's kind of something that he does that he knows he shouldn't do.
Right.
And officials have been warning him about it, and they told him even prior to this game. They said, "Look, it's something we're going to be looking for." He did it, cost him big time. We had another sideline altercation. AJ Brown got a little shove from a sideline member of the Seahawks. Then he turns around and was very upset about it as they had a little screaming match back and forth. So I don't know. Maybe we get the Seahawk sideline guy get canned now too.
Let me tell you this though, and as a guy that watched games most of my career, watching games from the sideline, I deserve to be kicked off the field too. I deserve to be like Dom and those kind of guys, because like guys would bump in and you're always saying something. I remember yelling at Chris Carter one time. Chris Carter caught a ball and he like got knocked into us, and we all kind of were dealing with him, and Chris Carter just started MFing all of us. And I like yelled at him like, "Man of God, okay, man of God." He's one of those guys, and he wasn't too happy about that.
I'm sure he wasn't,
because he just was MFing us, but I'd probably deserve to be kicked off. I got spit on by an NFL official one time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Intentionally?
I don't think he meant to. Jim Quirk was a side judge. And like I was yelling, like they were picking. I mean, they were Keith Jackson. It was the Dolphins. They were picking us. With him, they were. And
is this the Mr. Miyagi game?
No, this wasn't the Mr. Miyagi game. But he, and I'm basically standing right behind him, and I'm like, "You SOB, you gotta call that. That's an effing pick." He turned around. He said, "What?" And as soon as spit flew out of his mouth and got me in the face.
Ooh, in the face.
In the face. And I'm like, He goes, "What are you doing on the side?" I'm a club official. I showed him like my badge. I mean, I got into a lot of altercations, and Holmgren one time like, "Brian, stop it.
Got to calm you down over
He had
there.
to calm me down there. So, but
no burgers for you.
There's going to be a time where they're not going to let anybody on the sideline.
It's bizarre. All of a sudden now we've had 2 issues.
Trainers, coaches.
It's with the Eagles.
That's it.
Yeah,
they're
that's a shame.
They're going to limit that.
Jalen Hurts did have his 14th rushing touchdown that tied Cam Newton for the most rushing touchdowns in a season. And speaking of the tush push, Peyton Manning during the Manning cast, he's tried to incorporate this into his son's 7th grade league. And Peyton was going back and forth talking with the fellas about this. Apparently it didn't go over well when he did it in the 7th grade football.
Hold on, man.
So
this is live radio.
He tried to
Luce is what I saw.
How far?
He went,
Jim. Peyton. I believe Christian McCaffrey was with them at this point in their broadcast as they're cycling through. It started with Mina Kimes. Mina was great, and then it was Christian McCaffrey. And yesterday was probably a good one.
Is she a Seahawks fan?
Yeah, she is. And that's why a big reason why they had her on.
Yeah, okay.
And she does. I think she does preseason. Their preseason broadcast there.
All right, there
with
you go.
Seattle.
It's actually the Rams, believe it or not.
She does the Rams
She does
stuff.
the
She
Rams
doesn't do-
preseason for whatever reason.
That is weird. Why wouldn't she do the Seahawks?
I guess the Seahawks are like, hey, we got this thing covered, Mina.
We're good.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Go ahead and do the Rams stuff instead.
We don't need a fangirl.
We got our lady we interviewed, the chef.
Yeah, she does sideline.
She's sideline.
She does a great job.
Okay.
But I think Mina actually does like color commentary.
Oh, wow.
For the Rams pregame broadcast. So that's how that goes. But we're good to go. Here's Peyton.
Well, there's your favorite play, the old tush push. They got it. Christian, the tush push, right? It's all about who's coaching it and how you execute, right? It's not for everybody, right? The Eagles do it well, but so do the Cherry Creek Bruins, right? Arapahoe Youth League, right? Watch the technique, right? We come in motion here, right? We bring Ryder in motion. Marshall times the snap count, and there it is. That's how you get into the end zone, right? So look,
that's a well-coached ball club. That's a well-coached.
Got to get lower. They got to get lower.
Who coaches that Cherry Creek team? They must be a genius. Who coaches that?
I'm telling you, look, it's all about the coaching, right? The players know how to execute. Eli, we were told after that play, the refs were like, hey, you can't do that. I'm like, the Eagles do it in the NFL. He's like, this is not the NFL. I'm like, oh, I thought 7th grade AYL Colorado Youth Football was the NFL. I was confused, but that was the last time we did it. They banned it in our league, but the NFL, you guys can still do it. So,
Tush-push banned after all in 7th grade youth football.
They care about the health of their players.
Come on.
They're amazing the way they run that play, though.
It's crazy.
But you have to have a quarterback with great lower body power.
And he certainly does.
He's got a knack for going the right direction, too.
He zigs when others zag.
He does, absolutely.
I remember Peyton Manning has 100 plays for those kids that play for his team. 100 plays they have to memorize. So, of course, he would have the tush push in that joint.
Who else's kid plays on that team? Is there
Terrell Davis?
Terrell Davis's kid plays.
That's insane.
That's great.
100 plays. Could you imagine learning that in 7th grade? No, this is overwhelming.
Absolutely not.
We had toss right, toss left,
11 midline,
banner pass,
34 dive, and our one passing play.
About 10 plays, maybe.
Is that where you grew your hatred of the running game because of when you were playing as a kid?
No, it was
all you did was run the ball.
It was later. It was later when I had the light bulb turn on. That running backs were.
Was it impressive what Buffalo did to you the other day running the ball?
For sure.
As much as you hate running the ball?
It's not that I hate running the ball. I mean, I hate running the ball when you're consistently doing it much worse than you would be passing it. But like the Bills, they were running on you like a team would be passing on you. Like, damn it, they were doing
8 yards of pass.
Yeah, if your success rate is like through the freaking roof on every play, then sure.
And Broadus, he's a former linebacker.
There's also that.
Yeah. It's just natural. It's instinct.
We've seen the video that Bobby put out.
Nature versus nurture.
I get why he doesn't like running backs.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, did you get crushed in that video?
Yeah.
Well, I tore my ACL in that video the first time.
This bleeping Cam McDaniel, who did go to Notre Dame from Coppell, tries to leap over my guy.
Where does Bobby find these videos of me running out like my last game at LSU? Where does he find this
If you
stuff?
give Bobby like 2 or 3 clue words about the one of the worst moments of your entire life that you didn't even know was caught
injury.
on camera, he can go find it somewhere.
I'm so nervous.
He's a sleuth, man. Give him 60 minutes and he'll come back with everything he needs to eviscerate you and your soul.
We got Jory Epstein, of course, who's catching up with George Kittle. We'll get that audio later, talking about who is the MVP of the 49ers. And it might surprise you that it's not Brock Purdy. We'll do that maybe 420. And I think Kyle Juszczyk could be the answer. But we got a hodgepodge coming up on the other side.
TCU football, Luka Doncic, and cinnamon rolls next year in the nation.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments, LA Live with Lucius. Every day at 5:40.
weight loss. Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation on a TD Tuesday. And we'll get you a little college football hangover coming up here in a few minutes. It's hodgepodge time right now. We'll get to Luka. Might be at the height of his powers, but a congratulations is in order for a local football program, and that is TCU, the Horned Frogs. Tomorrow, they will be having the 4-star running back out of Decatur, Mr. Nate Palmer, officially signing with them.
Nice.
He will be an early enrollee, and I think we might be seeing this dude running around for the Horned Frogs as quickly as next season. This dude is ridiculous. We're talking about all-district offensive MVP for District 4A, and it is a 3-year starter on the varsity level, almost 7,000 total yards from scrimmage, and over 80 touchdowns in his high school career. TCU's getting a real deal, all-world sort of running back here who's a 3-down player. Very, very exciting. I mean, we're talking about kickoff returns for touchdowns. You need a receiving touchdown from your running back. Boom. Here's 14 of them in the varsity career, 63 rushing touchdowns. Congratulations to TCU and Nate Palmer. Tomorrow's going to be awesome. And this upcoming season, when you're an early enrollee, that's when you know you mean business. Like, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to punt on my last semester of high school where you're just kind of messing around, doing prom and having a good time.
Get on the campus.
He's going to go try and be a starter there for TCU, and that's going to be fantastic. So congratulations, TCU and Nate Palmer. And congratulations to the Mavs. I read an article in The Ringer that was highlighting just some of the coolest stuff going on in the NBA right now. And one of them was in regards to Luka. We're seeing the best Luka yet, says the writer here. And
he credits himself being in shape. The reason why he's playing so well.
And he looks like he's in shape.
He says it's easier for him to play more minutes.
And he's been playing a lot.
Yeah.
He's been playing a lot. Too many, honestly.
It is too many with all the injuries.
Yeah, he credits his conditioning for helping him be a better player.
Well, it makes a ton of sense. He's averaging a career high, almost 33 points on a career best scoring efficiency. Like, that's the huge thing. Like, his efficiency numbers are just ridiculous. 9 assists, 8 rebounds a game. Like, it truly is. It's insane, the type of stats that he puts up and the efficiency that he's always done it, but especially this year. He has the 40-point triple-double against Portland over the weekend. He's just scoring at will. Dribble, jumper threes left and right, the ball fakes. Like, everything about his game is just insane. And his three-point shooting is, sitting at 38%. 38% from the three-point line right now. And the big thing, too, that Kevin O'Connor writes is in the half court. Luka is making 82% of his unassisted shots in the restricted area.
Wow.
That's number 1 in the NBA. And it's better than Giannis. That's better than LeBron. Anybody there. Doncic has always ranked near the top of the NBA in at-rim scoring, but this is his first year cracking 80%. Not even Giannis has done that in his career. So it's like, okay, 38% from 3, but also when he gets around the rim, he's finishing at a ridiculous clip here. And it's unassisted. It's just, I'm going to take the ball and I'm going to dance for a second. And then when I get to the rim, it is more efficient than Giannis at the rim. I'm like,
it's unbelievable.
Dude, okay, this is crazy. And then you add in the lob threat of a guy like Derek Lively, and now it's just, it's cooking with gas. So we might be getting the best version of Luka right now, which is super exciting. That I do think a lot of it does have to do with him being in shape.
He says it
clearly. Working on the 3 ball and those sorts of things, to where, all right, he's not satisfied with where he's been to this point. And when you can continue to get better after the start that he's already had to his career, you're just like, man, there really is no ceiling on this dude.
There's not, but I think that, offensively, though those are all offensive numbers, which are fantastic, but his effort and being willing to play defense as well and go both ways is also something that this year I think he's certainly evolved and showcasing he's got the ability to do that, where we've constantly been going at him for it, where, hey, you're really bad defensively, you're becoming a liability, you're complaining to the refs, you're not getting back. And the fast break points are still an issue, but that's not necessarily on him anymore.
No. He's playing a lot better defensively, though. You could tell, even late in games when they need him, and they've struggled at times with their defense. But, man, I'll tell you what, though, it's good to see him. You don't feel like it's 5-on-4 like it used to.
Not at all.
That's right. The Grizzlies will be getting Ja Morant back tonight. They're 6-19 on the season. What a nightmare start for them. But the 25-game suspension is up, and he will be eligible to play tonight for the Grizzlies. So,
when you think, though, and I'm acting like I know a lot about the Grizzlies, I really don't.
Oh, they're your team.
But in 25 games without Ja Morant, would you kind of think they would be 6-19?
Well,
I
would if they weren't so good without him previously. Like 2 years ago, I think they had a winning record. Like this is a team that's had to play without him, and they've played well. So I thought maybe they'd be a little able to stay afloat. But otherwise, yeah, you're absolutely right. And this game's in New Orleans. I think it's $11 tickets are to get into the building to watch Ja's return.
Like a beer is more expensive in that place than watching him play?
I mean, we're talking about the 45-cent tickets to go watch Carolina and Atlanta for $11. You can go see Memphis and New Orleans tonight.
It's not bad, dude.
Would you have spent
Ja
the
Morant,
45
Zion?
cents? Would you have spent 45 cents to go watch a NFL game?
I mean, not that one. That Falcons and Panthers is disgusting. It was bad weather.
Just to say you did.
It was bad weather.
That could have been a bet. That could have been a bet payoff, right?
It would have been a good bet payoff. Like, hey, you have to spend your football Sunday not enjoying Scott Hansen in the red zone, just snorting football for 7 commercial-free hours. You have to go sit in torrential downpours and watch a 1-12 team kick field goals into victory, scoring a total of 16 points for the entire game between both teams. That would have been the ultimate payoff. I'd rather eat a nitro gummy right now than have to do that as a payoff. That's insane.
There's no way you would go to the game. You would not eat the nitro gummy anymore.
No, you're right. I take that back. Yeah. But I think when it comes to the Grizzlies, though, it's been more than just Morant. Like you lost Steven Adams.
Yeah, that was
Steven
really,
Adams is a huge loss.
Brandon Clark's been out for a while. Yeah. Marcus Smart, Luke Kennard have been out. It's just been really Desmond Bane and Jaren Jackson Jr. Can you two go be the duo that leads us to like a 500 record? And the answer was a resounding no. So they'll get Ja Morant back tonight, and we'll see how that shakes out for him. Now, we got to get to the cinnamon rolls, and this sound comes from Bernie Kosar. I was not expecting to have Bernie Kosar make a presence on our program today.
Might be slurring a little bit here.
When I woke up, okay, I'm glad you said something.
Oh, I know Bernie.
This is 24 seconds of Bernie Kosar, and he's on some radio show somewhere. I promise you, for the life of me, I couldn't figure out where this was. I don't know if this is in Cleveland. I don't know if this is in Kansas City.
Okay.
But remember, a few weeks ago, like earlier in the football season, when Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce were first sort of uniting, and Taylor Swift attended like a watch party, house party, where Bernie Kosar was to watch a Chiefs game. So it's like a Chiefs road game, and Taylor Swift shows up to the house party where Bernie Kosar is in attendance, and listen to him describe to you her walking through the door.
But as she's cruising in, how special. She comes in, and she made cinnamon rolls for Travis. So I'm a juicer, modified intermittent fasting, Kosar coffee, and the juicing and all that, vitamin D infused. But hell, you gotta try. You gotta try a little nibble of a cinnamon roll.
Yes, you do.
Taylor did. So
wait, you didn't say, were they good cinnamon rolls?
Oh, they were awesome.
Were they?
Okay, yeah. How hammered is he? I think is the first question there. And then he gives his sort of health bona fides in the middle of that. But he's like, but it's Taylor Swift cinnamon rolls. You got to get a nibble of that. And kudos to her, man. She didn't show up empty-handed to the watch party. No. And not only that, but she brought what probably ended up being the best thing. Like, that's a nice little curveball that I'm not expecting at my football watch party. Is some freshly baked, legit cinnamon rolls.
Smells so damn good all of a sudden in the crib. You're like, what does that smell?
I smell cinnamon rolls.
What is that?
Whoever brings like desserts to a party.
The MVP, the person who's really putting thought into it, because everybody else is going with the traditional stuff. Usually you're left empty-handed. Maybe you go, we still got a half gallon of frozen ice cream with a little bit of the frostbite on it. Right. Take that couple inches off, and we can all try and get a couple of bites of ice cream maybe. A lot of people forget about the dessert.
You got to bring the dessert.
If you stop off at like the Tom Thumb or one of your local stores and you get the box of the cookies.
No,
like if you
Are you talking about those really like white, soft, like icing covered cookies?
No, I'm talking.
They've got the chocolate chip
cookie in a box.
I'm fine with that. Yeah, that's cool.
So you're okay
brownies,
with that?
The mini brownies. I'm in on it.
Listen, I'd much rather the person whose house I'm at say, "Hey, don't worry, guys. We'll be baking cookies at halftime. So for the third quarter, we'll get freshly baked cookies." So
you're a guy that shows up without stuff, is what you're saying? Not even a bag of ice?
No, I am the ice man. That's the thing. Ever since I botched the mac and cheese at Thanksgiving those years ago, everybody just knows in the family group chat and lead up to big holiday
How
eating
bad
events,
was that when you botched that?
Ready ice it.
All right, I found out where this is from, by the way. It's Tobin and Leroy. They're on 10 to 2 Odyssey Sister Station Miami.
There we
go.
go.
They have Bernie on once a week.
Bernie. BK. Well, is he hammered there, or is that CTE? Like, I don't want to be rude.
He's got a little of everything going on.
Yeah, is it kind of like punch drunk a little bit? I say that respectfully.
No, he's got a little going on. Yeah, Bernie's a great dude, though. When you talk to him, you kind of like, he is all over the place.
He came in and played well for Troy when he was here.
Sure did.
Well,
he was a legend down there at the U. My man.
He's more of a legend now in my mind. I mean, he's like, listen, I'm Mr. Health Nut, but you had to give those cinnamon rolls a
Intermittent
nibble.
fasting, bleep it. Give me that sugar.
Now, Broadus, you're going to absolutely love this. National champions, Division II, the Harding Bisons, undefeated. They completed 26 passes all season long.
There you go.
They just went warrior mentality on him.
He's gonna run the veer.
I'm pretty sure Joe Brady and the Bills took a page out of the Division II
It was
Bisons.
It was the
said,
Bisons, Buffalo Bills.
This
Bisons.
is how we win.
Nobody circles the wagons
Like the Harding
Bison.
Bisons. That's right, dude. Flexbone, wishbone, all the bones.
Hey.
Over 6,000 yards on the ground, and it was 26 passes all season long.
How many
Undefeated
completed? How many
championship.
completed?
26.
All 26.
Yeah, well, they threw the ball, I think, like maybe 40 times.
Okay.
And they completed 26 of them.
That's
So
it.
26 completions on their way to an undefeated national championship.
I bet you their games were like an hour and 48 minutes.
Oh, yeah, some quickies.
Yeah, that's some quick games there with that running game.
And they averaged almost 50 points a game.
Yeah.
So maybe that kind of slows you down a little bit when you're constantly scoring touchdowns.
They're just racking off
commercial breaks.
60-yard runs left and right for
I
TDs.
need to grab some
Yeah, it's a Bison Tutty.
I need to grab some of their tape. Check it out.
Yeah. Well, Joe Brady already did.
Oh, yeah. Joe Brady, he's just like, take a page out of
It's
this.
his new offense.
Yeah. Here you go, Cowboys. Little Harding Bisons to get you.
That's right. All right, let's have a Mavs conversation with Mavs.com's own Bobby Carella at the top of the hour, but right here on a TD Tuesday. College football hangover. Texas getting a little help in the secondary. We got a local kid hitting the portal and shots fired at Lincoln Riley. Did he do the brisket thing again?
Oh, no.
That's next year in the nation.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk. But fear not. You can go back and listen to our bad shows, and it's easier than ever on the Odyssey app. Check it out.
Whether it's just a weekend or several days, it's a well-deserved getaway. So you hit the highway and then you get hit. When another vehicle gives
game. Sunday mornings at 7 on The Fan. Presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. We got the Scooters Coffee Frisco Bowl. Real bowl or not?
Yes, we already determined, man.
Hell
Scooters
yeah,
and
it
their coffee is getting it done. You gotta compete with Starbucks some way, somehow.
Yep, UTSA Marshall tonight. UTSA favored by 8. That's your bowl game tonight. That's at Toyota Stadium in Frisco. If you're headed out there, maybe Carter Freeman is. Our Carter's on his break, or else I'd ask him, but I'm sure he'll let us know. 4 o'clock, top of the hour, Bobby Carell. But right now, it's a little college football hangover. Brian, you're giving me that look. What's up?
No, I was saying it's Marshall and San Antonio.
UTSA. Yep.
Man,
and
all
I
right.
think the Roadrunners are going to cover.
They're a good team. They've done a great job.
Did a
down there.
fantastic job.
Man.
Absolutely.
Run roads with the best of them.
Man. First season in that new conference, too, and they were competing to win it. Speaking of local teams, you gave the TCU acquiring Decatur's new running back who's going to be a savage, but former Highland Park quarterback that transferred to TCU from Oklahoma, Chandler Morris, is now entering the transfer portal again.
Oh, jeez.
Yes.
SEMO?
Yes, he, of course, only played 11 games for TCU. He's battled a variety of injuries, and I think this might be they want to go with Josh Hoover, Rockwall Heath alum, who took over for Chandler Morris when he got hurt last year. So maybe TCU wants to also acquire another quarterback in the transfer portal, but now Chandler Morris, who Eric and I got to cover there at Highland Park when he won a state championship, taking over for John Stephen Jones as they won 3 straight there at HP. But now Chandler will have to monitor where he ends up going.
You know, we've done a lot of stories on recently here on about TCU and stuff. I just saw something at the break. You know, it was according to the Princeton Review.
Mm-hmm.
You throw the word Princeton in front of something, and it makes it sound really official. TCU is the happiest university in the country.
Really?
I didn't know that. The happiest.
Their students are?
Their students, the happiest students in the country. Princeton Review. I didn't know that. I mean, I'm like thinking, oh, what are these?
Well,
So
I think it makes him happy.
Just maybe living in Fort Worth.
There's
and
a lot of talent walking
and
around
like yeah, a lot of talent walking around that place. But yeah, it was like I say, I was kind of looking thinking like, and the University of Dallas was on that list too.
Really?
In the top, they were in the top 10.
Huh.
So yeah, you got the University of Dallas and then also TCU, happiest students in the country. According to the Princeton Review.
You know what you need to do? You need to get that Princeton Review, send it over to the Wooly Bully, and he can do a top 10 happiest students in the world.
Be a good top 10.
I was looking for it early. You know, hey, you just kind of go buy stuff, and I
got to go glance at it.
I didn't get back to it. I can't get back to it.
We can do a little Google search.
Yeah, we can do Google search.
We can find it.
Princeton Review.
Well, Texas.
See if I'm lying.
No, I believe you. I believe you 100%. Texas has also helped out their secondary today. We got National Signing Day going on. They've landed top-ranked transfer safety from Clemson, Andrew Makuba, who is a safety, 42 tackles this season with Clemson, #1 safety in the transfer portal. So now you've got Texas, who lost Jalen Catalon, Mansfield product, who transferred from Arkansas, is now going back into the portal. Texas helping bolster their opportunity there to improve the secondary for next year. They also got McKinney safety, Xavier. This is a tough last name. Phil Simey. I think that's how it is.
How confident are you right now?
Not confident, but I'm just going to go with Xavier, #2 safety in the class of 2024. They actually got him to flip from the Florida Gators to go to Austin there to play for the Horns. So he's the number 42 overall prospect in the nation, #2 safety in his class, 6 foot, 185 pounds from McKinney, Texas, the McKinney Lion, going to play for the Burnt Orange. We didn't quite get to this yesterday, but we definitely talked about this story, and this might have been, I don't know if it was biggest L, biggest dub, Eric, but we had the New Mexico State quarterback who urinated on the New Mexico logo in their practice area, like midfield.
I recall, yes.
So he ends up, of course, facing discipline action from their head coach and from the university. Diego Pavia is his name. But now you had New Mexico State have one of their best seasons in the history of the program. They did lose 37-10 to Fresno State in their bowl game, which happened to take place at the New Mexico Bowl, where New Mexico plays. Now, New Mexico apparently did not allow New Mexico State to practice in their facilities. So their head coach, Jerry Krill, was very, very upset about this, and he went off in his post-game presser. Here's what Jerry Krill had to say.
Well, guess what? I hope the AD here gets the same damn discipline with the people around this state that Diego got, because he deserves it. And it don't bother me a damn bit when he don't let us want to practice in the indoor facility, when he don't want us to do this and do that. That's chicken. And I don't care. That's my opinion. I get in trouble. I don't give a either. So I can go down, and I can go down to Mexico tomorrow, drink margaritas, and let you all enjoy your life, because I'll be enjoying mine.
Bet you won't.
But I got class. I've had class my whole life. And you can ask the college football profession. I've had class.
Hey, is this guy got class?
Never been treated like that.
So is that the coach of
New Mexico State?
Was his player the one who
urinated? His player was
yeah.
the one. They
Where are we at in
apparently
society?
disciplined him over the course of the season. Like, he was coming in and cleaning the toilets and all kinds of stuff with a toothbrush. And then you have the AD there for New Mexico, who just wouldn't even let New Mexico State practice in their facility to get ready for the bowl
They did
game.
get to practice there, though.
I
learned. But through a lot of lot of things
They
going
jumped
on.
through a lot of hoops, but the AD clearly ticked off Jerry Kill. He doesn't sound like a guy you want to tick off.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Oh, man.
How old's our coach now? Our coach has got to be 50 now. I think
he might be. Oh, Gundy?
Yeah,
he's
got to be.
Yeah, but that mullet is still flowing on the sideline, bro. He's looking good out there. Yeah,
looking real good.
I noticed in the mirror before the game. Just hold on, give me a second.
I tell you
Hold
what.
on, give me a damn second. I said.
Check this out for the bowl game.
Look good. Feel
Check
good.
this out for the bowl game. If they're playing outdoors, my man tucks his sweatshirt into his slacks. It's a weird
Who
deal.
does?
His sweatshirt?
The coach.
Gundy?
Gundy does.
Oh, man.
He's got his sweatshirt on the sidelines. He tucks it into his slacks.
Why?
I have no idea. I have no
all,
idea.
All sweatshirts would be flown at half staff after hearing that information right there.
He's a tuck everything in guy.
That's not good.
All right.
That's a bad
Everybody's
look.
scrambling on research.
What do you mean by everything?
Pause.
Yeah.
Oh, good. He's tucking everything in there, Eric. We do have Georgia quarterback Carson Beck.
He's actually playing a game with you. Is it there or not?
Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise. Happy Chinooka.
Yeah, he just says, look.
Woo, here it is. Gotcha, bitch. Carson Beck's returning to Georgia for his senior season.
And everybody now behind him is leaving, right?
Pretty much. Dante Moore. Now, Oregon's going to have a battle with two transfer portal quarterbacks. Dylan Gabriel from OU transferred to Oregon because Bo Nix is going to the draft. Dante Moore from UCLA.
He said no more.
He's going to Oregon, too.
Oh, is he?
So now you're going to have Dante Moore and Dylan Gabriel battling for that starting gig.
That's not going to work. Trust me, that somebody's going to leave that.
Somebody's
program.
about to leave now.
Somebody's about to leave that.
So once you
program.
go ahead and enter the portal and you say I'm going to Oregon, can you go back into the portal and leave? I don't think
I'm
you can.
telling you, man, these coaches they have no loyalty to these kids when it comes to this portal thing.
No, they don't. That's why the kids are showing no loyalty to the schools.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Understandably so.
I totally get it right now because you're a 5-star recruit. You go to one of these places after they have a spring with you or a year with you, and they're all of a sudden like, maybe you're not that good. Maybe we need to go get one of these guys.
I know where one coach that would have the loyalty because he has class, and that's Jerry Kill at New Mexico State.
Yeah.
He's
not going to pee on you.
No, he's not going to pee. Even if you're on fire, he probably wouldn't have. Kirk Ferentz
He's
taking some shots.
You know, have you heard his story? The poor guy deals with seizures. He coaches games, and he's had seizures on the sidelines during games.
Yes, I didn't realize that was him.
Yeah, it's him.
Oh.
That's why he's lost a couple of jobs. Where they don't know. Okay, that's reckless on me. But there's been some programs.
They fired him because of the
He was at
seizures?
Minnesota, and they were winning, and all of a sudden it's like they said,
Oh, yeah, PJ Fleck. They're rowing the boat.
We can't deal with this.
They're doing okay.
You say a little man in a boat? What'd you say?
PJ Fleck. They're rowing the boat there.
That's their. That's the deal. They row the boat.
They're boat rower.
Hit the rock, row the boat,
Little man rowing
hold the
boat.
rope. What are you doing in there?
Forget about it. All right, here's Kirk Ferentz. Kirk Ferentz is taking shots at Lincoln Riley because now they're going to be rivals in the Big Ten, apparently. It's so weird. USC going to the Big Ten. Kirk Ferentz said, quote, I think there's a guy that entered that conference recently that came with wide acclaimed offensive stats and all that.
Wow.
It's usually how those guys become well known because of whatever they're doing, throwing it, running it, wishbone. When you look a little deeper, so what's this guy's wins per game? There's usually a correlation. People who just throw the ball around, it makes it tougher to win, and it makes it tougher to be good on defense.
He's taken up for his son, who was god-awful as a coordinator.
He went on to say there's a school on the West Coast right now that's going to recommit to defense. They gave up 42 to Tulane last year in a bowl game at a place where Ronnie Lott played. So now they're going to think about defense, you know?
Yeah. Maybe you should think about offense, clown show.
You got one school that plays no offense in Iowa, and Kirk Ferentz, who's now mad at Lincoln Riley and USC for only playing offense but not playing defense.
Yeah.
Well, and not winning football games. At least Ferentz is like, dude, every year
Ferentz is winning.
We're
not
winning
every
football
year.
games. We're playing in Big Ten championship games
by not playing offense.
They did. I believe they got the #1 punter in the nation.
The commitment
over there
to defense and special teams will get you in the conference title game. Lincoln Riley, take some notes, according to Kurt Ferentz.
All two phases.
I can't wait till USC plays Iowa and he hangs half 100 on
Smokes
him.
them.
Yeah,
he's going to use that as bulletin board material, no doubt. All right, let's talk.
Now, Iowa might score 7, but it could be a 50-7
and it might be a punt block or something.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, it definitely won't be an offensive touchdown.
No, not at all. All right, let's talk with Bobby Carella, Mavs.com. Get the latest on your Dallas Mavericks and see his thoughts on what happened last night in Denver. That's next.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, set to join us as we kick off hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander. We got Carter Freeman running your Twitch and YouTube streams as well here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers and your Dallas Cowboys. Gavin Dawson on assignment, the general with the family until the new year. Mavs fall in Denver last night. They're now 16-10 on the season. Luka, though, continuing his dominance, and to talk all about it, Bobby Carella, Mavs.com. Bobby, how the hell you doing, sir?
I'm fantastic, my friend. How are you?
We're good. We're good, man. I mean, it would have been nice to come away with a win, but how darn special is it what Luka Doncic is doing right now?
Yeah, I mean, he's probably playing the best basketball right now that he's ever played in his life. I mean, he's scoring at will. He's got 30 or more points in 11 straight games. That is a career-long streak. Not to be outdone by Joel Embiid, who's done it in 12 straight games at the same time as he has. But, you know, it's not just the points for Luka. It's the pace at which he and the Mavs are playing. He's pushing the tempo. He's a menace in the open floor. Dallas is the most efficient team in transition this season, and a lot of that has to do with Luka pushing the tempo, making plays in the open floor, finding guys. The assist numbers are just through the roof. He's the only guy in the league this year with 17 assists in a game, and he's done it 2 times this month. You know, he's a triple-double machine. The guy is just unbelievable, and he's doing it right now for a team that's down 2 starters, that's down a guy that averages 25 points a game. And so, I mean, they need every single point, every single rebound, every single assist, every single thing that Luka can give them, and he's delivering. And, I mean, it has just been pretty special to watch.
Bobby, is this because of salads and chicken and no sodas? He's even commented about his health. He feels like it's allowed him to play more minutes and be better. Is it really that simple?
I mean, it could be. You know, it really could be. He looks much more spry in fourth quarters and in the second halves of games. You know, last year in particular, I guess really like earlier in his career, his fourth quarter numbers were very good. But last year in particular, just his shooting numbers, his points numbers, especially from the free throw line, all of those like efficiency metrics really kind of diminished in the fourth quarters of games, especially down the stretch of the year, when I think it became pretty obvious that, you know, not only was the quality of the team just not at the level that they wanted it to be, but Luka had carried this just massive load all season before that Kyrie trade. And by the time they got him, Luka was already kind of worn out. And so he definitely put in a lot of work this summer, you know, came in much slimmer, just much stronger, in much better condition. And I think we're seeing that bear fruit on the court right now because, you know, in the first half of these last 11 games, he's averaging like 25 points a game just in the first half, which is awesome. But he's still giving you 12 or 15 points a night in the second half too. And some of those, you know, some of those games he'd have more points if they weren't already winning by 25. So he is really, really, you know, he put in a lot of work over the summer and it's paying off right now. But, you know, with all that said, he's playing a ton of minutes right now without Kyrie. He is carrying a massive load, kind of the same level that he was having to do at the beginning of last season, and we saw how that ended. So hopefully everybody can get healthy soon and his minutes can get down closer to like 35 or 36 like we're used to, because 40 minutes a game at this kind of usage rate is very, very tough to keep up for, you know, 82 games or however long it's going to be.
Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, with us here in the G-Bag Nation on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. Dante Exum has been a bright spot for sure. Bit of a surprise, I would say, to most. Jason Kidd deemed him the connector, I believe is the word he used to describe Dante Exum. How, you know, what have you seen from him, and how important is he to this team right now?
he just knows how to play basketball. He plays within himself, but he can also do a lot of things, right? So, he's way more than a role player. I think a connector is a really good term for him because he can run the floor and finish. He can be on the receiving end of these Luka passes. We saw him do that a couple times against Denver, for example. But he can also push the tempo himself and find guys himself. He can be the guy that Luka kicks the ball out to for three, like he was against the Lakers. He made 7 threes in that game, including 5 in the fourth quarter. Or he can be the guy to find those open shooters. He's averaging 5 or 6 assists per game since joining the starting lineup whenever Kyrie went down. And then he can also rebound. He can also switch and guard multiple positions, whether that's point guards at the point of attack or switching off on 3s or 4s or sometimes even 5s and holding his own because, yeah, he's a guard, but he's like 6'5", 6'6". He's pretty thick. He's pretty strong. He can get low, much lower than these guys and kind of knock them off their spot. So he can do a little bit of everything. I heard a lot of really good stuff about him during training camp, but I was very skeptical that the Mavs would be able to trot out lineups with Kyrie, Luka, and Exum because I just thought that they would just be too small. I thought, Exum throughout his career has been a little bit reluctant from beyond the arc. He's not trying to get him up the same way like Tim Hardaway or Grant Williams or even Derrick Jones will. But Exum is a much more willing shooter lately, and he can defend these bigger guys. And so that trio, very limited minutes together, but that trio has been awesome when they're all on the floor. But Exum, rising up to the occasion like he has, especially since Kyrie went down, allows the Mavs to keep pretty much 2 of them on the floor at all times when all 3 are healthy, and they never really miss a beat. So, he's been unbelievable, and it's really hard to think of where they would be right now, especially without Kyrie, if Exum wasn't playing at this level, because he's really the only other guy on the team right now that can run a pick and roll, that can set the table for other guys, and then also capitalize as being that off guard.
Bobby Carroll, Mavs.com with us here in the G-Bag Nation. With Exum's emergence, in the offseason, the rumors were teams were interested in a Hardy or a Josh Green. Obviously, Green hurt right now, but because of what they're getting from Dante Exum, if indeed a team were to say, hey, those are 2 guys that we'd like, you think they'd be more open-minded to moving one?
Yeah, I don't know. I know that there's some complicated cap stuff because they did extend Green. But I think, Exum is playing really well. But I think if you were to project what you wanted Josh Green to be, it would be essentially what Dante Exum is doing right now. So I feel like why wouldn't you want 3 or 4 or 5 of those guys on your roster as opposed to only 1? So, I think just because he's playing really well, it doesn't necessarily mean that you would, be a little more liberal with your decision-making further on down the roster, especially with younger players. But Hardy is more interesting to me because, right now without Kyrie and even, Tim Hardaway missed a couple games, back spasms, and he seems to be back fine now, but he did miss 3 or 4 games in a row there at one point. You would figure that there would be a lot more minutes open for Hardy to take. Green is out, Kyrie's out, Hardaway was out, even Exum missed some time, and Hardy still wasn't getting a lot of minutes. We've seen Seth Curry get some. Tim obviously has been playing great, so he's playing a ton of minutes. Dante is, and Hardy has been kind of the odd man out. And I know fans are really confident, really excited about him. I was too, based on the way he played at the end of last season. So, we'll see. I know you want to be really patient with young players, and it is hard to bring them along and develop them in a winning environment because you don't really have a lot of room for mistakes. So, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with him. But yeah, I don't really know. It hasn't really gone the way I expected. That's for sure.
Bobby, when we're 25, 26 games into this thing now, what were your thoughts about Lively coming into the season, and where is he now as you look at these 25 games?
Well, coming into the year, I thought that he was maybe going to be part of the rotation. I thought that there would be a lot more Dwight and Rashawn Holmes, at least early in the season, because Lively's 19. He didn't play a ton in college. He missed some time, and he was banged up for part of his time. And, playing college basketball, especially at the center position, is way different than playing in the NBA. So I just thought it would take him a lot of time. But, from opening night, he was so far ahead of schedule. And now, without him, granted, even if he was out there guarding Nikola Jokic, I'm not sure that he would have single-handedly turned the game around in the Mavs' favor or anything. But, you can see the difference defensively whenever he's on the floor versus when he's off. You can see the difference on the glass, both offensively and defensively, whenever he's on the floor versus when he's off. He has proven to be Luka obviously is number one, and then Kyrie, based on how he can score and run the team and all that stuff, is number two. But outside of those two guys, Lively might be your most valuable Maverick so far. I don't think anyone thought that would be the case coming into the season, but it is true. And, that's awesome because he's only 19 and you're going to have him for a really long time. But it's also kind of like, man, we definitely we need more from the wings. We need more from the bench and all that stuff. So it kind of like shifts your priorities, I guess, in terms of where you want to upgrade the roster. I guess now hey, we got this stud at center, and he's going to be here for the next 10 years or whatever the case is. Let's upgrade everywhere else. As opposed to in August and September, we're still seeing reports of the Mavs were trying to trade for a veteran big, and they might trade, key players for a highly paid center from another team or whatever. Now, I don't really think you need to do that. Like, I think you got the guy. Now you can just focus everywhere else. So it's a pretty nice find, I got to say.
What's the Mavs' best trade chip right now?
That's tough, Luka.
Yeah.
but no, it's hard. I think looking around the league, I'm not really sure how many quality players are going to be available for trade. I think a lot more guys are signing extensions now and are taking the money and then kind of requesting trades later, as opposed to upcoming free agents are no, trade me now so that I can find a new team. I think players are going to take their money from their current team and then do what KD did, for example. So I'm not sure how active the Mavs would be right now. I would kind of get in trouble if I answered that question, but I would say the Mavs are going to have a lot more attractive trade chips after this season because they'll have more first-round picks, and also some maybe unanswered questions about some of their young guys will be better answered by April or May, if they're able to go on a little bit of a playoff run. Right now, maybe their first-round pick, if they leave it unprotected, that would be, I think, in 2027. But, who knows? It's all about needs. All it takes is, all of a sudden, this guy in the match a whole lot more attractive. So, we'll see as this whole thing plays out.
Mavs get the Clippers at home, who all of a sudden are red hot right now tomorrow night. Injury report already has, of course, Kyrie, Josh Green, Lively, sadly, and Maxey all out. How tough is this one?
You're killing me, man. You're killing me.
I know, it's tough.
It's tough. The Clippers are playing great, too. So you could not find a worse possible time to play them. But, hey, Mavs clocked them in Dallas a few weeks ago. Then they went out to L.A., and the Clippers ran away with that one in the second half. Never really had a chance in that one. So I guess, hey, this is the rubber match. Obviously everyone was kind of making light of the Brian Damaris video talking about Harden. Well, of course, at the end of that game against the Clippers, Russ scored on Luka a couple times in a row, and on camera in the middle of the floor pointed at Luka and said, "Go right at him. Go right at him." So I think Luka might have a little extra juice in the tank for that one tomorrow too. So we'll see. It's always fun whenever these teams match up.
So what's the holidays like for you, Bobby? You got big Christmas plans?
Yeah, so actually right now I'm in between company Christmas parties. Nice. We were at a local arcade earlier, and I'm about to go to the company-wide one here pretty soon. And then on Christmas, of course, the Mavs play. But they don't play until I think it's 8:30 or 9:30. It's a much later game. Yeah. So during the day, I'll be able to hang out with my family, including my cousin Kyle. He's a big fan of Yell Station, so he's listening right now, I'm sure.
Sounds hot.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, but gonna hang out with the family and then hopefully watch the Mavs humiliate KD and Devin Booker.
Yeah, Bobby, I think that if you lost your job, there would be a station here in Dallas that'd like to hire you for your expertise. I think you do.
Slide in my DMs. Yes. Let's start talking.
Yeah, I think that if you want to go ahead and tell us who the Mavs need to trade, every one of those people to get you in trouble and you get fired, we'd be happy to have you over here.
Oh, wow.
The job you do.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Just don't share this interview footage, but I'm always listening.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Bobby, we love you, buddy. Take care, man. And, of course, enjoy the holidays. We don't catch up with you before then.
Hey, thank you, guys. You as well.
There he goes, Bobby Curella, Mavs.com. I think the best out there that covers the Mavs.
No question.
And, it's a joy to have him on.
We're lucky in this city, the guys like him and, Tim McMahon and, I know Mark Stein's a family friend of mine and all that, man. Some outstanding basketball minds.
Tim Cato, Grant Abseth are doing great stuff. And, of course, Nick Angstad. And Reggie joins him once a week on their podcast.
Yep.
So, we really do have a talent-rich environment with people covering the Mavs right now. Let's do some top 10, shall we, on the other side. We do have a feud brewing. A former analyst on ESPN, does have a history with Tommy Cutlett's agent. We've got the backstory there, and it's National Hard Candy Day. What are the most popular hard candies in the world, and what's your favorite? That's next.
is 420 on a TD Tuesday, a toxic Tuesday. An hour from now, we will be entering the expressway. 35 minutes commercial freestyle as we close down the 5 o'clock hour with LA Live. Lucius Alexander back in the saddle. What you got over there, Broadus?
I want to see everybody text in and see, would you like to have Zach and Eric both on the post-game show, Cowboys post-game show?
Cowboys post-game show?
Yeah.
Just the nosebleed seats, basically, doing Cowboys post-game on the Dallas Cowboys radio network.
Me not doing it.
Are you kidding?
And you two doing it.
Without having Brian Broaddus on the official post-game show? That'd be insane.
I bet you people would text in right now and say they would like to have you two on the post-game show.
There would be some, but we've both hosted that. And how many times do we get callers that just don't care what the hell we think? And Brian, this is for you. Brian, I really want your opinion on this. Brian, we need you.
No, I think you guys would do a hell of a job. I really do.
I appreciate
I think
that.
there might be some future in that.
That's what you drinking and what you thinking for me. I had a great day. Eric, Zach, Brian, Gavin, it was so good listening to you guys all day. All week I've been listening to you guys.
Well, what the hell?
All four of you.
What about Lucius?
Damn well I answered the phone and screened you, bro.
Yeah.
Does anybody ever say hello to you, Lucius?
Oh, yeah. No, they're real cool.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just sometimes it's Brian, Eric, Zach, General. It's just been amazing all week listening to you fellas. Just you fellas.
The four of you do a great job.
Just you. Whoever else is there, go bleep yourself.
Well, you know who's always there? The Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen.
Yeah.
And that would be an accident. If somehow it was just us on the post-game show, that would not be on purpose. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys, by the way, for car and truck wrecks in DFW. So if you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333. Let's get the Woolly Bully top 10 list of the day, shall we?
Thank you very much. We'll get to our hard candies in just a moment. But we've had an interesting development in the world of sports thanks to Tommy Cutlets having his Jeremy Lin sanity moment. And his agent, something Stellano, all right? We'll hear all about his name and his life story. But he's got a history with Todd McShay. Todd. You remember Todd McShay?
I do.
Of course I do, man.
Who has been let go by ESPN, but he was on the Ryan Russillo podcast. And apparently him and the Stellano fellow, they go back all the way to high school, and he is just haunting the dreams of Todd McShay. 877-881-1053. Will you let me know your favorite hard candy? Do you happen to have somebody that just will not get out of your life for whatever reason, going back to your school days? Here's Todd McShay.
Don't get me going on Sean Stellato. The fact that Sean Stellato's still in my life drives me crazy. Just to give you the background, and it's an indictment on me. I'll admit it up front, okay? Senior year in high school, we're 7-0. We're going to play Salem, Massachusetts. And if we win this game, we can kind of know we're going to win the last two games. If we win this game, we're going to play in the Super Bowl. We lose to this team in Salem. Sean Stellato's the quarterback. All week long, it was like this big, media frenzy because the Salem teachers, including their head coach, were on strike, but the head coach crossed the picket line and they wind up, coming in and playing. He gets fired at the end of the year because he crossed the picket line. This big story. So they beat us in that game. Then we go on win the next two games. We're getting word from our play-by-play guy. It's trickling down to the sidelines that Salem's losing to Beverly, this other town in Massachusetts. And if they lose this game, we're going to the Super Bowl again. Dreams are back on. Okay. Sean Stellato throws a touchdown pass with no time left, and they win that game, and we're shut out. Season's over. High school career's over, right? 15 years later, I get word from somebody that I know who's talked to Stellato. He's writing a book about it. And Stellato wants to contact me to do an interview. I tell him to go bleep himself, okay? and I think it's all going to go away. And I'm sitting on my couch a couple weeks ago, Monday Night Football, and I look at this guy, and I'm like, holy shit. That's Sean Stellato. He won't go away. He's like this rodent that won't go away in my life. Again, all my fault, not Sean's. I'm thrilled for Sean. Good guy.
I can tell.
Italian-American, Hall of Fame.
Not happy at
all the great things. But now I am 46 years old, and I'm still feeling anguish towards Sean Stellato, and it's not his fault.
Listen, man, I identify with that. Yeah, I totally identify with that. Walter, you can turn your microphone back on. I feel that same way about Cam McDaniel. I mean, you mentioned him earlier. If I saw him on Monday Night Football on the cell phone looking dapper, being the agent of the year for whatever reason, I'd probably come off my couch a little bit ticked off as well.
Man.
So I get it, Todd. That's the competitor in you.
Great guy. I'm so happy.
I know.
for him.
What's he? If
He's like, go bleep
yourself.
bro.
Yeah.
This is terrible.
Well, I like the idea of him reaching out saying, "Hey, your worst high school football moment ever. I'm going to make a book about it. Can I get a couple of comments from you?"
No, go bleep yourself.
I hope that is the quote in the book.
Cam McDaniel calls you. He's like, "Man, I'm doing a book about my high school career. I remember I just totally broke your ACLs, broke your ankles, you tore your ACL. Everything's bleeped in your knee. Can we talk about this?"
And the direct quote he would get for his book would be the same as Todd McShay's gave to this guy Stiletto.
Go bleep yourself.
Go bleep yourself.
Absolutely. Brian, you have anybody in your history that just keeps coming back around? Nah.
I mean, I can't get into it on the air.
Okay, that's fine. We can get off.
You know me, I always kind of get into it on the air, and then I shouldn't get into it on the air.
You do have someone in your life that you wouldn't urinate on if they were on fire.
No, yeah. I got some grudgy stuff.
But you would drop a deuce on those guys to
The
put
urination
the fire
part,
out.
yeah, I think that, yeah.
Now, a couple of folks have chimed in, and you can't have a post-game show without Brian talking down to people, says the 254.
Amen.
469 says it would be, I guess, entertaining, but it would only be allowed to happen one time
You think
for
we'd get
us
fired?
to take over. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think all of that's fair.
Probably.
Oh, man. Okay.
And then somebody's drunk in the 817 saying, OMG, yes, nosebleed seat solo on the Cowboys postgame.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
So
I'm all for that.
817. I trust Broadus with football more than anyone, but I can never have enough of the nosebleed boys.
There you
I
go.
appreciate
Like I said,
you guys.
drunk folks all over the
Very
Metroplex
drunk,
right
very
now.
drunk.
I think, to me, the all-timer on a post game was when the Wooly Bully, after the San Francisco loss, just melted down. I mean,
Yeah.
he felt like all Cowboy fans that day.
He wears his heart on his sleeve, that
So
Wooly
I
Bully.
figure if he melts down, you could just melt down right along with him. I think it'd be interesting this weekend with your love for the Dolphins.
It's my father's love.
You,
all
you
right?
know, you know more about the Dolphins than you do the Cowboys.
Yeah, we need you
I
this
resent
week.
that, okay?
You know more about the Dolphins.
If you want, listen, while I'm out these next few days, if you want to call your Dolphins insider to just get perspective behind
Can we
enemy
act like you're in
lines,
Miami?
You can call me. Yeah.
Can you put some waves in the background?
We can put my pops
Hey,
on the
let's go
we can
live
put my
to
pops
South
on the
Beach
line.
here at Chiafalo.
Let's go to South Beach.
Let's get my grandpa. We need to get my grandpa on the horn to tell his story about the time
Mercury Morse?
when he was doing. No, this is not Pup Up. This is Grandpa Chris.
I want Pup Up.
Who would be talking without his teeth in his mouth, because that's where he's at these days. But all
Mercury
the heroin and
Morris?
stuff, drugs with Mercury Morris,
Yeah.
but also the story that he recently told me about being pulled over while riding Mercury Morris's motorcycle and being bailed out of a local Miami jail by Mercury Morris.
What a story. I
So
love
we
it.
can
I'm in on
really
this.
go behind.
I'm totally in.
Let's party.
With Grandpa
Let's
Chris.
Bleeping
Let's
party.
let's go to Grandpa Chris
Live to the
pregame.
couch.
I love that. All right, let's slide into the top 10 here. The top 10 hard candies on national. They're hard. It's a hard candy.
Hard.
day.
It's
hard. It's hard.
Speaking of grudges.
We'll get, well, maybe that's the guy. We'll get more
Oh, man, I love Mickey.
Dolphins preview coming up at 5 before Eric takes off and just leaves Brian and I to do this week together, but it's going to be fine.
Man, Lucius, I'm glad you're back.
We got
Everybody's
this. Thank
quitting
God
on
for
us.
Lucius.
I appreciate it,
It's
man.
the
Thank you.
paternity leave, dude. Just have a kid, and then all of a sudden they give you
How many-
6 weeks to use throughout the year.
That's the reason I'm
Not
doing it,
worth
Eric.
it. I don't give it. Not worth it.
I think it might be.
How many
It's
weeks
out.
are we
Test
in
this
now?
out.
You got like 5 more weeks?
No, I got like a week and a half. I got to burn it before the end of the year, man.
Okay.
Hashtag burn one.
We're only trying to do great radio here. Yeah.
You guys are a dynamic duo,
We'll
man.
be fine.
A dynamic
We'll crush
trio with Lucius. You'll bring in college football Carter with a little college football action. I'm sure giving you some bowl game information that you don't care about. It's gonna be perfect.
It's going to be great. We're going to love this. The honorable mention, and I did not know that this was a hard candy, but apparently it is. Fruit striped gum.
What?
It's a hard candy that doubles as a gum.
No.
Like you suck on it until like a blow pop.
Yeah, it only lasts like 15 seconds anyway off the
I've
rip.
never had it.
We used to chew it with the paper on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we did.
Paper on.
I don't know.
That's weed.
Sometimes it's better
That's
when,
weed.
you
Would
know.
you just not take the paper off?
Yeah, I don't know. We shoot it with the paper on for some reason.
What
man.
is this called? I need to get my eyes on
Yikes
this.
Stripes, Fruit Stripe gum.
Yep.
Ike Stripes.
Is that a
Fruit
commercial?
stripe.
Yeah, it used to
gum.
come like by the foot,
Fruit.
or it used to come in the same little packets that you always see gum come in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Number 10 is the peppermint, of course.
Oh yeah,
Which-
church lady.
Let me ask you this. Do you always grab the peppermint at a restaurant when it's offered?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
You know what I prefer though is that little like minty chocolate.
The Andes. They're called Andes
Oh,
chocolates.
is that what they are?
Yep.
You stay in a really nice hotel, they put it on your pillowcase for the turn-down service.
They'll give them to you at Olive Garden. I know that's your favorite place here.
Don't disrespect me like that.
All right. That's
Did you disrespect yourself?
You love the salad and breadsticks. Do you guys have a favorite hard candy, though? Because they're hard.
Jolly Ranchers.
Yeah, I think Jolly
Yeah,
Ranchers
and then
are
what's those butterscotch things?
Oh, Werther's Originals?
Come on, man. Those ones right there.
Okay, Pops.
Yeah.
What are you doing in there?
no, those are delicious.
That's the 68-year-old guy candy.
Those are good, though.
Here, you want some butterscotch?
Girl, he handed me a piece of butterscotch. Like, what?
Your uncle handed me some butterscotch. You take it?
You calling a cutie queen, you lick.
Yeah.
They are delicious though.
Yeah, they're good, man.
They are good. We got watermelon Jolly Ranchers, of course, from the 716. $4.69. This is a Tennessee hard candy called Pickle Slicks.
Okay.
Ooh,
That
I'm
are
glad you
amazing.
Butt crack there.
slowed. You treated it like a school zone.
That
there.
sounds like a real cool bar, though. Pickle Slicks.
Pickle Slicks.
That sounds like a fly bar.
Oh, I
It
tell
does,
you what,
that sounds like a
Lucius,
badass spot
I think
right
you're onto
there.
something there.
Best candy bowl mix is butterscotch, cinnamon discs, and lemon drops. Butterscotch number
lemon
1
drops.
for the 903. I love a good lemon drop this time of year. Werther's Original getting some love as well. Peppermint is not number 10. It's the number 1 hard candy boy, says SNS. That's our dude right there. Root beer barrels getting some love as well on the text. The Tootsie Pop.
The Tootsie Pop is better than the Tootsie Roll.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
So you
because
have to
it's
roll
still
in it.
it's the Tootsie. You still get the Tootsie Roll.
Best of
Yeah,
both
but
worlds.
I'm just talking about straight Tootsie Roll. It gets all in your. Yeah, I don't
You don't like the chewy aspect
I don't
of
like
it?
the. I don't like the chewy aspect of it.
It's not good for the dentures. I understand.
Tootsie Pop or Blow Pop?
Tootsie.
I agree.
I'm going Tootsie too, yeah.
The Blow Pop's a fake imitation of the.
Yeah, you got to have the
The
chocolate.
Blow
in there.
Pop.
And by the time you get down to that gum, your teeth hurt.
Yeah.
At least that was for me. I was like,
Either
I've
that,
had enough of this.
Either that, you have no taste on your tongue left.
Yeah.
What's that deal when you keep a lollipop in your cheek for a little while and then you get like
all
all those
bumpy and
dots?
crazy?
Yeah.
It's weird.
Is that just with the sour stuff? I guess it's something about the sour doesn't react well to the cheek.
The gobstoppers are being texted in. I've never actually had like an everlasting gobstopper.
But you have had
It's good, man.
That's a real candy?
Of course I have snozz.
What are those?
By the Wonka brand. Wonka has a lot of brands out. I mean, has a lot of candy under his brand. Good candies, too.
I need to get one of these
Gobstoppers.
gobstoppers.
Everlasting Gobstoppers are amazing, bro.
So I'm missing
God,
out.
I didn't know we worked with somebody from the Mars company in there.
No, Lucius knows.
Let me tell you about some candy here, young man.
Anybody here for a jawbreaker?
Oh boy, those jawbreakers used to scare the crap out of me, man.
That will chip some teeth.
Ew.
Yeah.
Number 9 is butterscotch.
Hey.
It's basically the Werther's original, right? Like that's what that is.
It's the original.
You threw that in for Lucius. That's not a
no,
real
Werther's.
deal.
We're going to get to Werther's. Werther's in the top 3.
Trying to make him feel good.
I think there's a lack of really strong
Because
candidates
nobody likes
for
him during the week.
hard
Yeah.
candies.
For hard candy.
There are. Number 8 is the Dum Dums, which are just the most popular lollipop.
Yeah, you eat those, you're a dum-dum.
Dude, the blue raspberry dum dum. Oh my gosh, man! They need to
Those
put
are
that
those
thing on
tiny
steroids.
candy, right?
Yeah,
tiny
they'll-
candy in
they'll
a
give them
stick.
to you like at
That's
the
a waste.
bank.
Pound for pound,
the
that's
dentist's
the best
office.
flavor
Dentist
though.
office.
Oh, here, take
Why
one
the
of
hell's
these.
the dentist giving you a lollipop? I never
So
got
you
that.
come back.
Yeah.
Oh,
So your
okay.
teeth get all jacked
They're
up.
hiding
so
in
they-
plain sight
Yeah,
of
man.
just bleeping your teeth so that
Here's
you have to
some
pay to get it
chocolate.
fixed.
Oh, so I can go get another cavity?
Yeah.
That you can drill through my mouth again?
Yeah. Here's some taffy on your way out the door.
Gosh.
Dude, but I'm serious about the blue raspberry dum dum.
I
It
can
is
tell
the
you
best
more.
Pixie
tasting.
sticks. Just pour the sugar in your mouth.
I'm serious.
They need to get like a Tootsie Roll flavor of that, Tootsie Pop flavor or a Blow Pop flavor because it is too small. It's the best flavor in any lollipop.
We need a bigger one. We need like a double XL Dum Dum flavor of this.
like a stupid.
That's a terrible candy.
Red Hots are number 7.
That's even worse.
Number 6 is the Atomic Fireballs.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are like
Are these movie
jawbreakers,
candies?
right? But
What are we
they're
doing here?
Now some of
The
these
hot
are
tamales are a terrible candy.
terrible. Number 5 is Warheads.
Yeah, there they go. Oh, those sour candies came out at one time. Just blasting our taste buds away.
Number 4 is the Lemonheads.
How many can you eat in a row, bro? I put 6 in my mouth one day, dude. I was crying. It was crazy.
That was chipmunky.
Yeah. No, he didn't, dude.
Number 3 is Werther's Original. Number 2 is the Lifesavers.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Ever since they dropped the gummy savers, though, I have not been back to the lifesavers.
Gummy savers are
yeah,
big.
gummy
I'll tell you
savers
what,
are crazy.
Dunk on themselves.
In the purple bag.
Yeah, but the Lifesavers in the pocket, because the open pack, that one on top gets exposed to a lot of things in your pocket. You know, kind of takes on a flavor.
Oh, because the way they stack them up.
The way they stack them up, though, so that you don't have that cover.
It's like the Mentos.
Yeah, you
Same
need
thing
a
with
cover.
Mentos.
You need a
yeah.
cover on that so you don't get
Definitely.
lint all over your green one.
And then number 1, top hard candy, the Jolly Ranchers.
I think in a landslide, dude.
In a landslide, although I almost quit on them because I did choke on one once.
Yeah. You gotta chew those with confidence, bro. They can humble you
It
real
slid
fast.
right-
The Jolly
right
Rancher.
down. And
When
I
you
was
young,
like-
you moving around, you playing, and you got the can.
Got lodged in the throat. I started panicking.
Yeah.
Like, oh God.
Yeah.
And then finally it just went right down. I was
Yeah,
like,
you
oh,
got
thank God.
about 10 seconds to yourself.
I
Like,
saw
oh,
that.
man.
I saw that happen at school one time to a kid, and they made him drink like hot tea to try and melt it down.
Oh, okay.
To
That's
melt
smart.
it. Yeah, it was weird.
Thanks, guys. That's our top 10 for today. All right, where are the Cowboys in the latest power rankings? And if you're
15th.
ranking your top 5 teams right now, who the hell are they? That's next on The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we have Cowboys Lions tickets for you to win during.
McCarthy hangs with Sean and RJ each Friday morning at 6:30
How
a.m.
fast and easy was that decision on your list of things to do? Radio interview scratched.
It wasn't very hard.
Talking some ball with some laughs. Coach McCarthy every Friday morning with Sean and RJ on your home of the Cowboys. We are the Fan.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
We got our Cowboys news of the evening coming up on the other side. Micah taking shots at some fake analysts. We'll get an early Dolphins preview. Right now, though, let's get into the power rankings. I did see this. Christmas Eve, how pumped are you guys? You name these two teams. We have the 32nd ranked offense going up against the 32nd ranked defense in a matchup this coming Sunday.
Okay, this is exciting. Does it involve the Steelers offense? Or Jets offense?
Jets offense, yes.
Okay, the Jets offense. Whose defense could it be?
It's pretty shocking because you don't consider them as the worst defense.
It might be the Commanders.
It's the Commanders.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jets and Commanders, the two worst on offense and defense, will get to play each other on Christmas Eve. Are you going to watch that one?
Oh,
I think
absolutely
yes.
not.
I want all of it.
Inject
this into my veins.
Yeah. I wonder do we know what the over-under is for that game?
Ooh, that's a great question. And will anybody take them for Survivor? Like, could that be a good Washington game to take?
I think I've already taken the Commanders.
I think I have two.
Yeah, I took them in week 1.
Oh, yeah, I took them to beat the Eagles, and it almost happened in the first round.
Yeah, I took them.
Damn, Ron Rivera didn't go for 2.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Riverboat. He's as good as gone. Wow, okay, so Zach Wilson, if he's even playing, but that Jets offense is as bad as it gets, for sure.
Really gross.
I didn't realize the Commanders were the worst defense in the league.
I know, because you think of them as a good defense. I mean, they've got a lot of good parts. Now, they did trade away 2 of their best pass rushers.
That's
Sweat
true.
And Young, but man, what a terrible fall from grace there for Washington, who used to actually be good at defense. Now they're terrible. All right, so the power rankings came out, and I mean, it depends on what site you want to use, but they're roughly all about the same, give or take a couple of spots. Your top 5, according to ESPN. They also give you what is each team the best at. Number 5, and then we'll get our top 5s. The Eagles. Eagles come in at 5, right ahead of the Lions, who are at 6. The Eagles were number 1 in 4th down conversion rate. They've converted on 73% of their attempts on 4th down, which is pretty incredible, according to Tim McManus. Number 4, the Miami Dolphins, whom the Dallas Cowboys are about to play on Sunday.
Wait, who is 5? I'm sorry?
Eagles.
Eagles were 5.
Lions were 6. Lions were the one team looking out of the top 5.
Okay, the Eagles are not a top 5 football team.
Eagles,
so this is awful.
I agree. Eagles are not top 5 right now. ESPN says they still are.
The Dolphins aren't 4th either.
They flipped them. Last week, Eagles were 4, Dolphins were 5. Dolphins now moved up.
You think Dolphins are higher?
I think they're worse than 4th.
It might just be
Man,
you.
The Dolphins haven't beaten anybody. They can't beat quality teams. And they are extremely injured right now.
They are
I know they look
extremely
good
injured,
versus the
but
Jets.
they did look good versus the Jets.
It's the Jets. It's fine. It's the Jets.
All right. But I think that's how tough it is to find 5 right now.
You're right.
Do you think 5 could be Kansas City?
Yeah, I would have the Chiefs as 4.
You know what? If you want to keep because the Chiefs to me are still one of those teams where I believe
just
in
because of the
head coach and
quarterback,
yeah. And in the postseason, they've been there, done that.
I think it's fair to believe in the defense too. I mean,
Nick Bolton back healthy has made a difference.
Yes,
it certainly has, and that was a big loss for them. So I'm not ever going to fight you if you want to put the Chiefs in the top 5
right now. Chiefs versus Eagles, you're picking the Chiefs. Chiefs versus Dolphins, you're picking the Chiefs.
Philadelphia beat the Chiefs.
They did, but they should have lost.
They didn't.
They didn't.
Yeah, but the Eagles. I mean, the Eagles just lost to the.
But in a rematch, I'm taking the Chiefs, and you're probably right. I would lean Chiefs over Dolphins, but I could see the Dolphins winning that game.
Well, we just haven't seen the Dolphins beat anybody that's actually good. We'll see if they can even beat the Cowboys this week, and this is a good opportunity for both teams to show that they can beat a quality opponent. So, but I don't see how you could have the Eagles or the Dolphins in your top 5 right now.
So they've got Eagles at 5, Dolphins at 4. They're number 1 in yards per game are the Dolphins. Cowboys coming at 3. Number 1 in non-offensive touchdowns. This is what happens when somebody sets an NFL record, like Cowboys cornerback Deron Bland, by scoring 5 touchdowns on pick sixes this season. Bland's not the only one. Leighton Vander Esch returned a fumble for a touchdown, and Noah Benogany returned that blocked field goal for a touchdown in the opener. Cowboys have 7 on the season, which is ahead of the Colts with 5 and the Dolphins with 4, according to our buddy Todd Archer. 2 is the Ravens, who are number 1 at running the ball. Not a surprise. They average 163.8 yards per game. And then number 1 is the San Francisco 49ers, who are number 1 in point differential. They're plus 191 on the year, which is 24 points better than the next closest, which is our Dallas Cowboys.
I think the Niners are the only surefire guarantee you know where they are, where they belong. It's number 1. After that, you can have.
I had Baltimore.
I think the top 2 are.
Baltimore's better than the Niners.
We're going to see it.
We are going to see it.
We're going to.
Those are your top 2, though. I agree. I've got San Francisco 1, Baltimore 2.
I think it's a no-brainer. The Niners should be number 1, but we'll get to see it, and I absolutely respect where you're coming from there with the Ravens.
Listen to these wins this year for Baltimore. They beaten early in the season they played. Houston's in the hunt in the playoff, right?
Yeah.
Beat Houston, beaten Cincinnati, they've beaten Cleveland, they've beaten the Lions, they've beaten the Seahawks, they've beaten the Browns. They beat they beat the Browns earlier in the year. Lost to them the second time around. They have beaten the Rams and they've beaten the Jaguars. That's a pretty respectable. How many teams I named that are like in the hunt?
Yeah, those are all pretty quality teams for sure.
And then
that's fair.
I mean, I look back at now if you look at San Francisco on the flip side of that, if I can get this thing to work. I just feel like that. I kind of feel like that Baltimore has played the type of schedule with them being 11-3.
They have.
That's been that. If you want to go for the eye test, kind of feel like they've got better wins than what
they've gone through a gauntlet. I mean, I'd still go with San Francisco. I think they've got more ways to beat you, but it's going to be an amazing game. And you're right. I mean, how beautiful is it that we're going to get to see this on the field this coming Monday night? We're going to get this answered.
We'll get the opposite ends of the spectrum. Like you're going to get to see Jets and Commanders, just the sewage of the sport, and then you'll get to see the cream of the crop.
Who do you guys have
Ravens
as 3?
Versus, I have the Bills at 3.
I have the Bills too.
I think Miami. I'm a Miami guy right now.
I've got San Francisco, Baltimore, Buffalo, Dallas, Miami.
Baltimore, San Francisco, Miami, Detroit, Dallas.
And it's crazy because Buffalo's not even in the playoffs right now, but I think they're the 3rd best team in the sport today.
Yes, for sure. I do too. I got Niners, Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, Rams.
Okay. Yeah, and I was considering the Rams.
The Rams, absolutely. If you go right now, right now.
And again, I'm not going to fight anybody for having the Chiefs in there. I just didn't want to put them there on a 3-game losing streak, and there were still parts of that Patriots game that look gross.
No, for sure.
They still just don't look like a really good team. But in the postseason, you're right. I mean, it's hard not to pick the Chiefs in a game that's head-to-head. So that's kind of where we're looking at. But I can't wait for Ravens and 49ers coming up on Monday Night Football. Let's keep the Cowboys conversation going, shall we? We got the C-Note. Micah Parsons, The Edge, his own podcast. He's taking shots at these fake analysts. Let's get an early Dolphins preview. That's next on The Fan.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience.
said last week, there isn't anybody in the AFC playoff picture that wants to play the Buffalo Bills right now. And I didn't have any hesitation of putting them at third in my power rankings, which are a right now thing. It's a week-to-week deal. That's what power rankings are. The Bills look very different now with Joe Brady as the offensive coordinator and Sean McDermott, who was getting a lot of criticism with that story that came out, but now he's tweaking some stuff defensively. They're getting a little bit healthier. Offensive line's playing really well. They're taking some pressure off of Josh Allen because James Cook now is running the football really well, so he doesn't have to be Superman. That's going to help the turnovers. Bills are good. That was going to be a tough matchup. It's not a good match for the Cowboys, and I wonder, yes, you are playing against two teams coming up in Miami and Detroit. They can run the football.
Yeah.
But schematically, you talked about it when you saw the film there, Brian. The Bills had a really good game plan for the Cowboys.
They did.
Can other people emulate that game plan to as much success?
You talking about defensively or offensively?
Offensively.
Oh, sure they can. But the thing about it is you have to stop Dallas's offense. We said this earlier when we were doing Krusty's Corner, and I believe this with all my heart. Your best help for the defense is your offense. Because if you find ways to – nobody's run the ball on Dallas when they scored 35, 40 points.
No, because you can't just – you feel like you need to throw to keep up.
Carolina tried. Carolina tried to do that, right? Would they lose that game 30-13? Something like that. Carolina ran the ball well enough, but they couldn't sustain that. They're trying to help their quarterback, and they had some success running the ball. But if you don't score right along with Dallas, if you don't have a defense that can shut Dallas's big plays down and keep them off the board, it's hard for you to sit there and be totally committed to running the football. So yeah, scheme wise, if you're a team that's really good on defense and you feel like that you could play a lot of zone coverage and affect routes and affect the quarterback, then yeah, you could beat Dallas. Absolutely. Because their run defense isn't good enough. They've struggled with that this year. That's the thing that everybody absolutely fears about playing the Dallas Cowboys are big plays on offense and their pass rush on defense.
Absolutely.
And Buffalo did not have to deal with any of those in their football game. That's how you beat the Cowboys. But you have to be committed to playing. And the discipline that Buffalo played with in their secondary, they didn't get fooled on. And, and Mike McCarthy, this was a game I know, Chief. This was a game that was only about 40% pre-snap motion stuff.
I know.
And Mike's one of those guys that said before that he's not going to run motion just to run motion. And he probably got into a game plan knowing that, listen, they're going to play a lot of zone coverage here. My motion stuff will not affect them. But that was very much that game, the way that game was called, it was very much weeks 1 through 5. That's what that game plan looked like to me. The only real play that looked like it affected when you're talking about secondary was the play that they missed the Cooks. The route that CeeDee Lamb ran that got Taylor Rapp out of the middle of the field. Other than that, it was pretty just basic. When you look at, they didn't do a good enough job as a play caller. They didn't do anything to threaten Buffalo at all. And Buffalo's like, fine. You want to run the football? Great. We're not giving up any big plays if you run the football.
Mm-hmm.
And Dallas was never into a point where they can consistently run the ball because they were behind.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, if you want to beat the Cowboys, choke their offense, and then all of a sudden be committed to running the football. Those are the two ways to beat Dallas.
And we'll see. I don't think Detroit has a defense that can do that. And Miami is interesting. Miami does have a good secondary.
Yeah.
And they've got Christian Wilkins up front, who's pretty good. This will be a fun test against the Dolphins, who just had a really good win. But the week before, they did lose to the Titans at home. So that was a tough deal. Now, Micah continued to talk about these fake analysts, as he calls them, that really love to just poke fun at the Cowboys after losing.
Everyone just waits for the Cowboys to lose. I saw multiple analysts, people who are fake analysts who somehow got jobs on TV saying, there goes your boy. Like, oh, there he is. That's the person we've been waiting for. It's almost to the point where it's like almost sick. Former players are waiting for other current players to fail so that way they have something to talk about. It's not even to just get into names. I mean, I feel like at this point you kind of know who you are. And it's like, why do you want a person to lose so bad? It seems that a lot of people are just waiting for people to fail.
I hear what he's saying. I think it's they want their opinion to be right.
Yeah.
Like Dan Orlovsky, been an anti-Dak guy. He wants to be right on Dak. Right? People that have been against Dak, people that have been for Dak, Bobby, for instance, when he's playing well, it's awesome. You can go ahead and run with that. You can be a front runner with your takes. Like, look at me. I was right the whole time. As soon as he has a bad game, we see it on the post game every week. There was nobody that was shredding Dak the last 5 weeks when he was playing great.
Right.
As soon as they lose a game, now he's not the guy. Told you. Right. Told you. Dak's not it.
Yeah. No, they were waiting in the weeds, and the folks that are the big fan. See, nobody will admit when they're wrong. Nobody wants to say, hey, I was wrong about this. Not in our business, they don't. I will say this. I've been wrong a lot about things, and I'm willing to step up and say I was wrong about Terrence Steele, wrong about maybe Mike McCarthy as a play caller, wrong about, there's things you have to admit to, and you try and learn along the way. It's like, okay, what's different? What's different now about the play calling? Is it because of Brian Schottenheimer? Is it because of Dak Prescott? Is that, you have to be honest with yourself, but you have to be honest with the people that are following you too. But there's a lot of people that won't get away from that. They're so dug in that they don't want to admit that they were wrong. And that I think that's a lot of problem in our media right now, admitting that, you're wrong, because people won't do it. You feel like they're going to lose your job when you admit when you're wrong. There's times
you can be wrong a lot.
You can be right too. Yeah, you can be wrong a lot about this football. You're going to be wrong. I mean, any sport. You're talking about the sport, especially when you're talking about the way these games are played and stuff like that. You give your best opinion of how you think. I thought Dallas was going to beat Buffalo. I really did. I thought Dallas would find a way to go up there and play with some grit, some toughness, find a way to get a road victory, and in a difficult situation. But it didn't work out for him that way.
A lot of people have been calling for, hey, Micah should have played off ball.
See, this is what I
played some linebacker.
This is where I don't. Game. This is the problem, folks. Here's your problem. We have to be careful here, because Micah Parsons' best position, in my opinion, is an edge rusher.
I agree.
He's and you will get people when you wanted to talk about. There was a game where Micah Parsons, go back, and this comes from our friend John Owning.
Mm-hmm.
He's absolutely right about this. John Owning does a hell of a job. Love John Owning. John Owning goes, go back and watch what Micah Parsons played off-ball linebacker against Green Bay and what Green Bay did in the rushing attack that day. What they did to you, how they ran the football. Micah Parsons, and a lot of you folks out there, when you argued back in the day or early in the season about Micah Parsons playing linebacker, we're screaming that he's not a linebacker. Now he's a linebacker to you? No. Micah, you're right. Micah Parsons' best position is a rush end.
He is.
That's what
makes him special.
The problem was that when Micah Parsons had to play defensive end and defend the run, he's not as effective.
So our Marcus Spears, who you, of course, were part of that draft class when Marcus Spears was selected with the Cowboys
2005. Yeah.
Does an excellent fellow LSU Tiger.
Yeah.
Does an excellent job on ESPN. Has given the station and you a lot of love in the past. Marcus yesterday was on Monday Night Countdown talking about Micah and how he really just needs to learn how to defend the run.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you this. I love Micah Parsons. One of my favorite players. I love him as a dude. Somebody got to coach him how to defend the run when he's on the edge. And I know nobody want to say it because we talk about how great he rushes the passer. Nobody can defy that. But if I'm going to talk about other players that have parts of their game where I see as a weakness, if he's going to play the edge in Dallas, he has to learn how to set the edge. He got to learn how to stop putting his shoulders in the offensive lineman and use his hands and be effective in that regard. And when they don't block him, he has to be able to understand how to affect plays in that regard. So a lot of this about Dallas, to your point, RC, is mentality and how we play. The most devastating thing was that for me. Physicality, and more importantly, they didn't even look like they knew how to fit the run.
Yeah.
More than anything. And that's something we'll get into the
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. And by the way, Dallas has outstanding defensive coaches. They really do. AD, those guys, they do a hell of a job coaching those defensive linemen. But Micah's best position is playing as an edge. That's his best position. I mean, off-ball linebacker and stuff like that, to me, you waste. I want to put him at as close as I can to the football. I want him attacking the ball. I don't want him having to play in coverage or read blocks. I mean, I don't want him to have to do that.
I agree for sure. And
so be careful what you're wishing for here, folk, because
Well, I don't think they're going to do that.
No,
I mean, maybe situationally a couple of snaps here and there, but I don't think they're making that move full time.
No, you cannot fix what's happening to your defense right now, because what Dan Quinn's trying to do is mask the issues that they had when you lost Diggs, when you lost Overshown, when you lost Leighton Vander Esch. He is trying to put Band-Aids on amputations right now, is what he's trying to do. These guys, whether it's Bell, whether it's Curse, anybody that's having to play in the box weighing 216 pounds, dealing with offensive linemen 318 pulling, coming off double team blocks and stuff like that. Come on, man. Really? He is absolutely doing his best. He even tried to slant his front the other day, and just so he wouldn't have to go toe to toe with people. He tried. It didn't work. Buffalo had a great plan. They ran the ball well. They were committed to it. But Micah Parsons is a generational pass rusher.
Facts.
Yeah, and I would say just generational disruptor. And I think I almost think, and it might be semantics, but just even saying like edge rusher, I just think he's a line of scrimmage player.
Yes.
And one of the things they should have done more of versus the Bills, and I would like to see it versus the Dolphins for different reasons, but versus the Bills, he's just on the edge and they're able to just leave him unblocked and he doesn't really know what to do. Yeah. You saw a couple of plays where they put him down there over the center.
Yes.
Even on run plays. Yeah. And he's at least just blowing crap up. He's not necessarily going to make the tackle right there, but he's such a disruptive force, and he's able to penetrate so quickly with his explosiveness. He should have been in there. I think he affects the play more than just sitting outside. They know he's on the edge, and okay, we can run away from him. We can leave him unblocked. He's going to be worried about Josh Allen maybe pulling the ball, and so we can render him sort of useless. Dan Quinn should have probably used him more in those A gaps and just let him blow crap up. And I think versus the Dolphins, it would be a nice move because they're dealing with a backup center right now too. Like you ruin a center's day when he's got to look at a bunch of Micah Parsons there hovering over him as he's trying to make the checks and he's trying to snap the ball, and all of a sudden Micah Parsons is right there. I think that's where he needs to be, just a line of scrimmage player. Right. I don't know if he's on the edge or if he's in the A gaps over the center or where he's at on any given play, but that needs to be mixed in more.
And we've seen them do an excellent job of moving him around, and they didn't do that as much. But I love that. I think I agree 100%. Instead of off ball, where I don't think that he is the same player at all. I know he did that at Penn State, but that's a big reason why when we went back and we watched the Penn State tape, we're necessarily, oh my gosh, you drafted another off ball linebacker. This dude is a game changer when he's on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. Put him as much as you can put him close to the ball. That's where Micah Parsons needs to be. And Eric, you're absolutely right. He's a disruptor, and he is a wrecker of scheme, and there's reasons why that coordinators during the week figure out how are we going to stop number 11, because that's the main guy you have to deal with. And if you put him at off-ball linebacker, you're doing those offensive coordinators a favor.
Yeah, and here's the tweet from John Owning in regards to last year, week 10 in Lambeau. They ran on you pretty good. Micah played 51 snaps off ball and 10 snaps on the line of scrimmage. The Packers ran the ball 39 times for 207 yards. And so he writes, not only did Green Bay still eat on the ground, but Parsons' impact was totally nullified. He had 1 pressure, 4 tackles, 3 stops. So that was I guess the last full game. Maybe it was the Giants game this year too. You saw him off ball a little bit, and he was
not happy about it.
Yeah, he was not happy. He was good in coverage actually on Saquon Barkley on a couple of plays.
Sure was, yeah.
But the off ball spot there in Green Bay last year, it still wasn't enough to change anything for the defense.
Yeah, because he's a guy you've got to account for. Much like some of these other game-changing defensive players like Troy Polamalu, for instance, or when Charles Woodson was winning defense. You need to know where is 43?
Yeah.
Right? Where's 21? Where's 11? So if I know 11's over here playing right end all game, you don't have to play him off ball, but here we go. He's lining up over the guard. Yeah. He's lining up over the center. Now he's flipped over on the left side. You know, you can have fun with him by still being a line of scrimmage player, and the offense now has to be like, where the hell is he?
Yeah, and in a game like Sunday, if he is going to be on the line of scrimmage, he needs to have the awareness to say, okay, we can tell how the game's going here. I don't need to just totally try and get upfield every time like you're expecting pass when they're just running the ball every play.
Yeah,
that's a Micah thing there.
That is a Micah thing, and him and Osa and some of these other guys that also get caught upfield need to, that's something I'm sure they've watched the tape and they're working on this week, because they can't do that against Miami, or they're going to get toasted with the way they run the football, with all the motion and the shifting that they're going to do there with Mike McDaniel. Let's talk more about the Dolphins. We'll get into that preview, and let's do some more with football's finest.
Yes, commercial free till the top of the hour. We'll get you some LA Live and some football trivia for my guys next here in the nation.